they are incompetent and have to inconvenience you temporarily. Yi Yan said sorry to his two sisters in his heart, his expression instantly turned cold, and his speed doubled again. Chu Ge, you will regret it. At this time, Yi Yan had no idea that the Tianzun Temple headquarters, which was secretly hidden abroad, was being attacked frantically by the shadow guards led by Zhang Fan. I don't know whether Chu Ge will regret it or not, but I know you will regret it. Ji Yu Hongming is now in Yi Yan's body. Unless Yi Yan devours Ji Yu Hongming, he will not be able to get out of his body. Don't be so complacent. Entering my body is the most wrong decision you have ever made in your life. Yi Yan snorted coldly and said disdainfully to the old guy. Ha ha ha, let's wait and see. Ji Yu Hongming said proudly. He had found his destined person. He still had confidence in taking over the other person's body. I just received the news that we must fight quickly and decisively. Zhang Fan just received a message on his phone reminding him that Yi Yan was actually coming back. It was just right to leave Yi Yan with a headquarters covered in blood. Don't worry, we will do it ourselves, there will definitely be no accidents. Tianyi and others bowed and immediately rushed into the headquarters. The screams suddenly increased by several levels. Zhang Fan did not take any action himself outside, but ordered the shadow guards around him, don't let these people escape. Kill one if one comes out. Kill a pair if a pair comes out. Yes, sir. The shadow guard bowed quickly. This is real life, living in the true sense of the word. Zhang Fan took a deep breath of the bloody smell in the air and couldn't help but think with enjoyment. The bottom level of the beehive is the temporary residence of Chu Ge's beautiful concubine. The other levels are either where the protagonists are imprisoned, where some experimental subjects are imprisoned, or where researchers live and conduct research. Chu Ge saw William arguing with his newly promoted deputy. Apparently it was because of the experimental subjects. One was against continuing the research, while the other believed that the experiment would soon be successful. This is research that could change the world, and William is determined to continue with it. Success is at hand, and his great masterpiece is about to be published. William, when you research this thing, aren't you afraid that it will be leaked one day? Chu Ge listened to the general idea and looked at the experimental subject sleeping in the sturdy container, and asked curiously. It doesn't matter if this thing is researched, but if it gets leaked out, it can easily harm others and yourself if there is no control method. Not yet, boss. Give me a little more time. William looked a little ashamed. He just hoped that his boss would not stop the project. You are professionals, you must be fully prepared for everything, and you must have a backup plan for everything. This is my advice. Chu Ge didn't understand these research things, so he left the professional stuff to professionals. Okay, boss. William and his deputy instantly quieted down and stopped arguing. Chu Ge left the research floor, and the shadow guards of the entire hive changed from warrior guards to cultivator guards. Yi Yan's seventh sister Lu Qiao was locked up in the last floor by Chu Ge. What is this place? Lu Qiao asked uneasily after seeing Chu Ge come in. Chu Ge pinched Lu Qiao's chin and looked down at her. No matter where you are, don't dream that your brother will come to save you. And your fate is in my hands from now on. Lu Qiao said stubbornly. When I came here, I saw researchers in white robes. This should be your research base. I didn't expect Chairman Chu to be secretly researching shameful things. Lu Qiao, who has been researching for many years, knows very well that those researchers wearing chemical protective suits are definitely not doing ordinary research. You are very smart. I also know that you are secretly conquering cancer cells. You firmly believe that cancer cells are the secret to immortality. Chu Ge took out a piece of information from somewhere. When Lu Qiao saw the font inside, her pupils shrank. This is the research material she wrote herself, how could she not be familiar with it? Lu Qiao looked at him in disbelief. She didn't expect that her past would be exposed by the other party. Hee hee. Chu Ge smiled amusedly, no one I have targeted has ever managed to escape from my grasp. Stay here and I'll come to play with you when I have time. Lu Qiao is now a treasure in Yi Yan's heart, but just a new object in Chu Ge's heart. Lu Qiao watched Chu Ge leave the room, and only breathed a sigh of relief after the door closed automatically. Then, she began to worry about her other sisters and her brother. I don't know if my younger brother can leave Huameng safely, and I don't know if my elder sister and younger sisters can escape Chu Ge's clutches. After Chu Ge left the hive, he began to improve the strength of Zhao Haifeng and others. As usual, the collective level was raised, and all subordinates were present. The pills have been distributed to you. There are 3 pills in total. They are the out-of-body pill, the spirit division pill, and the fusion pill for breaking through the nascent soul stage to the out-of-body stage. This is all I can help with. Chu Ge looked at the 3 pills in everyone's hands, explained, and sent everyone directly into the time cycle tower. Although Lin Feng, Ji Bai and others are the protagonists, they have always followed him and never left him to gain experience. So there was no opportunity waiting for them, which was one of the reasons why Chu Ge had to prepare something for them. Chu Ge felt that it was time to let them go out and gain experience. Staying by his side all the time will not allow me to truly grow, nor become a strong person who dominates a region. The stronger Lin Feng and others are, the more help they can provide to Chu Ge. 1 second passed quickly in the blink of an eye. As soon as a thought came to my mind, Lin Feng and others came out. Chu Ge's core subordinates entered the early stage of fusion one after another. In an instant, Chu Ge's strength was increased several times. I'm still a long way from recovering to my peak strength in the fusion stage. Jun Moshao felt the familiar power in his body, and the power of the abandoned heaven record technique instantly flowed through his body. The power of the fusion stage is only 1 step away from the Mahayana stage. Lin Feng snorted coldly, pulling his fist that was rising with thunder. Okay, 10 hours will pass quickly, let's start. Each person is responsible for 1 mouse, once a day. Chu Ge abides by the rules of the game, hoping that Yi Yan can bring him some fun. Chapter 310 Yi Yan's elder sister, Xiao Guangji. Yi Yan certainly wouldn't be stupid enough to scatter and protect his sisters. Naturally, we must concentrate our strength to protect the sisters. At this time, Yi Yan had already learned that his Tianzun temple had been attacked, with heavy casualties, but some people still escaped. Yi Yan felt sad. Chu Ge was so cruel that he had already attacked his Tianzun palace a long time ago. Seeing such a ruthless attack, Yi Yan became more and more wary of Chu Ge. Boy, I tell you, you can't beat Chu Ge. Ji Yu Hongming was in Yi Yan's body. Seeing Yi Yan's conflicted look, he sneered. How do you know that I can't beat him, and you, a powerful Mahayana cultivator, actually condescend to serve someone weaker than you? You're really embarrassing for a Mahayana cultivator. Yi Yan said disdainfully. This old man is constantly attacking his mind, trying to strike him down and make him relax so that he can take advantage of him. He will not let him get what he wants. I don't work for him. I just reached some kind of cooperation with him. Ji Yu Hongming snorted coldly and said in a light tone. Oh, a strange look flashed across Yi Yan's eyes. What cooperation? Is it just finding a body for you? That's right. Ji Yu Hongming felt that it would be okay to tell the other party. In his opinion, the other party was doomed. Yi Yan thought about it for a moment, and after a few seconds, he asked in confusion. Then why don't you go to the higher-ups of the Huameng? In fact, I think Chu Ge's body is much better than mine. Quote. Don't you want to get Chu Ge's body? I can help you. With the cultivation of 2 Mahayana cultivators, Chu Ge can't stop me at all. In Yi Yan's opinion, if 2 Mahayana cultivators joined forces, Chu Ge would not be their opponent at all. As long as he can trick this old man into coming to his side, his chances of winning will be as high as 90%. Hee. Ji Yu Hongming saw through Yi Yan's thoughts at a glance. I advise you not to waste your energy. It's simply impossible. When Chu Ge was still in the nascent soul stage, I didn't dare to have such an idea, let alone the current Chu Ge. Ji Yu Hongming felt very terrified and wary of the speed at which Chu Ge's strength was growing, and did not have such an idea at all. I dare not even think about it. Even though Chu Ge has not yet reached the Mahayana stage, Chu Ge is more terrifying than 100 Yi Yans. It seems that you have been scared out of your wits by Chu Ge. Seeing that his attempts to recruit him were useless, Yi Yan could not help but sneer. However, Ji Yu Hongming ignored Yi Yan. After he took over Yi Yan's body, he would probably have to stay with Chu Ge for a long time. When he reaches the tribulation period, he will completely transcend this world. After a long time, seeing that the guy in his body ignored him, Yi Yan stopped talking. After leaving Huameng and coming abroad, Yi Yan contacted Tianyi through a special means of communication. After determining the temporary hiding place, Yi Yan quickened his pace and headed straight for his destination. Palace Master, the rest of our brothers either died or fled. I think all of us are gathered here now. During the escape, we were hunted down by the shadow guards. Tianyi knelt down in front of the palace master, feeling sad and blaming himself, with red eyes. The remaining 300-odd people around looked dusty and dirty, and they didn't look like the usually high and mighty immortal cultivators at all. The light in their eyes had gone at first, but when they saw the palace master coming, a light ignited in their eyes, which was hope. The palace master is hope. Palace master, please avenge our dead brothers. The people around knelt on the ground, put their heads on the ground, and shouted in a low voice. Oh, Yi Yan didn't expect that the Tianzun temple he had worked so hard to build would be destroyed by Chu Ge's shadow guard. I couldn't help feeling a little powerless, and my mood instantly dropped to the bottom. The next second, Yi Yan shuddered suddenly. He almost lost his mind and was taken advantage of by the guy in his body. Revenge. I will definitely take revenge. The brothers of Tianzun Palace will not die in vain. Yi Yan clenched his fist and growled at everyone. Revenge. The palace master's words once again aroused the vitality in everyone's hearts. They couldn't stay in this stronghold for the time being, so Yi Yan brought everyone to his private underground base. He had set up a large concealment formation here, and Yi Yan was confident that even a Mahayana cultivator of the same level would not be able to detect this place. There are 5 hours left, enough for Yi Yan to bring all his sisters to his place. I didn't expect you to hide in such a deep place. Ji Yu Hongming laughed inside Yi Yan's body. Yi Yan is currently in the triangular area outside the border of the Huameng. Hearing the voice coming from inside his body, Yi Yan laughed. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest place. As long as Chu Ge can't catch the person, he loses the game. Yi Yan said with great confidence. Ji Yu Hongming smiled but said nothing. Yi Yan was still too naive. As the game maker and dealer, how could Chu Ge lose? He would always win. The first person to arrive here was Yi Yan's eldest sister. The eldest sister is the head of an international arms company and her identity is extremely mysterious. Even her younger brother Yi Yan does not know her mysterious identity. Since I was a child, I have always felt that my eldest sister is very powerful and can do everything. So Yi Yan used to suspect that his eldest sister was a warrior, but now he suspects that she is a cultivator. The eldest sister Xiao Guangji walked in holding a brand new pistol, dressed like a mercenary, with an anxious look on her face. Xiao Yanzi, how are the second and seventh sisters now? Are you okay? Don't worry, eldest sister will help you get revenge. I will take people to Yuncheng to shoot the Chu Ge. Looking at the concerned look in the eldest sister's eyes, Yi Yan felt warm in his heart and said with a wry smile, second sister and seventh sister are fine for now. It's me who implicated the sisters. Chu Ge is confident of winning. Next, I will protect the eldest sister and the other sisters. Chu Ge wants to play cat and mouse, but I will just sit back and wait. Yi Yan hurriedly comforted, don't be afraid, eldest sister, I am a cultivator. If I hadn't been delayed, the second and seventh sisters would not have been caught. Xiao Guangji bit his lip and clutched the jade pendant on his chest, looking very conflicted. Don't worry, big sister will help you. Then, Xiao Guangji seemed to have figured it out, and confidently raised the gun in her hand towards her brother. Yi Yan smiled bitterly, thinking that his elder sister was just trying to comfort him, so he spoke in a nice manner. Sister, have a good rest. Leave the rest to me. Chu Ge won't be able to find this place. Okay, sister, I believe you. Xiao Guangji nodded heavily and pinched Yi Yan's face. My little brother has grown up and become a man. He knows how to protect his sister. Sister. Yi Yan took 2 steps back shyly. If the people outside the Tianzun temple saw their master in this state, the perfect image in their minds would probably be cracked. Chapter 311, Zhang Chuchen's Opportunity. 10 hours passed quickly. This game itself is unfair, but Yi Yan has no qualifications or rights to refuse. Yi Yan could only be forced to accept the rules of the game, because once he did not accept the rules of the game, all that awaited him would be Chu Ge's thundering attack. Chu Ge's direct attack was so powerful that even Yi Yan, who was always confident, had no confidence in being able to withstand Chu Ge's full-strength attack. The strength Chu Ge had shown before was only that of the fusion stage. But the Mahayana soul in his body was so afraid of Chu Ge, which was very wrong. This shows that Chu Ge is not as simple as he imagined. However, since Chu Ge is not going to take action, then he is confident that Chu Ge's subordinates will never come back. Tamed Group Headquarters. Chu Ge didn't plan to take action himself. He didn't even take Yi Yan seriously. He still had serious things to do. The seal of the deep sea was gradually weakening. The water along the coast seemed to be constantly rising and falling, as if something was stirring inside. You guys go and bring his elder sister to me. But I want him to be alone. I don't like the Tianzun Palace. Chu Ge tapped the table lightly, looking at Zhao Haifeng and others, and said lightly. Zhao Haifeng said, since the boss wants to play this game, then we will play along with him. Lin Feng patted Zhao Haifeng on the shoulder and said to the boss, don't worry, boss, I promise to clean up the Tianzun temple thoroughly. Jun Moshao crossed his arms and snorted coldly, Tianzun temple is an insult to the name of Tianzun. It's better to destroy it completely. Zhang Chuchen smiled faintly and said, it's a good time to try out some ideas that I just came up with. Yeah, Chu Ge responded faintly and sent them directly to the border area of Huameng. If they want to find someone, they have to rely on themselves, which makes the game interesting. At this time, Yi Yan, who was hiding in the underground base in the triangle area, seemed to have sensed those familiar forces. Strange, how come these forces have become so strong? Yi Yan muttered to himself in some surprise. Ji Yu Hongming was meditating in Yi Yan's body. When he heard Yi Yan talking to himself, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha 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 kid, this is one of the reasons why I'm afraid of Chu Ge. Compared to him, you're really too naive. Yi Yan said disdainfully, we've never competed, never really fought to the death, how do you know I can't beat him? Ha ha, if you're really not afraid of him, you wouldn't be hiding like this. Ji Yu Hongming laughed, seeing through the situation but not saying anything. Hey, Yi Yan couldn't help but sneer when he saw Zhao Haifeng and others getting farther and farther away from his base. Even if these people were given a day, they probably wouldn't be able to find where he was. The more dangerous the place, the safer it is. Yi Yan felt that building an underground base here was the right decision. Just when Yi Yan was feeling proud of himself, a figure suddenly appeared above the triangle area, scaring him. How could Chu Ge's subordinates suddenly advance from the nascent soul stage to the fusion stage? It was simply an act that defied the will of heaven. It is estimated that he used some secret method to consume the talents and potential of these subordinates in order to force their growth. The biggest price to pay is that these subordinates will be frozen in time and will no longer be able to improve their strength any further. Haha, Chu Ge is so cruel. Yi Yan felt that it was not worth it for those men who were loyal to Chu Ge. But I wonder if that guy in the sky has discovered something. Why is he staying there instead of leaving? Yi Yan was somewhat suspicious, but he was still very confident that the other party would not be able to detect the hidden formation he had set up. Zhang Chuchen looked intently at the triangular area and did not find anything wrong. But just now he clearly had a feeling that made his heart flutter. What's wrong? When Zhao Haifeng and others found out that Zhang Chuchen had rushed back, they came over immediately. I didn't find anything wrong. Jun Moshao scanned the triangle area with his spiritual sense and asked in confusion. He thought Zhang Chuchen had already found Yi Yan's hiding place. I just felt a voice calling me from the dark. Zhang Chuchen looked puzzled. He had never encountered such a thing before. What did you say? Say it again. Jun Moshao seemed a little excited and asked him to say it again. So Zhang Chuchen repeated what he had said before, and everyone looked at Jun Moshao in confusion, but they didn't find anything wrong. Opportunity, this is Chu Chen's own opportunity. Jun Moshao had encountered this situation before, so he was very familiar with this feeling. Unexpectedly, Zhang Chuchen actually encountered his own opportunity here. Although it didn't belong to him, Jun Moshao, but it belonged to Zhang Chuchen, so he was still happy for Zhang Chuchen. Opportunity. My opportunity, Zhang Chuchen looked excited, with a hint of excitement in his heart. Xiao Zhang, hurry up and find your opportunity. I'll find it for you. Zhao Haifeng was also very happy for Zhang Chuchen. On a whim, he took out a compass to tell fortunes. It's not like he hadn't calculated it before, but he just couldn't figure out the location of Yi Yan and his sister. Lin Feng held the Thunder Cloud sword in his hand and scanned the surroundings, not leaving out a single corner. Since they were talking to each other via telepathy, Yi Yan had no idea what they were saying. But seeing that they seemed to be looking for something, Yi Yan became a little nervous. No way, no way. The concealment formation he set up should not be discovered. Therefore, the longer Zhang Chuchen and others stayed, the more cold sweat appeared on Yi Yan's forehead. Time is a complete torment for Yi Yan, a torment that is more painful than death. Zhao Haifeng was floating in the sky with a compass, observing the terrain on the ground. He returned to Zhang Chuchen and said regretfully, I didn't find it. It's okay. Maybe this is my opportunity. I must find it. Don't waste your energy. We can't find Zhang Chuchen's own opportunity. Although Zhun Moshao disagreed with this statement, he had to admit that everything was destined by God. Okay, then it's all up to you. After Lin Feng came back, he happened to hear Zhun Moshao's words, so he said with regret. Don't worry, everyone. Zhang Chuchen nodded to the three of them and fell directly to the ground. Who is it? A wandering mercenary from the triangle area who was passing by saw Zhang Chuchen appear and nervously pointed the gun in his hand at him. Zhang Chuchen flicked his whisk lightly, causing the mercenary to disappear thousands of miles away. After driving away the troublesome guy, Zhang Chuchen felt that the mysterious voice was getting louder and louder. Chapter 312. Palace Master, this guy is coming down. Should we find a way to kill him? Tianyi suggested, standing beside Yi Yan. Although we are worried about being discovered by them, it seems that they have no intention of looking for us. No need, it's better to wait and see. Yi Yan seemed to have noticed something unusual. If the Taoist priest came to find him, it would be impossible for him to come down alone. Tianyi didn't know the opponent's true strength, and once he took action, the concealment formation would become ineffective. But facing the joint attack of so many people in the fusion stage, Yi Yan felt that he might not be able to withstand it. The other party was still in the nascent soul stage and was able to hold him back, not to mention that they were now only one step away from the Mahayana stage. Yi Yan was a little scared. Although Yi Yan was very nervous, he couldn't show it. Once he was nervous, the other people in Tianzun Hall would become even more nervous. Don't worry, Xiao Yan. The eldest sister Xiao Guangji came to Yi Yan's side at some point, and the rest of the sisters went to rest. Xiao Guangji deeply felt Yi Yan's nervousness, so he came over to comfort him. Don't be nervous, big sister, don't be afraid, I will protect you. Yi Yan didn't want to make his big sister worry, so he forced a smile. Trench land. It was Chu Ge's first time coming here. He could feel the pressure here. Standing in front of the seal, he still felt the pressure. Even though he was in the fusion stage, he felt that the stronger he was, the greater the constraints he would face. Chu Ge touched the forbidden sealing light shield and looked at the Jindan stage sea monster that swam out from inside, seeming to be thinking about something. If the Jindan stage is not restricted, a golden light flashed in Chu Ge's eyes, and it was directly absorbed by the nearest shark. This shark was a sea monster at the peak of the Jindan stage. After Chu Ge's consciousness forcibly took over its body, it swam inside. The moment the seal was touched, the shark monster's body collapsed and dissipated instantly. Chu Ge's consciousness also collapsed instantly. It was just a consciousness, which did not cause any harm to Chu Ge, but it also made Chu Ge realize that this restriction had no loopholes at all. No wonder those old monsters inside stayed so obediently and did not use their consciousness to occupy the Jindan stage bodies to come out. However, the monks of the past probably never thought of the development of modern technology. So Chu Ge returned to Yuncheng and asked a Jindan stage shadow guard to give magic power to an artificial mechanical shark to prevent it from being crushed by the pressure from the seabed. Boss, please take a look at this information. The moment Chu Ge came back, Lin Zan saw the boss coming back and hurriedly said. What information? Chu Ge took the information from Lin Zan's hand, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Where were these taken? Chu Ge was very surprised. The photos here turned out to be photos of the life of a group of monsters. A few shadow guards who love adventure took the photos during their vacation in Kunlun Mountains. Lin Zan explained quickly. A generous reward, and the National Film and Television Channel will announce the commendation. Chu Ge smiled with great satisfaction. This kind of information is very important. There will always be brave men who dare to take action when there is a big reward. I believe that Shadow Guard will continue to receive this type of information in the future. I understand, Lin Zan replied with a smile. For Yingwei, the most honorable reward is the commendation from the National Yingwei Channel. The rest seem to lack some weight compared to this. Kunlun Mountain is the sacred mountain of Arhuameng. Chu Ge said thoughtfully. It's very unusual that these monsters live in Kunlun Mountain. At least without a certain level of strength, it is impossible to live peacefully in Kunlun Mountain. Don't disturb them. I will deal with their affairs after I finish my business. After seeing the place where these monsters live and thinking about the strength of the monsters, Chu Ge had a new idea in his mind. These monsters have been living quietly in the deep mountains and old forests. Even when the spiritual energy has revived, there are rarely any reports of monsters causing trouble. Does it want to coexist peacefully with humans and not fight with the world, or is there some other conspiracy that has been lingering on? Chu Ge's mind was torn, and then he said to Lin Zan, "You let Gong Lian closely monitor the news of the major demon tribes in the Huameng Mountains." Understood. Lin Zan nodded. Chu Ge disappeared from the spot with peace of mind. The remote control version of the artificial mechanical shark was brought back to the sealed place in the trench by Chu Ge. Sure enough, the man-made mechanical shark swam in without any resistance and was not destroyed. The monsters in this loophole cannot fall through, but Chu Ge can take advantage of it and exploit it. What is that? The artificial mechanical shark was discovered directly by those old monsters. In an instant, 3 old monsters had surrounded the artificial mechanical shark. Hello. Chu Ge's voice came from the body of the artificial mechanical shark. Humans. The surrounding sea water boiled instantly. For countless years, the human voice made them unforgettable. The surroundings suddenly became crowded, and countless sea monsters were lost in memories. They could never forget the war that year. It seems like you are not friendly. You have been imprisoned for countless years, so it is normal for you to have a little temper. Chu Ge's voice came again from the artificial mechanical shark. Chu Ge could also hear the voices of those sea monsters outside. A human in the Jindan stage. No, you are not a human, you are iron. The consciousness in this body is not even in the Jindan stage. An octopus sea monster screamed and swam outside with its whole body. Boom. A powerful counter-force emanated from the forbidden seal. The octopus tested the seal and disappeared in an instant. However, the power of the forbidden seal was weakened a bit. The phenomenon is that as long as they are not afraid of sacrificing their lives, they would have been able to get out long ago. But none of them wants to be a stepping stone for others. No one wants to die, so the situation has remained deadlocked until now. Some sea monsters that were ready to move immediately calmed down. How did you get in, human in the fusion stage? A sea monster asked puzzledly. Do you think I would tell you? I just want to tell you that even if you come out, times have changed. You are no match for us humans. You depend on the ocean for survival, not the land. Chu Ge's voice sounded slowly. He was not afraid of these sea monsters, but just wanted to know the real purpose of their attack on the land. This allows him to combine his thoughts and make plans for the future. Haha. We attack the land because we want to seize territory. You underestimate us too much. Humans are ambitious and will not let us live in peace in the ocean. You humans have a good saying, those who are not of my race must have different hearts. Although we cannot go out, we still know the changes in the outside world. You humans have slaughtered my sea people on a large scale and polluted the ocean on which they depend for survival. The mistakes you have made can only be repaid with blood. A tiger shark seemed to be very powerful. When it spoke, the other sea monsters fell silent. Chapter 313. The Attitude of the Sea Tribe, the Hidden Demon Tribe. This tiger shark sea monster spoke with overwhelming hatred, and it was obvious that the hatred between it and humans was irreconcilable. Either it dies, or the human race is wiped out. Oh, you hate humans so much, but you can't destroy all of them. Chu Ge's mocking voice came from the artificial shark. Boy, what is your purpose? Just tell me directly. The tiger shark monster spoke frankly. Every human being is cunning and there is no possibility of trusting him. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. This sentence is widely circulated in the human world, which shows the definition of this sentence in the human mind. Besides, humans sometimes even reject their own people, let alone the sea creatures. If you have some intelligence, I'm optimistic about you. Chu Ge laughed and said bluntly, back then, the demon clan was treacherous and withdrew first from the battlefield, which led to the defeat of the sea clan in the end. Especially since you are sealed here, don't you want to seek revenge on the demon clan? I think you all know better than me that even if you break the seal, you cannot completely destroy mankind. Back then, those powerful beings sealed you here, it was impossible for them not to have thought that the seal would be lifted one day. Guess what their backup plan is? I think you all should know better than me. In fact, Chu Ge didn't know what the backup plan was at all. In Chu Ge's opinion, these powerful beings who escaped from this world would not care about the humans on this planet. I guess I've thrown it out of my head a long time ago. The humans abandoned in this world have probably been treated as abandoned children long ago, and the powerful ones who claim to be orthodox have already left this world with their descendants and are free. Tigers, sharks and other sea monsters all became quiet. After what happened that year, they chose to join forces with the demon tribe to deal with humans. But they found that the demons were forcibly repelled by humans, which was simply impossible. Logically speaking, the demon tribe back then was even stronger than them. How could they suffer so many casualties in just one sneak attack? It was obvious that they were intentionally conserving their strength and selling out their teammates. It's not that they didn't want to question the demon clan back then, but unfortunately after the human rear stabilized, they became more aggressive and they had no time to take care of holding the demon clan accountable. Now that this human brought it up again, the scars in their hearts, which had just healed a little, seemed to be cut open again, and even bigger than before. Humans, you don't need to sow discord between my Sea clan and the demon clan. No matter how wrong the demon clan did in the past, we will never cooperate with you humans. While the snipe and the clam quarrel, the fisherman benefits. You humans are treacherous and destroy the bridge after crossing it. Haven't you humans done enough of such things in the past? Whenever we Sea clan have cooperated with you humans in the world, we have always been used. As for the demon clan, haha, interesting, really interesting. The killer whale seemed to be very old, and his IQ was far beyond that of ordinary Sea clans. He also has a thorough understanding of human vocabulary and can use 4-character idioms at will. It's unusual. This talking monster is very unusual. Although Chu Ge's original intention in talking to them was to sow discord, it was more about getting to know the details. Through the brief conversation just now, Chu Ge realized how deep the hatred of these sea creatures towards humans is. He also learned some of the truths of that year, such as the demon clan. Judging from the other party's tone, it seemed unrealistic that the demon clan was seriously injured by the sneak attack that year. I guess he's hiding his strength, plus the demon tribe is so quiet right now that it's a little scary. Chu Ge already understood in his mind that it seemed that the demon clan might make a big move recently, but he didn't know when it would happen. Boom! Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A blinding crackling sound came from his ears. Chu Ge threw away his waterproof headphones, took a deep look at the seal, and then left. Opportunity, when will I encounter the opportunity? Zhao Haifeng looked at Zhang Chuchen who was looking for an opportunity on the ground with some melancholy inside. I got the opportunity when I was a college student. Lin Feng held his head high and spoke loudly, as if he was afraid that others would not hear that he had encountered an opportunity. Zhao Haifeng looked at Lin Feng with squinted eyes and sneered. You haven't seized the right opportunity. The real opportunity in that cave was discovered by the boss when he went there. Lin Feng sighed deeply. What Zhao Haifeng said was really heartbreaking. You are such a ruthless person. Although he is now a cultivator, he still feels heartbroken when he thinks about how he picked up sesame seeds and threw away watermelons in the past. Jun Moshao looked at the two of them at this time and suddenly said, I think meeting the boss is my greatest opportunity. Two hostile eyes were instantly cast at Jun Moshao. Good guy, it turns out that you are the hidden flatterer. What's wrong? I'm telling the truth. Jun Moshao was looked at with confusion and said immediately. I really think so. If I hadn't met the boss, I might not have recovered my strength so quickly. Quote. I would even encounter many difficulties. Now that I have met the boss, upgrading is so easy. Restoring strength is even easier, just like the meal is ready and you just force it into your mouth. That's true. Zhao Haifeng and Lin Feng nodded and continued to look at the ground. Zhang Chuchen only felt that he was getting closer and closer to his opportunity, and the voice from the dark was getting closer and closer. Is it right here? Zhang Chuchen obeyed the voice's call and stopped. This place is very remote and ordinary people would never come here. This is a land temple, which is old and badly damaged, and covers an area only big enough for 2 people. The surrounding grass was dense, and even the land temple was covered with spider webs. No one took care of it, and the area was covered in thick dust. Greetings from the humble Taoist. Zhang Chuchen raised his whisk slightly and saluted the statue of the land temple. Yi Yan, who was in the base deep underground, looked at Zhang Chuchen on the ground with confusion. Why is this guy paying homage to an abandoned land temple? Is there anything good? That's impossible. In order to build this underground base, Yi Yan had thoroughly understood the surrounding environment. This land temple had also been inspected in the past and there was no problem. Buzz. After Zhang Chuchen performed a Taoist ceremony, the dilapidated statue in the land temple suddenly emitted a faint golden light. Zhang Chuchen was deeply attracted by the golden light, and his eyes were full of golden light. What's going on? Yi Yan was stunned when he saw this scene. In an instant, Yi Yan's heart began to stir and he felt murderous, as it seemed that a treasure was about to appear in the world. It cannot be left to Chu Ge's subordinates. Yi Yan will not do such a thing as aiding the enemy. We have found Zhang Chuchen's opportunity, and it looks like it's a great opportunity. Let's go down and protect him. Zhun Moshao smiled and flew from the sky to the ground. Zhao Haifeng and Lin Feng did the same. Chapter 314 The treasure automatically recognizes its owner, Liangyi Bell. Zhun Moshao is experienced and knows that often at this time, someone will come out to disrupt the situation and compete for opportunities and treasures. Back then, he suffered from his lack of experience and had his opportunity snatched away by a powerful and renowned figure. But the final ending was good, as the powerful person who tried to snatch his opportunity was intercepted by another powerful person. The two men fought and both ended up hurt. Zhun Moshao himself got a great bargain by licking the pockets of two people and became rich instantly. From then on, Zhun Moshao also understood a truth. Licking the bag is really delicious. Sure enough, after Yi Yan saw the three people coming down from the sky, his murderous intent suddenly decreased and he became much calmer. If it was Zhang Chuchen alone, Yi Yan felt that he could do it. But if Zhang Chuchen and the other four were together, Yi Yan felt a little worried. Although the opponent's strength is not as good as his, Yi Yan always feels that these four people are not simple. If the four of them got serious, they could actually hold him down, which forced Yi Yan to take it seriously. Boom. A bell rang out that seemed to have lasted for eternity. Boom. Another sound. Boom. Only immortal cultivators can hear this kind of bell sound, mortals are not worthy of hearing it. The cracks on the statue of the land temple gradually increased, and with a bang, the statue exploded. The shadow of the bell appeared above the land temple accompanied by five-colored mysterious light. The appearance of the mysterious clock attracted everyone's attention. This is my chance. Zhang Chuchen looked excited, staring at the clock that had not yet condensed into substance. His opportunity should be related to Taoism. Zhun Moshao looked at the clock with some confusion. Is the clock related to Taoism? In Zhun Moshao's opinion, it seems that there is no such thing. Zhao Haifeng and Lin Feng didn't say anything, but kept a vigilant eye on their surroundings. Zhang Chuchen has a very good relationship with them, and there can't be any mistakes at this moment. Zhang Chuchen had such an opportunity, and they only had blessings in their hearts, without any so-called jealousy or anything like that. The treasure emits a mysterious light that is so bright that even ordinary people can see it. With signs like these, someone will definitely come to check it out. Zhao Haifeng thought about it and picked up his phone to contact Hong Hu. Red Queen, immediately shut down the satellite surveillance of my area. Red Queen, I have received your request. Please state the reason and it will only be approved after it passes the review. Zhao Haifeng was furious at the Red Queen's official words, and he quickly entered the reason. After all, Hong Hu only takes orders from her boss. If Zhao Haifeng wants to ask Hong Hu for help, he still has to go through the necessary procedures. Unless it is an extremely urgent matter of life and death, which is obviously an exception. The reason was uploaded, and within a few seconds, Red Queen replied to Zhao Haifeng's message. Red Queen, the reasons have been reviewed and satellite surveillance has been blocked. Please note that the surrounding troops in the triangle area are now rushing here. I have already reported this to the boss. Please rest assured, if you need support, let me know at any time. Red Queen's attitude instantly improved, obviously with Chu Ge's instructions. Chu Ge didn't expect that Zhang Chuchen would get his own opportunity when he went out. At the same time, he was also happy for Zhang Chuchen. After all, Zhang Chuchen was the only protagonist who took the initiative to join him. After seeing Hong Hu's reply, Zhao Haifeng felt relieved. What he was afraid of were other uncontrollable beings. There were definitely beings in this world that were more powerful than them. At this moment, underground, everyone in the Tianzun temple sensed the birth of a treasure. Palace Master, what should we do with such a treasure? We must not give it to the other party. Tianyi stood beside Yi Yan and suggested excitedly. He had never thought about the palace master's true thoughts. Yi Yan glanced at him. He certainly didn't want to go, but if he was caught by someone, one of his sisters would be captured. Dwang, dwang, dwang. This mysterious precious bell finally became substantial under the gaze of everyone, and its sound resounded throughout heaven and earth. When Zhang Chuchen saw this sign, the whisk in his hand instantly turned into a stream of light, setting up a hidden formation here. Mortals and warriors cannot see it. People are coming. It seems that there are quite a few people who have obtained the way to become immortals. They would rather be good cultivators than come here to die. Zhun Moshao sneered after noticing that many immortal cultivators had come from all directions. Leave it to me. Lin Feng glanced at Zhang Chuchen, and said to Zhao Haifeng and Zhun Moshao, protect him well and don't let anything happen to him. Go ahead with peace of mind. Zhao Haifeng and Zhun Moshao nodded. Lin Feng's departing figure paused for a moment. These two people really can't talk. Hee, tacit understanding, tacit understanding, tacit understanding. Zhun Moshao and Zhao Haifeng smiled at each other. At this moment, the information from the Liangyi bell instantly entered Zhang Chuchen's mind. The Liangyi bell is a magical treasure from heaven and earth, and the original owner of the Liangyi bell was also a Taoist who achieved immortality. But this Taoist priest had bad luck and ended up dying. After the death of its owner, the Liangyi bell returned to an ownerless state, waiting for the right person to reactivate it. Automatically recognize the master, what a good opportunity. Zhun Moshao said with some envy. It was a rare occurrence for a treasure to automatically recognize its owner, even in his previous world. At least he had only had it once, and that was the abandoned heaven record, the treasure that accompanied him into this world. Now Zhang Chuchen will have to treat us to a few big meals. We'll give him a good meal when we get back. Zhao Haifeng was happy for his younger brother Zhang Chuchen and laughed out loud. He had also experienced the experience of automatically recognizing its master. This compass automatically recognized its master at the beginning. But he didn't have the opportunity, and he didn't know whether the compass given by the boss could be considered an opportunity. Seeing that the treasure automatically became the master, Yi Yan felt extremely jealous and envious. Why didn't I get this treasure to recognize its owner? Why did the treasure not move at all when I was in that place? Look down on yourself. Look down on yourself. Look down on yourself. Damn. In Yi Yan's heart, 100,000 alpacas were galloping on the grassland. Young man, good things belong to those who are destined to get them. You are not worthy of them. An old man flew over from a distance and shouted at Zhang Chuchen. Looking for death. Zhun Moshao snorted coldly, his hands turned into fists, and a powerful magic power blasted out. Ah! The old man with greedy eyes was hit and fell to the ground instantly. Zhun Moshao's figure instantly appeared above him, and an explosive force emanated from his palm. Yi Yan, who was originally watching the show in the underground base, changed his expression drastically and quickly released his magic power to stabilize the concealment formation. Boom! There was a violent vibration from the ground. The lights in the base flickered, which was extremely strange. It's such an unexpected disaster. Yi Yan stabilized the structure of the base, breathed a sigh of relief, and said with a wry smile. Before Yi Yan could catch his breath, the vibration came again. Yi Yan quickly released his magic power to stabilize the base. Chapter 315 The hidden formation was discovered, and the war began. Zhun Moshao was killing people up there, and there were so many people who were blinded by greed, and there were cultivators all around who came to grab the treasure. Every time a monk was killed, his body would explode on the ground like a bomb, leaving no intact body. Poor Yi Yan was struggling to hold on in the underground base, feeling helpless and unable to cry. He wondered if that guy above was doing this on purpose. He had some suspicion that the guy above had already discovered his location and was probably doing this to amuse himself. But Yi Yan thought about it again and felt that it didn't make sense. If they had discovered it earlier, there was no way the other party wouldn't come to catch him. It must have been a mistake. Yi Yan felt upset and cursed those immortal cultivators who deserved to be put to death, saying that they came here to seek death and even implicated an innocent person like him. Are you okay? Eldest sister Xiao Guangji came to Yi Yan and comforted him softly. Don't worry, elder sister will help you. Quote. Eldest sister, you go and rest first. I'll hold on here. As long as we can hold on for another day, we will have won 1/5 of the victory. Yi Yan forced a smile and continuously channeled magic power to stabilize this huge underground base. If he had known this would happen, he would not have built the underground base on such a large scale. Once one place collapses, a loophole will appear in this hidden formation. If the other party notices even the slightest bit, the entire underground base will be completely exposed. It's okay, it'll be okay. Xiao Guangji touched the jade pendant on his chest, praying that all this would be over soon. On the ground, Zhang Chuchen had been automatically recognized as the master by the Liangyi bell, and his mind was also clear about the power effects of the Liangyi bell. Go! Zhang Chuchen looked at the many cultivators with greedy eyes around him and threw the Liangyi bell into the sky. The Liangyi bell exudes bursts of mysterious light. The Liangyi mysterious light is infinitely majestic, and the aura of Tao surrounds it. It is definitely at the level of a spiritual treasure. Baby, grab it quickly. Ha ha ha, my fate is in my own hands, so what belongs to me is mine. In an instant, the monks' eyes lit up when they saw the Liangyi bell. They could no longer suppress the greedy expressions on their faces and rushed forward, trying to snatch the Liangyi bell. Dwang! When everyone approached the Liangyi bell, a loud bell sounded instantly. Ah! My soul has left my body, damn it! Puff! The sound of the Liangyi bell rang, and the first to be affected were those who were closest to it, their souls and bodies instantly left their bodies. Dwang! Another bell rang, and the power of the Liangyi bell, which contained endless Taoist aura, instantly spread around. The souls of these people wanted to escape, but to no avail. Their bodies collapsed into pieces by the sound of the bells, and their souls were instantly shattered, unable to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Just by simply using a little bit of its power, Zhang Chuchen felt the power of his Liangyi bell. Under Zhang Chuchen's control, Zhun Moshao and Zhang Chuchen were both fine. The monks here were cleared out in an instant. This is because the Liangyi bell exerted 1/10 of its power. So strong. Zhao Haifeng, who was standing next to Zhang Chuchen, couldn't help but exclaimed when he saw this scene. It's a good opportunity. Zhun Moshao also returned to the two of them. Lin Feng arrived a step later, but also rushed back. Looking at the clock in Zhang Chuchen's hand, he praised, "What a treasure. Thank you all for your help this time." Zhang Chuchen looked at his Liangyi clock with great satisfaction. This bell is called the Liangyi bell. It has the effect of capturing and calming souls and crushing them. It is at the spiritual treasure level. Report this good news to the boss. Next, we will play a good game of cat and mouse with Yi Yan. Zhao Haifeng took out his mobile phone and began to report to the boss about the opportunity Zhang Chuchen had obtained. In the underground base, Yi Yan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the battle above was over. These guys up there are really troublesome. He wishes they could disappear from his sight as soon as possible. There was a sudden glimmer of something strange in Zhang Chuchen's eyes. What's wrong? Zhao Haifeng and the other two looked at him. Liangyi bell, go. Zhang Chuchen used his Taoist magic and the Liangyi bell flew out of his hand again. Dwang! This time, the Liangyi bell was directly controlled by Zhang Chuchen and crashed into the ground. What the hell? When Yi Yan saw this scene, he immediately blurted out curse words. Boom! The ground collapsed instantly, revealing some broken buildings. The concealment formation lost its effect instantly, and the auras of the cultivators inside, as well as Yi Yan's aura, were instantly exposed. Wow! Zhao Haifeng immediately laughed out loud. It's a piece of cake after searching for it everywhere, but now it's found without any effort. Yi Yan, you are quite good at hiding. Zhao Haifeng shouted coldly. The compass in his hand instantly flew out of his hand, the compass needle began to spin, and the Bagua formation was instantly activated. The Bagua formation instantly covered the entire underground base. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Yi Yan, you are very smart. Lin Feng turned his palm, and the thundercloud sword instantly appeared in his palm. He held it and swung out the sword. The sword energy turned into Hunyuan Qi, and its sharpness was fully revealed. Wherever the sword light went, it destroyed everything in its path. Yi Yan could only fly out of the underground base and punch directly into the sword energy. Boom! The sword energy was immediately dispersed. As expected of a cultivator in the Mahayana stage. Lin Feng was not disappointed. It was a fact that his strength was lower than that of the other party. I didn't expect that you would find it after all. Yi Yan said in a deep voice. Tianyi, take my sisters away from here. Yi Yan quickly sent a message to Tianyi. Yes, Palace Master. Be careful. Tianyi quickly took the order and organized people to evacuate together. Haha, if you can run away, I will write my name Zhao backwards. Zhao Haifeng saw the people below fleeing in all directions, and their target at the moment was among them, and he couldn't help but sneer. Kill. Zhang Chuchen was the first one who couldn't hold back and rushed forward to kill, with the Liangyi bell surrounding him and his whisk flicking lightly. With such a treasure in hand, Zhang Chuchen naturally felt murderous. Haha. Let's go together, Yi Yan. Master Zhao will meet you. Zhao Haifeng laughed. He and Lin Feng went up to kill together. Record of abandoned heaven. Zhun Moshao sneered disdainfully, his eyes flashing with coldness. Damn it. Yi Yan saw the atlas that suppressed him again, and cursed in his heart, his face looking extremely ugly. It was this atlas that suppressed his power, preventing him from truly exerting the true strength of a Mahayana stage master. Kill. Abandoned heaven fist. Zhun Moshao shouted, and the magic power of the fusion period condensed in his fist instantly came in front of Yi Yan and punched out. A rotating mirror instantly blocked Yi Yan's way. Zhun Moshao's fist hit the mirror directly. The dark red mirror was very solid and only cracked. Lin Feng also arrived at this time. I'm doing it. A sharp sword tip instantly pierced the mirror, and the cracks on the broken mirror gradually increased. Dwang! The bell rang, and the mirror shattered strangely at that moment, turning it into a kaleidoscope of mirages. Mysterious divine palm. Zhao Haifeng appeared at the moment the mirror shattered. Yi Yan was about to dodge, but he found that a talisman had been stuck on his feet without him knowing when. Damn it, Yi Yan's heart sank. Zhao Haifeng hit Yi Yan directly with his palm, and Yi Yan was blown away. Chapter 316 Xiao Guangji's Reinforcements, Xiao Fenghui in the Mahayana period. The cold and poisonous Xuanming Qi that came with the immortal version of the Xuanming divine palm made Yi Yan's chest instantly freeze into ice. This move is very familiar. The magic power in Yi Yan's body instantly started to work, forcibly expelling the Xuanming cold poison from his body. Phew! Yi Yan spat out blood-colored ice cubes condensed from the cold poison on the spot, and the blood-colored ice cubes even emitted a cold and chilly aura. Xiao Yanzi, hold on. Xiao Guangji hid on the ground temporarily, looking at the figure in the sky and praying silently. The other sisters had never seen such a scene before, so it was good enough that they could stay calm and not cause trouble. Tianyi was thinking about taking everyone away from the scene so as not to give the palace master a chance to be distracted from fighting the enemy. But there was no way out, just like a maze. I had clearly walked out, but found myself back to the starting point the next second. The Bagua compass was hovering in the sky, and Tianyi was unable to break through it with his strength. Damn it, they're back again, what should we do? When will Palace Master kill those people and rescue us all? Oh, it's too difficult. The power established by the protagonist is usually very strong, and the people in the power are very weak, and usually the protagonist needs to play the role of a nanny. He is also often distracted by taking care of the people in his power, which slows down his practice. But Chu Ge is different. The power he established can usually help him instead of requiring him to take care of it. Especially Chu Ge's subordinates, they are able to be self-reliant. They don't need to worry about anything even if they are thrown out, and things can be done perfectly. This is the essential difference between Chu Ge and Yi Yan. The combined efforts of the four made Yi Yan feel a little overwhelmed, and Yi Yan also had to pay attention to whether the sisters below were okay. Boom! Yi Yan was knocked away again. However, these injuries were not enough for him. Yi Yan curled his lips coldly. This time it was Zhun Moshao. Zhun Moshao looked at Yi Yan and sneered, Yi Yan, this is the result of being too cautious. How long will it take? Zhun Moshao looked at Zhao Haifeng and asked. The day will be over in 10 hours. Don't worry. There's plenty of time to have fun. Zhao Haifeng smiled and looked at Yi Yan with ill intention. Lin Feng and Zhang Chuchen stood on Yi Yan's left and behind respectively, and the four of them locked onto the location where Yi Yan was escaping. You're really troublesome. If you keep haunting me, Chu Ge will regret sending you on this mission. A scarlet light flashed in Yi Yan's eyes. At this moment, he was serious. Putting aside his worry about his sister, he was irritated for the first time. The world-destroying spear. Yi Yan shouted coldly, and the long spear that appeared in an instant was held in his hand. At this time, Yi Yan took the world-destroying divine spear and swung it. The world-destroying divine spear emitted a faint aura of destruction, which was extremely terrifying. That's interesting. How about giving me this magic spear? I will compensate you with something equal in the future. Jun Moshao looked at the magic spear in Yi Yan's hand and immediately felt that this magic spear was very suitable for him. No problem. Zhao Haifeng and the others had no objection to the divine spear and immediately agreed to Jun Moshao's request. HMPH, you are dividing my things in front of me, but have you ever asked about the world-destroying divine spear in my hand? Yi Yan rushed over waving the world-destroying divine spear. The first to bear the brunt of the attack was Jun Moshao in front of him. This guy actually wanted what he had in his hand. He was really tired of living. Here to deliver the goods, I like it. Jun Moshao immediately fought with the other party. The power of the world-destroying divine spear is extremely strong, and Jun Moshao's magic power is constantly being dispersed by the world-destroying divine spear. After Zhao Haifeng and others witnessed the power of the world-destroying spear, they immediately joined the battlefield. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and a powerful and suffocating force emanated from it, causing the ground to shake as if there was going to be an earthquake. Fortunately, the current revival of spiritual energy has allowed the space of Blue Star to withstand the full force of a tribulation crossing stage expert. There is no need to worry anymore about the space of Blue Planet breaking apart due to collapse. At this moment, several figures appeared in the distance, turning into mysterious lights and coming with great momentum. When Yi Yan saw the strength of the person who came, he instantly distanced himself from Jun Moshao and the others. Reinforcements, I calculated it. Zhao Haifeng was not surprised at all. He did not continue to attack and directly took back the compass. Since the reinforcements have arrived, Chuchen, we should also go back and report as soon as possible. Zhang Chuchen smiled slightly and flicked his whisk, it should be done. Yi Yan looked at the four people vigilantly, and suddenly found that the ground was in turmoil. His pupils contracted instantly, and he blurted out, "Sister." Zhang Chuchen's clone, which had transformed into 3 pure ones, instantly brought Yi Yan's elder sister to the side of the four people, and locked her with a magic power. The clone succeeded perfectly and turned into a streak of light and merged into Zhang Chuchen's body. Since Zhao Haifeng had expected reinforcements, the four of them naturally couldn't be foolish and play here with Yi Yan. Zhao Haifeng had already asked Zhang Chuchen to create a clone and wait for the opportunity. Now that the time is ripe, it is time for them to leave. Guangji, my dear granddaughter, you finally agreed to send a message to the family. Among the old men who rushed over, the white-haired old man who was leading the group shouted worriedly. Grandpa. Although Xiao Guangji was tied up, he was conscious. When he saw his grandpa coming, he couldn't stop shedding tears. If she had known this would happen, she should not have been so greedy for the world and sneaked out to play. Grandpa, Yi Yan couldn't help but look at the white-haired old man. You must be the younger brother that Guangji recognized in the mortal world. The white-haired old man is named Xiao Fengui, and he is a cultivator in the Mahayana period. When Xiao Fengui saw that Yi Yan was actually a Mahayana cultivator as Guangji said, he was filled with shock. Incredible, an achievement that no genius could possibly achieve. Could it be that the other party is the reincarnation of some powerful being? Sure enough, my eldest sister is extraordinary. I didn't expect her background is so profound. Yi Yan sighed, looking at Zhang Chuchen who captured his eldest sister, his eyes gradually colder. In that case, let's unite, and my eldest sister can be saved. Well, tell that little guy named Chu Ge that my Xiao family has no intention of being his enemy. As long as you release Xiao Guangji, my Xiao family promises that we will never be your enemy. Xiao Fengui got all the information about Chu Ge from Xiao Guangji, although Chu Ge only has the strength of the fusion period. But since Yi Yan, who is at the Mahayana stage, couldn't understand it, Xiao Fengui still thought it would be better to settle for the next best thing. Xiao family, Zhao Haifeng couldn't help but think of the former Xiao family of Yuncheng, and asked, are you related to the former Xiao family of Yuncheng? A relationship with almost no blood. Xiao Fengui didn't care at all about this kind of collateral family with almost zero blood relationship. I see. Zhao Haifeng nodded thoughtfully, then said to the phone, boss, you heard it. What should we do, fight or leave? Let's test their strength. I will accept Xiao Guangji first. Chu Ge's voice came from the phone, with the speaker on. The next second, Xiao Guangji's figure instantly disappeared from everyone's sight. Chapter 317, Stupid Woman. Big Sister. When Yi Yan saw his big sister disappearing in front of him, he suddenly screamed heartbreakingly, his eyes red with anxiety. Look, your elder sister disappeared in a flash. It's none of my business now. Maybe she's in the boss's arms, crying. Zhao Haifeng spread out his hands with a wicked smile, looking innocent. I will kill you. Yi Yan, who was overly stimulated, let the world-destroying spear fly out of his hand. The world-destroying spear was very spiritual. It sensed the anger of its master, and the power of the world-destroying spear seemed to be released, as if some of its power had been sealed before. Boom! A trace of the power of destruction leaked out from the world-destroying divine spear. Thunderclouds rolled in the sky, and the sky was stained with scarlet color, and it seemed as if the heaven and earth were about to collapse. Such a destructive power is frightening to watch. I'm so enraged that I'm about to explode. Zhao Haifeng looked at the attacking divine spear with some solemnity. Even he felt fear and oppression from the power. The compass stood in front, releasing the power of Bagua, trying to block the destructive power of the magic spear. Don't be afraid. When I was the abandoned emperor, I had seen all kinds of scenes. Zhun Moshao's figure instantly appeared in front of Zhao Haifeng. He growled and punched out. You destroy the world, I abandon heaven. See who is stronger. Boom! Huge waves rolled out, and not a single trace of the center of the explosion could be seen, completely swallowed up by the two peerless forces. Zhao Haifeng did not run away. After seeing Zhun Moshao standing in front of him, he used a compass to hover above Zhun Moshao's head and provide buff assistance. Zhang Chuchen and Lin Feng were already completely entangled with Yi Yan. The power of the fight continued to explode, tearing the void and causing space to become turbulent. Yi Yan has completely loosened his control over the world-destroying divine spear, allowing him to unleash 100% of the power of the world-destroying divine spear. The magic gun has its own spirit, and the world-destroying magic gun can fight on its own. The only downside is that if it is tamed and your mark is erased, it will belong to someone else. However, Yi Yan was confident that the world-destroying spear had such a proud spirit that it would never succumb to anyone except him. Move the people below to a safe place. Xiao Fenggui's face turned red and purple. Chu Ge, this junior, actually kidnapped his granddaughter in front of him. Yes, sir. The rest of the Xiao family members flew down one after another. Yi Yan took a look and put aside his worries about his sisters. After Xiao Fengui joined, the battle escalated. Zhang Chuchen and Lin Feng looked at each other. The one whose strength really needed to be tested was the one from the Xiao family. They must not forget the tasks assigned by their boss. Therefore, Zhang Chuchen and Lin Feng mainly targeted Xiao Fengui, which made Yi Yan feel relieved. However, Yi Yan's expression did not look good, because even so, his attack was sleekly avoided by the two men. Xiao Fengui looked solemn and puzzled as to why after he joined, the opponent's main target of attack became him. Who is coming? Zhang Chuchen threw out an explosive talisman, which forced Yi Yan back with a bang, and then shouted at the white-haired old man. I'm Xiao Fengui of the Xiao family. Xiao Fengui looked at the little Taoist priest and the swordsman and smiled coldly. You have offended someone you shouldn't have offended, and you will regret it. Xiao Fengui reminded, kindly. I never knew that there is someone who cannot be offended. Except for my boss, I am not afraid of anyone. Zhang Chuchen's body was flowing with Taoist charm, and the Taoist seals in his hands kept changing, his face calm. One chi becomes three pure ones. Two figures appeared on both sides, two Zhang Chuchens with the same eyebrow and eyes, one holding the Liangyi bell in his hand, and the other holding an unknown talisman. Zhang Chuchen in the middle flicked his whisk and looked at Xiao Fengui. I would like to ask you about your strength in private. Seeing that Zhang Chuchen wanted to challenge him in a one-on-one fight, Lin Feng looked at Yi Yan, and Yi Yan couldn't help but look at him. Come and fight. Lin Feng's fighting spirit has been completely activated, and he rushes directly towards Yi Yan. A mere human wants to surpass a powerful Mahayana master. He's dreaming. Seeing that the other party wanted to challenge him in a duel, Yi Yan couldn't help but get angry and look down on him. Very well, he snorted coldly and swung his fist at him. Zhang Chuchen and Xiao Fengui had not started yet, but Yi Yan and Lin Feng had already started fighting. As you wish, youngster. A cane appeared in Xiao Fenggui's hand. This thing is the yellow spring staff, which can condense the yellow spring water. If you get a little bit of it, your health, luck and other things will be weakened and affected. It is more than capable of attacking, but its defense is extremely weak. Interesting. Zhang Chuchen looked at the treasure in the other party's hand, and a hint of inexplicable meaning flashed in his eyes. If I give this to my boss, I wonder if he will be happy. Xiao Fenghui had no idea that the other party had already set his sights on his Yellow Spring staff. Xiao Fenghui raised his lips slightly and muttered a mysterious spell. Suddenly, a beam of Yellow Spring light flashed from the Yellow Spring staff in his hand and attacked the other party directly. Dwang! The sound of the Liangyi bell instantly shattered the Yellow Spring light. Two figures instantly surrounded Xiao Fenghui, and Zhang Chuchen's real body was right opposite Xiao Fenghui. It looks like 3 people, but in reality there are 3. He was fighting 1 against 3, and the opponents were only at the fusion stage, but the power they exerted made Xiao Fenghui a little tricky. In an unnoticed corner, the abandoned heaven record was silently playing its role, suppressing the Mahayana power of Yi Yan and Xiao Fenghui. Xiao Fenghui began to pay more and more attention to this little Taoist priest. For some reason, Xiao Fenghui always felt that he was not so adept when fighting the enemy. My subordinates are working hard, and as their boss, I have begun to enjoy the fruits of their labor. Only by enjoying the fruits of their labor can the labor of subordinates be made valuable. At least that's what Chu Ge thought. Xiao Guangji, who was sent back by him through the air, was squatting in the corner with a look of fear on his face. The clothes were torn to pieces, giving it a fashion show feel. Chu Ge felt that his performance art was becoming more and more charming. He looked at Xiao Guangji and smiled with satisfaction. I thought you were an ordinary woman, but I didn't expect you to have a rare puppet yin body. If you practice puppetry and use puppets to enter the Tao, I believe that with your aptitude, you should not be just in the foundation building stage. Chu Ge looked at her with confusion, holding the jade pendant he had looted from the other party. Xiao Guangji had been captured by Chu Ge and had been taken advantage of. As a trophy, she had no power to resist. Xiao Guangji's eyes were dull, as if his life had come to an end. The fire of life had gradually become weak and could be extinguished at any time. Hearing Chu Ge's words, she couldn't help but remember that her parents had said the same thing to her. Unfortunately, because of rebellion, he secretly left his family and came to the mortal world, and he has never practiced seriously. He has always been disgusted with his puppet yin body, because it requires a living cultivator to sacrifice and refine the puppet. Chu Ge looked at her deeply, as if he could see through her thoughts. What a pity. You have wasted your talent, stupid woman. Chapter 318, Curse of the Blood Jade. It was not an exaggeration for Chu Ge to call the other party a stupid woman for wasting her unique talents and having foolish compassion. If the opponent has practiced the art of puppetry, he would probably be the most difficult one to catch at this time. The art of puppetry facilitates assassination and has many hidden uses. Moreover, the other party has the best physique for practicing puppetry, which is a natural advantage. But so many years of her life were wasted by her, and now she was caught and eaten by me. It was all her own fault. Someone come here. Chu Ge shouted outside. Boss. Luo Shu and Ku Wenrui, who were waiting outside, hurried in. Take this woman away and lock her up in a beehive. No need for special treatment. Chu Ge is the kind of person who will take all the spoils without admitting his guilt. He should treat the spoils as spoils of war. He didn't even regard this stupid woman as a human being. She was just a fool and a brainless idiot. But it tastes good and has a strong character. Now that the large-scale operation to capture the secret realm has come to an end, Gong Lian has also arranged for the shadow guards to start the finishing work. It is inevitable that there will be casualties among the shadow guards, but the number of casualties is within the expected range, which shows that the usual training is not in vain. The aftermath work will be handed over to the finance department of the Shadow Guard headquarters to carry out compensation and reward work. For each of the deceased Shadow Guards, the finance department of the Shadow Guard headquarters would send people to give 1 million in compensation to each family. If there are only orphans and widows in the family, the Shadow Guard headquarters will pay a certain amount of money every month, and will visit the family to give gifts and condolences during festivals. The relationship between the Shadow Guards is not a cold competitive one, but a comradeship with deep connections. Those living comrades are living with the will of their dead comrades, so it is only natural for them to help take care of their families. Boss, all the secret realm information is here. Gong Lian personally came to the chairman's office at the headquarters of Tengda Group and handed the information in his hand to the boss. Boss, the elders of the Huameng Alliance want some secret realms. In return, they will compensate in other places. Gong Lian suddenly remembered the message that Zhang Tianlin sent him today and spoke. Huh, Chu Ge couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise when he heard someone wanted to share his things. Is the other party tired of living? Snatching food from the tiger's mouth. Is the other party drifting? Or do you think you are easy to talk to? Gong Lian thought about it and quickly suggested, Boss, in fact, some secret realms are on the verge of extinction, so it might be a good idea to exchange them for some benefits. Upon hearing this, Chu Ge looked at the information about the secret realms that could be abandoned in the data, looked at Gong Lian and smiled. It seems that you have been prepared for a long time. Quote. You're thoughtful, go ahead. Chu Ge put the information on the table and said to Gong Lian. Yes, boss. Gong Lian smiled and left quickly. Chu Ge sometimes felt that having nothing to do was a torment, as all the work was taken care of by his subordinates. Chu Ge felt a bit bored from enjoying himself all the time. Chu Ge returned to the Chu residence and sat by the pavilion, enjoying the breeze. In front of the pavilion was a garden filled with all kinds of exotic flowers and plants, with rich fragrance. He picked up the jade pendant that had been placed for a long time without being studied. This jade pendant was not the one on Xiao Guangji, but the jade pendant of the former protagonist Lin Tianyu. Lin Tianyu's fiancé is indeed a good person. I just went to visit his fiancé and did some activities, and then I remembered this. This jade pendant is the one that allowed Lin Tianyu to be reborn. It is extremely special. Chu Ge, who has now entered the fusion stage, now discovers that there is a resurgent power within him. It's a bit strange to say it's a recovery, it should be said that it's a recovering force. The jade pendant turned over and over in Chu Ge's hand. Chu Ge was very cautious and did not dare to use any force to try to input it to stimulate this power. If this jade pendant brings Chu Ge back to be reborn, Chu Ge will be so sad that he will not be able to cry. He has no regrets and doesn't want to be reborn and change anything. Only those who are not satisfied with their lives need this kind of thing. Chu Ge threw the jade pendant into the storage space of the void ring. Honey, look what this is. I bought it for you. Someone almost bought it today. Luckily I was smart. Feng Linlin happily hugged Chu Ge from behind, feeling extremely sweet. She handed him the very strange blood jade in her hand. Where did you get it from? Chu Ge looked at the blood jade, his expression changed slightly, and he checked Feng Linlin's body inconspicuously. He discovered that Feng Linlin's body was being eroded by a certain force, so he eliminated it. This blood jade seems to have the effect of a curse. Was it deliberately plotted by someone, or was it just a coincidence? Feng Linlin sat in Chu Ge's arms and began to talk about the process of how she bought the blood jade. It turned out that Feng Linlin felt bored today, so she went to the antique market with a few female guards around her to shop. After walking around for most of the day, I finally fell in love with this piece of blood jade. At first, the blood jade was not flowing blood red like it is now, but the treasure was covered with dust. However, Feng Linlin fell in love with it at first sight. But there was another young man who saw the same thing as her. Seeing the other party's excited expression, Feng Linlin became more certain that what she got was a treasure. Feng Linlin scanned the code and paid instantly. After all, it was an item with a clearly marked price. Finally, the young man wanted to buy the thing in her hand at a higher price, but Feng Linlin refused and said she would not sell it at any price. In the end, the young man had no choice but to tell Feng Linlin how to activate the blood jade. Soaking it in black dog blood for about half an hour can completely activate the blood jade. Is it for me? Chu Ge did not tell the truth, but acted very pleased in front of Feng Linlin. Yeah. Feng Linlin nodded repeatedly. Do you like it? This is a small gift I bought especially for you, hee hee. I like this thing very much, baby, thank you. Chu Ge kissed Feng Linlin's lips to thank her for the gift. My father asked me to go home for dinner today. Would you like to come with me? Feng Linlin looked at Chu Ge expectantly. So you bought me the gift specially because you wanted me to go to your father-in-law's house for dinner. Chu Ge pinched Feng Linlin's nose with some amusement. Go ahead, go ahead. Feng Linlin hugged Chu Ge's arm and acted coquettishly. A woman who acts coquettishly has the best life. It is really effective for a beloved woman to act coquettishly to you. Chu Ge pretended to be helpless and said, okay, I'll go with you tonight. Yeah, Feng Linlin kissed Chu Ge, I'll go see what Sister Yanru is doing. After Chu Ge watched Feng Linlin walk away, he looked at the blood jade in his hand with gradually cold eyes. He gently wiped it, and a phantom appeared. This is the time reversal technique, a small spell recorded in Jun Moshao's abandoned heaven record. Chu Ge silently memorized the young man's face in his heart, took a picture with his mobile phone, and sent it to Hong Hu. Find out all the information about this man for me, and have Gong Lian arrange shadow guards to take care of him for me. Chapter 319. No matter what the reason was, the woman who dared to murder him was simply tired of living. However, this blood jade is a bit strange and does not seem like an ordinary cursed object. It looks a bit like a burial object, like a pearl in a corpse. Chu Ge observed the blood jade, which kept turning at his fingertips, and a trace of magic power flowed from his fingertips into the blood jade. The blood jade changed its appearance instantly. It seemed to emit red light and became more and more red, like a bloodthirsty and strange monster. After Chu Ge stopped transmitting magic power, the blood jade instantly returned to its original appearance. It's quite interesting. A strange look flashed in Chu Ge's eyes and he murmured. Just now, he felt a powerful curse that was trying to erode his luck. He didn't expect that the power of this curse could actually affect his luck. This surprised Chu Ge very much. This piece of blood jade did not seem as simple as he imagined. Not only was it not a cursed object, it seemed to contain some secret. At this moment, a blood-red light suddenly appeared from the blood jade and turned into a light curtain map. What is this? Chu Ge looked at the flashing red dot on the map and exclaimed in surprise. Isn't this the mass grave in Yuncheng? Why is this red dot in the mass grave? There is a secret in the mass grave that has not been discovered. After the light curtain disappeared, Chu Ge did not choose to go to the mass grave immediately. Instead, he quietly waited for news from the young man. The shadow guard didn't let Chu Ge wait long. The news he brought back was not optimistic. The shadow guard lost 2 people and the young man escaped. Fortunately, the young man's escape route has been locked down, and there is a mass grave along the route. Ding dong. Option 1. Go to the mass grave to find out its secret. Reward. Puppet cultivation method. Option 2. Catch this young man. You must pay a price for murdering your woman. Reward. A promotion across levels. Option 3. As a boss, you must be generous. This young man seems to be a useful talent. Take him into your pocket. Reward. A talented cultivator. The sudden choice surprised Chu Ge. Signing in during this period was also dispensable, and the selection system was not powerful. Now he is alive again, and the reward given to him is very exciting. It doesn't seem to be that important for the time being, but an advancement across levels is equivalent to allowing him to go directly from the peak of the fusion stage to the peak of the Mahayana stage. This is what attracts him the most, but the third option is a bit tasteless. Even though the reward is good, it goes against his conscience. You still want to be magnanimous when someone murders your own woman. Chu Ge directly chose 1 and 2. He would not choose the third one even if the reward was generous. Boom. Chu Ge's strength at the peak of the fusion stage instantly became the strength at the peak of the Mahayana stage. The puppet cultivation technique instantly made him understand it. So this is the true power of the way of puppetry. I've really learned a lot. Chu Ge was extremely amazed. He still had a little superficial knowledge of the way of puppetry. After becoming familiar with the method of cultivating immortals with puppetry, it opened his eyes. This skill can be used as a reward, and the first part can be placed at the Shadow Guard headquarters so that all the Shadow Guards in the world can have the opportunity to learn it. However, this tuition fee is definitely not free. It must be redeemed through your own hard work, efforts to make contributions, and obtaining merit points. It was 5 hours later when Zhao Haifeng and others arrived in front of Chu Ge. You guys look a bit embarrassed. Chu Ge couldn't help but laugh when he looked at the state of his subordinates. Zhao Haifeng immediately complained, "Boss, you don't know, we went through a lot of hardships to understand the opponent's strength." Then how much did you understand? Chu Ge asked curiously. In fact, Chu Ge already had a general understanding of the enemy's strength. If the opponent can make his subordinates look so embarrassed, then his strength must be at the peak of Mahayana period, or even above. It seems that there are still secrets in this world that he doesn't know about, such as where the Xiaofeng ghost came from. After satellite investigation, no one could find where the other party came from, as if it appeared out of thin air. Boss, this is for you. At this moment, Zhang Chuchen spread out his palm, and a scepter appeared in his hand, which he handed to the boss. Chu Ge looked at Zhang Chuchen in confusion, picked up the scepter in the other's hand, and asked curiously, "Is this Yi Yan's?" "No, This is Xiao Fenghui's treasure, called the Yellow Springs Staff, which can use the Yellow Springs water to fight the enemy. Once contaminated by the Yellow Springs water, one's own luck will gradually collapse, one will be plagued by bad luck, and one's soul will be polluted. Zhang Chuchen explained while erasing his mark on the Yellow Springs staff. Boss, this is the gift Zhang Chuchen wants to give you. Jun Mo smiled. That's right. Lin Feng nodded. Zhao Haifeng smiled but said nothing. My gift. Why would you give me a gift for no reason? Whoever of you wants to use it, take it. Chu Ge didn't need the Yellow Springs staff. He would usually give the things he didn't need to his subordinates. Boss, don't listen to their nonsense. This is something we all worked together to get from Xiao Fenghui. It's a gift for you. Zhang Chuchen didn't dare to take all the credit for himself. In order to seize the Yellow Springs staff, they ended up in such an embarrassing situation. Boss, watch me. A magic gun suddenly appeared in Jun Moshao's hand. This magic spear is the world-destroying magic spear in Yi Yan's hand, and now it belongs to Jun Moshao. This is the treasure in Yi Yan's hand, but now it belongs to me. Jun Moshao couldn't let go of the world-destroying spear and said happily. It seems that you have gained a lot on this trip. Seeing that both of them had obtained treasures, Chu Ge couldn't help but think of his idea of letting them go out for a longer time. Only with much experience can you get the treasure. Chu Ge suddenly thought of the young man that the shadow guard had not yet caught up with, and couldn't help but tell him what happened. What? Someone actually dared to murder my sister-in-law. They must be tired of living. The shadow guard probably doesn't have the ability of that young man, so they can't do such a thing. Boss, don't worry. I can't handle this kind of thing. Leave it to me. That's right, leave it to us. We will ensure that we complete the task and bring the man to you alive for you to deal with. When Zhao Haifeng and the other three heard that someone was actually trying to murder their eldest sister-in-law, they immediately spoke out in indignation. The blood jade has the power of curse. That young man probably also knows how to curse, otherwise he wouldn't care so much about the blood jade. Jun Moshao is knowledgeable and said immediately. Chu Ge shook his head. The opportunity to obtain the blood jade lies in the mass grave, and the young man's goal is also the secret in the mass grave. The boss is waiting for the other party to fall into his trap. Zhao Haifeng immediately interrupted. Chapter 320 The Cursing Protagonist Shenhao. Chu Ge asked everyone to sit on the stone chairs in the pavilion, and then he slowly told the story. That's right, just let him fall into the trap. The boy's name is Shenhao, and he opened an antique shop. The rest of the information is very unremarkable, but the other party's source of income has been very mysterious in the past 6 months. And the amount is extremely huge, and there is even a sum of up to hundreds of millions. I asked Honghu to check, and it turned out that the money was all transferred from foreign accounts, and the accounts were cancelled after the transfers. I suspect that the other party is a tomb robber and sold the treasures or antiques he dug up abroad. I think what the boss said is right. According to the boss's guess, this Shenhao is really a beast. Zhao Haifeng nodded quickly, feeling very ashamed of Shenhao's behavior. Zhang Chuchen, Lin Feng and Jun Moshao have always had a strong sense of national identity and are disgusted by people who behave in this way. We must catch him. We can't let this guy continue to do evil in this world. As a Taoist priest, Zhang Chuchen always kept his distance from things like curses. Because he had no way to remove the curse at all he learned was how to deal with zombies and ghosts and how to fight the enemy. I didn't expect that the mass grave had secrets. It's really strange. If we had known this, we should have gone home to take a look. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen appeared above the pavilion and eavesdropped on their conversation. Chu Ge had already noticed the two of them, and said calmly, a place that can give birth to beings like you must have many secrets. Boss, things are not peaceful outside recently, we need to be prepared. Dragon King Xiao Chen looked at Chu Ge and reminded. Yes. Yi Feng nodded quickly as he held his eyes. What's wrong? Chu Ge didn't know why there was unrest outside. The spirits have revived, Dragon King Xiao Chen said in a deep voice. The spirit has revived, Zhang Chuchen exclaimed in surprise and quickly counted with his fingers. He had been quite busy during this period and had almost forgotten about the upcoming supernatural incident. Supernatural resurrection, Jun Moshao had no such thing in his world. However, there were ghost cultivation and spiritual cultivation, and he had heard Zhao Haifeng talk about supernatural revival, but he didn't expect it to appear so soon. Chu Ge didn't seem to be worried at all and spoke. If it is the revival of the supernatural, then there is no need to worry. The Huameng has already anticipated this kind of thing. The Huameng has no way, it does have no way, but my Tamed group has a way. Yuncheng is our foundation, and we will not allow any supernatural forces to cause trouble. The Huameng is our sphere of influence, our territory. The same goes for not allowing the supernatural to cause trouble in our territory. I don't care about abroad, but in the Huameng, the supernatural can't raise their heads. Zhao Haifeng suddenly interrupted and said, "What if we recruit some supernatural beings for our own use, boss? Do we really have to kill them all? If the supernatural beings can communicate, perhaps we can use the supernatural power at hand for our own benefit." Zhang Chuchen also felt that Zhao Haifeng's proposal made sense. Well, if there is an opportunity, we can recruit a group of powerful spiritual beings. Chu Ge nodded. This suggestion was a good one. The best way is to use the supernatural to fight the supernatural. After all, only magic can defeat magic. Mass grave. Qin Shou was chased here by the shadow guards. In fact, Qin Shou deliberately lured the shadow guards here. Although he didn't get the blood jade, he took another look around and accidentally got the secret about the mass grave. In the interlayer of an ancient painting, he found an ancient and broken map. According to this incomplete map, a terrifying ghost is sealed somewhere in the mass grave. This ghost once caused the instant death of hundreds of thousands of people. Finally, it was sealed here by a powerful Taoist priest, who suppressed it with the evil spirit formed by the unique terrain of the mass grave. Qin Shou gained a special ability after visiting a tomb half a year ago. He used this special ability to make a fortune and found many treasures to sell. And because of the revival of spiritual energy, the power of the curse he cultivated became stronger and stronger. But he still needs a bodyguard. His melee attack is not good. He can curse others from thousands of miles away, but he is afraid of facing others face to face. If this spirit can be controlled by the power of curse, then he can go anywhere in the world. Fortune and wealth must be achieved through risk, and Qin Shou must take a chance for his own sake. He had heard of Shadow Guard, the lackey of Tamed Group, and the only thing he did today was to plot against the woman. It seems that the woman's identity is not ordinary, and the other party was able to send out the Shadow Guards to capture her. Qin Shou felt that this woman should be the woman of Chairman Chu of Tamed Group. If he had known this earlier, he would have used this woman to contact Chairman Chu and then used the power of the curse to control him. Then, Tamed Group will be his, and Shadow Guard will become a powerful weapon in his hands. Unfortunately, there is no if, and there is no medicine for regret in the world. Qin Shou's face was full of regret. However, the shadow guards behind him were chasing him relentlessly, and Qin Shou showed a sneer on his face. It is decided that you will be the scapegoats for the exploration. The shadow guard behind him seemed to sense something was wrong and quickly raised a stop gesture. The shadow guards around him stopped and looked at him. As the leader of the Shadow Guard headquarters action team, he is a very cautious person. The other party seemed to have deliberately lured them here. Mass grave. He had performed guard duties here before and had some knowledge of this place. Ahead of the other side was an even denser and gloomier area, which he had never been there before. The other party actually walked towards this side without any hesitation. There must be something wrong. Ding ding ding. He heard a call alert from the headset and answered it quickly. Team 038, please note that the boss has gone to the mass grave and has now arrived. Team 038, please reply if you hear me. Team 038 received it. Single quote. The Shadow Guard team leader didn't expect the boss to come in person. He was excited but also a little ashamed that he actually needed the boss to come in person. Everyone, stay alert, the boss is coming. When everyone heard that the boss was coming, every cell in their body was excited and their eyes were filled with the light of faith. Chu Ge and his group had just arrived at the mass grave, and this time Chu Ge called Li Yunxiao along for the operation. Li Yunxiao's ability to lick the dog is becoming more and more skilled and powerful. Along the way, Chu Ge did not feel the slightest bit of disgust when he heard Li Yunxiao's flattery towards him, and he really enjoyed this feeling. Chu Ge felt that bringing Li Yunxiao along was a good choice. However, Zhao Haifeng was quite dissatisfied with Li Yunxiao for stealing his job and felt very uncomfortable. Even though Li Yunxiao was fawning on Zhao Haifeng and even used his skills to influence him, it had no effect. Chapter 321 The Secret of the Cursed Slate. All members of Team 038 report to the boss. The leader of Team 038 looked at the boss with burning eyes, a kind of respect engraved in his bones. In good condition. Where is Shenhao now? Chu Ge looked at the familiar mass grave behind the other party and couldn't help but recall the scene when he first came here. Report to the boss, this person is now in the mass grave, and he intends to lure us deliberately. Team leader 038 hurriedly reported the latest situation to the boss. Oh, he deliberately lured you here. It seems that this guy got some unknown secrets of the mass grave from somewhere. Zhao Haifeng couldn't help but chuckled as he watched the compass needle in his hand shaking constantly. Boss, members of Team 038 are willing to lead the way for you, Team Leader 038 requested hurriedly. The team members behind him all had a fearless look on their faces. There is nothing more glorious than dying for the boss, and it further proves the pure faith in their hearts. We're back to our hometown. How can we let you go and die? Let us do it. Yes, how can flesh and blood be able to withstand the resentful bodies of the two of us? Yi Feng and Xiao Chen slowly floated to the side, looking at the mass grave, their eyes lost in memories. Well, then I'll leave it to you two. Chu Ge didn't know what was in the mass grave, and the power of the curse was quite strange, so it was better to be careful. It is better to be safe than sorry. Those who are brave always die because of relying on their strong strength. A gentleman does not stand on a dangerous wall. Chu Ge's behavior made Zhao Haifeng and others nod their heads quickly. As long as the boss is there, they are there. If something happened to the boss, they probably wouldn't get together and the Tengde group would fall apart in an instant. These sons of destiny were gathered together because of Chu Ge. After getting Chu Ge's consent, Yi Feng and Xiao Chen floated directly into the mass grave. Shenhao has already arrived at the specific location. Fortunately, the map markings are not very different, otherwise it would be difficult for him to find the place. Shenhao cleared the soil that was more than 2 meters thick on the ground, and a thick ceiling stone slab appeared in front of him. Shenhao recognized the spell engraved on the ceiling stone tablet. It was a suppressed curse spell. However, if Shenhao were to perform it himself, it would still be a bit far-fetched. What a master, but it is also thanks to this master, otherwise I would not have the blessing today. Shenhao happily bit his finger and used the blood from his finger to directly destroy the overall structure of the spell. Suddenly, Shenhao heard a slight movement, his eyes turned cold, and his figure turned into a blood-red light and disappeared on the spot. The wide-open entrance of the cave allowed Yi Feng and Xiao Chen, who had rushed there immediately, to instantly get in. What a pity, there are only 2 people who come to die. Shenhao, who was observing secretly, used the power of curse to curse his own information away. The power of the curse cannot be used easily, especially against oneself, but he has no choice. The other party is outnumbered and powerful, so he can only outsmart them. Chu Ge and his group, who were slowly floating towards here, suddenly stopped and looked at the bottomless black hole in midair. The stone slab next to the black hole was lifted up and thrown aside at random. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen have already gone in, but just now, I lost Shenhao's information. Zhao Haifeng suddenly transmitted a message to everyone. He was also a little puzzled, as if Shenhao suddenly disappeared from this world. Dead? Absolutely not. The other party must have used some means to make his information disappear within the scope of heaven and earth. It's really not easy. I originally thought it was just a little fun and could be easily handled. Unexpectedly, it seems that this person is a bit tricky now. He is hiding in the dark, and it will be difficult if we can't find him. The enemy is in the dark, and we are in the light. Especially since the other party is good at using this strange and weird power of curse. Don't be anxious. Maybe your information has been cursed and disappeared. Chu Ge said after thinking for a moment. Boss is wise, it is true. I used to be the abandoned emperor and I also encountered this situation. Zhun Moshao said on the side. The paper crane in Zhang Chuchen's hand came to life, turned into flesh and blood, and instantly grew larger into a crane. Zhang Chuchen stepped directly on the crane. Little guy, smell whether there is any disgusting smell here. The crane was created by Zhang Chuchen, so it naturally knew what Zhang Chuchen was looking for. The paper crane let out a sharp cry, spread its wings and flew high, turning into a black and white stream of light circling around the cave entrance. This Taoist priest is not simple. Shenhao hid in the dark, looking at the white crane circling in the sky, and couldn't help but be shocked. The other party's spiritual sense scanned him from time to time, and he dared not move. Now he is just a grass, he cursed himself to become a grass. Even when the other party's spiritual sense was scanning him, he only treated him as a piece of ordinary grass. It seems that this person is hiding here. The most dangerous place is the safest place. He is really smart. The white crane instantly turned into a streak of light and returned to Zhang Chuchen's hand, turning into an ordinary paper crane. He returned to his boss Chu Ge and said slowly. Chu Ge nodded slowly, looked at everyone and spoke through telepathy. Don't worry about him for now. Whatever the other party plans, it will always reveal its true intentions. The main thing is that this cave entrance is absolutely real. The other party wants to use us to test what's inside, but how could the other party expect our strength? How could we be the other party's scapegoats? He miscalculated. Chu Ge sneered, and his figure instantly flew down from the sky and directly into the black hole on the ground. Zhang Chuchen and others all laughed bitterly. When had the boss ever been so anxious? It seemed that the boss was very interested in the things inside. Everyone rushed into the black hole. Shenhao, who was outside, saw them all go in, and his originally happy expression suddenly changed. He suddenly thought of something. If the other party went in and got the opportunity, then he would end up losing more than he gained. Damn it! Shenhao cursed inwardly and quickly slipped in. Team 038 followed the boss's orders, immediately surrounded the cave entrance, and set up a temporary liaison point nearby. Headquarters, this is Team 038, over. A communications shadow guard was contacting headquarters. Who? Headquarters received this. Team 038, please go ahead. Over. After headquarters replied, the communications shadow guard quickly informed the headquarters of their boss's entry into the mysterious black hole. Headquarters received this. Please keep in touch at all times, Team 038. Headquarters support is being dispatched. Please keep the signal open. Over. The communications shadow guard quickly turned around and shouted, Team leader, headquarters support is on the way. Keep the signal open. The team leader of Team 038 nodded. Chapter 322 Water is born from water, the source of the undercurrent. Under the black hole, there is actually an unknown dark river. There is not even a trace of light here. I'm curious about how the vegetation here grows. Zhao Haifeng observed the lush vegetation around him with curiosity. There is yin energy here, and it is very heavy. Most of the vegetation here grows by absorbing yin energy. Zhang Chuchen frowned and said slowly while looking around. Chu Ge walked along the meter-wide bank beside the underground river, looking at the turbulent underground river. A hint of thought flashed in his eyes. The underground river here is so turbulent that I can't even scan it with my spiritual sense. The dark river with strange spiritual consciousness, it seems that the secret here is definitely not small. The bigger the secret, the greater the danger it often hides. Be cautious when you need to be cautious, and be bold when you need to be bold. Chu Ge is now very curious about what this secret is. The presence of yin energy means supernatural things are happening. At this moment, a roar came from the front. Chu Ge's expression changed slightly, and his figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. When Chu Ge appeared at the place where the roar came from, he saw Yi Feng and Xiao Chen fighting with a monster that looked like a cow but was not a cow. It actually had mutated broken wings growing on its body, its horns were red, and its eyes were bloodshot. It was attacking the two people madly. Why don't you two use your power? Chu Ge asked curiously. Out of caution, Chu Ge did not go over to help immediately. Boss, please don't come over here. We don't have any magic power at all here. Yi Feng heard the boss's voice, turned around and saw that the boss was not far away, so he hurriedly stopped shouting. Zhao Haifeng and others appeared behind Chu Ge. When they saw this scene, they were about to go in to help, but were stopped by Yi Feng's voice. At this moment, Xiao Chen could no longer dodge. When Yi Feng was distracted, he was nailed into the body by the monster's horns. However, he was a body of resentment, and even so, not a drop of blood shed. The bull monster roared, and its eyes became even more excited after succeeding, and it pushed Xiao Chen directly into the dark river. At this moment, Xiao Chen was hanging in the air. If the ox horns were not still in his body, he would have fallen into the dark river. Xiao Chen hugged the bull's horns tightly and roared, "What the hell is this place? It actually suppressed me to this extent." Ah! Yi Feng used all his strength to pull the bull monster back. Xiao Chen quickly got out of the bull monster's attack range. His wound did not heal but a big hole remained. The bull monster was completely enraged. It roared and turned to attack Yifeng. Chu Ge's spiritual sense was scanning the place quickly. He didn't know what was going on until he scanned it. He was shocked to find that there was a barrier here that could be entered but not exited. He didn't find the center of the formation, perhaps the entire dark river was the center of the formation. At this moment, Shenhao was still slowly moving towards here. His plan was that good things were not so easy to get. He wanted to observe in secret and be the last one to reap the benefits. Yifeng and Xiao Chen were obviously unable to do anything to the bull monster, but the bull monster also couldn't hurt them. Go! Zhang Chuchen created a clone and went straight in. This clone was instantly suppressed to the extreme and had no strength at all. The boss can't go in here. His magic power is suppressed and cannot be used. Zhang Chuchen said worriedly, this is the only way in, and the weird behavior of the bull monster just now is obviously trying to push Xiao Chen into the dark river. Why does the bull monster insist on doing this? As soon as Zhao Haifeng finished speaking, the compass in his hand also gave the answer. Water gives birth to water, undercurrents come into being, spirits will appear in the world, and all living things will suffer. After Chu Ge heard the hexagram calculated by Zhao Haifeng, he wondered what it meant. Water gives birth to water. Does it really mean birth, or does it have other meanings? Chu Ge looked at the underground river in the middle that was breathing rapidly. Does the source refer to the source of the underground river? The latter sentence is easy to understand. It means that when the spiritual general is born, all living things will suffer, which means that the spiritual general is very powerful. But does this have anything to do with how to solve this problem? But the hexagrams are generally correct, and Zhao Haifeng has never made a mistake in his calculations. This means that in order to resolve this dilemma, one must understand the meaning of the hexagram. Zhang Chuchen and the others were deep in thought, not caring that Yifeng and Xiao Chen were still fighting the bull monster. Chu Ge came to the dark river and stared at it, trying to see what was beneath it. Could it be that water gives birth to water? Chu Ge suddenly had an idea in his mind and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Li Yunxiao, who had been paying attention to his boss's expression, bowed and said with great shame. Could it be that the boss has already thought of a solution? We have been thinking hard but just couldn't think of it. As expected, the boss has solved our problem so easily. I am extremely ashamed that I cannot help you, the boss. You have to do it yourself. I deserve to die. Chu Ge patted Li Yunxiao on the shoulder and said with a smile, you are good at flattering people. You should use it in the right way. Strength is the key. I understand. Li Yunxiao bowed quickly. It seems that the boss has already understood it. Please tell us what we should do. Zhang Chuchen looked at the boss with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Chu Ge hummed, and said to Zhao Haifeng and others, water giving birth to water is not the so-called water giving birth to water, but there is another mystery under the water. Seeing everyone's thoughtful expressions, Chu Ge continued. The explanation is that the dark river leads to the source. The only way to crack this is to go under the dark river, which leads to where we want to go. Zhao Haifeng said with some concern, but we don't know whether it is dangerous under the dark river. Once we enter the dark river, what should we do if we lose all our cultivation? Boss, why don't we go down and you wait for my news up there? Lin Feng suggested. The others also nodded. As long as the boss was there, they could act without any worries because they believed that if they were in danger, the boss would come to rescue them. If the boss gets trapped with them, who will save them? Shenhao, who was observing secretly, saw that they were not talking and looked like they were communicating. He knew that these guys were communicating through telepathy. Don't forget, we all came in, and that Shenhao decided to follow us. Chu Ge said to everyone through voice transmission, now the other party doesn't know that there will be no cultivation inside. Then Chu Ge explained to everyone, and everyone nodded in succession. Zhun Moshao was the first to jump into the dark river, as if the dark river was a bottomless pit. Several people jumped in afterwards, without causing a splash. Chu Ge also jumped directly into the underground river. Yifeng and Xiao Chen also received Chu Ge's message and jumped into the underground river one after another. After the two jumped into the dark river, the bull monster disappeared into the darkness. Shenhao stood on the shore with a strange look on his face, looking at the dark river. He got angry and jumped in. Being in the underground river, Chu Ge felt the water swirling, trying to suck him into the nearest undercurrent. Having lost all his magical powers, Chu Ge felt a sense of emptiness and uneasiness. Chapter 323, the old man is still here, but the person involved is nowhere to be seen. It turns out that after losing power, everyone will feel a little fear and a little helplessness. Chu Ge adjusted himself quickly, his mind flowing, and his whole body began to flow along the undercurrent. He was not worried about the others because they were all the protagonists, except Zhao Haifeng. But he doesn't have to worry about Zhao Haifeng anymore. As the saying goes, good people don't live long, but evil deeds last for thousands of years. Time seemed to pass in a flash, and after the darkness came light. Chu Ge opened his eyes and found himself lying on an open space with stones of various sizes scattered all over the ground. The surrounding space is very large, filled with exotic flowers and plants, and floating around are ghost soldiers wearing armor. These ghost soldiers did not seem to be awake yet. They were guarding respectfully on both sides. In the front was actually a set of standing armor. The armor is very worn out, but you can still tell how majestic it was in the past. The old man is still here, but the person involved is gone. Chu Ge didn't know why, but when he saw this scene, he couldn't help but sigh. The scattered people woke up one after another, and Zhao Haifeng and others looked at the surrounding environment in a daze. "Boss, this should be our destination. What you said is indeed correct," Li Yunxiao said excitedly while looking at the armor opposite. Zhao Haifeng flicked his forehead and said unhappily, "Boy, we are not blind." Li Yunxiao pursed his lips in grievance and did not continue speaking. Jun Moxiao and the others chuckled. Zhao Haifeng looked at Li Yunxiao with sidelong eyes. This boy was really cunning. He had finished speaking before he could finish his words. "Always stealing my work, this guy seems really stupid or he does it on purpose." Thinking of this, Zhao Haifeng looked at Li Yunxiao again and found that the other party was looking at him happily and seemed very friendly. Chu Ge gathered everyone in front of him and spoke in a low voice. "Everyone, pay attention. Qin Shou will definitely follow us. The opponent's curse power is also useless here. Everyone is an ordinary person now. I can't even use the power of a warrior now." Jun Moxiao and others' faces also became solemn. Everyone here has become an ordinary person, which is not a good sign. Once a supernatural event occurs, they don't even have the power to activate their magic weapons. It's okay. My talismans can be activated automatically when encountering danger, forming a 3-minute protective shield. Zhang Chuchen handed the talismans in his backpack to everyone and instructed, "Be sure to keep them close to your body." Chu Ge took 2, put them close to his body, and slowly walked towards the cracked armor. "Pay attention to the movements around you. Zhao Haifeng and I will follow the boss, and the rest of you should pay attention to the rear." Zhang Chuchen said quickly to everyone. "No problem." Lin Feng and others agreed. Zhang Chuchen and Zhao Haifeng hurriedly followed behind Chu Ge on both sides, keeping an eye on the sleeping guard. "These guards won't be resurrected, right?" Zhao Haifeng said with some concern. Zhang Chuchen said in a deep voice, "It is very likely." "Shut up." Chu Ge turned and looked at the two of them, and said in a low voice. "The armor in front of me clanked without wind, and a cold wind blew up, making me feel cold." "Huh." Everyone became alert, and the sleeping guards around watched Chu Ge walk forward step by step, as if they would come back to life in the next second. "We can't go any further." Chu Ge saw that the fingers of the nearest guard had begun to move and mud had begun to fall, so he hurriedly whispered. Zhao Haifeng and Zhang Chuchen behind them stopped immediately. "Back off." Chu Ge waved his hand and stepped back step by step. The two people behind him also retreated synchronously. Chu Ge had a bad feeling in his heart that he couldn't be a cannon fodder for that guy Qin Shou. With a clang, one of the guards was revived. The mud fell off and a trace of flesh and blood with meridians appeared on his face. "Let's find a place to hide." Chu Ge suddenly had an idea and took the two people behind him to hide behind a huge rock on the other side. There were extremely dense and exotic flowers and plants on both sides of the boulder, and it was impossible to tell from outside that there were people hiding inside. Jun Moxiao and the others hid not far from the boss. "That guy should be here soon, and we will benefit from it," Zhao Haifeng said in a low voice. With a plop, Qin Shou was sent here by the dark river. After a few seconds, Qin Shou woke up and quickly stood up and looked around. The ground itself was very wet and there was no sign of anyone walking on it. "What's going on?" Qin Shou was so scared when he saw a humanoid monster holding a special spear walking towards him that he quickly fell to the ground. But lying on the ground seemed to have no effect at all, and the guard stared at him. Anyone who trespasses here will be killed. The guard's voice was deep and powerful, a little hoarse and weird, and sounded extremely terrifying. The spear stabbed straight at Qin Shou, and Qin Shou was so scared that he quickly turned around and avoided the life-and-death crisis. Qin Shou stood up and dodged the guard's attacks, looking confused. What was going on? He was attacked as soon as he arrived. Where did those people go? He arrived here earlier than me. Why can't I see them when I come back? Could they have been swallowed by the dark river? I am the lucky one. Although Qin Shou felt that he was lucky, he was not so narcissistic. Clang! A dagger directly deflected the guard's attack. Qin Shou's face turned ruthless and he directly cut off the opponent's head. The guard's head fell off and his body stopped attacking instantly. Huh! Qin Shou breathed a sigh of relief. He came here with a dagger. If he had known that he would lose all his abilities, he should have taken a pistol. Fuck! I should have taken a pistol earlier. Qin Shou cursed softly, and then he had time to look around the surrounding environment. Come out! Qin Shou stood next to the exotic flowers and plants, and swung the dagger in his hand forward vigorously. Qin Shou was a little disappointed when he didn't see anyone. He randomly searched a few places but still couldn't find them. Qin Shou didn't know how the guard revived, and at this moment he had already set his eyes on the armor. Is this the treasure? A glimmer of desire flashed in Qin Shou's eyes, and he slowly walked forward. However, his eyes still looked around vigilantly, fearing that someone would suddenly attack him. Chu Ge was reminded by Qin Shou that when it comes to hot weapons, he seemed to have thrown a lot of weapons into the system space before. At that time, he cleaned up and transferred most of the important things from the system space to the Void Ring. However, he did throw the thermal weapons into the system space. So Chu Ge flipped his palm and several pistols appeared and handed them to Zhao Haifeng and Zhang Chuchen in front of them. Zhao Haifeng and Zhang Chuchen were very surprised that their boss could use his spatial ability to take out a pistol. They looked surprised but did not ask. Haha. A laugh scared Qin Shou so much that he jumped up on the spot because he was already tense. Chapter 324, The General Who Hates Immortal Cultivators. Chu Ge. Qin Shou looked in the direction of the voice and found that it was Chu Ge, whom he had been following, and the two men behind him. Afterwards, he saw a few more people emerging from the place he had not checked, and Qin Shou suddenly realized, no wonder I couldn't see you, it turns out you all were hiding, so insidious. That's not right, no matter how insidious we are, how can we be more insidious than you, the rat who has been hiding behind? Zhao Haifeng sneered. Chu Ge slowly raised his pistol, pointed it at Qin Shou, and said lightly, thanks for reminding me, otherwise I would have forgotten that I carry my own pistol. Qin Shou's pupils constricted when he saw the gun in the other party's hand. Damn, he usually looked down on this thing, but now it is the key to breaking the deadlock. Woo woo woo. The howling sounds of ghosts and wolves were heard, and the gloomy wind was no longer a light breeze. The gloomy energy that surged from all directions turned into white mist and spread throughout the air. Qin Shou disappeared from the spot in an instant, his whereabouts obscured by the white fog. Chu Ge found that everyone around him had disappeared, and everything was quiet. Is it a ghost covering my eyes? Chu Ge slowly closed his eyes, simulated the surrounding environment in his mind according to his current location, and began to walk around. The old man is still alive, but the person involved is no longer around. A light voice came from behind. It was the voice of an adult man. The voice sounded a little sad and nostalgic. Who? Chu Ge closed his eyes and used his ears to identify the direction of the voice. His voice was low. Young man, I like what you said to me just now. The sound of armor colliding appeared in front of him, and Chu Ge couldn't help but open his eyes. He saw a very tall and mighty general wearing armor standing in front of him. Are you the owner of this armor? The white mist did not dissipate at this time. Although Chu Ge had lost his ability, he could still feel the evil spirit and murderous intent from the other party. This is simply a peerless killing god. How many lives have been lost on this guy? He has a lot of resentment in him. It is incredible that the other party can still maintain human thinking under such circumstances. That's right. It's been so many years, but I didn't expect that the scent of a living person would appear, and then I woke up from my slumber. When this general returns to the world, I will make those immortal cultivators pay the price. As the general spoke, his white hair danced wildly, he gritted his teeth, and his eyes were filled with hatred for the immortal cultivators. Seeing that the other party had no intention of taking action for the time being, Chu Ge couldn't help but look at him curiously. What did the immortal cultivators do to you to make you hate them so much? The general looked at him coldly. In the eyes of immortal cultivators, mortals are just ants, which can be pinched at will. Even if they are just mortals passing by, they will kill them just because they are in a bad mood. When I die, I will turn into a strange and evil ghost. The cultivators in the whole city will be buried with me for my birth. I once massacred an entire sect, leaving no one alive. Although I was sealed here by those hypocritical and falsely compassionate immortal cultivators, I have a formation that can turn immortal cultivators into mortals. Anyone who dares to come in, including the immortal cultivators at the peak of the tribulation period, will lose all their magic power. The general laughed miserably. I will let them taste the pain of being slaughtered and wiped out as a mortal. Chu Ge looked directly at the general. I think I know the pain in your heart. It should be that the general's wife, children or close relatives were wiped out by the immortal cultivators, and even he himself suffered the same fate. The resentment in his heart accidentally turned into a fierce ghost, and coupled with the opponent's formation, it was definitely heresy. The immortal cultivators at that time must have wanted to kill him, but were afraid of dying together with him, so they sealed him. Chu Ge continued, but I can't empathize with you, because I have never encountered such a situation, but I understand your feelings. Which noble family are you from? The general didn't know that the outside world had changed. He had been sealed for so long that he didn't even know what year it was. If it weren't for that sentence, the general wouldn't have spoken to Chu Ge in such a nice tone. He could already feel that the seal had been opened, and he thought that the immortal cultivators outside had already set up a large formation and were waiting for him to come out and fall into their trap. I'm not a disciple of aristocratic family. I'm just an ordinary person who has reached this point with the help of some opportunities. Chu Ge looked at him steadily and said slowly, I don't know your surname, General. You can call me Chu Ge, Chu for Chu State, and Ge for Long Song. He admired the general very much. He planned to recruit him as his subordinate. The opponent's formation was really a deadly nemesis for immortal cultivators. Once he mastered this formation, he would deploy it across the entire Blue Star. From then on, there were no more immortal cultivators on Blue Star. But not now, he still needs Blue Star. When he no longer needs it, maybe he will do this. This general is just a nobody. You can just call me General Bai. General Bai looked at Chu Ge and saw that he didn't seem to be lying, so his attitude softened a little. He doesn't hate all cultivators, but most of the cultivators in the world are not good people. He doesn't want to distinguish too clearly between good and evil. He acts according to his will, moves according to his heart, and kills at will. There are not many generals with the surname Bai in historical records, and there is so much evil energy gathered around him. Chu Ge had a guess in his mind. Just when Chu Ge wanted to continue speaking, General Bai had disappeared from his sight. Chu Ge saw that the white mist had not yet dissipated, so he sat cross-legged on the ground, waiting for it to dissipate. Since General Bai is quite friendly to him, there is a great possibility that he will join his army. I hope Qin Shou can make General Bai understand the gap between Chu Ge and Qin Shou. General Bai knew that the others were Chu Ge's subordinates, so he didn't ask any more questions and went straight to Qin Shou. Qin Shou's heart paused and his pupils shrank. It seemed that the owner of the armor was this guy. Kid, who are you? General Bai asked. Qin Shou quickly bowed and performed the ancient etiquette. General, my name is Qin Shou, and I came here to rescue you. It was me, Qin Shou, who opened the seal before. The group of people came here because they had their eyes on you. They wanted to use you to work for them. Oh, General Bai looked at Qin Shou with interest. What about you? Do you have the same idea as them? Qin Shou was delighted and immediately shook his head pretentiously. No, I know how powerful the general is, how could I have such an idea? I just want the general to save my life when I'm in danger. Qin Shou is still immortal, so he naturally spoke in a humble manner. When you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. After he gets out, he will definitely find a way to make this general a cursed puppet in his hands. So that's how it is. General Bai looked at Qin Shou thoughtfully. Qin Shou was secretly delighted. Now that Zichuge and the others were here, he could control them at will. Chapter 325. This person may have the potential to be an emperor. Qin Shou thought that he had fooled the general. As long as he had a bad impression of Chu Ge, he would win. His plan would be successful, even if there were guns. Here they had no say, the guns had no say, it was the general who had the final say. General Bai looked at this man who was secretly delighted, and he couldn't help but feel disdain in his heart. How could the other party's little thoughts be hidden from him? After all, he was once a general, so he had some ability to judge people. This guy named Qin Shou seems to be loyal, but he is actually a traitor. And Chu Ge said everything he needed to say, even telling him what he asked without hiding anything. Between the two, one is a real villain, and the other is a hypocrite. General Bai looked at Qin Shou deeply. Qin Shou's body tensed up. He felt as if he was seen through by the general. Disappeared. After Qin Shou saw the general disappear in the white mist, he let out a long breath and felt powerless. He didn't want to experience this feeling of putting his life in someone else's hands again. Qin Shou secretly swore that after he got out, he would train this general into his cursed puppet as soon as possible. The air was filled with white fog and the surroundings were eerily quiet. Chu Ge slowly opened his eyes and said lightly, "General, you are here." "Yes, I am here." General Bai nodded slowly, looked at Chu Ge and said, "What is the purpose of you guys coming here?" He wanted to confirm whether this Chu Ge was really a villain and would really confess to him. Chu Ge had no idea what General Bai was thinking. Now he just wanted to subdue him and make him his subordinate. At first, I wanted to come and see what kind of supernatural things were in here. Also, I wanted to stop Qin Shou from getting the things here. Chu Ge did not hide it from General Bai. He felt it was unnecessary. Then, he looked at General Bai and said slowly, "Now I have changed my mind." General Bai said, looking at him curiously, "What do you think now?" Chu Ge looked at General Bai, staring at him, "I want you to be my subordinate and do things for me." General Bai was not angry after hearing this, but laughed sarcastically. "Do you think you can succeed? You are just a mortal now. What ability do you have to subdue me and make me your subordinate? Don't you think it's a bit unrealistic?" Chu Ge shook his head indifferently, "I am indeed a mortal now, but I will no longer be a mortal after I go out. It is true that I can't beat you now, but I can give you what you want. I think you should want to slaughter those immortal cultivators now. In fact, the times outside have changed." Then, Chu Ge told him everything that happened outside. Half an hour later, General Bai stood there in a daze, and then, coming to his senses, he looked at Chu Ge. "You can't give me anything. Qin Shou saved my life. He was the one who broke the seal. I can't let you kill him. I'm not an ungrateful person. If you must kill Qin Shou, then you have to get through me first." Chu Ge shook his head, "I won't kill him." "Okay." General Bai nodded, and the white mist gradually dissipated. General Bai and the guards had disappeared. Qin Shou is missing. Zhang Chuchen and others hurried to the boss, and Zhao Haifeng quickly told the boss the situation. "Okay, I understand." Chu Ge answered calmly. He knew that General Bai had taken Qin Shou away with him. "Once you repay the life-saving favor, it's gone." Chu Ge sneered, then left with everyone. Chu Ge returned to the dark river and experienced the feeling of drifting again. At this time, outside, General Bai returned to the ground with Qin Shou, who was extremely surprised. "It's not the boss. All teams get ready." The faint figure revealed in the white mist made the surrounding shadow guards alert. General Bai took a quick glance and the shadow guards around him seemed to be in a cold pond, their bodies were icy cold and filled with negative energy. "Very strong, Team 038 calling headquarters, the enemy is very strong, the enemy is very strong, over." The communicator of Team 038 resisted the negative energy that entered his body and quickly called the headquarters. "Headquarters received, over. General, these are Chu Ge's men." Qin Shou stood beside General Bai and said hurriedly. General Bai glanced at Qin Shou and said, "I have already repaid you for saving my life. As for Chu Ge's men, they have nothing to do with me. If they don't take action, it's fine. If they do, it won't be too late for me to take action." Qin Shou was suddenly furious. How could he have repaid him for saving his life? "General, you." Before Qin Shou could continue speaking, General Bai waved his hand to stop him. "If it weren't for me, you would have been killed by Chu Ge down there." General Bai knows how to repay a favor, but he is not a stupid person. The life-saving grace was naturally offset by the life-saving grace, and from then on he and Qin Shou had nothing to do with each other anymore. In fact, if there was no Chu Ge as a comparison, especially the first impression, he might have been grateful to Qin Shou. But where there is comparison, there is harm. Compared with Chu Ge, there is a huge difference between Shenhao and Chu Ge. Ha ha ha, General Bai is right. Hearing this, Shenhao's heart paused. This guy Chu Ge came so quickly. Boss. The shadow guards around put their worries aside when they saw the boss appear. Behind Chu Ge were Zhang Chuchen and others following closely. It is a great fortune that we were able to live in peace and quiet this time. After regaining their strength, everyone realized that they had relied so much on magic power, which made everyone want to train their bodies again. It's just that there is no such method at the moment. There is no other way. Once there is a chance, they will definitely not miss the opportunity to refine their bodies. Chu Ge stood opposite General Bai and couldn't help but chuckle when he saw Shenhao standing next to him. General Bai was able to return to the world thanks to Shenhao's help. Now that he has repaid Shenhao's favor, he is still a free man. I still say the same thing. If General Bai wants to join my army, I welcome him at any time. When Shenhao heard Chu Ge's words, he instantly got furious. This Chu Ge was really a lingering ghost. He even dared to snatch away the things that he valued so much. General, don't listen to his instigation. This guy is the only one in the world who thinks he is the best. The forces under his command are extremely huge. We cultivators dare not speak out. This guy is extremely domineering and powerful. Once you provoke Chu Ge, you will end up with a tragic ending of broken families. Especially a person with a supernatural body like the general is a heretic among heretics in Chu Ge's eyes. Shenhao didn't know that the more he spoke, the brighter General Bai's eyes became when he looked at Chu Ge. General Bai felt sad in his heart that Chu Ge had the potential to be an emperor, but it was a pity that he was born in the wrong era. Chapter 326. The alarm sounded at Chu's house. General, this man cannot be trusted. Shenhao was afraid that Chu Ge would trick the cursed puppet he had reserved, so he said so much. General Bai showed a hint of admiration in his eyes and couldn't help but nodded. Shenhao mistakenly thought that the general thought what he said made sense, so he nodded with a look of joy on his face. So it seems that he has no shortcomings at all. General Bai turned his head to look at Shenhao and asked with some confusion in his eyes. What? Shenhao looked at the general in astonishment, and was so shocked that he uttered the words he usually read about art. General, did you not hear clearly what I said just now? Shenhao looked at him with some stuttering. I heard it clearly. Please continue. This general also wants to hear what his shortcomings are. It is absolutely impossible for him to have only advantages. This is not realistic. General Bai answered him seriously. Zhao Haifeng and others were holding back their laughter behind Chu Ge. Chu Ge grinned. Interesting, very interesting. Shenhao is shooting himself in the foot. At this time, Shenhao felt like he had lost more than he gained, and could only speak stutteringly. Too good to employees. The benefits are too high. General Bai nodded thoughtfully. It seems that there are still shortcomings. In General Bai's opinion, it is indeed not good to be too good to employees, and there must be a distance. Too high benefits can easily make employees lose their motivation to make progress. As long as these two shortcomings can be corrected, Chu Ge will be a relatively perfect emperor. His fixed ideas could no longer be changed. The country could not remain without a ruler for a day. In General Bai's opinion, a country without an emperor is too fragile. You'd better go quickly. I think he won't attack you for my sake. After Shenhao told him so much useful information, General Bai decided to help Shenhao again. General, I am willing to share the hardships with you. Shenhao really didn't want to leave. Let's go. General Bai didn't want to say more. Shenhao's face froze. This general really didn't know how to appreciate his kindness. Very good, if that's the case, then when I refine this General Bai into a cursed puppet, I won't feel guilty. I'll leave now. Shenhao looked at Chu Ge, who was looking at him with a smile, with fear. After he said that, he immediately turned into a curse light and disappeared. Boss, do you need me to track him? Zhang Chuchen suddenly spoke behind his boss Chu Ge. No need. Give General Bai some face and let him go once or twice. Chu Ge waved his hand and said to General Bai, I wonder if General Bai has anywhere to go. Why don't I provide General Bai with a temporary place to live? General Bai shook his head and said, no thanks. You've really done everything you can to win me over. If we can get a brave general like General Bai, the process will seem less important. Chu Ge shook his head slightly with a smile. See you later. General Bai bowed and said goodbye. The next second, the white mist instantly swept up General Bai and his guards, and they disappeared in front of everyone. Did you say that on purpose just now? Zhao Haifeng suddenly poked Zhang Chuchen at this time. Zhang Chuchen smiled and agreed without any explanation. Find a way to hide the entrance of the cave. It might still be useful here. Chu Ge instructed Zhang Chuchen and others, then disappeared on the spot. The appearance of General Bai and the formation that can make cultivators lose their magic power will definitely have an impact on the future. Would it be better to use the supernatural to deal with sea monsters? Would it be better to use supernatural powers to deal with the demons? After returning to the headquarters of Tamed Group, Chu Ge directly called Gong Lian. Now shadow guards in various places have secretly trained special personnel to deal with supernatural beings. There are already initial signs of supernatural disturbances occurring around the world. These special psychic personnel have accumulated some initial experience in handling supernatural events. Boss, the number of supernatural incidents in Yuncheng is gradually increasing, and a small number of casualties have been caused so far. Quote, the casualties in other places seem to be within the controllable range, and the forces of the Chinese alliance are also involved. Gong Lian reported his work respectfully. Yuncheng is the headquarters of Tamed Group. Yuncheng does not need the intervention of Huameng, so the top leaders of Huameng have no intention of intervening in Yuncheng's case. There are 1 or 2 supernatural cases in Yuncheng almost every day, but they are not very harmful and fall into the category of personal injury. The people of Yuncheng obeyed the Tamed Group very much. They stayed at home honestly at night and reported immediately if there was anything unusual. Almost every police station has a team of shadow security personnel who deal with supernatural beings. Well, pay attention to General Bai and arrange for Zhang Fan to contact him. We will give him whatever he needs. Chu Ge wanted to let General Bai know his sincerity. I understand. Gong Lian quickly bowed and left the office. Chu Ge sat in the boss chair and closed his eyes to rest. As for Yi Yan, because he had lost his eldest sister, and Xiao Fenghui had lost his granddaughter, the two of them joined forces to launch an attack on the headquarters of Tamed Group. Yi Yan felt that he could not just let himself be led by the other party, and with Xiao Fenghui's strength plus his own, he would definitely not be afraid of Chu Ge. So Yi Yan directly tore up the game. Yi Yan doesn't want to play anymore. Xiao Fenghui took the initiative to ask Yi Yan to put his sisters where he came from. Xiao Fenghui is not in this world, but comes from the moon. On the moon, the Xiao family was forced to flee from the blue star to the moon. They also fled because of the great catastrophe of the end of the law. It was not just his Xiao family on the moon. They set up a huge concealment array on the surface of the moon, so even mortals on the moon cannot find them. Yi Yan was also extremely shocked. He didn't expect that there were no Chang'e and Moon Rabbit on the moon, but there were immortal cultivators. This is the headquarters of Tamed Group. Let's just rush in and teach him a lesson. Xiao Fenghui said immediately. Yi Yan quickly shook his head to stop him from having such dangerous thoughts. No, there is still a possibility for us to talk. If you kill your way in, with Chu Ge's temper, we won't have a chance to talk. My elder sister, your granddaughter, is still in his hands. What if he is angered, what if he kills her? Xiao Fenghui looked at Yi Yan and said, then what should we do? He captured my sister, so why don't we just capture his woman? Repay her with a tit for tat, and let him taste the consequences of his own actions. Yi Yan said with a fierce look in his eyes. According to my investigation, his woman is inside the Chu residence. Yi Yan brought Xiao Fenghui to the Chu residence. Both of them were in the Mahayana period and could easily sneak in. Alarm, alarm, an unknown force has entered, an unknown force has entered. At this time, a huge alarm suddenly sounded in the Chu residence. Chapter 327 The protagonists gather late at night. The strange power of Yi Yan and Xiao Fenghui instantly triggered the alarm system installed in the Chu residence. This alarm system is one of the research results of other scientific research teams in the hive and can effectively identify and confirm. As long as there is no recorded power, anyone who breaks in without permission will instantly enter the automatic alarm program. Chu Ge not only installed this system in Chu's house, but also in all other departments of Tamed Group. This is also because the times are changing. Being conservative will only lead to a dead end. Chu Ge never rejects new ideas, nor does he think that he is strong enough and does not care about the development of technology. On the contrary, Chu Ge has high expectations for technology. In the future, the power of technology cannot be underestimated. Immortal cultivators are just individuals. If you want to unify the collective strength, even an ordinary person has a chance to defeat them. The only way is technology. Yi Yan and Xiao Fenghui were both shocked. What was going on? As long as the two people are not stupid, they will know that the alarm system has discovered them as soon as they come in. All of a sudden, the shadow guards around woke up and instantly went from guard mode to alert mode. Quick battle and quick decision. How can a cultivator in the Mahayana stage be stumped by a small piece of technology? Xiao Fenghui shouted coldly, and the aura of the Mahayana stage was released instantly. The shadow guards around were no match at all. They were intimidated by the aura of the Mahayana period and fell to the ground vomiting blood. There seems to be no one in here. Xiao Fenghui floated above, looking at the Chu residence below. He swept his spiritual sense and found that there was no woman. Impossible. Yi Yan widened his eyes. He tried his best to break up with Chu Ge just to gain the upper hand this time. He was very anxious, and instantly threw the spherical energy body formed by the magic power in his hand down. Dwang! The Liangyi bell appeared here instantly, making a crisp sound, and the Taoist rhyme it emitted instantly dispersed the energy ball. I'm not late, but the boss has set the rules of the game. Yi Yan, you have violated the rules. Zhang Chuchen appeared in front of the Liangyi bell. He looked at Yi Yan indifferently, glanced at Xiao Fenghui beside the other party, and couldn't help but flicked his whisk lightly. Is he here to deliver treasures again? It looks like he is a boy delivering treasures. Today, this female hero will kill the evil villain with my own hands and enforce justice. On the side of heaven. Friend Xu Daoyu has great ambitions. I admire him. Zhun Moshao, Zhao Haifeng, Lin Feng, Li Yunxiao, Ji Yu Bai, Xiao Chen, Yi Feng, Xu Muyu and others appeared in the sky one after another. Someone broke into the boss's house and caused trouble. If they couldn't get there in time, it was their incompetence. Whatever the boss hires them to do, of course they have to work. I feel guilty about doing nothing and eating for free. Especially Xu Muyu, as a female hero of her generation, although she is now a fairy, her determination to eliminate demons and defend justice remains unchanged. It's just that because Chu Ge is now making a living with Chu Ge, Xu Muyu automatically classifies him as a righteous person. So many people in the fusion stage. Seeing the strength of everyone, coupled with their ages, Yi Yan instantly felt envious and jealous towards Chu Ge. No matter how strong they are, if it weren't for their despicable sneak attack, how could my yellow spring staff fall into their hands? Give me back my yellow spring staff. When Xiao Fenghui saw the culprit who took away his yellow spring staff, he didn't care about Yi Yan at all. He got angry and attacked. Kill. Ha ha ha, I haven't taken action for a long time. Let's have a good fight tonight. I have already cast the formation. Don't worry, everyone. Just fight. The buildings below will be safe. Okay, Yi Yan, take my punch. I have a dog under my boss's seat. My name is Ji Yu Bai. Farewell in the underworld. Let's do it. After seeing Xiao Fenghui take action, everyone rushed up excitedly. With so many sons of destiny, even Xiao Fenghui, who was at the peak of the Mahayana stage, still fell into a disadvantage at this moment. Record of abandoned heaven. Thunder Cloud Sword. 8 trigrams. Compass. Hunyuan Fist. The art of crazy resentment absorption. Isn't it good to be harmonious? Why do we have to fight and kill? We should value harmony, old man should be more peaceful. Xiao Fenghui felt his power being suppressed at this moment, and the resentment he had towards these people disappeared in an instant, making him lose the will to fight. Yes, harmony is the most important thing. Xiao Fenghui was touched by Li Yunxiao's dog-licking cultivation technique in just 1 second. Boom! In just this instant, Xiao Fenghui was hit by attacks from many protagonists. Puchi! The severe pain from Xiao Fenghui's body made him wake up instantly. Wake up! In just 1 second, Yi Yan had no time to rescue him. These people are so scary. Yi Yan, take care of yourself. I will come to save you. Xiao Fenghui felt a little afraid of these people. He pinched a rune in his hand and disappeared in an instant. It's so scary. His granddaughter should be fine, but if he continues here, something might happen to him. By then, not only will he not be able to see his granddaughter, but his granddaughter may also never see him again. Fuck, even my eldest sister's biological grandfather is so reliable. Yi Yan cursed in his heart after seeing Xiao Feng running away. Haha. He ran away after just one move. How boring. Reaching the peak of the Mahayana stage is nothing big. Zhao Haifeng calculated the opponent's escape route with a compass and looked at the moon above his head in confusion. What the hell, running to the moon? Compass, are you kidding me? Luo Pan, I am DNM. At this moment, Zhao Haifeng and others looked at Yi Yan. Yi Yan swallowed his saliva subconsciously. Why did he feel like he was not here to cause trouble, but rather a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth? Let's fight, the long rainbow penetrates. Yi Yan's face suddenly became cold, he looked at everyone with a hint of danger in his eyes, and shouted. Huh, just when everyone was on guard, Yi Yan unexpectedly ran away in an instant. Run away. Run away. Fuck, I'm going to chase him. I want his sister to be tortured madly by the boss. Zhao Haifeng chased after him with a gloomy face. Jun Moshao and Lin Feng looked at each other, and fearing that Zhao Haifeng would be in danger alone, they also chased after him. It would be strange if Yi Yan didn't run away. That ghost Xiao Feng was defeated and escaped by these people after just one encounter. He is at the peak of the Mahayana stage, and he feels nervous when facing so many extraordinary people at the fusion stage. Damn Chu Ge, where did he attract so many monsters? Why can't I meet him myself? The tunnel of the Chu residence is filled with special talismans arranged by Zhang Chuchen, which isolate the exploration of spiritual consciousness and effectively defend against the explosion of the power of mushrooms. Feng Linlin, Lu Yanru and Xiao Qin, along with the nanny and the rest of the servants, hid here as soon as the alarm sounded. There is not just one passage here, but there is a passage every 10 meters. It is just to prepare for any unexpected situation when Chu Ge is not around. Chu Ge returned to the Chu residence slowly. He certainly knew what had happened, but he had so many subordinates that he was not in a hurry at all. Chapter 328, The Young Hero, General Bai's Observation. Zhang Chuchen and others landed beside the boss, and Zhang Chuchen asked for instructions. Boss, this is a game of cat and mouse. Since the other party has broken the rules of the game, why don't we just catch them all? What are you going to catch them for? Chu Ge glanced at him indifferently. Zhang Chuchen was stunned, and so were the others around him. Chu Ge smiled softly, turned around and left alone, leaving behind words full of murderous intent. Since the other party doesn't abide by the rules of the game, then let's overturn the table and kill them all. Zhang Chuchen sighed and flicked his whisk lightly. This guy Yi Yan really brought trouble upon himself. Originally, his sisters would have been taken advantage of by the boss and become his women. Although they would not have had a formal status, at least they would not die. But if Yi Yan made such a fuss, the rest of his sisters would all die. It's a pity that such a beauty died in smoke. Dragon King Xiao Chen raised the corner of his mouth, crossed his arms, and sneered. Yi Feng added in a nonchalant manner, kill him and be done with it, what a pity. Shu Muyu looked at the two of them deeply, straight men. Then, Shu Muyu also left. After nothing happened at the Chu residence, everyone dispersed one after another. Regarding killing people, whoever asks should do it. Zhang Chuchen watched everyone leave and sighed. It seemed that Xiaodao was the only one left to handle this matter personally. What a sin. If I had known earlier, I would have gone with Zhao Haifeng and the other two to chase Yi Yan. In Chu's house, Chu Ge comforted Lu Yanru, Feng Linlin and Zhao Qing. It's okay, don't be afraid. After all, they were Chu Ge's women, and the three women were still in shock. Lu Yanru looked at Chu Ge, held his hand, and spoke earnestly. As your career grows bigger, you will offend more and more people. As your woman, I have already had the necessary awareness. You should also pay attention to safety at ordinary times, and don't be careless just because you are powerful. Learn from the overlord Wuzhong. Lu Yanru was really doing this for Chu Ge's good. If someone else compared him to the overlord in front of Chu Ge would have turned hostile and left long ago. But after all, it was Lu Yanru, once his boss and now his woman. The overlord Wuzhong will never happen to me. I am not the overlord, and you are not Yu Ji. Chu Ge patted the back of Lu Yanru's hand and spoke softly. Husband, have you caught the person? People like this who directly threaten our family and relatives must be dealt with immediately. After all, Feng Linlin is the daughter of Feng Legion, the former head of the Feng family, one of the four major families. She is not a saint. If someone poses a threat to her, Feng Linlin will definitely get rid of this person first. Zhao Haifeng and his men went to capture him, and I also threatened him with his sister. Chu Ge touched Feng Linlin's little face and said in a low voice. I don't care. You can do it, but others don't believe it. This world is full of double standards. Feng Linlin clenched her fist angrily, and she looked so cute with her pouting lips. Xiao Qing also said as a matter of course, in our demon clan, we will take revenge when we have a grudge. This person is a threat, and we must eliminate the danger before we can be safe. Okay, you three can rest assured. This incident will not happen again. Chu Ge had not had this plan originally, but now it seems that the people in his family also need to improve their strength. After the three girls went back to their rooms to rest, Chu Ge's eyes turned cold. Yi Yan is one of them and Qin Shou is another one who is planning to take advantage of his woman. Both of these people must die. Qin Shou, who was released by General Bai, fled to Haicheng and could no longer stay in Yuncheng. Haicheng is still in the process of reconstruction after the last disaster, and the flow of people is complicated and cannot be checked. Qin Shou came to this place for this reason. I think it would take some time for Tamed group to find him. Somewhere in Haicheng, Zhang Fan, the former wealthy man and now his shadow guard, was ordered to do his job and found General Bai through some means. General Bai, my boss said that he is willing to provide you with every convenience. This document is called an ID card. With an ID card, you can travel smoothly in this world. The other one is called a bank card, which belongs to the private bank of Tamed Group. With this card, you can enjoy the highest level of treatment in any store under the name of Tamed Group. Quote. At the same time, this card has no limit on the spending limit. Whatever the general needs, just spend money to buy it. Zhang Fan stood in front of General Bai and said neither humbly nor arrogantly. Zhang Fan, one of the protagonists, no longer has the golden finger, but he seems to have embarked on another path. Even if I want to recruit troops, can this card be used? General Bai jokingly asked while holding the bank card. Of course. Zhang Fan nodded without changing his expression. Oh, your boss is so generous. General Bai exclaimed in surprise. This is an army. No monarch of any dynasty would delegate so much power to a general. Even if the general wants to train private soldiers, my boss won't frown. Zhang Fan received direct instructions from his boss Chu Ge to meet all the needs of General Bai. General Bai looked at the ID photo in his hand. The portrait on it was his own, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Chu Ge can get this kind of thing easily. It seems that Chu Ge's power in the country of Huameng cannot be underestimated. Not only is he rich, he's also powerful. Although he's young, he has deep hidden ambitions and is a man who can accomplish great things. General Bai nodded secretly and said to him, in that case, I accept your boss's kindness. General, if you have any questions, please feel free to contact us. Here is the phone number and instructions of Tamed Group. The phone contains the contact information of the boss and me. After finishing the task, Zhang Fan also gave instructions and disappeared in front of General Bai. Interesting. General Bai muttered to himself as he looked at the thing in his hand. He came to this sea city because it had once experienced an invasion by sea monsters. He used to be a general who defended his country. He wanted to come here to see how the people here rebuild their homes and how the Chinese alliance treats the people here. He walked around and saw what he wanted to see. Although the people of Haicheng had sad, uncomfortable and depressed faces, they were not numb or desperate. Volunteers were distributing daily necessities and food at every street corner. They have no worries about food, clothing, and shelter. There may be some corruption, but no one starves to death, no one takes advantage of the chaos to cause trouble, and no one oppresses the people. There is also the Tamed Group. He saw employees of the Tamed Group distributing Tamed Group's food and various supplies on the streets. All of them were free of charge. Tamed Group, isn't this Chu Ge's industry? This boy's ambition is hard to guess. He is good at winning people's hearts, has a huge foundation, is not short of money or power, and is still very young. A great leader will turn into a dragon when encountering storms. General Bai sighed, and suddenly his eyes focused, and a mysterious power emerged. It's an evil spirit. Chapter 329 reveals where his sister is. Stop. Just when the evil spirit was about to do evil, General Bai appeared in time and stopped it. The mortal who is unaware of sorrow and who has already stepped half a foot into hell is still sleeping soundly. Evil spirits are also evil ghosts, but everyone calls them differently. General Bai stopped the evil spirits from doing evil with just a glance. It was not because the evil spirits were afraid, but because General Bai had a natural suppressive power over them. This is the legendary natural restraint of the superior over the inferior. Mercy. This evil spirit was also a ferocious and evil ghost, but it could only crawl and tremble in front of General Bai. Evil spirits have souls, and they also possess the power of evil spirits. General Bai did not kill him. He could not help but sigh, it's okay to do evil, but it's against the virtue of heaven to kill innocent people. Follow me from now on. After all, he was an intelligent evil spirit. It would be a pity to kill him like this. Thank you, Master, for sparing my life. This evil spirit was also a pitiful person in his life. When he saw that the other party did not kill him, he immediately recognized his master. However, Yi Yan was chased by Zhao Haifeng and his two companions all the way, and he had accumulated deep resentment in his heart. I just got a piece of news. If you stop and rest for a while, I can tell you. Zhao Haifeng didn't admire him for anything else, but he admired Yi Yan's ability to run. After chasing for a whole day and a whole night, Yi Yan still hasn't caught up with her, which makes him very tired. When Zhun Moshao and Lin Feng saw Yi Yan stop, they also stopped tacitly and recovered their magic power on the spot. This guy can really run, and he's not afraid of breaking his legs. It would be nice if you were a man and had a real fight. Speak. Yi Yan had a vague ominous premonition in his heart. Were all the sisters captured by Chu Ge? Thinking of this, Yi Yan felt a pain in his heart again. But fortunately, as long as my sisters are safe, that's enough. All this is only temporary. He will have to wait until he becomes stronger and then rescue his sisters. Oh, your tone is really bad, but it's okay, I understand you. Zhao Haifeng teased coldly, and said to him, your other 5 sisters have gone ahead and are waiting for you downstairs. What did you say? Yi Yan was furious and looked at him in disbelief. Zhao Haifeng took a step back. The power that this guy burst out was really strong. He sneered, I said you would go to see your 5 sisters later. Actually, they didn't have to die, but because of you, they all died. When they died, they didn't even know why they died. Zhao Haifeng continued to speak more aggressively, with an even bigger smile, trying to continue to provoke Yi Yan. Maybe they are thinking that their brother will come to save them at this time. Impossible. Yi Yan suddenly reacted, looking at the 3 of them dangerously, his words coldly. I put them on the moon, how could you find them? Oh, Zhao Haifeng and the other 2 suddenly realized, and said while holding the walkie-talkie, target Yi Yan's 5 sisters, the moon, arrange people to capture them. Zhang Chuchen, you owe me a favor. For cultivators, it is easy to go to the moon. The most important thing is to go up without being discovered, not being monitored by satellites, and breaking the formation on the moon. Okay, I owe you a favor. Zhang Chuchen's voice came from the intercom. Zhang Chuchen had no choice. He didn't know how to tell fortunes, and he couldn't find Yi Yan's sisters. How could he explain to his boss? That's why he went to find Zhao Haifeng. After getting the news, Zhang Chuchen immediately flew to the moon with many shadow guards. Red Queen will cooperate at any time to shield satellites and conceal operations. After all, it is better not to announce the existence of immortal cultivators to the public. You lied to me. Yi Yan suddenly fell into madness. He was actually deceived by the other party. Whoosh! Yi Yan didn't dare to stay, didn't dare to have the slightest chance of luck, and flew directly towards the moon. He must quickly go to the moon before the other party takes action. The old man Xiao Fengui is not reliable either. Who knows whether he will hand his sister over to Chu Ge to protect himself. It turns out that you have to rely on yourself for everything. You can't rely on others. Yi Yan sighed in his heart. His Tianzun temple had been completely emptied and destroyed by Chu Ge's men. There is no one around me who can be relied on. Don't run. Zhao Haifeng chased him from behind. Why are you running? Your sister's death is a foregone conclusion. I didn't lie to you. I just gave you a spoiler in advance. Zhao Haifeng flew through the air with a compass in his hand. Yi Yan's face was stern. He used all his magic power and attacked with a backhand. Bang! Lin Feng punched out. Zhun Moshao also threw a punch. The 2 of them attacked at the same time. Even Yi Yan would not dare to be careless. What a bunch of monsters. Are you really in the fusion stage? Yi Yan looked at the 3 people unwillingly, a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, and forced his magic power to move. Yi Yan suddenly turned into a stream of light and headed straight for the moon. This guy runs so fast, doesn't he know that the moon is a dangerous place? Wrong, 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 it's like catching a turtle in a jar. You are all wrong, it's like waiting for a rabbit by a tree. Jun Moshao and the other two were not in a hurry at all. They chased Yi Yan leisurely and even had the leisure time to chat. Tamed Group Headquarters, Chairman's Office. At present, General Bai has dealt with a lot of supernatural beings in Haicheng, and most of them are under his command. Boss, do we really not need to interfere? Lin Zan said with some concern. The boss is really bold to allow a potential enemy to grow stronger. She was also worried about her boss, so she said that. Chu Ge said confidently, General Bai will join us sooner or later, and then his strength will be our strength. As for why Chu Ge was so confident, Chu Ge didn't know, but he was confident anyway. Seeing that she couldn't persuade the boss, Lin Zan could only nod and stop talking about this topic. Boss, Taoist Zhang Chuchen has already gone to the moon. Should we go through Honghu to take a look? To be honest, Lin Zan was also very curious about where the immortal cultivators on the moon were hiding. Red Queen, block all satellites and transfer the images to my computer. Chu Ge nodded and instructed Red Queen. Red Queen, understood. Chu Ge's computer started up automatically, and some programs opened automatically. Under Red Queen's operation, the real image of the moon was transmitted over. Chu Ge let Lin Zan sit in his arms and hugged him with her arms. Lin Zan was already familiar with the situation and didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Leaning in the boss's arms, Lin Zan looked at the computer screen with curiosity. Chu Ge saw Zhang Chuchen and his shadow guards searching everywhere, and they were determined to find the person even if they had to dig 3 feet deep into the ground. The real moon has a lot of craters, just like a planet covered with pockmarks. Zhang Chuchen's eyes were spinning with Taoism, scanning the place. There must be a hidden formation, otherwise he would not be able to find someone. Chapter 330 The Five Sisters Caught. Just when Zhang Chuchen was planning to violently demolish the moon, since you don't come out, he will beat you until you come out. He didn't like violence, but he had to admit that sometimes violence really worked. Zhang Chuchen, I've come to the moon to see you. Hearing this familiar voice, Zhang Chuchen smiled helplessly on his face. He knew Yi Yan would come. Look, Yi Yan was already standing on the moon and looking around. Seeing that Zhang Chuchen hadn't noticed them yet, the sisters breathed a sigh of relief. It's also his fault. If he hadn't fallen into the trap in a hurry, he wouldn't have revealed the moon. Brother Yi, you are so unfair. You lead them to the moon like this. Isn't this adding danger to your sister? Xiao Fengui walked out from the space beside Yi Yan. I don't want to either. Do you think I want to? Yi Yan said with a wry smile. Before, he still felt uncomfortable with Xiao Fenggui's secret escape. But thinking of his current situation where he is alone, Yi Yan doesn't want to turn against Xiao Fengui. Spatial ability, Jun Moshao couldn't help but stare at Xiao Fengui when he saw it. No, it's definitely not the spatial ability. If it were, Xiao Fengui wouldn't have been chased away by them in such a miserable way. This concealment formation involving space is truly powerful. Jun Moshao thought about it for a moment and realized that this formation was not simple. No wonder no one has found any clues for so many years. It seems that they are in the same dimension as us, but just in different spaces. Lin Feng suddenly said, what you said is quite correct. Jun Moshao glanced at Lin Feng, nodded and smiled. The boss has ordered that Yi Yan, you have broken the rules of the game without authorization. The boss is very angry and the consequences will be serious. Your sister's life is in danger. It's all your fault. Zhang Chuchen flicked his whisk lightly and closed his eyes slightly. The Liang Yi bell in his hand suddenly grew larger and appeared above everyone's heads. What he said seemed to be convicting Yi Yan. Dwang! The heavy sound of the Liang Yi bell rang out. The truth is simple. Often the most violent method is to break the formation. A drop of source blood was forced out from Zhang Chuchen's heart and instantly merged into the Liangyi bell. Dwang! This time, the Liangyi bell directly exploded with its own power, making a terrifying sound. Colorful rays of light appeared along with the mysterious rhythm of Taoism, as if forming a sharp needle, trying to pierce this invisible formation. Dwang! The sound of the bell shook everyone's heart, as if the little secrets in their hearts were exposed. Oops! Xiao Fengui was originally complacent and thought that the opponent would definitely return empty-handed, but he sensed that a large formation was actually emerging. The Great Formation emerged because it was about to collapse. The original defensive power of this formation was insufficient, and the function of this formation itself was to conceal. Now, because of this little Taoist priest's disturbance, the formation is almost broken. This clock is such a treasure. Xiao Fenghui looked at the clock above with envy. Zhang Chuchen's yin-yang bell is truly powerful, but he really tried too hard to force out the source blood. Zhun Moshao sighed. Zhao Haifeng said nonchalantly, "Once the formation is broken, I will let Yi Yan watch his sisters die one by one. You can ask the boss to reimburse you for the source blood. The boss has a lot of good things." Zhao Haifeng chuckled. Lin Feng looked at Zhao Haifeng with squinted eyes. "I really can't believe you're planning to take advantage of the boss. You're really bold." Zhao Haifeng looked at Lin Feng with his head held high and chest puffed out, and chuckled. "Why, I'm not brave. The rest of my body is big. Do you want to take a look?" Lin Feng took out a toothpick and looked at it carefully. "It's big, really big, a little bigger than a toothpick." NTM. Zhao Haifeng's face turned dark, and he was going to have a good argument with him. "Stop him. We can't let him continue to activate the clock." Yi Yan and Xiao Fenghui hurriedly rushed towards Zhang Chuchen. Zhang Chuchen glanced at the two of them and planned to continue activating the Liangyi bell. The Liangyi bell rang twice, and he consumed a lot of magic power, but he was not afraid. Zhun Moshao and the others were there and they would not just sit there and watch him. "Want to fight? Let me play with you." Zhun Moshao stood in front of Zhang Chuchen. "How can I be left out of this kind of thing?" Although Zhao Haifeng and Lin Feng disagreed with each other verbally, they never dragged their feet when it came to business. With these three people blocking their way, even Yi Yan and Xiao Fenghui could not move forward in a short period of time. Dwang! The bell rang again. With a crackling sound, the entire concealment formation collapsed. One figure after another appeared directly in Zhang Chuchen's eyes: ancient buildings, luxurious clothes, and energetic people. It seems that these people are still living well on the moon. "Intruder!" some people suddenly screamed. "Find the target person." Zhang Chuchen ordered the leaders of the shadow guards around him, "Bring him to me." "Yes, sir." The leaders of the shadow guards accepted the order respectfully. The shadow guards indiscriminately killed anyone who blocked their way. Even though these people live on the moon, there are still very few cultivators because the moon also does not have much spiritual energy. However, although they are rare, there are still some cultivators who can survive. Chu Ge couldn't help but feel interesting when he saw the buildings and ancient people on the moon. Yi Yan will die, and that Xiao Feng ghost will also die. Chu Ge turned off the computer directly, hugged Lin Zan and began to guide her every movement and voice. When Chu Ge finished, Zhun Moshao and others' actions were also nearing their end. Yi Yan was a little embarrassed. Xiao Fenghui was not the protagonist after all, and his injuries were far more serious than Yi Yan's. So what if I'm at the peak of the Mahayana stage? It seems that my fusion stage is no worse than the Mahayana stage. The more Lin Feng fought, the more excited he became. Although he was beaten badly by Yi Yan and had many injuries on his body, he was still full of passion. Yi Yan was breathing heavily, looking at Zhang Chuchen and others with a vigilant look, feeling very anxious. The shadow guard moved too quickly, and he was afraid that the people on the moon wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. At this time, Xiao Fenghui was lying on the ground, with an expression of disbelief on his face, looking extremely embarrassed. "Report, we have found the target person." A shadow guard communicator hurried to Zhang Chuchen's side. "How many people?" Zhang Chuchen looked at his torn Taoist robe, took a deep breath, and asked. He was seriously injured. "This Yi Yan kid is really good at fighting, even better than that Xiao Fenghui. The five of us stay together." The shadow guard communicator said happily. "Very good, bring him here." Zhang Chuchen wiped the blood off his face and smiled faintly at Yi Yan not far away. "Yes." The shadow guard communicator quickly notified the shadow guard over there. Yi Yan's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. Was he really going to watch his sisters die one by one in front of him? He is unwilling to accept this. Chapter 331. I said I would die in front of you, and I would die in front of you. Whoosh! A figure appeared directly in front of him and kicked him away without warning. Yi Yan slid dozens of meters off the ground. Another figure appeared and did not let him go easily. He dropped from the sky and kicked him into the ground. Hey, what do you two mean? I let him watch his sister die, not ask you to help him escape reality. Zhao Haifeng's face turned dark, and he looked at Lin Feng and Jun Moshao and shouted helplessly. Jun Moshao touched his nose and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. This kind of indestructible cockroach will come up on its own. That's right. Lin Feng rubbed his fist, preparing to punch the opponent in a certain position. Boom! Yi Yan's blood surged and broke through the ground, floating in the air, his face cold and bloodless. Whoever stands in my way will die. Yi Yan's realm actually felt like it was about to climb from the peak of the Mahayana stage to the initial stage of tribulation. The breath was very unstable, but Yi Yan exploded, that was a fact. This guy has exploded. Jun Moshao was surprised to see that his abandoned heaven record was actually a little shaky. Of course, if his own strength level is sufficient, the abandoned heaven record can exert even more powerful power. HMPH, I'm not afraid of you even if you explode. Lin Feng didn't believe it. My destiny is in my own hands. Kill. Don't let anyone help me. Lin Feng's aura exploded to its peak, reaching the peak strength of the fusion stage. Zhao Haifeng and Jun Moshao looked at each other, and they more or less understood Lin Feng's actions. Lin Feng loves fighting, and since he wants to make a temporary breakthrough in the battle, they naturally have to help him. Beside Zhang Chuchen, several of Yi Yan's sisters had been brought up. Looking at several sisters kneeling on the ground in embarrassment and despair, Yi Yan growled with bloodshot eyes. You are overestimating yourself. The next second, Yi Yan saw Lin Feng rushing towards him. He waved his hand lightly, and the opponent's figure instantly fell down. With the power of the initial stage of tribulation, Yi Yan finally temporarily recovered the strength to cross the tribulation. However, the price is very high, but Yi Yan does not regret it. He wants to take his sister away safely. This is his only obsession. Once he is safely away, he will definitely make Chu Ge regret it, which shows that it is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Let my sister go, or we will all die. Yi Yan roared, and the power of rage instantly burst out from his body. The shadow guards standing beside Yi Yan's sisters did not show any fear at all, as if they treated him as air. Don't ignore me. Just when Yi Yan was about to kill these shadow guards, Lin Feng appeared in front of him again and blocked his attack with his two arms. Yi Yan was a little surprised that the other party actually blocked his attack. Zhang Chuchen glanced at Lin Feng silently and found that blood was flowing from the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. It was obvious that he was just holding on. He was not convinced by this will. If he were to face such a force alone, he probably wouldn't fight it head-on. Lin Feng roared and kept swinging his fists. Hee. Now you don't have the strength to be arrogant in front of me. Yi Yan fought quickly and decisively. After dodging the opponent's attacks continuously, he punched directly on the opponent's heart. Lin Feng only felt a blackness in front of his eyes, and the whole person flew backwards, fell heavily to the ground, and did not get up for a long time. Jun Moshao, Zhao Haifeng, and Zhang Chuchen originally wanted to stop him, but Lin Feng's resolute look that showed he didn't need any help made them stop. Lin Feng. Zhao Haifeng hurried to Lin Feng's side, picked him up and shook him hard. You don't know your own limitations. Yi Yan waved his hand, and those shadow guards flew backwards, spitting blood, and their lives or deaths were unknown. Beep beep. Zhang Chuchen and Jun Moshao stood together, just looking at Yi Yan without any movement. Ding ding ding. A rapid alarm countdown sounded. Yi Yan's face changed drastically, and his power instantly enveloped the bodies of his 5 sisters. Boom. Unfortunately, what Yi Yan didn't expect was that his 5 sisters had taken poison from a special device. The timed explosive, like a pill, exploded instantly, blowing the internal organs of his 5 sisters to pieces. By the time he used his magic power to wrap the bodies of his 5 sisters, they had already become a mass of rotten flesh. All life was gone in an instant, and even gods could not save them. Sister. Yi Yan collapsed and knelt on the ground, looking at his 5 sisters with their eyes wide open. The sisters seemed to be saying, Xiao Yanzi, save us. No. Yi Yan hugged his sister's still warm body and cried out in collapse. Tears kept flowing down, and my face had been washed by tears over and over again. It's just one step away from rescuing you all. Why is this happening? Nothing could be more painful than seeing my sisters die in front of me. While Yi Yan was crying, Zhao Haifeng was still shaking Lin Feng desperately. Cough cough. Lin Feng coughed out the blood that was blocking his throat and trachea. I'm not dead, and you're not dead either. I was thinking of buying you a coffin and burying you after you died. Lin Feng's voice was extremely hoarse, and he uttered a sentence with difficulty. Huh, I'm glad you're not dead. Zhao Haifeng let go of Lin Feng's hand as soon as he saw that he was fine. Lin Feng's head hit the moon with a loud bang. TMD, you better remember this. Lin Feng was in so much pain that he couldn't get up. He could only lie on the ground and whispered to Zhao Haifeng. Hey, he's been a scourge for thousands of years, but he's still alive. What a pity. Zhao Haifeng went to beat up Jun Moshao and Zhang Chuchen with his hands behind his back. When he heard Lin Feng's whispering, he couldn't help but snorted. I want you to be buried with me. Yi Yan attacked Zhao Haifeng and the other two with a look of hatred on his face. Zhao Haifeng used a compass to block the opponent's attack. With the help of the two, he steadied his steps and sneered at Yi Yan. You want to be buried with your sisters at every turn. Your sister just went there before you. The moon is a nice place, but it's a pity that you can't pollute the environment here. The boss said that people like you deserve to be thrown into a mass grave. That's where you should go. I'll be a good person and throw your sisters into the mass grave together and erect a tombstone for them. Zhao Haifeng kept provoking Yi Yan. Yi Yan's sanity was gradually waning and his anger was about to devour his remaining sanity. The death of his sisters, guilt, shame, self-blame, regret, various psychological factors plus Zhao Haifeng's ridicule made Yi Yan suffer unspeakably. Jun Moshao and Zhang Chuchen were the main force, bearing the strength of Yi Yan's initial stage of tribulation. Zhao Haifeng assisted from the side, and when he saw that the two were defeated, he also joined the battle. The injuries of the three men continued to increase, but their morale became stronger and stronger as the battle went on. Protagonist vs protagonist, it depends on who has more people and stronger luck. Chapter 332 Yi Yan is crazy and wants to blow up the moon. The fight between the four became more and more intense. The shadow guards below had already begun to clean up the mess and had retreated to a distant place to avoid being accidentally injured. Yi Yan no longer cared about it, but Zhao Haifeng and the other two still knew the importance of the moon. Once the moon disappears, the gravity of the earth will change, and then a flood disaster will occur. Anyone with a little common sense knows the importance of the moon. Whether Yi Yan intentionally or unintentionally bombarded the surface of the moon with force, it would be resisted by Zhang Chuchen and others. Xiao Fengui was still recovering from his injuries and remained silent. No one noticed him anyway. Phew. Xiao Feng's eyes seemed to be popping out of his head as he looked down at the tip of the sword sticking out from his heart, which was stained with his own blood. Has anyone ever told you not to turn your back to the enemy? Lin Feng's face was bruised, but he was smiling with great satisfaction. Xiao Fengui forgot that there was a person lying on the ground behind him. Damn it, he actually ignored it. How hateful. The power condensed in Xiao Fenggui's palm was about to take shape, but at this moment, the power suddenly disappeared. Huh, what's going on? Xiao Fengui was shocked. It's been a long time since I last practiced this technique. I kind of miss it. Lin Feng laughed out loud with a nostalgic look on his face. His body was absorbing Xiao Fenggui's magic power, devouring his opponent's strength and nourishing himself. Lin Feng's body was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his heart was beating wildly and vigorously. Xiao Fengui wanted to shout and call for help, but when he opened his mouth, he found that no sound came out. Yi Yan had no time to care about him anymore. Simply put, Yi Yan's rationality had been buried by hatred while fighting in the sky. Comfortable. Lin Feng closed his eyes and enjoyed the increase in strength. But not everyone's power can improve oneself. Only the power of a cultivator who is stronger than oneself can improve oneself. He had been eyeing Xiao Fengui for a long time, otherwise he wouldn't have foolishly rushed up to fight Yi Yan in a duel. Everyone thought he was a fool, a martial arts fanatic. If he wasn't so meticulous, he would have died in a corner abroad in his early years. There is no need to think so much, no need to worry so much, so when others look at Raymond Lam, they think that he is a simple-minded person. If Xiao Fengui, the blood bag, hadn't been there, he wouldn't have been so stupid as to do such a thing. Boom! A force from the ground rushed up into the sky, and a figure instantly appeared behind Yi Yan, punching him directly in the back. Another punch, and another punch. Yi Yan was awakened by the beating. His anger restored some of his rationality and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The aura of the tribulation period dropped instantly and fell to the peak of the Mahayana period. Boom! Yi Yan was punched directly into the moon by Lin Feng. What the hell? Lin Feng, you've also exploded. Awesome. Lin Feng, how did you recover from your injuries? Did the boss leave you a secret medicine? The friends were all stunned. Zhao Haifeng and the other two hurriedly moved closer to observe Lin Feng. Wow, you actually advanced to the Mahayana stage directly and are on par with the boss. It was not known whether Zhao Haifeng's words were intentional, which made Lin Feng sneer, I have to be one step ahead of you, otherwise wouldn't I be a waste. Xiao Fengui was sucked dry and died, which was indeed a bit indecent. Zhang Chuchen shook his head slightly and flicked his whisk. The Xiao Fengui on the ground turned into wisps of ashes and disappeared into the universe. Zhang Chuchen was quite surprised, and it made him get to know Lin Feng again. Zhun Moshao took a look and said nothing. After Zhao Haifeng saw it, he suddenly realized, great, Lin Feng, you are thinking about yourself when you have such a good thing. Remember to remind me next time, I want one too. Lin Feng was ahead of all of them in advancing to the Mahayana stage. They were all chosen by heaven, so naturally they were not convinced. This is not jealousy, but a reminder to myself not to fall behind others. Lin Feng smiled at everyone and his figure disappeared on the spot. Boom! Yi Yan's fist and Lin Feng's thunder cloud sword collided. A flash of sword light instantly shot up into the sky, and it seemed as if a dazzling light burst out in the universe. With a bang, a silent explosion sounded. Lin Feng looked at his thunder cloud sword, which was making a sound and trembling. Yi Yan took a few steps back, stood on the moon, and looked at Lin Feng with a serious gaze. This guy was beaten very badly just now and was definitely seriously injured. Unexpectedly, not only has he been promoted to the Mahayana stage, but his injuries have also recovered as before. Let's go together, it's time to end it. Lin Feng held the long sword in his hand, and with blood on his finger he wiped the sword. The thunder cloud sword flashed with lightning, and suddenly there was thunder and endless lightning. Okay. Zhao Haifeng and the others were also tired and wanted to have a good rest. Chu Ge, come out and see me. Yi Yan waved out his magic power, making it difficult for the four people to get close to him, and roared at them. Lost. By a complete defeat. He was obsessed with revenge for his previous life, but in this life, he had to fall in front of his enemy's subordinates. He would rather die at the hands of Chu Ge's men than live a worse life than his previous one and die at the hands of Chu Ge's men. If I could drag Chu Ge to be buried with him, it would be considered revenge for my sisters. Eldest sister and seventh sister, Xiao Yanzi will say goodbye to you. Yi Yan felt extremely desolate. Are you worthy enough to let our boss kill you personally? The four of us are enough. That's right. Don't you look at what you are in now. You still ask for this and that. I think this guy probably thinks we are not worthy of killing him. Good fellow, I will kill him myself today. Seeing that they would not give in, Yi Yan realized that he could not die with Chu Ge. So he would destroy the moon and drag everyone down with him. Now that the moon is gone, I guess Chu Ge won't have an easy time on Blue Star. Blue Star has Chu Ge's foundation. Thinking of this, Yi Yan's expression improved. Whoosh! Yi Yan drilled directly into the interior of the moon and self-exploded. If he self-exploded from the center, he would die. Yi Yan's eyes were filled with madness, and he had already felt the desire to die in his heart. For someone who had died once, what was the harm in dying again? Made a profit. Already earned. Oh no, he's going to self-destruct and destroy the moon. Zhang Chuchen's face was solemn and he quickly chased after him. Zhao Haifeng and others also realized the seriousness of the matter and hurriedly chased after him. If the moon explodes, the blue planet will basically be doomed. The moon is the protective umbrella of the blue planet. It has blocked countless meteorite attacks for the blue planet. The moon's gravity and tidal force are no joke. Once the moon is gone, the blue planet will undergo earth-shaking changes. This change is not what they want. Come on. Ha ha ha. Buried with you. Yi Yan rushed madly towards the center of the moon, with Zhun Moshao and others chasing him closely. It was unknown what Zhang Chuchen said, but the expressions of the other three people improved a lot. Chapter 333, The Moon is not as important as you. Yi Yan's self-explosion did not cause any irreparable damage to the moon. Yi Yan's self-destruction finally exploded, but Zhang Chuchen's Liang Yi bell also became broken. The Liang Yi bell enveloped Yi Yan inside the bell, and Yi Yan's explosion caused serious damage to the Liang Yi bell. Seal. Zhang Chuchen forced out another drop of source blood, heart blood, to activate the power of the Liang Yi bell. Even if the self-detonation of a peak Mahayana expert caused unpredictable damage, the Liangyi bell still burst out with infinite power. After the self-destruction, Yi Yan's consciousness fell into a deep sleep. The soul of a powerful Mahayana master is rare. After all, when practicing Mahayana, who would self-destruct for no reason? Even if there is a glimmer of hope, no one would do that. But Yi Yan did just that, but since his consciousness is dormant, then he will sleep forever. Dwang. It was as if the moon was shaking, the mysterious and colorful rhyme of Taoism was dazzling, and the sound of the bell was soul-stirring and calming. Yi Yan's soul, which was in a dormant state, was directly shattered by the Liangyi bell and completely disappeared inside the moon without any sunlight. Everything vanishes into thin air, the soul returns to nothingness. The truth is simple, but in the end, it is all in vain. Zhang Chuchen's face was extremely pale. He used 2 drops of source blood in total. After shattering Yi Yan's soul, he muttered to himself. However, the great way is simple, the way follows nature, and the soul returning to nothingness is also a kind of continuation. Zhang Chuchen's mouth curled up slightly. What I want in this small way is to be free and at ease. As long as I move towards my goal, I won't cause a disaster after I die. Boom. Zhang Chuchen felt relieved, as if he had transcended something. He had figured something out, and the shackles in his body instantly broke. Suddenly, his body burst out with the power of the Mahayana period. Zhao Haifeng was dumbfounded. No way, no way. We come out to the moon to play around, and when we go back, we're the only 2 still in the fusion stage. Zhun Moshao was also a very proud person. He felt bitter when he saw Zhang Chuchen also advance to the Mahayana stage. What Zhao Haifeng said was right. This time, only he and Zhao Haifeng did not advance. Congratulations on your advancement to the Mahayana stage. That's great. Zhun Moshao bowed to Zhang Chuchen and congratulated him. Zhao Haifeng also bowed and congratulated. Congratulations, you're faster than me. I thought I was the only one, but I didn't expect you to have advanced to the Mahayana stage as well. Congratulations. Lin Feng said with a smile. Zhang Chuchen had not expected that the natural and spontaneous advancement made him feel happy, and he bowed to the 3 people. After I go back, I will definitely hold a banquet to entertain all of you fellow Taoists, ha ha ha. Zhao Haifeng laughed, ha ha ha, I will eat you bankrupt when I get back. Let's eat together, let's eat together. Zhun Moshao and Lin Feng both laughed. A luxurious private room. Boss, you don't know that when Yi Yan saw the way his sister died, his face was full of regret. He went against the boss and didn't even think about whether he deserved it. He even wanted to blow up the moon before he died. Chu Ge listened to Zhao Haifeng describing the scene on the moon at that time, with a smile on his face and big gulps of wine. In my opinion, Yi Yan is nothing. But I am surprised that you two, Lin Feng and Zhang Chuchen, have become Mahayana cultivators. Chu Ge ate a peanut, looked at Lin Feng and Zhang Chuchen and smiled. Zhang Chuchen poured a glass of wine for the boss and said embarrassedly. Boss, I'm surprised too. I didn't know how I got promoted at that time. Lin Feng said, I'm not as good as Zhang Chuchen. I rushed up by brute force. Chu Ge looked at Zhao Haifeng and Zhun Moshao with some amusement. You two have to work harder. You were the first ones to follow me, and I don't want you to stay far away. Hearing this, Zhao Haifeng and Zhun Moshao felt warm in their hearts, and they smiled at the same time. Thank you for your concern, boss. We will be in the Mahayana stage soon. But the moon is very important to Blue Star, but Blue Star is not our Blue Star alone. Although they avoided the fate of the moon exploding, Chu Ge still had to say a few words. After all, the moon explosion was not more valuable than the lives of his men. Remember, in the future, only as long as you are alive you can continue to work for me. If you die, you will really have nothing. Chu Ge took out a bottle of pills and placed it in Zhang Chuchen's hand. This pill will replenish the loss of your source blood. Don't do this. Again in the future. The moon is gone, we can find a way to create another one. Yi Yan is an insignificant person, not worthy of your source blood. Replenish it well, just for this example. Zhang Chuchen took the pill, feeling emotional in his heart. It was really the honor of his life to meet the boss. I won't do it next time, boss. Chu Ge hummed, looked at the 3 people, and instructed, do you know what to do if you encounter this kind of thing in the future? I know. Zhun Moshao, Lin Feng, and Zhao Haifeng replied honestly. Come on, drink, drink. Chu Ge suddenly laughed and raised his glass to the 4 people. Congratulations on your great victory. Thank you, boss. The four people smiled at each other and raised their glasses happily. The boss is still the same boss as before. No matter how their strength and status change, the boss never changes. Perhaps, they saw the boss's true nature from the beginning, and the boss never hid anything from them. When drinking, it is natural to have women accompany you. Chu Ge's cell phone suddenly rang, and he waved his hand to let the women go out. What's wrong, baby? It was Feng Linlin calling, Chu Ge asked softly. She called at this time, probably because of something urgent. Honey, my cousin is dying. I heard it was poisoned and the hospital can't cure him. Can't be cured. That's impossible. Hospitals are so advanced now. Chu Ge finished the wine in the glass and couldn't help but feel puzzled. The four of them tacitly agreed not to speak to disturb the boss. They drank in silence, their attention focused on the boss's phone call. Husband, why don't you come and take a look? My cousin and I had a good relationship. I think he offended someone and now he's in a coma. Feng Linlin was very anxious on the phone. Her cousin was poisoned, and the only person she thought of was Chu Ge. Okay, I'll be right there. Chu Ge hung up the phone immediately and said to the four people, let's go and digest our food. Since there was nothing to do, the boss spoke. Jun Moshao and the other three naturally would not refuse. Even though it was a bit of an exaggeration, Chu Ge still took it seriously since it was the first time Feng Linlin asked him for help. After all, she is your woman. If you don't love her, who will? Today, the Feng family is still located at its original location. When Chu Ge arrived, Feng Lijian, the father-in-law, personally greeted him. Although Chu Ge and Feng Linlin are not married, the marriage certificate is no longer important in the current situation. The changes in the world situation made Feng Lijian a little overwhelmed, but fortunately, with the care of Tamed Group, his business was still going well. Because the hospital was unable to treat him, he had to be transferred home. Thank you for your help, Brother Chu. Feng Lijian still called Chu Ge, Brother Chu. They called each other by their own name. You're welcome. Linlin's business is my business. Chu Ge looked at the unconscious man lying on the bed and took out a pill. Take this first. When he wakes up, I'll ask him what happened. In Yuncheng, everyone knows the relationship between the Feng family and themselves. Even if he is Feng Linlin's cousin, he will not be allowed to be harmed like this. Of course, unless Feng Linlin's cousin did something that angered God and the people, he would definitely take care of this matter. Chapter 334. Thank you so much, Chairman Chu. I can't repay you enough. The mother of Feng Linlin's cousin knelt on the ground and cried, expressing her great gratitude to Chu Ge. Although her son had not had time to take the pill yet, she knew that Chairman Chu's action would definitely not go wrong. Feng Linlin looked at her man with gratitude, her eyes full of love, and she was full of pride in front of her relatives. Now everyone in the Feng family is saying that Feng Linlin had good vision and had high hopes for Chu Ge when Chu Ge was still not really successful. Feng Linlin just likes her man, no matter what he is like, but she feels proud when she sees her man's achievements. Feng Linlin's cousin is called Feng Tian, a very grand name. Feng Tian finally woke up about 3 minutes after taking the pill. However, Chu Ge was somewhat dissatisfied. It took him 3 minutes to wake up from the elixir he had made himself. It seems that this is not a simple poison. Zhao Haifeng noticed the boss's unhappy expression, poked Lin Feng beside him, and transmitted the message. Nonsense, this guy must have offended some casual cultivator who uses poison. Lin Feng chuckled. Son, you're finally awake. If something happened to you, what would I do? Feng Tian's mother cried with joy after her son woke up. Chairman Chu. It's me. Feng Tian sat up, saw Chairman Chu in the room, and hurriedly wanted to get up. Forget it, tell me everything clearly. Who did you offend? You are Feng Linlin's cousin. If you haven't gone too far, I will take care of this matter. Chu Ge waved his hand, asked him to lie down, and explained everything clearly. Yes, son, who poisoned you? Feng Tian's mother quickly reminded her son to tell the truth. With Chairman Chu here, this matter can be resolved 100%. Feng Tian quickly came to his senses and told everything without adding any exaggeration. It turned out that when I was drinking with my friends, I saw a waiter and thought he was pretty good, so I planned to get to know him. Who knew that the waiter would make such a fuss, as if he was going to eat her? Finally, an inexplicable man showed up and tried to save the beauty. He got angry on the spot, and a conflict ensued. Then, He couldn't beat the other party, and he and his friends were beaten up too. When he got home, he didn't take the female waitress seriously, but just planned to find someone to investigate the man who beat him. Who would have thought that my head would suddenly buzz and I would know nothing? Only when he woke up did he realize that he was poisoned. Thinking of this, Feng Tian's face turned pale and he was very scared. Thank you Chairman Chu for saving my life. Feng Tian knelt on the ground and kowtowed to thank his savior. At this moment, a palm-sized doll suddenly jumped in front of everyone from nowhere. I didn't know you were so lucky. You have untied my poison, so you have to bear my anger. The doll spoke in a very strange way, and Feng Linlin was so scared that she threw herself into Chu Ge's arms. Everyone in the room looked at the doll with extreme fear, because it could actually speak. Although the supernatural exists, in Yuncheng, people who have not experienced it have no idea about it. Bold. Jun Moshao grabbed the doll and squeezed it gently, and the doll instantly broke into pieces. I saw an extremely small poisonous insect crawling out and drilling directly into the skin of Jun Moshao's palm, which was extremely creepy. A poisonous insect from Raozhong. Zhang Chuchen stared at Jun Moshao's bulging skin, which extended deep into Jun Moshao's arm, and felt a little surprised. Chu Ge looked at the poisonous insect still crawling deep inside Jun Moshao's arm with great interest. He moved his palm slightly, and a crack appeared on Jun Moshao's skin instantly. The poisonous insect was struggling, but it could not escape from Chu Ge's palm. Bear your anger. I don't know what your anger is, but I will let you know mine. After saying that, Chu Ge directly pinched the insect to death that could not resist. Somewhere in Yuncheng, a man frowned. The insect had lost contact. Who was the man who was talking to him? Isn't that the dude? Forget it. If you can't figure it out, just forget about it. There are not many threatening people in this world. When I came out of Raozhong, I met my confidant who I once loved so much. She was such a proud person back then. He got angry when he thought about how Yang Miao Miao was working as a waitress and how she was being bullied. If killing people wasn't a bad thing, he wouldn't have given the medicine that would make the person unconscious and become a vegetable. Are you okay? Yang Miao Miao sent a message at this time. Han Yun felt warm at heart when he saw Yang Miao Miao's caring words, and typed back, I'm fine, you should have a good rest. Han Yun suddenly frowned, feeling that someone was watching him outside, and several poisonous insects flew out of his body. After a while, it was quiet outside and the poisonous insect flew back, but it was not stained with blood. These people were really vigilant. However, Han Yun had no intention of killing him and just expelled him. He thought that the person should be sent by that playboy. However, the other party did not make things difficult for Yang Miao Miao, which showed that he was tactful. So she could just go find him. If it was too much, he wouldn't mind sending the other party to accompany his ancestors. Just as Han Yun was about to fall asleep, a smoke bomb was thrown in, followed by several special smoke bombs. The people around Han Yun have been cleared out. In Yuncheng, when Tamed Group does business, no one dares to disrespect it, and the compensation afterwards is also satisfactory. Han Yun immediately stood up and hid in the corner. There were many poisonous insects placed throughout the room, and he covered his mouth and nose. Although it is a small insect, it is extremely powerful. The insect devoured the smoke, and soon all the smoke in the room disappeared. It's rude not to reciprocate. Han Yun is not the kind of person who will be bullied. His face turned cold and he controlled the insect to fly out. Pa! The insect fell down immediately before it flew out of the window. Han Yun covered his heart in disbelief, knelt on one knee on the ground, looked at his insect, and felt the chaotic aura in his body. With a bang, the door was broken open from the outside. The elite Shadow Guard team wore masks on their faces and had plenty of ammunition in their hands. After seeing Han Yun, they raised their weapons and fired without saying a word. Da 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 da. Han Yun had never seen such a scene before. Without saying a word, he used the power of the insect to transform his skin into a body of steel and broke through the window to escape. The bullet hit Han Yun's body, as if it hit something as hard as iron, sparks flying everywhere. Han Yun was waiting to break out of the window, but several huge nets were directly covering him. Countless powerful lights instantly illuminated Han Yun. Just as Han Yun broke through the giant net and tried to escape under fire, a familiar voice rang out. Han Yun, how are you? A shadow guard slowly walked up and took off the mask on his face, revealing a face that Han Yun was very familiar with. Chapter 335, former brothers, now enemies. Han Ji-yu, why are you here? How come you have degenerated into someone else's thug? Han Yun didn't expect to meet an acquaintance in such a place. His face suddenly turned gloomy. He was curious about the other party's identity. Han Ji-yu laughed coldly, spread out his hands and looked at himself dressed as a shadow guard, with a slight arrogance on his face. How come in your mouth, I've become self-degrading? Do you know how much effort I've put in to climb to this position? Han Ji-yu thought of the time when he was in Raozhong, and sneered, that's right, you don't know it all, because you can get it easily. But I can't. Han Ji-yu suddenly became agitated, pointing at himself, looking at Han Yun with hatred in his eyes. Han Yun looked at Han Ji-yu with complicated eyes and said in a disappointed tone, I thought we were the same kind of people. But we are not the same kind of people at all. Han Yun, don't be hypocritical. Now you have no choice but to surrender. Han Ji-yu interrupted Han Yun directly and snorted coldly. Things are different now. Han Yun used to have an extraordinary status in Raozhong, but now, in his eyes, Raozhong is just so-so. His vision is no longer that of Han Ji-yu, the narrow-minded man of Raozhong, but the leader of the Shadow Guard team of the Shadow Guard headquarters of Tamed Group. He successfully advanced to the early stage of the Golden Corps, and was a somewhat well-known figure among the Shadow Guards. Who is the person behind you? Han Yun asked directly. Han Ji-yu used to be his best friend, but because of one thing, they became enemies. Since the other party is willing to degenerate, just let him go. He. Han Ji-yu smiled coldly and shook his head. You, Han Yun, are not worthy of knowing. Han Yun's face looked very ugly. He looked at Han Ji-yu and suddenly laughed disdainfully. Do you think you can take me down? Take him down. Han Ji-yu waved his hand and gave orders to the shadow guards around him. Even if he was once his best friend, he would not be merciful, because he and Han Yun were already strangers. If I can't take you down, I will apologize. Han Ji-yu bowed in one direction. I didn't expect that you, Han Ji-yu, would be so proud of being a dog. Han Yun looked down on Han Gu's behavior of currying favor with the powerful. When they were friends, he talked about Han Yun, but unfortunately the other party did not listen to his advice. These shadow guards are all at the foundation establishment stage. Since bullets are useless, they might as well do it themselves. The magic weapons in their hands were all made by Chu Ge himself. These people are really difficult to deal with. Their weapons are extremely sharp, and even the poisonous insects cannot penetrate their shields. They are both offensive and defensive. Han Yun looked at these people with complicated eyes. The person who poisoned him should not have subordinates with such strength. Quote. Han Yun felt a little overwhelmed at this moment, and threw out the poisonous insect to release poison gas, and the purple-black poison gas instantly filled the surroundings. As the owner of the insect, Han Yun naturally ignored the poison gas and tried to escape under the cover of the poison gas. Han Yun, you can't run away. Quote. After seeing Han Yun releasing the poison gas, Han Ji-yu immediately knew Han Yun's plan and shouted. Although practicing Ji-yu Dao looks similar to cultivating immortals, the only flaw is that the effort required to practice Ji-yu Dao is much greater than that of cultivating immortals. Ji-yu worms are especially hard to find, but now that spiritual energy is abundant, there should be no shortage of Ji-yu worms in Raozhong. Han Ji-yu also knows the way of Ji-yu worms. As a native of Raozhong, practicing Ji-yu worms is simply a common thing for him. After the Ji-yu worms devoured the surrounding poisonous fog, the surrounding shadow guards had already put on gas masks. The poisonous fog had no effect on them, but Han Yun had already disappeared. Damn it! Han Ji-yu cursed inwardly. Chase him. Han Ji-yu ordered his team members. We must catch up with him and not let him escape from Yunchun. Quote. Don't worry, team leader. With advanced technology, even if the opponent is Rao Yang's Ji-yu master, he will still be exposed in front of us. Quote. A shadow guard who was proficient in computers opened the computer very skillfully. The unfamiliar data displayed was completely incomprehensible to Han Ji-yu. However, there is a saying among the shadow guards, that is, if you don't understand something, leave it to someone who does. This is what the boss once said to Minister Gong Lian, and it has always been regarded as the purpose of the shadow guards by Minister Gong Lian. Snap. Quote. The sound of the enter keyboard rang out. Countless camera pop-up windows popped up directly. In the Huameng, cameras are very common. Cameras. Will be installed in any inconspicuous place on the roadside to try to have no blind spots and prevent crimes. In just 1 minute, the shadow guard directly entered Han Yun's face shape into a certain software. When the software was running, the camera about Han Yun was directly enlarged. At this time, Han Yun was fleeing, looking back from time to time. Chase. Han Ji-yu looked deeply at Han Yun, who was talking in the video, and immediately gave the order. Yes. Everyone stood up straight in response, and disappeared in an instant. Han Ji-yu was not actually worried that Han Yun would escape from his grasp, because he knew Han Yun's background. He also fought for this mission in front of Minister Gong. The purpose was to catch Han Yun himself and let Han Yun know that he was no longer the same person he used to be. He was no longer a defeated general under Han Yun. Han Ji-yu, who was chasing Han Yun, had a deep look in his eyes. He had suffered so much in order to become stronger after leaving Raozhong. Fortunately, he was spotted by the newly formed Shadow Guards, and he kept working hard to become stronger in the Shadow Guards, just because he didn't want to fail again. Han Ji-yu and Han Yun were once the two genius Ji-yu masters of Raozhong, but Han Yun seemed to be more popular, but he was rejected because he admired power and power. What's wrong with power and power? Well, why should you reject him? But Han Yun didn't reject him and was willing to be friends with him, which made him very happy. But the elder sister he liked actually liked Han Yun. He had thought about giving up, but Han Yun told him that he didn't like the elder sister. This made Han Gu's admiration uncontrollable, but one day, he saw Han Yun and the elder sister hugging each other. It was clearly you who said you didn't like her, it was clearly you who said that. At that time, he recalled what Han Yun said to him, and instantly felt extremely disgusted. Who knows, Han Yun might be laughing at him for not knowing his own limitations. Making friends with him, or they laughing at him and looking down on him behind his back. If Han Yun had said that he liked the elder sister at that time, he would have given up long ago. After all, he was not the kind of person who couldn't let go. Then Han Ji-yu and Han Yun had a duel in front of everyone in Raozhong, and in the end Han Ji-yu lost miserably. It turns out that Han Yun had always been giving in to him. Hypocritical. Nausea. Fortunately, he always regarded him as a friend. Han Ji-yu, who was chasing Han Yun, couldn't help but growl and vented. The Shadow Guard members behind him looked at each other in bewilderment, feeling that their team leader was feeling very aggrieved and had something on his mind. Chapter 336, The Protagonist of the Witchcraft, I Want Him Dead. Han Yun had no idea of Han Gu's frustration. Now he just wanted to get rid of the pursuers behind him. Then, he went to find out who these people were. He had just arrived in Yuncheng not long ago. Raozhong was originally a bit far away from Yuncheng, and his purpose of coming to Yuncheng was to find a certain poisonous insect. He had received accurate information that the poisonous insect would appear in Yuncheng. I just didn't expect that something like this would happen not long after I arrived. I'm so unlucky. He hid in a corner, used a special poisonous insect to eliminate his own breath, and found Han Ji-yu who was passing by. Han Yun looked gloomy. There were not many people on the street because it was late at night. Team leader, the other party disappeared here and seemed to be hiding. The Shadow Guard suddenly spoke while holding a laptop. Han Yun also heard this. When he saw them stop, he was about to move but he froze. It turned out that there was a surveillance camera. Han Yun suddenly felt a little annoyed, as if there were eyes staring at him everywhere. The other party is able to access surveillance at any time. He is either extremely powerful or a hacker. Han Yun felt that the other party should be the latter. Han Yun, do you think you can hide for a while or forever? Han Gu's voice coldly entered Han Yun's ears. Han Yun closed his eyes and leaned against the wall. He was not going out anyway. Going out now would be tantamount to walking into a trap. Han Ji-yu mocked Han Yun for a long time but Han Yun didn't show up, so he couldn't help but laugh. He forgot that Han Yun was thick-skinned. Han Ji-yu knew that there was a kind of Ji-yu that could hide one's breath, but he didn't expect that the people in Raozhong would be willing to give this rare Ji-yu to Han Yun. Sure enough, Han Yun was the person those old guys truly valued, and he himself was not in their eyes. In fact, Han Ji-yu himself has good qualifications, but Han Yun's talent seems to be even more amazing. Team leader, let me give it a try. A member of the Shadow Guard stepped forward, bowed and whispered. Okay. Han Ji-yu showed a smile on his face. Although the poisonous insects are powerful, the members of the Shadow Guard are not just for show. Any one of them can cause harm if released. Han Yun, who was hiding in the dark, suddenly opened his eyes and saw a shadow moving on the wall. Han Yun thought to himself that this was not good. Realizing that he had been discovered, he wanted to escape, but he found that the shadow had turned into a human figure. This shadow guard's abilities were cultivated from techniques collected from secret realms. He is quite talented and is adept at practicing this technique. Found you. The shadow guard looked at Han Yun, his pupils cold under the mask. Han Yun, times have changed. Although the Raozhong insect is powerful, there is always someone stronger than you. Now you are the one who is so arrogant. Han Ji-yu and his shadow guards surrounded Han Yun. Han Yun watched as the other party surrounded him, like a dragnet leaving him nowhere to escape, and he became furious. Let's be merciful when we can. Who is the person behind you? Do you want to offend the entire Raozhong? Han Yun would naturally raise the banner. In fact, if he wanted to escape, there was still a way, but the price would vary. If you can use your power to overwhelm the other party, then everything will be fine. Raozhong, Han Ji-yu couldn't help but sneer, you overestimate Raozhong and underestimate the person behind me. Take him away and leave it to the boss to decide. Han Ji-yu waved his hand gently. You want to catch me? Dream on. Han Yun glared at him with cold eyes, gritted his teeth, and countless poisonous insects flew out of his body in an instant. I've been prepared for this move of yours. Han Gu's eyes were cold, and the long-dormant poisonous insect was released from his body. Han Ji-yu has been practicing witchcraft for such a long time. Although he looks down on Raozhong, he still cares a lot about witchcraft. The fight between the poisonous insects was not like the biting of insects. For a moment, the wind was howling and the surrounding buildings seemed to be shaking. The poisonous gas spread instantly. The shadow guards around knew it early and had already put on gas masks and stood around, waiting for the team leader to finish the battle. Both of them are Ji-yu masters, skilled in Ji-yu techniques, but Han Ji-yu is naturally different from Han Yun in that he has another identity, that is, a cultivator. The poisonous insects were devouring each other, and Han Ji-yu naturally would not stand aside and watch. The power of the Jindan stage burst out instantly. However, Han Yun's response shocked Han Ji-yu. He was able to take on his Jindan stage attack. How many secrets did this guy Han Yun hide? I didn't expect that you, Han Ji-yu, would become an immortal cultivator. I thought that among this group of foundation-building cultivators, you were the only Ji-yu master. I didn't expect that you were actually an immortal cultivator. Han Yun looked at Han Ji-yu in surprise, but his eyes did not show much surprise, just surprise. I didn't expect that you also know about immortal cultivators. It seems that you are not ordinary. Or perhaps, what you practiced from the very beginning were not ordinary witchcraft. Han Ji-yu looked at Han Yun in surprise, and he already had some answer in his mind. The reason why I was not as good as the other person back then was not because of my qualifications, but because the other person had some kind of adventure at some point in time. Now that I have embarked on the path to immortality, it is no wonder that I always felt that there was something missing between me and Han Yun. After figuring this out, Han Ji-yu instantly felt much better and his worries were resolved a lot. It turns out that the reason I lost to the opponent was not because of my qualifications or lack of effort, but because the opponent cheated. I guess so. Han Yun shrugged and did not deny it. Let's fight again. I'm not weaker than you this time. Han Ji-yu roared and rushed forward to kill. I will always be a defeated general. Han Yun's face was cold and he was not panicked at all. The next day, Han Ji-yu was seriously injured and fell into a coma. Han Yun escaped with serious injuries, and the many shadow guards could not stop Han Yun alone. The matter became serious. The task that the boss personally assigned to me was not completed. Chu Ge looked unhappy. That was how the shadow guards did their job. After training them for so long, they couldn't even catch a single person. Boss, this is the information about Han Yun that Shadow Guard team leader Han Ji-yu personally narrated after he woke up. Gong Lian looked very guilty. She didn't expect that the mission would fail. Zhao Haifeng and others sat on the sofa, playing with their mobile phones silently. If it's none of your business, just ignore it. After reading the information, Chu Ge, who had an unhappy expression on his face, eased a little. He had a guess that perhaps this Han Yun was also one of the protagonists. The people of Raozhong are masters of witchcraft. He was trained as a genius by the old Ji-yu masters in Raozhong since he was a child. There is also the conflict between Shadow Guards Han Ji-yu and Han Yun. Chu Ge was almost certain that Han Yun was the protagonist who practiced witchcraft. It is forgivable that the Shadow Guard could not catch the protagonist. Ding dong. Option 1. Subdue Han Yun and make him your subordinate, reward, 1 special talent. Option 2. Go to Raozhong, experience the customs of Raozhong, explore Han Yun's secrets, reward, Yin Snake Gu. Option 3. Kill Han Yun, reward, Gu Immortal Technique. Chu Ge's expression returned to normal. He chose 2 and 3, then looked at Gong Lian and gave instructions. It doesn't matter if we can't catch him, just check and find him. I want his life. Chapter 337, The Trip to Raozhong, Qingtianwei. Yes, sir. Gong Lian's face became serious and he left quickly. Chu Ge glanced at the people sitting on the sofa and thought quietly. He needs special talents, but he dislikes this person even more because he speaks in an unruly and extremely arrogant manner. He couldn't stand this kind of protagonist and wanted to deal with him. If the other party died, then he died. There were many protagonists in the world, so why bother about this one? The things I got from signing in recently have become simpler and simpler. Finally, a protagonist appeared and gave me something. Rao Zhong and his group gave Chu Ge something to think carefully about. After all, Rao Zhong is far away from Yuncheng. Although he can get there instantly, he must arrange things here first. Qin Shou is currently nowhere to be found. His curse is indeed powerful. Even Zhao Haifeng cannot calculate his location. There is not even such a person. Tapping his fingers lightly on the table, Chu Ge looked at the yin snake that was slowly circling around his arm from his clothes, a tiny but incredibly powerful yin snake. The power of yin snake Gu is indeed terrifying. If people touch the place where the yin snake Gu has crawled within an hour, they will feel nauseous, uncomfortable, and anxious, and then go crazy within a few hours and not recognize their relatives. The most important ability of the yin snake Gu is not this, but that the yin snake Gu can drill into the human body without the person noticing, devour the person's 3 souls and 7 spirits, and turn it into a puppet that obeys the yin snake Gu. In particular, the power of the yin snake Gu is determined by the strength of the person who controls it. Now, Chu Ge is the master of the yin snake Gu. Even a cultivator at the peak of the Mahayana stage will die at the hands of the yin snake Gu if he is not careful. The art of witchcraft is indeed insidious and vicious. After absorbing the skills of this witchcraft immortal, Chu Ge has a deeper understanding of it. Notify Gong Lian and ask Han Jiyu to come over. Chu Ge tapped the yin snake Gu's little head with his fingers. Looking at the yin snake rubbing his fingers affectionately, he couldn't help but smile. This little guy is interesting. As Chu Ge's personal secretary, Lin Zan stood aside and informed Gong Lian. After Han Jiyu woke up, he returned to the Shadow Guard headquarters. Feeling very guilty, he sat in the corner in silence, thinking about how to make up for his mistake. It was my inability that allowed Han Yun to escape, and caused my team members to be looked at strangely by other teams. Han Ji-yu, Captain Gong asked you to go to the group headquarters. The boss wants to summon you in person. A Shadow Guard team leader who had just made a sarcastic remark hurriedly came to Han Ji-yu and said quickly. Really? Han Ji-yu raised his head excitedly. Of course. Before he could answer, he found that Han Ji-yu had run far away and couldn't help shaking his head. It is such an honor to be summoned by the boss. I really don't know what the boss values about Han Ji-yu. Han Ji-yu was very well behaved in front of Chu Ge. He kept his head down obediently and did not dare to look up. Raise your head, Chu Ge said lightly. Han Ji-yu raised his head carefully and said respectfully, Boss. One failure is nothing. You should be familiar with Raozhong. Chu Ge glanced at him and said slowly. Han Ji-yu was a native of Raozhong, so he naturally needed a guide to go to Raozhong. It would be very beneficial to me if I could bring Raozhong under my command. It is precisely because Chu Ge understands the art of witchcraft that he attaches great importance to it. He didn't want to let go of Rao Yang's forces. I am from Raozhong. If the boss wants to go to Raozhong, I am willing to be his vanguard. Han Ji-yu is not a stupid man. Since the boss asked this, he immediately knew what the boss meant and promised immediately. He was very excited that his boss gave him the opportunity to show his abilities. Besides being grateful, he also cherished this opportunity very much. He couldn't screw it up again, and he was willing to pay with his life for it. Chu Ge looked at Han Ji-yu with great satisfaction. He thought he was a man who knew how to deal with current affairs and he liked him very much. Go down and prepare. I will inform you when we set off. As you command. Han Ji-yu left respectfully. Before leaving, Han Ji-yu, inadvertently, glanced and saw the little snake on the boss's palm. This was definitely not an ordinary little snake, but a kind of Ji-yu that he had never heard of. Han Ji-yu was shocked. He didn't expect that his boss also knew witchcraft. It seemed that his boss's purpose for this trip to Raozhong was not simple. Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Han Ji-yu didn't dare to guess any further. This time when he returned to Raozhong, he had to be fully prepared. Sister, when we meet again, will you regret it? Arriving at the gate of the group, Han Ji-yu looked at the scorching sun hanging high in the sky. He never thought that one day he would be able to go back. Thinking of this, Han Gu's eyes couldn't help but show a hint of coldness. After Han Gu's mission failed, Gong Lian increased the manpower and arranged 5 groups of shadow guards, a total of 100 people, to kill Han Yun. Han Yun naturally did not leave Yuncheng. He would not leave no matter what before he got that thing. Han Yun didn't dare to stay in a hotel or expose his whereabouts in a crowded place, so he hid everywhere. Han Yun was almost discovered several times, and he was extremely upset. However, he did gain something in the past few days. He finally found out who he had offended. It turned out that he had offended the Tamed group. Those who were chasing him were called shadow guards, thugs hired by Tamed group. Han Yun touched his own pulse and sensed that the thing was reviving. Suddenly, a hint of excitement flashed across his calm face. Through the induction of the heart veins, Han Yun avoided the pursuit of the shadow guards while moving towards his destination. Chu Ge naturally wouldn't bother himself with Han Yun. In fact, it was easy for him to deal with Han Yun, and even anyone including Zhao Haifeng could find Han Yun. But if that's the case, then why did he keep shadow guards and why did he set up Tamed group? If he has to worry about everything, what's the point of building up power? Now he is enjoying the protagonist's fiancé in the beehive, a beauty of fiancé level. He goes there once in a while and asks for water once or twice, which he still reminisces about. What? You ask me what water is? If you watch more female videos, you will understand ********. Chen Qian and Zhou Ruian seemed to have given up hope of returning home and served him obediently. Chu Ge also summoned Ji Yu Bai in the beehive, the protagonist template character who was willing to be his dog after his entire clan was destroyed. How is the formation of the Qingtian Guard going? Chu Ge looked at Ji Yu Bai and asked calmly. Ji Yu Bai knelt on one knee and said expressionlessly, "Boss, the Sky Guard has been formed. Please give the order and let the Sky Guard protect you." Ji Yu Bai disappeared in front of everyone during this period of time just to form the Sky Guard. Chu Ge felt that the Shadow Guards were responsible for too many things, so he decided to set up another organization, the Sky Guards. So he went to find Ji Yu Bai. With Ji Yu Bai's cold personality, the Sky Guard would be able to exert its due strength in Ji Yu Bai's hands. The Sky Guard can be said to be the force that accompanies him when he travels, and can be seen as his personal guard. Chapter 338 General Bai's plan, the evil poison is at hand. It was impossible for Chu Ge and his group to go to Raozhong in such a simple way. He wanted to subdue Raozhong, not to show off and slap others in the face. A few people were showing off. He is not the protagonist and does not have the bad habits of the protagonist. When he goes out, he has to show off his power, to overwhelm others, and to use absolute force to make Raozhong submit to him. And find out Raozhongli's secret about Han Yun. The members of the Sky Guard formed by Ji Yu Bai were carefully selected from all over the world. Not only did they have decent facial features, standard body shape and height, but also their strength has been strictly selected. The members of the Sky Guard did not know who they worked for before they were recruited. It was only after Chu Ge went to meet the Sky Guard that they found out that they were working for Chairman Chu of the Tamed group. The number of members of the Sky Guard is temporarily set at 200. After a long period of training by Ji Yu Bai, these people have broken through to the peak of the foundation establishment stage. After seeing Qingtianwei, Chu Ge was very satisfied with Ji Yu Bai, so he let Qingtianwei enter the time cycle tower to practice. Chu Ge set a time for them to advance. Without advancing to the Jindan stage, they could not get out at all. The appearance of Qingtianwei also made Gong Lian feel depressed for several days. The boss either no longer trusted Yingwei or felt that Yingwei was no longer capable. Feeling depressed, Gong Lian intensified the training of the shadow guards and made them practice desperately. Zhao Haifeng and others were also very surprised. They didn't know when this guy Ji Bai had caught the boss's eye and was so highly valued by the boss. After Chu Ge explained some things, he set off for Raozhong in a private car. There were many people traveling with him this time. The middle school heroine Xu Muyu, Zhao Haifeng, Lin Feng, Jun Moshao, Zhang Chuchen, Ji Bai, Soldier King Yi Feng, Dragon King Xiao Chen, and Han Jiyu. There are also 3 girls who have always wanted to go out with him, Lu Yanru, Feng Linlin and Zhao King. Chu Ge naturally agreed to it as a way to relax, but he also brought his secretary Lin Zan along. Oh, and there's also the Skyguard. A large number of black cars left Yuncheng, causing people in Yuncheng to talk about it. He was a big shot, definitely a big shot. However, Han Yun came to where the things were, but he had not yet fully recovered and needed time to wait. However, Han Yun unexpectedly learned a piece of news, that is, Chairman Chu had left Yuncheng. How could Han Yun let his guard down when his enemies had left Yuncheng at this time? Could it be because of Han Gu's relationship that the chairman of Tengde Group went to Raozhong in anger? Thinking of this, Han Yun felt very uneasy, but this Ji Yu was really important to him. The yin and yang Ji Yu, combined into one, the yin and yang Ji Yu, is the most terrifying poisonous insect in ancient times. He accidentally obtained the yang Ji Yu, but was lacking the yin Ji Yu. Yuncheng was also where yang Ji Yu brought him to. Yin Ji Yu was extremely important to him, but Raozhong had his mother and father. Han Yun, who was extremely entangled, saw the lingering shadow guards appearing around him, and his face suddenly became gloomy. You bunch of dogs, do you really think I don't dare to kill people? Han Yun was angry, and poisonous insects kept flying out of his body and attacked the shadow guards around him. The shadow guards watched the poisonous insects attack without changing their expressions, and took out the latest developed insecticide in their hands. Snap, snap, snap. Many poisonous insects are killed by pesticides. The power of technology should not be underestimated. Although the poisonous insect is poisonous, it is still an insect and its nature cannot be changed. It can still be killed by pesticides. Han Yun's face froze. He never expected that the other party would use pesticides to deal with his poisonous insects. But how could his poisonous insects be killed by just pesticides? Before he could think about it, the shadow guard's attack had already arrived. For a moment, Han Yun was surrounded by the shadow guards. At the moment Han Yun was held back, the shadow guards had already sent a signal, and support from the headquarters, shadow guards would arrive soon. Han Yun's witchcraft is amazing. Although he was surprised that the other party's insecticide could deal with the poisonous insects, he has many types of poisonous insects. The shadow guards couldn't do anything to him. Han Yun was surrounded by the shadow guards. One of the shadow guards was accidentally poisoned by the witchcraft and fell down. Several shadow guards lost their minds and suddenly attacked their own people. Without any investigation, the shadow guards became confused. Han Yun's face lit up with joy, and just as he was about to leave, a weapon was instantly inserted in front of him. Han Yun's heart sank as more powerful shadow guards appeared around him. Before leaving, the boss told me to take your head to Raozhong. Gong Lian slowly walked out surrounded by the shadow guards and looked at Han Yun with cold eyes. Haha. Let's give it a try. Han Yun touched the position of his heart, sensing the Yin Gu's impending revival, and looked up with murderous intent. Haicheng. General Bai. Zhang Fan appeared in front of General Bai with several shadow guards. General Bai casually threw the man in his hand away. The man had already lost his life. Zhang Fan casually glanced at the man on the ground, then glanced at the unconscious woman on the other side, and curled his lips. General Bai looked at Zhang Fan and said curiously, even in such a prosperous age, there are such evildoers. Power, whether in troubled times or prosperous times, can give birth to such scum. Zhang Fan didn't understand the reason for General Bai's anger, and immediately said, if General Bai is not satisfied, I will arrange for someone to deal with this man's family now. No need. General Bai directly rejected Zhang Fan's kindness and ordered an evil spirit beside him, you go. Yes, sir. The evil spirit bowed respectfully to General Bai and disappeared directly from Zhang Fan's sight. General Bai traveled all over Haicheng, dealing with many things that he didn't like, and also recruited many evil spirits as his subordinates. He actually experienced with his own eyes the prosperous times that people of his generation longed for. Modern people cannot understand his era's yearning for a prosperous age, expectation for a prosperous age, and pursuit of having a full meal. But it seems that people nowadays are pursuing houses, cars, and various luxury goods. General Bai also could not understand the pain that modern people go through in struggling for a motorhome all their lives. I don't want to see troubled times again. General Bai spoke directly to Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan's eyes lit up and he bowed and said, General Bai, my boss sincerely invites you. As long as my boss is alive, there will be no troubled times. General Bai naturally understood this truth. After all, strength is still the key in this world. He is not invincible, and there are ghosts and spirits that he cannot deal with. So, he thought of Chu Ge, and he was very optimistic about Chu Ge. General Bai was not opposed to surrendering to Chu Ge, so he said to Zhang Fan, I will bring a gift to Chu Ge, I hope he will like it. General Bai thought of Qin Shou. He and Qin Shou had settled their favors, so Chu Ge should like Qin Shou's head as a gift. Wait for me here in 3 days, General Bai continued. See you later. Zhang Fan smiled and left with his shadow guard. Han Yun didn't expect that a woman's power could be so terrifying, and Yanggu's power was no match for the other party. The Yin Ji Yu was right in front of him. It emerged from the ground and was only 1 step away from Han Yun. Han Yun was stepped on the ground by Gong Lian, unable to move. Seeing the Yin Ji Yu being taken away by the other party, he was extremely angry. Chapter 339 Maple Forest, Red Falling Leaves, Rao Zhang arrives. It was clearly just 1 step away, just that little bit. How could Han Yun be willing to fail? What he had been searching for years was right before his eyes. It seemed so close at hand, yet he could not touch it. Is this a poisonous insect? Gong Lian looked at the poisonous insect wrapped in his magic power with great interest. The power leaked from this insect was extremely feminine, as if all the extremely yin power in the world had gathered in its body. At this moment, a poisonous insect flew directly towards the Yin Ji Yu in his hand. Gong Lian glanced at it calmly, and the insect instantly fell to the ground and landed in front of Han Yun. I'm not willing to accept this. Han Yun's face was twisted with anger. He secretly clenched his fists and wanted to resist, but his head was stepped on so hard by the other party that he couldn't move at all. This is what you want, right? It seems you have a lot of secrets. Gong Lian looked down at Han Yun and said coldly. Let me go, you will regret it. Han Yun suddenly struggled violently, and a flash of cold light instantly cut his neck. A force emanated from Gong Lian's hand, instantly killing the opponent's 3 souls and 7 spirits. Gong Lian didn't even look at the dead man on the ground, and ordered the people around him, pick up his head and hand it to the boss personally. Understood. A shadow guard grabbed the head on the ground directly. Han Yun, who died with his eyes open, had a distorted face. Captain Gong, how should we deal with the body? Examen Kwang came to Captain Gong and asked in a low voice. Throw him into a mass grave and give him a tombstone, so that the boss won't have trouble finding him when he asks about it. Gong Lian said casually. I understand. Examen Kwang lowered his head, respectfully saw the palace team off, and then took the headless corpse to the mass grave. Mass grave. Examen Kwang asked several shadow guards to dig a pit and casually threw the headless corpse into it. Bury it. As the original shadow guard of the palace team, Examen Kwang had great authority in the shadow guard. With a wave of his hand, a shadow guard instantly filled the pit with soil. No one knew that there was Yang Ji Yu in Han Yun's heart, the most Yang Ji Yu. What abilities did it have? Only Han Yun probably knew. In the heart of the buried headless corpse, the Yang Ji Yu was attached to the heart like a maggot attached to the bone. Although the heart stopped, the Yang Ji Yu had been maintaining the vitality of the heart. Plop, plop. Examen Kwang, who was about to leave, suddenly turned his head and looked at the cemetery. Strange, was it an illusion? Let's go. Shimen Kwang disappeared with several shadow guards in an instant. The Yang Ji Yu was spiritual, and after Shimen Kwang left, the heart that had just calmed down began to beat again. The soul flames of the 3 souls and 7 spirits were instantly activated, and the fingers of the headless corpse suddenly moved. In the convoy heading to Rao Zhang, Lin Zan received a call, nodded several times, and then hung up the phone. Boss, Han Yun is dead, and Han Yun's head is being transported to us. Lin Zan said quickly. And she also said that what Han Yun has been looking for is a GU, and now this GU is in her hands and has been sent over. Quote. After all, the boss's wife is here, so Lin Zan didn't dare to be presumptuous. She just did her duties as a personal secretary. Lu Yanru and the other two had long known about the relationship between Lin Zan and Chu Ge, but you didn't say it and I didn't ask, and we tacitly avoided such topics. Chu Ge said to Lin Zan, "Are you sure Han Yun is dead?" Quote. Chu Ge saw the selection panel of his system, and the option to kill Han Yun had not disappeared. If Han Yun died, this option would naturally disappear. That's what Gong Lian told me. She said she had personally cut off the other party's head and gave it to the shadow guard to deliver it. Quote. The other party's soul has also been destroyed and confirmed dead. Quote. Lin Zan didn't understand why the boss asked this, so she explained it again. Yeah, Chu Ge closed his eyes. It seems that Han Yun's secret is not simple. Han Yun is not dead, but the other party's head is in his hands, and the other party will definitely come to find him. The GU that the other party is looking for is definitely not ordinary. It is very likely that after the other party possesses this GU, his strength will be greatly increased. After a while, Chu Ge opened his eyes, looked at Lin Zan and ordered, "Let your brother go to pick up the shadow guard who is transporting." Quote. Let Gong Lian confirm whether the other party's body is still there. Quote. Magic can only be used against magic, and the protagonist can only be used against the protagonist. Since the opponent is not dead, then the shadow guard being transported is likely to be in trouble. Okay, boss. Lin Zan edited the message to her brother and sent it out. Lin Feng, who was still at the back, saw his sister sending him a message and clicked it in confusion. I have to go, the boss has assigned me a task. Quote. Lin Feng put away his phone and smiled helplessly at Zhao Haifeng and others. It's great that you have a sister who is always whispering in the boss's ear. He always thinks of you when something happens. Quote. Zhao Haifeng looked at him with pretended envy. It's okay, come with me. Quote. Hey, what are you doing? This is indecent assault. Quote. Lin Feng's strength is stronger than Zhao Haifeng's. He grabbed his shoulders, opened the door of the moving vehicle, and forcibly took him away. Zhang Chuchen waved his hand to close the door and said to Jun Moshao, I think it should be Han Yun's business. Quote. Jun Moshao looked at him thoughtfully, the art of witchcraft has always been mysterious. Even in my world, we have to be careful when dealing with people who practice witchcraft. Quote. I only called Lin Feng, so I think there's nothing to worry about. After Zhang Chuchen finished speaking, he continued to meditate and rest. Jun Moshao looked out the window, a trace of hatred flashed in his eyes. It's almost time, you two dogs and bitches, wait for me, don't die. His strength increased faster than before, thinking of that pair of dogs and bitches, Jun Moshao's hatred could not be vented. In just a few seconds, Jun Moshao's hatred disappeared completely. Two figures floated outside the window and waved at Jun Moshao. Jun Moshao smiled helplessly and waved at Yifeng and Xiao Chen. The two absorbed his resentment, which calmed him down instantly. The other party absorbed his hatred, and he was relieved. Resentment contains many thoughts. The stronger Yifeng and Xiao Chen are, the more types they absorb. Chu Ge said that if these two born resentful spirits continue to become stronger, it is not impossible to absorb the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Yifeng and Xiao Chen just sensed Jun Moshao's hatred and hurried over to absorb it so that it would not be wasted. The more powerful the immortal cultivator's emotional fluctuations, the better delicacy they are for Yifeng and Xiao Chen. The more they absorb, the stronger their power becomes. Raozhong is a paradise where people live an ordinary life without competing with the world. Maple forest, falling red leaves, sunrise all over the ground red. The whole mountain is filled with the fragrance of wild fruits and flowers. The scenery is beautiful, unique and natural, with a hint of nature in the air. Children from Raozhong occasionally walk along the forest paths, wearing Raozhong costumes and the jingling of their silver ornaments, which sounds pleasant to the ears. However, there were many black cars parked outside the path leading to Raozhong, attracting the curious children of Raozhong to stop and watch. Chapter 340. Lu Yanru, Feng Linlin and Zhao King got out of the car one after another and looked around curiously. The air here is pleasant, the birds are singing, and the flowers are fragrant. It is a good place to live. I didn't expect the environment in Raozhong to be so good. It seems we have to have a good time in Raozhong. Feng Linlin's bell-like laughter attracted Chu Ge's look over. He smiled and said, when you are bitten by insects, you will want to go back early. I won't. Feng Linlin pouted, but her body was very honest as she took out the mosquito repellent spray from the trunk. However, Feng Linlin put it back because she suddenly remembered that she was a cultivator, and she couldn't help but glare at Chu Ge, who was laughing at her. Ha ha ha. Chu Ge laughed. Lu Yanru glared at Chu Ge, you only know how to bully her, and you're still laughing. The boss's figure is getting more and more charming. Chu Ge swept his aggressive eyes over Lu Yanru's figure and teased her with his voice. Lu Yanru blushed and glared at him secretly with her beautiful eyes. This place is really suitable for living. Zhao Qing couldn't help but sigh as she looked at the beautiful environment all over the mountains. Let's get down to business. Chu Ge did not forget about the business and looked at Ji Yubai. Yes, sir. Ji Yubai bowed respectfully. Ji Yubai flew directly into the sky and looked into Raozhong from the air. His voice resounded throughout Raozhong like a huge bell. People of Raozhong, a distinguished guest has come to visit, why haven't you come out to greet him? Most of the buildings in Raozhong are ancient villages, and most of the people living in each ancient village are relatives and blood relatives. However, the ancient village that manages Raozhong is the center of Raozhong, named Qiyu Village. Ji Yubai's shouts echoed over Qiyu Village. The leader of Qiyu Village was called Kai Zhang. He sat on a stone chair made of oxhorn and tiger skin, listening to the shouting outside. His expression remained calm. Let's go and see who has the guts to challenge me, Raozhong. Raozhong has been safe and sound for so many years. Now that spiritual energy has revived, he knows that Raozhong will face this problem sooner or later. But since someone has come to provoke us, let the provocateur bear the consequences of provoking Raozhong. Yes, sir. An old man named Wu walked out slowly with a cane. The young men from Raozhong outside were extremely angry. Someone actually came to provoke them, Raozhong. He was simply courting death. Old Wu, what the village chief said, the rest of the people in the village have come here, waiting for the village chief's order. A middle-aged man said impatiently after seeing Old Wu coming out. All the people in Raozhong around looked at Old Wu, waiting for him to speak. Let's go and meet the people outside. Old Wu was extremely pleased. There was hope for the revival of Raozhong. Raozhong was once so prosperous, with countless Ji masters. Who would dare to provoke it? The children of Raozhong who stopped on the Raozhong trail looked at these outsiders with anger, and the sickles in their hands were particularly sharp. However, they did not dare to be reckless because they did not know the other party's origins or intentions. If their recklessness brought disaster to Raozhong, even suicide would not be enough to make up for their mistake. A faint smile appeared on Chu Ge's lips. The way Ji Yubai did things was really to his liking. Zhang Chuchen and Jun Moshao didn't think there was anything wrong. After all, their strength was their greatest reliance. I don't know the status of our distinguished guest. You act so ostentatiously. Aren't you afraid of bringing trouble upon yourself? Old Wu came quickly with a group of Raozhong disciples, looked at them and said in a deep voice. This is my boss's business card. Ji Yubai walked directly to the other party and handed him a business card made of special material. Chairman of Tamed Group. When Mr. Wu took the business card and looked at it, his pupils instantly constricted and a huge wave of shock rose in his heart. It turned out to be Chu Ge, the chairman of Tamed Group. What was his purpose in coming to Raozhong? The name of the chairman of Tamed Group is well known even to him who has been in Raozhong for many years. I didn't know you were coming. Please forgive me. Mr. Wu took out his business card and bowed to Chairman Chu to show his respect. Chairman Chu, please come in. I will lead the way for you. Old Wu hurriedly made way for the confused young man from Raozhong and spoke very politely, not daring to be negligent in the slightest. No problem, I came to Raozhong just to relax. Chu Ge waved his hand and didn't care about the red tape. In his opinion, Raozhong was already his, and these people would be his sooner or later. Mr. Wu, what are you doing? The middle-aged man from Raozhong asked in a low voice, full of confusion when he saw Mr. Wu speaking so politely. Don't talk yet. Mr. Wu quickly stopped him from asking questions. He was well aware of the power of Tamed Group. He felt that the power of Tamed Group was enough to subvert the entire Huameng. Although Raozhong is terrifying and mysterious in the eyes of others, his witchcraft is horrifying. But in the eyes of Tamed Group, Raozhong is probably just an ant that can be easily killed. Mr. Wu, do you still remember me? Han Ji-yu walked out from behind Chu Ge. Old Wu narrowed his eyes. Although he was old, his eyes were sharp and still very good. Are you Han Ji-yu? This kid Han Ji-yu was actually involved with Tamed group. Old Wu couldn't help but become alert. It seemed that Chu Ge's visit to Raozhong was definitely not just for fun and relaxation. Han Ji-yu took a deep breath and sneered, I didn't expect that a figure like Mr. Wu would still remember a small person like me. He suddenly felt proud. Since you two know each other, then Han Ji-yu, you can lead the way. Chu Ge smiled. This Han Ji-yu was quite interesting. Yes, boss. Han Ji-yu quickly suppressed the sarcasm on his lips and bowed respectfully to the boss. This guy Han Ji-yu actually led a wolf into the house. The middle-aged man Rao Zhang also recognized Han Ji-yu, and stared at Han Ji-yu who was walking towards them with a bad look on his face. I heard that there are a lot of poisonous insects in Raozhong. I wonder if it's true. Feng Linlin asked Han Ji-yu curiously. It's true. If the boss lady likes it, after we settle down, I will catch a few for you to cheer you up. Han Ji-yu answered Feng Linlin respectfully. Old Wu walked beside Han Ji-yu and was moved when he saw Han Ji-yu being respectful to a young woman. Isn't the proprietress Chu Ge's woman? I don't know what a powerful person like Chu Ge saw in Raozhong and why he came here in person. Old Wu had a bad feeling in his heart. After we settle down, let's take some more photos together to make the trip to Raozhong worthwhile. Lu Yanru took Chu Ge's arm and said softly. No problem, as long as you are happy. Chu Ge didn't care and didn't even think about taking any landscape photos. He didn't even have a single selfie of himself in his phone. Okay. Lu Yanru also knew that Chu Ge didn't like taking pictures, so she was already very happy that he agreed to her request. Cloud City mass grave. Gong Lian stood beside the empty tomb with a serious face. I didn't expect that he would come back to life. The witchcraft is so magical. Captain Gong, I really confirm that I am buried here, and I also confirm that the other party is dead. Examen Kwang hurriedly explained, fearing that Captain Gong would lose his temper with him. Chapter 341 turns the protagonist Shenhao into a puppet. Report this matter to the boss exactly as it is, and I will personally apologize to him. Gong Lian's face was solemn, without a trace of expression. Examen Kwang dared not be negligent and went to report the matter to his boss in person. Before leaving, Gong Lian asked people to preserve the tomb intact. This simple cemetery is still the burial place of Han Yun, and it also reveals Gong Lian's determination to kill Han Yun. Haicheng. Zhang Fan has spent enough time in Haicheng. This place is closest to the sea, and the smell in the air is really unforgettable. General Bai's sincerity was truly sufficient. Zhang Fan looked at Shenhao, who was unconscious beside General Bai, and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. He also knew the information about Shenhao. Shenhao had the ability to curse, which even someone like Zhao Haifeng could not predict. Unexpectedly, he was not only found by General Bai, but also knocked unconscious. This guy really took me a lot of effort. General Bai said lightly. Although General Bai played it down, he was almost tricked by the enemy when he was arresting Shenhao. Shenhao was indeed unconscious, but General Bai also had the power of Shenhao's curse on him. It is unknown who will win or lose, but Shenhao is indeed unconscious and is one step away from winning. Where is the boss? That's where I should go to find him. Since General Bai decided to join Chu Ge, he became polite when speaking to Zhang Fan and directly called him boss. Zhang Fan was very satisfied with the other party's attitude, so he said with a relaxed expression, the boss is in Raozhong now. Seeing General Bai wanting to leave, he stopped him and said quickly, wait for me to report to the boss. The boss has a way to get you there immediately. General Bai suppressed his doubts and waited for Zhang Fan to report to the boss. The Chu Ge of Raozhong has just settled down in Qiyu village. The ancient buildings are full of Raozhong characteristics, the wooden houses are uneven, and the mountains are surrounding it, which has quite an artistic conception. Boss, Zhang Fan said that General Bai is very sincere and has captured Shenhao and is ready to join us. Lin Zan said quickly to the boss after hanging up the phone. Chu Ge nodded, and the void ring instantly carried his spiritual consciousness through the void and found General Bai in Haicheng. General Bai, you're here and brought me a gift. You're so polite. General Bai suddenly heard Chu Ge's voice in his ear. He suppressed the doubts in his heart and said in a deep voice, I am willing to join your army. Please take me in. Although he didn't know why the other party called him boss instead of lord, it was just a title. He would call him whatever the other party liked to be called. General Bai, you have worked hard. Zhang Fan, I will give you a vacation. Chu Ge used the power of the void to instantly bring back General Bai and his supernatural subordinates. Zhang Fan, who was standing at the spot, felt warm in his heart when he heard his boss's words, and thought it was time to go home and tell his parents that he was not dead. When General Bai was brought to Chu Ge, he performed an ancient ritual to Chu Ge after seeing him, very solemnly. It's such a great joy that General Bai can come to help me. Chu Ge helped General Bai up with a smile on his face. Boss, this is a gift from me. I hope you like it. General Bai stood beside Chu Ge in armor and waved to one of his evil ghost subordinates. Thump. Qin Shou was thrown to the ground by the evil ghost subordinate. Hiss, Qin Shou woke up at a very inappropriate time. He rubbed his forehead, opened his eyes, and after seeing Chu Ge, he immediately wanted to escape. A trace of divine power instantly crushed him to the ground. Just as Qin Shou was about to use the power of curse, he found that his power of curse was actually sealed. At some point, a talisman was stuck on his back, sealing his curse power. The power of the curse that cannot be used is like a tiger without claws turning into a kitten. Nice to meet you again. Chu Ge squatted in front of Qin Shou and looked at him with interest. I wonder if you were looking forward to the way we meet again when you ran away last time. Pooh, Qin Shou was unyielding and looked at him with disdain. I guess this guy Chu Ge probably doesn't know the power of the curse he left in General Bai's body. Hee hee. As long as the other party is unaware, the power of the curse will control him unknowingly. Still quite stubborn, Chu Ge's eyes seemed to see through Qin Shou, and Qin Shou quickly looked at the ground. Are you still expecting this to work? Chu Ge spread out his palms. General Bai felt his body lighten, and the curse power that Qin Shou left in General Bai's body was taken away by Chu Ge. You, Qin Shou looked at him in disbelief. Okay, I see that you are a good talent. I value your talent. Chu Ge clenched his fist and dispersed the power of the curse, then slowly stood up. Qin Shou looked at Chu Ge with disdain and sneered, I will not join you, so give up on this idea. Really? A yin snake slowly appeared at Chu Ge's fingertips. This was the yin snake Ji-Yu, which was usually hidden in his body. Poisonous insect. Han Ji-Yu stood respectfully in the corridor as a guard. When he saw the poisonous insect in the boss's hand, he quickly lowered his head. What can a little snake do to me? Qin Shou sneered disdainfully. He became wary of the snake in his heart. Chu Ge would not joke with him with an ordinary little snake. Qin Shou could not dodge or resist. He could only watch as the little snake crawled to his wrist and bit him. The pain was like maggots clinging to his bones and Qin Shou couldn't bear it anymore and cried out. His cry was so shrill that people could empathize with him. Mr. Wu, who was passing by, looked towards the third floor of the attic. To avoid being misunderstood as peeping, he took a quick look and hurried away. Such a shrill and creepy cry, this is another poor person who fell into the heart of a Chu singer. But he just sensed a trace of the power of witchcraft. Old Wu sighed in his heart, thinking that in this world only strength can uphold justice and protect one's own safety. Rao Yang's resistance was completely futile in front of Chu Ge. The leader of Qiyang village wanted to resist, but was persuaded by Old Wu. If resistance was useful, he would not have invited the other party in. Now that he has been invited in, we can only hope that Chu Ge leaves soon so that Raozhong can return to peace. At the entrance of the corridor on the third floor of the attic, Chu Ge was sitting on a chair drinking a cold drink with his legs crossed. He leaned on the armrest of the chair, his fingertips curled up, and he seemed to be a little full. Qin Shou, who had been bitten by the yin snake Ji-Yu, stood up with a dull look in his eyes like a puppet. The 3 souls and 7 spirits have been devoured by the yin snake Ji-Yu, and have become puppets controlled by the yin snake Ji-Yu. To be honest, this is the first time that Chu Ge turns the protagonist into a puppet. However, he was too lazy to use the yin snake Ji-Yu to control it. With all his magic power, Qin Shou's body floated up and was being refined into his puppet. He had never used puppetry before, but he did not reject it, especially the power of Qin Shou's curse, which could only be brought into play when refined by Chu Ge himself to unleash Qin Shou's true power. General Bai watched silently from the side. The boss knew so many things that it was hard to imagine that he was only in his 20s. Lin Zan in the house also received a call from the Shadow Guard headquarters, and the reason was explained on the other end of the phone. Chapter 342, The Unlucky Ji Yu Hongming. Boss, the Shadow Guard headquarters said that the body disappeared for no reason, and the evidence around showed that it resurrected and left on its own. Lin Zan walked outside and whispered in Chu Ge's ear. There was a strange flash in Chu Ge's eyes, and he kept performing special seals with his hands to use his power to penetrate into Qinshuo's body. The puppet technique was so simple that he could even make the chair he was sitting on into a puppet with just a touch. There seemed to be a glimmer of inspiration in Qinshuo's eyes, and Chu Ge successfully refined Qinshuo into a puppet in his hands. With a wave of his hand, he directly put the puppet into his void ring. Is your brother back? Chu Ge looked at Lin Zan. There's been no news. I'll go ask. Lin Zan quickly called his brother. Lin Feng and Zhao Haifeng are now rushing here with their heads together, but they unexpectedly meet someone on the way. I say, old thing, can you please stop nagging me? I didn't know you were inside him. Besides, you're fine now. Zhao Haifeng and Lin Feng looked at Ji Yu Hongming in silence, who had a face full of resentment. At that time, Yi Yan was about to self-destruct, which scared Ji Yu Hongming so much that he tried frantically to seize the other party's body, but he was knocked unconscious by that little bastard Zhang Chuchen. Well, in the end Yi Yan's body disappeared, and Ji Yu Hongming also fell into a deep sleep inside the moon. Fortunately, the soul technique he practiced ensured that his soul was not shaken and dispersed by Zhang Chuchen's bell sound. If those guys had been a little gentler, he would have succeeded in taking it. I don't know if these people did it on purpose or if they really forgot about him. Anyway, he just woke up from his deep sleep now and is still in a weak state. I'm okay. If I'm okay, it will be too late. Ji Yu Hongming was so angry that his beard stood up. I don't know if you juniors did it on purpose. I will definitely report you in front of Chu Ge. Zhao Haifeng and Lin Feng were really innocent. They really forgot that they had no idea that Ji Yu Hongming was still in Yi Yan's body at that time. We are going to see the boss now, why don't we go together? Let's go. Ji Yu Hongming glared at the two of them fiercely, feeling sorry for how bad it was that such a good person was killed by these people. Waste things, waste things. Ji Yu Hongming howled in his heart. After Lin Feng dealt with Ji Yu Hongming, he answered the phone and said, "Hello, sister. You still remember to answer the phone. Do you want to see how many calls I have made? Are you going to die? You'll be crazy if no one cares about you outside. You've been delayed with the boss's business for so long. With your strength, you should have come back long ago. Do you know that I, your sister, am worried about you? I only have you as a brother. If anything happens to you, how can I be worthy of my parents?" The scolding from the other end of the phone made Lin Feng quickly move the phone away. After his sister calmed down, he put the phone to his ear. "Sister, don't be angry. I didn't mean to ignore your call." Lin Feng coaxed his sister in a low voice. "There is no way, my sister needs to be coaxed. Otherwise, when he comes back, not only will my sister have to coax her, but she will probably also be criticized and educated by the boss." Zhao Haifeng, who was trying to hold back his laughter, and Ji Yu Hongming, who was gloating over someone else's misfortune, made Lin Feng's face turn black. "Come back quickly." After being coaxed into happiness, Lin Zan hung up the phone. Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief, hung up the phone, looked at the two of them, and said, "Let's go quickly, the boss is urging us." "Okay." Zhao Haifeng and Ji Yu Hongming quickly calmed down. But no one could understand the sadness in Ji Yu Hongming's heart. He had finally found his destined person, but lost him twice. He was killed by Chu Ge for the first time. The second time he was killed by Chu Ge's men. Ji Yu Hongming was heartbroken. This time when he returned to Chu Ge, he insisted that Chu Ge find him another body. After Chu Ge and others moved into Raozhong, the villages in various parts of Raozhong showed a very ambiguous attitude towards Chu Ge's arrival because of Qiyu village. The origins of this group of outsiders have spread throughout Raozhong. There are also people who want to seek wealth and honor. There is also Rao Yang's sister who wants to throw herself into his arms. There are even some villages that are planning to seek refuge because of their unhappy lives. Elder, we can no longer count on Han Yun. Even if Han Yun grows up, he can't compare to a behemoth like Tengde Group. Quote. And didn't you see the young people around Chairman Chu? Any one of them is much stronger than Han Yun. The Wu family is a large family in Raozhong, and Elder Wu is also the most powerful elder in the Wu family. Hey, do you all think so? Old Wu sighed as he looked at his Wu clansmen who were expecting him to make a decision. And Han Yun is not that close to us. He is only related to the leader of Kai Yan village. After all, the relationship between the leader of Kai Yan village and Han Yun is special. This Wu clan member did not have much respect for the leader of Kai Yan village, and he himself did not like Han Yun. Han Yun was able to grow to this level, not only because of his own qualifications, but also because of the full training of Qiyu village. All the tribes in Qiyu village have contributed, but what they have received in return has not met their expectations. Let me think about it again. Old Wu closed his eyes, and the tribesmen around him retreated unwillingly. Qiyu village is the largest village in Raozhong, and no one knows what the village chief Qiyu is thinking. Father, Han Yun is obviously the hope of our Qiyu village and even Raozhong. Why did everything change after that man came? Kai Zuer pulled her father's arm and acted coquettishly, dressed in the bright and beautiful clothes of Raozhong's daughter. Kai Yong looked at his daughter, a rare smile appeared on his face, and he looked at his daughter with doting eyes. Don't worry, I have valued Han Yun from the beginning, and he won't let us down. Kai Zuer nodded repeatedly. Dad, I want to go and see that man to see what he has, because when he comes, our hearts will be scattered in Raozhong. Kai Yong also knows the strength of Tamed group very well, and he dares not confront them head-on for the time being. In fact, the people of Raozhong have long been discouraged. For this reason, he cultivated Han Yun at all costs, hoping that one day, Rao Yang's heart could be united again and fulfill his dream. Go. Kai Yan was not worried about his daughter's safety. So, you are in need of a soulmate again. Chu Ge looked at Ji Yu Hongming while suppressing a smile. During this period of time, he almost forgot about Ji Yu Hongming. Mainly because his own strength had improved, he no longer attached much importance to Ji Yu Hongming's power. Hey, boss, I will live under your command from now on. Ji Yu Hongming also realized that if he was not the other party's subordinate, the other party would not care at all. Sure enough, Ji Yu Hongming saw the smile on Chu Ge's lips. Don't worry, I'll take care of it, Chu Ge assured seriously. Then, Chu Ge pointed at the head and gave an order to Ji Yu Bai. Find a container and soak it in preservative water. Chapter 343 The Heroine Kai Zuer. If I don't soak it in water, I feel like my brain is going to rot. Boss, there's a woman from Raozhong named Kai Zuer outside who wants to see you. A shadow guard appeared from the shadows and knelt on one knee on the ground. Fortunately, Lu Yanru and the other two girls went out to collect folk songs, otherwise, Chu Ge would not have met the strange woman. This isn't henpecked, it's just basic respect. Let him in. Chu Ge picked up the tea that Ji Yu Bai had just made for him and took a sip. It tasted slightly bitter but then sweet, leaving a long aftertaste. Raozhong is really a great place. This kind of tea is rare even outside. But in Raozhong, although this kind of tea is expensive, it is definitely not rare. The reason why it is expensive is because it is sold to outsiders. If you eat it yourself, it costs nothing. My most distinguished guest, it's the first time we meet, just call me Kai Zuer. Kai Zuer walked in hurriedly, was stunned for a moment when she saw Chu Ge's handsome appearance, and then performed Rao Yang's most solemn etiquette to guests. Chu Ge's eyes lit up when he saw Kai Zuer. The silver decorations on her head jingled, and the pendants on her earlobes gave her a finishing touch. Those wild and charming yet unique eyes and those hands as smooth as cream or even more eye-catching. It seems that this person never works. But think about it, as the daughter of the chief of Qiyu village, how could she need to do odd jobs by herself? Han Ji Yu, who was standing guard in the corridor, saw his beloved sister, but he no longer had the same feeling as before. Just like a stranger, Han Ji Yu laughed at himself. It seemed that he had let it go. Ji Yu Bai and others looked away, thinking that this woman was probably trying to throw herself into their arms. If Rao Zhang surrendered to the boss, would the boss take in Rao Yang's most famous woman in order to appease Rao Zhang? What a great Rao Zhang woman, Kai Zuer, it seems that you are the sister Han Ji Yu mentioned. Chu Ge looked at Han Ji Yu, whose expression was a little unnatural, and said slowly. Han Ji Yu. Kai Zuer turned and looked at Han Ji Yu. She really hadn't noticed Han Ji Yu before. I just heard that Han Ji Yu joined Tamed group and let a wolf into the house. It was because of Han Ji Yu that Chu Ge came to Raozhong. Kai Zuer was a little bit unconvinced about this rumor. How could Rao Zhang have something that would be valued by a big shot like Chu Ge? And Chu Ge doesn't look like a bad guy. He is so handsome and his smile is as warm as spring breeze. What a handsome guy. Sister. Han Gu's expression returned to its usual indifference. If the boss fell in love with sister, he would absolutely agree. It is much better for sister to follow a big shot like the boss than to follow that hypocritical Han Yun. And now Han Yun's head is already in the jar. I hope that when sister enters the room and sees the head in the jar, she won't be shocked. Kai Juer looked at her old friend with complicated eyes. Are you doing well after you got out? Thank you for your concern, sister. Working for Tamed Group, I don't have to worry about food and drink, and my horizons are much broader than when I was in Raozhong. Han Ji-yu still liked power and wealth as before. Kai Juer didn't object, but still hoped that Han Ji-yu could turn back. I don't know if you, Kai Zuer, know Han Yun. Chu Ge said this deliberately, observing Kai Zuer's expression. When Kai Juer heard about Han Yun, he couldn't contain his joy and asked quickly, really? Is Han Yun doing well? Chu Ge was thinking about how to describe Han Yun's current situation. I think he should be diving now. Diving? Kai Juer was a little confused. When everyone present heard the boss's description, they couldn't help but smile in their hearts. This guy Han Yun is really swimming. Dear guest, do you know the scenery of Raozhong? Why don't I take you to see the scenery of Raozhong? Although Kai Zuer missed Han Yun in his heart, he also knew that a word from this guest could bring about an earth-shaking disaster to Raozhong. It's a pity that Han Yun is not here, otherwise, Han Yun would never let this person enter Raozhong. There are many GU masters in Raozhong. Why don't Miss Kai Zuer take me to catch GU? Chu Ge had just arrived in Raozhong and was thinking of taking this opportunity to relax and put his business aside. It just so happened that he was a little interested in this Kai Zuer, the heroine of Han Yun, the male protagonist of GU Shu, and she had good taste, so he was willing to accept her. Sure. Kai Zuer also wanted to find out Chu Ge's purpose, so she agreed readily. The most beautiful scenery in Raozhong is the maple forest, with red leaves floating in the wind. At first glance, your heart seems to be empty. Can I call you Chu Ge? Kai Zuer tried to get closer to him intentionally, hoping to find out his real purpose. Chu Ge casually picked a bright blooming flower and put it directly on Kai Yuer's hair accessory. You can call me Boss Chu. Kai Yuer's face froze, and she wanted to refuse, but thinking of the other party's huge power, she could only let the other party wear it. Boss Chu, Raozhong's most famous maple forest is here. This is the largest maple forest in Raozhong. Every summer, the maple forest is full of sunlight, and the whole mountain seems to be filled with brilliant clouds. I heard that lovers can make a wish here and their wishes will come true. Kai Zuer said, thinking of herself and Han Yun, and looking forward to Han Yun's return. Are you thinking about your little lover? Chu Ge looked at her expression with some amusement. Well, I don't know how he is doing now. Kai Zuer does not have the shyness of a southern girl, nor the generosity of a northern girl. Her expression seems to be a blend of the two. Boss, I detected a strange aura around. Gu Bai whispered in secret. The sky guards are hiding in the dark to prevent anyone from harassing the boss and flirting with girls. Zhao Haifeng and others were eating Rao Yang's food in the attic, which was quite delicious. It seems that your little lover must be very outstanding, right? Chu Ge looked calm and secretly told Gu Bai not to move. He had known it for a long time, and he was also aware of the smell of the poisonous insect on this guy. It was Han Yun's scent, which he had smelled in the Feng family. His little fellow yin snake Gu has already set off quietly, hoping that Han Yun can bring him a little surprise. The other person's head is still in your hand. Whenever you want to know the information, just search for it. Well, he is the best among the younger generation in my Raozhong. No one can compare to him. Kai Zuer looked at him as a matter of course and answered. A smile appeared on Chu Ge's lips. The person in the dark was indeed him. He felt the other party's breath fluctuate when Kai Zuer said this. Then I wonder who is more powerful in yours heart, me or him? Chu Ge suddenly stopped and turned to look at her. Kai Zuer pursed her lips, but still did not refute the other party's title of dwarf, and it seemed that the other party did not call her that on purpose. Boss Chu is so powerful that everyone in Huameng and Raozhong knows about it. Although I don't want to admit it, but at this age, Boss Chu, you are really powerful. Chapter 344 Killing 3 Birds with 1 Stone, isn't that wonderful? Chu Ge laughed heartily. He couldn't refute this point. Han Yun, who was hiding in secret, was extremely angry at the headless corpse. If he had not injected everything he had into Yang Ji-yu before his death, he would probably have really died. Yang Ji-yu fell into a deep sleep, which was the price of his resurrection. After his resurrection, he was deeply afraid that Rao Zhang might be in trouble, so he rushed here regardless of his own death. I didn't expect that after rushing here, I would meet my elder sister and Chu Ge, the chairman of Tamed Group. It must be Chu Ge who used his power to threaten my sister, and my sister was just enduring the humiliation. Damn Chu Ge, Han Yun could feel that his head was in the Chiyu village in Raozhong. Han Yun has no father or mother. He was picked up by his father Kai Yan in the Raozhong River when he was a child. The two are like father and son. He could feel that Kai Yang placed all his hopes on him. For this reason, he worked hard to practice witchcraft, so that one day he could rebuild Raozhong and fulfill his father's wish. It was a pity that he was just one step away from Yin Ji-yu, and Han Yun felt extremely regretful. If I had known this would happen, I should not have boasted and offended a giant like Tamed Group. Raozhong has beautiful scenery and even more beautiful people. I wonder if your father has any plans to marry you to Han Yun. Chu Ge said lightly, looking at the red leaves on the ground. I'm very curious, since Han Yun told Han Ji-yu himself that he didn't like you, why are you together again? After all, Han Ji-yu is one of his own, and Chu Ge still wants to give Han Ji-yu an explanation. Kai Yu's mouth was bitter as she explained what happened back then. Actually, the three of us have always been best friends. I've always known that Han Ji-yu likes me, but I really only have friendship for Han Ji-yu. But I didn't have any thoughts about Han Yun at the time. Until one day, my father called Han Yun and me over. Kai Yu's eyes were lost in memories as she recounted what happened when her father called her into the room. It is because of my father's matchmaking that Han Yun and I are together. I see, I will tell Han Ji-yu about this. In Chu Ge's opinion, although Han Ji-yu is a villain, his value is far higher than Han Yun. Because one is the enemy and the other is his subordinate. As a villain, the only difference between him and the protagonist is luck. There wouldn't be much difference in aptitude. As long as he practiced his own Ji-yu immortal technique and entered his time cycle tower, it would be easy to surpass Han Yun. Han Yun has the support of the entire Raozhong, but Han Ji-yu has his boss supporting him from behind. As his subordinate, how could I lose to a mere protagonist? No, it would be too shameful. With Kai Zuer's introduction, Chu Ge came to the cave mountain behind the maple forest. There are countless strange rocks in the karst mountain, colorful and seem to be glowing. The sunlight from the sky shines down through the gaps, as if countless lights are shining down from above. It's so beautiful. I've come here countless times and sighted it countless times. It would be a shame if this place was ruined. Kai Zuer, who had no acting skills, looked at Chu Ge, as if saying, please don't ruin Raozhong, go away quickly, Raozhong can't stand your tossing. Chu Ge pinched Kai Zuer's nose. This girl was quite attractive. The more he looked at her, the more attractive she became. Kai Zuer was about to dodge, but she found that a force was holding her in place, so she could only watch Chu Ge pinch her nose. But in Han Yun's view, the struggle in the elder sister's eyes turned into shyness. Why is this happening? Is the other party deliberately performing this act for me? Han Yun had thought that the other party might have discovered him and was deliberately doing this to provoke him. The angry Han Yun left, and Chu Ge felt that the scenery in front of him lacked a bit of flavor and was a bit boring. Let's stop here today and go back. Chu Ge's figure instantly disappeared in front of Kai Zuer. Kai Zuer watched Chu Ge suddenly disappear and instantly felt the gap between Raozhong and Chu Ge. Such means must be sent by an immortal banished from heaven. Chu Ge returned to the attic and asked Ji Yubai to come closer to him, gave Ji Yubai a few instructions, and asked Ji Yubai to do it personally. In Raozhong, money still works. Blood ties are actually extremely fragile in the face of money, not to mention that Han Yun has no relatives with them. Even though Han Yun was born in Raozhong, Han Yun was secretly not recognized by most people in Raozhong. Most of the time, it was the top leaders of Raozhong who made the final decision, and they dared not speak out. After receiving Ji Yubai's message, Raozhong, who had secretly defected to Tamed Group, began to spread some news secretly. He spoke so convincingly, as if he had heard it with his own ears. Han Ji-yu was taught the first half of the Ji-yu immortal art by Chu Ge alone, which was enough for Han Ji-yu to benefit from for the rest of his life. Before leaving, Han Ji-yu kowtowed 3 times outside the door. His boss had been so kind to him that he could only repay him with his life. Chu Ge was very satisfied with Han Gu's behavior. He liked people who were grateful and repaid their kindness. General Bai and his subordinates said that they sensed something unusual in Raozhong. Chu Ge didn't sense it, perhaps only the spirits could sense it, so he asked General Bai to go and check it out. Han Yun's head was also stolen by Han Yun due to Qing Tianwei's negligence, and under the noses of Zhao Haifeng and others. I said that if I stay with you, I will always meet my destined person. Ji Yu Hongming said excitedly after Han Yun connected his head to his body. But if you want to kill him, why do you let him leave with his head? Ji Yu Hongming looked at Chu Ge beside him with some confusion. Everyone appeared in the room that Han Yun had just left. Han Yun had no idea that the other party had released the entire ocean's water into him. Originally I wanted to kill him, but I wanted to give Han Ji Yu a chance to break the shackles in his heart, a chance to truly defeat Han Yun. And before you die, you can take over this guy's body. His aptitude is not bad. And I want to see what Han Yun will do after he knows the rumors outside. It's interesting. This kills 3 birds with 1 stone, isn't it wonderful? Chu Ge's eyes showed a hint of smile. The leader of Qiyu village was trying to make excuses when faced with Tengde group's recruitment. In that case, let's let our own people solve the problem. If someone is blocking the way, you have to give way. If one wants to conquer Raozhong, one naturally has to win over the hearts of the people as well. The leader of Qiyu village is a hurdle that one cannot overcome. Boss, what a good idea. I didn't think of it. It's so sinister. Boss, I'm going to rest first. Zhao Haifeng was just about to flatter the boss, but ended up saying something fishy. He felt uneasy and tried to run away immediately. Rest. I think you lack experience. Go to the time cycle tower. Chu Ge looked at him with a smile and threw Zhao Haifeng directly into the time cycle tower. Chu Ge has never used the reincarnation in the time tower. What is reincarnation? It is the separation of life and death, love and hate. Zhao Haifeng entered the time cycle tower thinking that he was just trying to kill time, but who would have thought that he would become a baby? As he grows up, he experiences more and more things, until he grows old, and another cycle awaits him. But outside, it was only a second. When Zhao Haifeng came out, his eyes went from dull at first to full of fear when he saw the boss. If it weren't for his immense mental power, he would have lost track of who he was. Countless reincarnations were almost torturing him to death. Chapter 345, The Meaning of Reincarnation, Each Understands. Everyone go back and have some rest. There should be something good to watch tomorrow. Chu Ge chuckled as he looked at the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces and Zhao Haifeng's uncertain look. Late at night, Chu Ge came to Lu Yanru's room and the light in the room was still on. Chu Ge knew that this was the light Lu Yanru left for him. Although he was an immortal cultivator and did not need these, he still maintained the habits of an ordinary person. Are you still asleep? Chu Ge took off his clothes and leaned on the bed. He looked at Lu Yanru in his arms and lowered his head to kiss her. Lu Yanru pushed Chu Ge, leaned in his arms with her cell phone in hand and described to him the photos of today's trip. At some point, Lu Yanru had fallen asleep in her arms. Only then did Chu Ge turn off the lights and fall asleep in each other's arms. The rumors about Raozhong seemed to have spread for half a year in just one night, and the topic became extremely hot. The content of the rumor is very simple. It is said that someone saw the truth of that year. Han Yun's biological parents were actually secretly killed by the village leader Kai Yang, who then adopted Han Yun. The reason is that the leader of Kai Yan village saw the talent in Han Yun and wanted to train Han Yun to become a sword for his revival of Raozhong. At first, Han Yun just laughed it off, but then he found that everyone in Raozhong was talking about it. Even though Han Yun thought it was a rumor, these people's stories were well documented, and in the end, the rumor got to his mind. Where did this rumor come from, who spread it, and what was Father Kai Yan's reaction? Han Yun has not taken all these into consideration for the time being. This is what is called the confusion caused by those involved. Han Yun's heart was disturbed by the rumors. Han Yun even had a thought. Could it be that his father Kai Yan really killed his biological parents? Once this thought came to my mind, it couldn't be shaken off. Han Yun's mind was in a mess. He didn't know where to go, whether to look for his sister or to ask his father Kai Yan. Han Yun didn't dare to appear in front of anyone, including his sister. At this time, Kai Zuer was asking about this matter in front of his father Kai Yang. What? Even my own daughter is doubting whether this is true. Kai Yan's eyes flashed with a hint of urgency. This rumor was intended to alienate the relationship between him and Han Yun. If Han Yun knew about this rumor, what would he do? After all, even his own daughter began to question him. Kai Zuer also didn't believe that his father would do such a thing. Father, why are these rumors spreading? Father, why don't you stop them? Aren't you afraid that Brother Yun will come back and hear these words? The innocent are innocent, and these rumors were not spread by careless people. Kai Yan's eyes flashed a gleam. He already had the answer in his heart, telling Zuer would only add to his troubles. So after comforting his daughter, Kai Yang asked, okay, you met that man yesterday, what do you think of him? It's not like he had never thought about handing his daughter over to Chu Ge, but Chu Ge definitely didn't want Rao Yang's simple surrender. It is absolute submission. Even if he risks his life, he will not let the other party succeed. Even if Rao Zhang will surrender after his death, it will definitely not be before his death. Kai Zuer said worriedly, Chu Ge is hard to figure out. He didn't reveal any purpose of coming to Raozhong at all. I suspect Chu Ge's purpose of coming to Raozhong this time is very complicated. We must be careful and vigilant. Kai Zuer's worried look made Kai Yan smile knowingly. Okay, Dad knows. Has Han Yun contacted you recently? To be honest, Kai Yan was really afraid that Han Yun would become alienated from him. No, Kai Zuer replied somewhat disappointedly. There had been no news about Han Yun for a long time, and with a big shot like Chu Ge in Raozhong, she felt very insecure. You go back first. The rumors outside can no longer be stopped. The innocent will be innocent. It's not that Kai Yan didn't think about stopping the rumors, but he couldn't stop them after he discovered them. Kai Yang knew without hesitation who was the mastermind behind this, but he didn't expect that the other party had just come to Raozhong and so many people from Raozhong would come to join him and curry favor with him. Rao Yang's heart was broken. After Kai Yang watched his daughter leave, he sat alone on a stone chair with a gloomy face and no one knew what he was thinking. Attic. Chu Ge and others were chatting to digest their breakfast. Ji Yubai had been sent by Chu Ge to contact the leaders of the major villages in Raozhong. Raozhong is beautiful, but Chu Ge believes that Raozhong will become even more beautiful under his jurisdiction. What on earth did you encounter in there? Lin Feng bumped Zhao Haifeng's shoulder and asked curiously. Zhang Chuchen and others also looked at Zhao Haifeng curiously. Zhao Haifeng didn't say anything last night, and they didn't dare to ask, but now that Lin Feng brought it up, everyone's curiosity was aroused again. Zhao Haifeng looked at everyone helplessly. Don't you know what curiosity kills the cat means? It's easy to find out. Zhao Haifeng suddenly laughed maliciously. Let you laugh at me, and wait for me to take revenge on you. Boss, I want to ask you a favor. Zhao Haifeng trotted up to the boss with a malicious look on his face. What's the matter? Chu Ge smiled, as if he knew what he was going to say. Boss, why don't you let them have a taste of what I experienced? When Zhao Haifeng said this, everyone was stunned and wanted to run away. With a whoosh, Chu Ge threw him directly into the time cycle tower. A hint of pride appeared on Zhao Haifeng's lips, and within a second, everyone came out. Zhao Haifeng said to everyone very unsatisfied, how about I be nice to you and personally ask the boss to let you experience my happiness as well. Quote. Reincarnation in the world, unpredictable laws of nature, human nature is normal, and only you know your own warmth and coldness. Jun Moshao looked at Zhao Haifeng with complicated eyes. Although he couldn't let it go in his heart, he had let go of many of his obsessions. Reincarnation, another reincarnation, countless reincarnations allowed Jun Moshao to rediscover the feeling of liking women. So this is what it feels like to be dependent on a woman. Jun Moshao's cultivation weakened like a snowy mountain collapsing. A force emerged from his dantian, instantly allowing Jun Moshao's strength to grow from the fusion stage to the early stage of the Mahayana stage. You've reached the early stage of the Mahayana period. Congratulations. Chu Ge looked at Jun Moshao's advancement and looked at him with satisfaction. I never thought that birth, aging, sickness and death would feel like this. I have a deeper understanding of the great way of nature. Zhang Chuchen flicked his whisk lightly, closed his eyes and sat cross-legged half a meter off the ground. Lin Feng opened his eyes, sorted himself out, and bowed to his boss. Thank you, boss, for letting me experience what reincarnation is. This reincarnation is really beneficial for cultivators like us. The benefits Lin Feng got were not small at all. Chu Ge looked at the three people and they all had some insights, and he also felt a little curious about the reincarnation of the Time Tower. However, Chu Ge plans to enter the cycle of reincarnation when he is in the tribulation period. That will be the most suitable time for him to enter. Zhao Haifeng opened his mouth wide and looked at the three people, full of shock, and said in his heart that it was impossible. Chapter 346, Han Yun's Suspicions. After all, Zhao Haifeng is not the real protagonist. Chu Ge sighed in his heart when he saw Zhao Haifeng's expression. Although Zhao Haifeng has not yet reached the Mahayana stage, he feels that he will soon, and he only needs one more chance. Let the three of them digest the benefits they have gained, and then we will go out for a walk. Chu Ge stood up and left the room with Zhao Haifeng, who was a little depressed. What about the rumors outside? Chu Ge then called Han Jiyu, who was waiting at the door over. Han Jiyu walked up to the boss with his head down and said in a low voice, Kai Yan can't stop the rumors outside at all. I know Han Yun best. Han Yun will definitely fall into this rumor. Han Jiyu suggested in a low voice, the boss wants Kai Yan and Han Yun to kill each other, but he lacks a fuse. Do you have any good ideas? Chu Ge looked at Han Jiyu. In fact, rumors also need real evidence to prove that the rumors are actually the truth. Ji Bai has already arranged these clues, and Han Yun will be like a character who completes the task, step by step into the trap he has stepped into. I suddenly remembered something that Han Yun once mentioned to me. When Han Yun was picked up by Kai Yan, there was a jade pendant with the word Han. Quote. This jade pendant has been kept in Kai Yan's room. If this jade pendant can be tampered with. Quote. Han Jiyu said this, looking at the boss cautiously. Although he didn't finish speaking, Chu Ge already knew what the other party was going to say. Come here. Chu Ge shouted directly. Boss. A sky guard instantly appeared in front of Chu Ge, knelt on one knee, and waited for his order. Go tell Ji Bai to go to Kai Yun's room to find the Han Jade pendant. This jade pendant was something Han Yun carried with him back then. He will know what to do. Quote. I obey your command. The sky guard quickly retreated. Han Jiyu, have you met your family? Chu Ge suddenly looked at Han Jiyu. I haven't yet. Han Jiyu never asked for leave to go back and see his parents because he was afraid that his boss would summon him. Unlike Han Yun, he had his parents and relatives in Chiyu village. I'm giving you a vacation. Go see your parents and don't let them worry about you. You have to be loyal to me and serve me. Quote. Chu Ge patted Han Gu's shoulder to show his respect for him, and then took Zhao Haifeng out of the attic. Han Jiyu knelt on the ground and kowtowed in the direction where the boss left, until the boss was far away, then he slowly stood up. The boss was his second parent, who had given him a new life. It was worth it to work for the boss in this life. When Zhao Haifeng walked outside, he heard people from Raozhong whispering about Han Yun from time to time. Boss, I think Han Yun can't sit still anymore. Quote. Zhao Haifeng's voice came into Chu Ge's ears, and he chuckled, never mind Han Yun, I heard that Rao Yang's GU fighting conference will be held in a few days. Quote. GU fighting competition. Zhao Haifeng had never heard of it. The GU fighting conference is related to the status and division of power of the major villages in Raozhong, and it will be very grand. Quote. Chu Ge also heard about this matter from Han Jiyu and was very interested. Zhao Haifeng saw the direction the boss was walking in as if he had confirmed this direction, and couldn't help but ask, Boss, is there something wrong with you coming out? Quote. General Bai has discovered something, so it's a good opportunity for us to go over and take a look now. Quote. Since the boss said so, Zhao Haifeng followed the boss silently. What General Bai found was very simple, an ancient tomb that had been discovered by someone. The terrain here is very remote and extremely hidden, and ordinary people will not come here because the terrain here is also very steep. I smell the scent of a poisonous insect. Chu Ge said suddenly. Chu Ge's yin snake Ji has now quietly sneaked into Han Yun's body. As long as he wants, he can know what Han Yun is doing through the yin snake Ji. However, although the yin snake Ji is not there, Chu Ge has already practiced the art of Ji Immortal, so he can naturally tell what kind of Ji this is. So that's it. Quote. Chu Ge sensed the faint smell of the remaining poisonous insect here, and a smile appeared on his face. It seems that Han Yun found the Yang Ji here. He is worthy of being the protagonist to be able to find it in such a place. Chu Ge spread out his palms, and the Yin Ji Yu appeared in his palms. The Yang Ji Yu and the Yin Ji Yu merged into one to become the Yin Yang Ji Yu, the rarest and most powerful poisonous insect in the world. The Yin Yang Ji Yu has the ability to change the world and recreate it. Yin and Yang gave birth to all things. You can imagine the power of the Yin Yang Ji Yu. It seems that the boss already knows what was here before. Quote, General Bai has seen countless people and can tell what the boss's expression means. Yeah, Chu Ge hummed casually and took back the Yin Ji Yu. The Yang Ji Yu would be his sooner or later. Is this what General Bai sensed? Quote, Chu Ge looked around and asked curiously. General Bai pointed below where they were standing and said, it's underground, but the boss is not here, so I dare not act on my own. Quote, after all, as someone who had experienced the cruel officialdom, General Bai's words really made him feel at ease. Then dig it up, I'll leave first. Quote, Chu Ge was too lazy to wait here and wanted to go back. Just stay here. You are free anyway. Quote, Chu Ge gave Zhao Haifeng a warning, then walked out the door. After a few steps, he disappeared from everyone's sight. I'm here to see you off, boss. General Bai bowed respectfully towards the cave entrance. Next, Zhao Haifeng watched General Bai's evil ghost subordinates digging a hole with boredom. But Ji Yu Bai had already received instructions from his boss. He found the Han Jade pendant in Kai Yan's room and successfully tampered with it. Han Yun's mind was also extremely confused. The words outside were becoming more and more real, and they sounded like the truth, so he had to believe it a little. In fact, as long as someone whispers something in your ear every day, you will always take it to heart. Dad. Han Yun walked in. Kai Yan sat quietly on the stone chair and looked at him. You're back, how was your journey? Quote, Father, Han Yun felt warm at heart when he heard his father care about him, but he didn't know how to say it. It seems that you have heard the rumors that spread in Raozhong. Kai Yan looked at Han Yun with a very calm gaze. The innocent are innocent. Father doesn't need to prove anything. Quote, Father believes that you can distinguish right from wrong and truth from falsehood. Father, I want that jade pendant. Han Yun's face was conflicted, but he finally raised his head and looked directly at his father. What's wrong? Why do you suddenly want that jade pendant? Kai Yan looked at him puzzled. He actually had a selfish motive for giving Han Yun this jade pendant. He didn't want Han Yun to be reminded of his past by the sight of it and to go to great lengths to find out his own life experience. After all, Kai Yang still cares about Han Yun. He has been caring for him for more than 20 years. Humans are not plants or trees, so who can be heartless? Han Yun thought more about it. His father's words meant that he didn't want to give it to him. Could it be that there was something shameful about the jade pendant that his father wanted to hide from him? The more he thought about it, the sank in Han Yun's heart. He said again, this time with a tougher attitude than before. Father, I want to see the jade pendant. Chapter 347 overheard the truth. Kai Yan's heart sank. Han Yun's sudden change in attitude made him feel a little uneasy. Okay, Dad will get it for you right away. Since Han Yun wanted the jade pendant so much, Kai Yang could only allow it. He just hoped that Han Yun would not have the idea of finding his biological parents. Since ancient times, the grace of giving birth is not as good as the grace of raising a child, but only the person involved can best understand this. Kai Yang also didn't want the child he had raised with great effort to fall into such distress. When he first adopted Han Yun, he did have the intention of taking advantage of him, but after raising him for more than 20 years, he had developed feelings for him. Thank you, Father, for your help. Han Yun had no idea what was going on in his father's mind. He felt very impatient to see the jade pendant. Kai Yang also carefully checked the jade pendant he had placed there. There was no sign that it had been touched by anyone, so he handed it to Han Yun with confidence. This is the jade pendant you kept close to your body when you were still in swaddling clothes. Dad has taken good care of it for you all these years. Thank you, Dad. Han Yun expressed his gratitude and quickly took the jade pendant. Kai Yan noticed Han Yun's joy after receiving the jade pendant, and he just hoped that nothing else would happen. Han Yun, who left with the jade pendant, had reached the edge of the trap and was about to jump into the script prepared for him by Chu Ge. The day before the GU fighting competition, Han Yun met his elder sister Kai Zuer, and they had a conflict and parted unhappily. The traces left by Ji Yu Bai were not just a little bit, They were evidence spoken personally by a person of very high seniority in Raozhong who he bribed. There was one person in particular, that was Old Wu, the man Kai Yong trusted the most. Old Wu finally succumbed to the pleas of his clansmen and became Chu Ge's disciple. Mr. Wu has always been the most upright and fair person in Raozhong and has the most experience. Han Yun came quickly and trusted Mr. Wu. I learned some bits of truth from Old Wu, who said that he saw a woman covered in blood floating down the river in Raozhong. Afterwards, Kai Yong announced the news of adopting Han Yun. Mr. Wu knew nothing about the rest, but Han Yun would make his own associations, and only the truth he came up with was the fact he believed most. Han Yun quarreled with his elder sister Kai Zuer because Han Yun wanted to ask Kai Yong what happened back then. Kai Zuer felt that Han Yun just didn't believe in her father, and in anger, the two parted unhappily. Han Yun knew that he couldn't just listen to one person's opinion, but he asked many elders he trusted, and almost all of them said the same thing. There was one thing in particular that made Han Yun have to believe, and that was that Kai Yong was injured when he adopted Han Yun. Boom boom boom. Who? Han Yun suddenly raised his head and looked towards the door, his eyes showing danger. Ha ha. Han Yun, have you forgotten me so quickly? Han Ji-yu didn't know what tricks he used, but the door opened automatically. Han Ji-yu strode in as if he was walking into his own home. Chu Ge's running dog, what are you doing here? Han Yun said sarcastically. Han Yun appeared in Raozhong openly and was not afraid of Chu Ge. After all, it was impossible for Chu Ge to offend the public and kill him in front of so many people in Raozhong. Then the opponent's chance to subdue Raozhong would fail, and he was sure that Chu Ge would not attack him for the time being. I'm here just to tell you that I will avenge my previous defeat at the GU fighting competition. I hope you won't let me down. After meeting his family, Han Ji-yu stayed with them for a few days. Thinking about tomorrow's GU fighting competition, he went directly to Han Yun. You are a defeated general, and you have brought humiliation upon yourself. I will help you. Han Yun's breath was very low and his voice was hoarse. Han Ji-yu seemed to have known that for a long time. He sneered without any surprise, then turned and left. Han Yun didn't know what he was thinking. After staying quietly for half an hour, he changed into a black nightgown and left his residence. Chiyu village, where the village chief lives. Han Yun sneaked in here late at night. He knew that Kai Yan was not asleep at this time and usually should be in the study at this time. Han Yun approached quietly and found that the light in the study was on. He would come here late at night every day these past few days, perhaps to eavesdrop and find out if his father was really as they said. Dad, Brother Yun seems to be investigating what happened back then. Kai Zuer looked at Dad and said fearfully, what should we do if Brother Yun knows what happened back then? Han Yun's body stiffened when he heard this, and waves of emotion rose in his heart. The voice of Kai Yan came. Zuer, father didn't want this to happen. What happened back then? Father did something wrong back then, and now I've raised him to adulthood, which is considered as making up for it. Han Yun's eyes were gloomy, and his heart was suddenly filled with sadness. It turned out to be true. It turns out that the rumors are true. There is no smoke without fire. No wonder my father couldn't stop the rumors. Han Yun couldn't accept it for a moment. He wanted to question it, but lost his courage, so he disappeared into the darkness. The Kai Yan in the room tore off his face skin and revealed Ji Bai's cold eyes. This face skin is really useful, go report to the boss, and everything will go well as planned. Yes, the face skin of Kai Zuer was torn off directly, revealing a female Qingtianwei. After the female Qingtianwei left, Ji Bai placed Kai Yan and Kai Zuer, who were lying on the ground with two talismans stuck on their foreheads, on their seats. The talisman was given by Zhang Chuchen. It can suspend the memory of the person who is attached to it, so that after waking up, he will not be aware of anything. After Ji Bai took the two talismans, he disappeared instantly. In just a few seconds, Kai Zuer and Kai Yong woke up and continued chatting as usual. Kai Yong said to his daughter gently, Han Yun is a very talented boy since he was young. Don't quarrel with him. Tomorrow at the GU fighting conference, you should comfort him well. Dad's dreams are pinned on you too, especially Han Yun. I know him. Although he is affected by the rumors, I believe Han Yun will have his own judgment. Dad is innocent. In the future, Raozhong belongs to Han Yun and you. Kai Zuer said very guiltily. Dad, after the last quarrel with Brother Yun, I felt deeply guilty and suspected you. Am I not the same? I shouldn't have quarreled with him. Okay, go to bed early. You and him will meet at the GU fighting conference tomorrow, and you can talk out the conflict. Then Dad, go to bed early. Okay. After Han Yun heard the truth that he could not refute with his own ears, he could not forgive and could not let it go. Why? Why would the father who raised me since I was a child be the enemy who killed me? Why? Why? Why didn't you kill me then? Han Yun sat at the highest point of Raozhong, looking at the entire land of Raozhong. He growled and pounded the ground to vent his anger, his fist bleeding without him noticing. What should he do? Revenge for your parents. With a clang, the jade pendant fell out of his pocket. The jade pendant was stained with blood from the fist on the ground, and it began to glow slightly, attracting Han Yun's attention. Chapter 348, GU Fighting Conference, Betting on the Prize. What's this? Han Yun stared at the glowing jade pendant on the ground with his red eyes, staring in a daze. After a long pause, Han Yun carefully picked up the jade pendant engraved with the word, Han. A ray of light instantly shot into his eyes, and what happened that year seemed as if he had seen it with his own eyes. His kind and amiable father was brutally killing a man with murderous intent on his face. The man's features were surprisingly 60% similar to his own. Han Yun's breathing became rapid because the scene changed and his father was killing a woman holding a baby in her arms. Mom! Han Yun's throat rolled, wanting to shout loudly, but he found that he could only be a bystander and couldn't even shout. A touch of blood stained Han Yun's eyes. Han Yun's pupils constricted and he cried out in despair, no. He gasped for breath. Han Yun knelt on the ground, sweating profusely, his hands tightly grasping the soil, blood and soil mixed together. This is the truth. I actually recognized the thief as my father for so many years. Kai Yan, you deserve to die. Han Yun carefully kept the jade pendant, and murderous intent arose in his heart towards Kai Yan. His murderous intent was as deep as the gratitude for the years of raising him. Thinking back now, the smiles the other person had shown him over the countless years were undoubtedly a mockery of himself. Ah! Han Yun couldn't hold back any longer and roared out, tears falling to the ground like pearls. No one knew what Han Yun did here the whole night until the next day, when he appeared at the GU fighting conference with a normal expression. Chu Ge stayed with the three women, and, surrounded by many sky guards, sat on the main seat above the GU fighting conference square. Kai Yang sat next to Chu Ge, and Old Wu also sat next to Chu Ge, and they were surrounded by other major village chiefs. Chairman Chu's presence at the GU fighting competition really makes the competition shine. I was so excited that the GU fighting competition could get the attention of Chairman Chu that I couldn't sleep the whole night. Actually, what I mean is that this GU fighting competition is just a small fight in the eyes of Chairman Chu, and we are just trying to make Chairman Chu happy. Except for one or two silent village chiefs, all the other people were flattering Chu Ge. Chu Ge occasionally said a few words, and these people became particularly excited. Kai Yan had a blank expression on his face, and Mr. Wu didn't care. When Kai Zuer saw Han Yun appear at the GU fighting conference, she waved at him excitedly. Sister. Han Yun walked over with a happy look on his face, but his heart was actually cold. Chu Ge looked down at Han Yun below with a sneer on his face. I wonder how I would feel when I find out that the murderer of my father is actually my adoptive father. What will be done? Let bygones be bygones. Or patricide. Really looking forward to it. Chu Ge was in a very good mood as he played Han Yun, the protagonist, in the palm of his hand. Sometimes the pleasure is not getting from defeating the enemy with one move, but rather from luring the protagonist step by step into a trap of your own design, making him collapse and defeating him mentally. After all, when people stand on the top of a mountain, they want to see the different scenery below. Han Yun also noticed Chu Ge above, but most of his attention was on Kai Yan. Han Yun felt completely devastated when his biological parents were killed by the man he had called Dad for more than 20 years. Kai Yang had no idea what Han Yun was thinking. When he saw his adopted son looking at him, he just smiled. Han Yun's murderous intent grew even stronger. In his opinion, this smile was mocking and humiliating him. Damn it, Kai Yang, your death does not deserve a pity. Han Yun roared in his heart. Kai Zuer patted Han Yun's shoulder and said with a smile. Brother Yun, the GU fighting competition is about to begin. This year's Raozhong will definitely be different from last year. Han Yun's words were suggestive and he said meaningfully, yes, this year's Raozhong will definitely be different. Kai Yun continued to preside over the GU fighting competition as usual. This is the holy gathering that countless GU masters in Raozhong yearn for. Powerful GU masters gather here, although it seems like just playing house to Chu Ge and his group. However, if Rao Yang's GU master went out and caused chaos, it would also cause countless panic. After a simple opening speech, the GU fighting competition began. There is also an unspoken rule in the GU fighting competition, and that is the prize. The GU worms of both sides are used as prizes for the fight. All kinds of strange and bizarre poisonous insects appear on the scene. The power of the poison master lies not in close combat, but in the contest between the poisonous insects. Wow, this is the art of witchcraft, it's magical, I also want a witchcraft. Feng Linlin watched with great interest, standing next to Chu Ge and cheering loudly. Why would a girl like you play with poisonous insects? Moreover, to practice poisonous insects, the little insects have to crawl on the palm of your hand and stay with it day and night. Chu Ge deliberately frightened her with a smile in his eyes. Ah, Feng Linlin looked hesitant and suddenly she didn't want to raise it anymore. If this girl likes poisonous insects, I will definitely find the most suitable one to give to her for her to play with. A village chief said in a flattering voice. Feng Linlin was not an ignorant girl. She looked at Chu Ge and only accepted his kindness after seeing Chu Ge nod. Okay, in that case, I want a beautiful poisonous insect. Feng Linlin made the request. No problem, leave it to me. The village chief was overjoyed. He finally found an opportunity to get close to Chairman Chu. However, the village chiefs around him secretly regretted speaking up a little too late. 5 hours later, Han Ji-yu and Han Yun finally took the stage. I wonder who Chairman Chu thinks will win, Kai Yan rarely spoke. Chu Ge turned to look at Kai Yan, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and his words gradually became colder. Kai Zong, how about we make a prize? Kai Yan had great hopes for Han Yun, and smiled, what prize does Chairman Chu want? Zhao Haifeng, who was standing behind Chu Ge, saw that his boss kept silent, rolled his eyes, and interrupted, I saw that Kai Yan Zong's daughter Kai Zuer seemed to be interested in my boss, so why not make this the prize? Lin Feng, Zhang Chuchen, Zhun Moshao and the other two couldn't help but look at Zhao Haifeng, then looked at the three proprietresses who already had dark faces, and swallowed the words of agreement they were about to say. Zhao Haifeng is desperately courting death. I wonder if Zhao Haifeng can withstand the pillow talk of the three boss ladies. Kai Yang was stunned when he heard this, and couldn't help but look at Chairman Chu who was smiling but not saying anything, and his heart sank. What does Chairman Chu mean? Kai Yan hesitated. If Han Ji-yu loses, I will leave Raozhong tomorrow. Chu Ge looked at Kai Yan indifferently and said something that Kai Yan almost agreed to. Kai Yan looked at Chairman Chu in astonishment. Was he really so confident in Han Ji-yu? Zhao Haifeng also knew that he had said the wrong thing, so he went with the flow and spoke loudly to Han Ji-yu below. Han Ji-yu, the boss said that if you win, Kai Zuer will belong to the boss, and if you lose, the boss will have to leave Raozhong tomorrow. It's up to you. Chapter 349 Han Yun's Dragon Snake Ji-yu. Han Ji-yu was confused and anxious. If he lost, it would ruin his boss's plans. No, how could he lose? Thinking of this, Han Ji-yu looked at Han Yun. Han Yun glanced at him nonchalantly with a sneer on his face. However, I was still very unhappy when I heard that my sister was being used as a bet. I will try my best to win. Han Ji-yu no longer looked at Han Yun, but knelt on one knee and bowed respectfully to Chu Ge. The boss personally taught him the method of immortal Ji-yu, and he had full confidence in defeating Han Yun. As for my sister, if she can follow the boss, it will be my sister's good fortune in this life, which is far better than following Han Yun, a hypocritical person. Chu Ge above nodded to Han Ji-yu. He was very optimistic about Han Ji-yu, his subordinate, otherwise he would not have bestowed the martial arts on him. Seeing Chu Ge was so tough, Kai Yang didn't ask but just greeted him. With the constant voices of agreement from those around him, he opened his mouth but still couldn't refuse. Old Wu looked at Kai Yan nonchalantly and felt disappointed. If Kai Yan could be tougher, it would not be impossible for him to take over the entire Raozhong region. Unfortunately, it is difficult to change one's nature, and Kai Yan's indecisive nature yet wanting more cannot be changed. Ha ha ha, since Chief Kai doesn't say anything, does that mean he has acquiesced? Then should we congratulate Chief Kai in advance on becoming Chairman Chu's father-in-law? Alas, what a pity, why don't I have an outstanding daughter like Kai Zuer? Seeing that Kai Yang was silent, the people around him quickly interrupted and directly concluded the matter. Han Yun looked up at Kai Yan who was doing nothing, and felt even more evil in his heart. He might have felt sorry for him before, but now he felt that he was extremely hypocritical. It's disgusting that he actually used his elder sister to climb up the social ladder. Thinking of this, Han Yun became more determined about what he wanted to do. Since the leader of Kai village has agreed, then I can't refuse the kindness of the leader of Kai Yang village. Chu Ge narrowed his eyes and looked at Kai Yang, then picked up the tea beside him and took a sip. Kai Yan secretly clenched his fists and gave Chu Ge a forced smile. Under the general trend, he really couldn't do anything but accept it and gamble with his own daughter. When Kai Zuer saw that he was being used as a stake, he did not blame his father, but felt that Chu Ge was using his power to bully others and his father had no choice. But he believed that Yundi would not lose. The fight between Han Ji-yu and Han Yun finally started when the referee called out the start. Sparks flew between Han Ji-yu and Han Yun's eyes. They also stood here back then, and Han Ji-yu lost in the end. Han Ji-yu, it was definitely not luck that allowed me to beat you back then. I hope you have a chance to experience my true strength. Han Yun said lightly. Ji-yu insects kept falling from his body, ready to attack. Han Ji-yu took a deep breath and said, Han Yun, you are still so hypocritical. A lightning snake flew out of his hand in an instant, like a ray of lightning shooting in front of Han Yun in the blink of an eye. A wall of water instantly blocked Han Yun's way, and the red water Ji-yu and lightning instantly flowed along the water wall into the ground and disappeared. The reason I lost to you back then was definitely not because I was inferior to you. Han Gu's figure instantly appeared in front of Han Yun and punched him. The Vajra Ji-yu gave his fist the power of Vajra. There's no point in saying more. Han Yun was shocked when he saw the fluctuations of Han Gu's Ji-yu power, but he still kept a relaxed look on his face. He grabbed with one hand, and his figure was like a bow, and he counterattacked. The contest between the witchcraft techniques was as if the previous witchcraft fights were just playing house, and the two men were already fighting to the point of life and death. The two of them have mastered the art of Ji-yu to perfection. In their hands, every Ji-yu can be transformed into a chess piece to attack the opponent. Kai Zuer looked at the two people on the stage from below, clasped his hands together and prayed that Han Yun would win. Han Ji-yu took a different path. Although they were no longer enemies, Kai Zuer's heart still leaned towards Han Yun. The art of Ji-yu Xian is to enhance the power of Ji-yu Shu towards the direction of cultivating immortals. Han Ji-yu had been practicing witchcraft, but after joining the Shadow Guard, he stopped using it and turned to cultivating immortals. Now with the combination of cultivation and poisonous insects, Han Gu's strength has been improved by more than a little bit. The fight became more and more intense, and the crowd watching around also realized that something was wrong and moved away early. The wind was howling, lightning was flashing and thunder was roaring. The area where Han Ji-yu and Han Yun were standing had collapsed and was in ruins. But the winner between the two is still unknown. Han Yun, do you know? Is there any difference between the power you used on me back then and my current power? Han Ji-yu found an opportunity and punched Han Yun directly in the stomach. Han Yun fell to the ground and slid. He had no time to feel the pain and quickly rolled to the side. An enlarged poisonous insect crawled out from the ground. Its tentacles were as sharp as a pair of scissors. If Han Yun had been a step later, his head would have been separated from his body again. Just as Han Ji-yu was about to make a few sarcastic remarks, he found a black line extending from his arm. With a gloomy face, Han Ji-yu crushed a detoxification insect to death, stuffed it into his mouth and chewed it, and dark green liquid flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The black lines slowly faded from his arms until they disappeared completely, and Han Ji-yu breathed a sigh of relief. How come I didn't know when I was poisoned? Han Ji-yu slowly floated up, half a meter off the ground. A snake Ji-yu instantly became extremely huge, and a giant snake of several dozen meters appeared. Fortunately, the square of the Ji-yu fighting conference was large enough to accommodate it. Han Ji-yu stepped on the snake head above him, looked at Han Yun who was looking at him indifferently below, and spoke loudly. Show your true strength, Han Yun. Han Ji-yu roared. As you wish. Han Yun touched his chest and took out a strange-looking snake poison from his palm. Looking at the snake in his palm, he glanced at Kai Yan on the high platform. I had originally planned to prepare it for Kai Yang, but now it might as well be shown in advance. The snake was several dozen meters long, and Han Yun was standing on the snake's head. The people around him were extremely shocked. Zhao Snake Ji Yu. Han Ji Yu looked at Han Yun with a serious expression and subconsciously touched the thing in his arms. Unexpectedly, the other party hid so deeply, and the Zhao Snake Ji Yu, which was only one step away from turning into a dragon, was luckily obtained by Han Yun. Kai Yan stood up excitedly and looked at Han Yun with burning eyes. Sure enough, the hope he had placed on himself for many years was about to be realized in Han Yun. The other village chiefs looked at each other in bewilderment. They didn't expect that Han Yun actually had the Zhao Snake Ji Yu. How could they win? No wonder the leader of Kai village has such great confidence in Han Yun. It turns out to be Zhao Ji Yu. Chu Ge looked towards Kai Yan. His tone did not change at all because of the appearance of the Yin Snake Ji Yu. Old Wu was the first person to notice Chu Ge's tone. It seemed that Chairman Chu had given Han Ji Yu something, otherwise he would not be so calm. You have to know that this time we are betting with Rao Zhang, and a big shot like Chu Ge will never go back on his word. As for whether he would become angry and assassinate Han Yun and Kai Yan in secret, he had no idea. Han Yun saw Han Gu's solemn expression and couldn't help but touch the protruding tentacles of the dragon snake. This is the Zhao Snake Ji Yu that he has secretly cultivated for many years. It was originally just a snake Ji Yu, but once by mistake it ate a certain fruit and turned into a Zhao Snake Ji Yu. Han Yun also felt that he was very lucky, and couldn't help but said happily, Han Ji Yu, this is the difference between you and me. Really, no one expected that Han Ji Yu would laugh sarcastically. Everyone thought he had gone crazy. Chapter 350. Zhao Haifeng also noticed that Han Ji Yu might be on the verge of defeat, and couldn't help but say in a voice transmission, Boss, do you need me to make a move secretly? The outcome is still unknown. Chu Ge looked up at Zhao Haifeng and sent a voice transmission. Zhao Haifeng felt relieved and couldn't help but look at Zhang Chuchen and the other two around him. He found that their expressions were very calm and they were not worried at all. Obviously they thought that the boss would give Han Ji Yu some cards. Zhao Haifeng spat secretly, wondering if these three people were so smart. Chu Ge, will Han Ji Yu lose? Lu Yanru asked in a low voice, a little worried that her man would lose the bet. Feng Linlin and Zhao King both looked at Chu Ge, their eyes filled with worry. This Han Yun is really quite capable, exceeding everyone's expectations. Kai Yang also secretly paid attention to Chu Ge's expression, fearing that he would get angry out of embarrassment. The village chiefs around him who had different thoughts also fell silent. I believe Han Ji Yu will not let me down. Chu Ge raised his teacup without any sign of worry. After hearing what Chu Ge said, the three women felt relieved. Those village chiefs were also silently paying attention to the two people in the field to see what other cards Han Ji Yu had. Seeing that Chu Ge was still so confident, Kai Yang felt a little powerless. What could have happened to make Chu Ge's expression change? When Kai Zuer saw the Zhao Snake Ji Yu under Han Yun's feet, she felt that victory was a foregone conclusion, and she finally put her mind at ease. Han Yun noticed that Han Gu's expression suddenly calmed down. Why, do you think a mere Snake Ji Yu can deal with my Zhao Snake Ji Yu? My Snake Ji Yu can't deal with your Zhao Snake Ji Yu. Han Ji Yu spoke slowly. The people around looked at Han Ji Yu in surprise. Was Han Ji Yu going to admit defeat? How would he explain to his boss then? If you admit defeat, I can let you lose with dignity. Han Yun's mouth curled up slightly. Although he couldn't deal with Chu Ge, he was more than enough to deal with Han Ji Yu. Power can never be obtained by relying on some big shot. Han Ji Yu, you still can't understand it after all. You are obsessed with power and money. With such a narrow vision, Han Yun felt that Han Gu's future could only stop here. Han Yun, you underestimate me. Han Ji Yu suddenly sneered. Under Han Yun's surprised eyes, Han Ji Yu took out a bottle from his arms, poured out a pill, and threw it directly into the snake's mouth at his feet. Han Yun, we can't defeat the Snake Ji Yu, but what about the Dragon Snake Ji Yu? Han Gu's voice shocked the people around him. That's impossible. Does Han Ji Yu want to evolve the Snake Ji Yu into a Dragon Snake Ji Yu right on the spot? Old Wu was filled with astonishment. He stood up with the help of his crutches, his voice trembling. The other village chiefs also stood up in astonishment, their eyes turned to Chairman Chu. You have to know that Han Ji Yu is just a subordinate of Chairman Chu. If Han Ji Yu took it out, it means that Chairman Chu has the elixir that can make the Snake Ji Yu evolve into a Dragon Snake Ji Yu. I just don't know whether this pill is expensive, rare, or whether it still exists. Snake GU is the most common in Raojong. Almost every GU master can cultivate Snake GU, hoping that one day the Snake GU can evolve into Jiao Snake GU. Kai Yan originally thought that he had won the battle, but he saw that the dragon snake under Han Gu's feet suddenly glowed and began to shed its skin. Two horns suddenly bulged on the snake's head, and the power of the Jiao Snake GU burst out instantly. A powerful wave of air instantly burst out from its body, and the snake GU of the surrounding GU masters crawled out of their bodies one after another, crawling on the ground, as if welcoming the birth of the new king. How is this possible? This is unbelievable. A GU master blurted out with his eyes wide open. I feel that my snake GU is afraid. Even if Han Yun's Jiao Snake GU appears, it doesn't have such a deterrent power. Quote. It's too scary. Is this the strength of Tamed group? It is indeed much stronger than our Raojong. As soon as these words came out, the surroundings instantly became quiet, and everyone's minds instantly drifted to Tamed group. If Tamed group could give them such power, it would not be impossible for them to even offer their loyalty. The dragon snake GU under Han Yun's feet seemed to sense the breath of its own kind and roared at it. The Jiao snake GU under Han Gu's feet was not willing to be outdone. It seemed as if it had been reborn and wanted to vent. I am the leader of a district team in the Shadow Guard headquarters under the Tamed group. My boss will never be stingy with any resources for anyone who joins my Tamed group. Those who are capable can join my Shadow Guard. This is just a pill and is not worth much. Han Jiyu naturally would not miss this opportunity to advertise. His voice was like a rainbow, resounding throughout the entire fighting venue. Kai Zuer's heart suddenly became nervous and he looked at Han Yun worriedly. If I lose, what should I do? Brother Yun, I can only rely on you. As soon as Han Jiyu said this, countless GU masters around him began to get excited. The Tamed group was indeed powerful. If they joined, how powerful they would become. Han Jiyu said that this pill is not valuable. The leaders of the major villages looked at Chairman Chu from the high platform, their hearts eager to serve Tamed group already impatient. Everyone, please be patient, the game isn't over yet. Chu Ge smiled as if bathed in spring breeze, his tone very happy. This Han Jiyu, I was right. Old Wu was very grateful for the advice from his clansmen. The Wu family had a chance to grow stronger, and secretly joining Chairman Chu was the wisest decision he had ever made. Kai Yong looked at the expressions of the crowd and felt like a lone boat swaying in the waves of the sea, isolated and helpless. Han Jiyu and Han Yun stood on the heads of the dragon snakes, and the two dragon snakes kept fighting with each other. It was obvious that Han Yun's dragon snake was at a disadvantage and was defeated by Han Gu's dragon snake. Han Yun looked at Han Jiyu in disbelief that his trump card was so easily cracked by the other party. Han Jiyu heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that he had the advantage, and he finally lived up to his boss's expectations. So Han Jiyu shouted to Han Yun, Han Yun, the times have changed a long time ago. People live only for power and strength. Not everyone can get power first. What's wrong with power? After you join my boss, power and strength will come naturally. Han Yun, why don't you join my boss? I promise that you will be like me, with wealth and glory for the rest of your life. The boss will give you more powerful power. When Han Jiyu mentioned his boss, his eyes fell into an extremely fanatical state, which made Han Yun a little scared. Nonsense, all nonsense. If I yield to others, I, Han Yun, will no longer be Han Yun. Han Yun was extremely angry. No one could understand his current mood, not even his sister. The dragon snake under his feet sensed his master's anger, roared, and bit the opponent directly. You are obsessed and stubborn. Han Jiyu scolded. The two dragon snakes were biting each other, flesh and blood were constantly torn out, flying out and falling, and the blood had dyed the entire fighting venue red. It seems that I am going to win this fight. What do you think, Leader Kai? Chu Ge suddenly said. Chapter 351 Thoughts on Advancing to the Tribulation Period. Kai Yong held on to the handrail tightly, fearing that he would do something impulsive. He took a deep breath and said somewhat forcedly, Chairman Chu, the winner has not been decided yet. I can't tell now. In fact, everyone could see it, but Kai Yun was the only one who was fantasizing that Han Yun could win. In fact, Chu Ge had one last preparation, which was the Yin Snake GU, which was still lurking in Han Yun's body. As long as he gives the order, Han Yun will be caught. Although it is despicable, People only believe what the winner says, and whatever the loser says is wrong. It doesn't matter if it's despicable, Chu Ge doesn't care about it. But now it seems that there is no need to use this last trick. He dared to make the bet, so he knew that there must be winners and losers. Rao Zhang was like meat in his mouth, so there was no way he could spit it out. It's okay, let's take another look. Chu Ge smiled indifferently. Han Yun below roared, his whole body itching. Han Ji Yu propped himself up, his arms seemed to be corroded and he had no feeling in them. Han Ji Yu controlled a poisonous insect in his body and finally found the opponent's poisonous insect and vomited it out of his mouth. The arm finally regained consciousness. Han Ji Yu didn't expect that he would fall into the opponent's trap because of his carelessness. The two dragon snakes on one side had finished their fight, and Han Yun's dragon snake Ji Yu fell to the ground dying. Han Gu's Jiao snake Ji Yu slowly shrank and wrapped around Han Gu's wrist. I win this time. Han Ji Yu walked up to Han Yun condescendingly and looked at him with contempt. Han Yun scratched his body hard and looked at Han Ji Yu expressionlessly. Suddenly, the itching poison came out of his skin. Han Yun looked at Han Ji Yu with a complicated expression, and his gaze gradually shifted to his own Jiao snake Ji Yu. After putting away the dragon snake Ji Yu, Han Yun left the arena without saying a word, pushing away the people who were watching the show. His lonely and helpless back caught everyone's eyes. He actually lost to Han Ji Yu, but Han Yun still had a Ji Yu that he hadn't used, and he didn't want to use it. Because it was a gift prepared for his dearest father. If you lose, you lose. As for my elder sister, she clearly knew everything, but she and my elder father hid it from him. So let's just cut off all ties. Perhaps in a Ji's heart, only a man like Chu Ge can attract her. Han Ji Yu looked at Han Yun deeply, then turned around, bowed deeply to the boss on the platform, and spoke loudly. I have lived up to the boss's trust. Very good, Master Kai, I hope we can have a detailed discussion tomorrow. A smile flashed in Chu Ge's eyes, and he stood up and left with the three women and his men. Those people with ulterior motives have already followed Chairman Chu and left. Only old Wu stayed beside Kai Yan for a while. You too, right? There was no expression on Kai Yan's face, and even speaking was very difficult. Take care, I can't live for myself. Mr. Wu said evasively and left. Kai Yong looked at the people of Raozhong who had left with Chu Ge and couldn't help but look up at the sky of Raozhong. The sky of Raozhong is going to change. Good job, kid. Keep up the good work. It's good to work for the boss. Zhao Haifeng said earnestly as he passed by Han Ji Yu. Although he could see that Han Yun seemed to have some tricks up his sleeve, there was no need to spoil the fun by saying it out loud. Yes, Han Ji Yu said respectfully. Back in the attic, Chu Ge took a hot bath in a wooden tub with Lu Yanru in his arms. How long has it been? We haven't taken a bath together for a long time. Chu Ge looked at her with a wicked smile. Lu Yanru snuggled in Chu Ge's arms, feeling the strong and powerful heartbeat of her beloved little man, and remained silent. Neither of them wanted to interrupt this warm moment. However, after they wiped themselves clean and put on their clothes, they found that there was not much water left in the bucket and most of it had splashed out. It's all your fault. Lu Yanru rolled her eyes at him charmingly. Chu Ge looked at her innocently. It was you who asked me to splash the water out quickly just now, why are you blaming me now? You keep saying it, you're still so shameless, when can you change? Lu Yanru hit Chu Ge's chest with a small hammer. Chu Ge pulled her into his arms, and they looked into each other's eyes and said in a low voice, how is this possible? Isn't this underestimating the ability of cultivators to do physical work? Lu Yanru let out a whimper and fell limp in Chu Ge's arms. Chu Ge laughed and carried her to the bed in the next room. Most of Raozhong has retained its ancient decorative architectural features, including rest areas, but the modern facilities are also quite good. Why has my stomach been quiet for so long? Afterwards, Lu Yanru pouted and drew circles on Chu Ge's chest. Her polished nails slid lightly over the muscles, leaving clear lines. Chu Ge was stunned when he heard this. He thought Lu Yanru would never take the initiative to ask him. In fact, it is rare for cultivators to have offspring. As long as we apply fertilizer every day, it will bear fruit one day. Chu Ge grabbed her hand with a wicked smile and tickled her palm. Ah, it turns out to be like this. Lu Yanru really didn't know that there was such an unspoken rule. It's true. Otherwise, the descendants of immortal cultivators would be so numerous that there would be no place for mortals to survive. That's why God is fair. Chu Ge kissed her forehead gently. Raozhong will be over soon, and then I'll take you to play in the sea. Chu Ge promised her. In the sea. I heard that there are many monsters in the sea. Is that true? Lu Yanru looked at Chu Ge with curiosity. Indeed, our biggest threat is in the sea. Chu Ge has always been paying attention to the time of the seabed seal. According to the latest seal he checked, there are still 10 days left. In 10 days, the seal will be lifted, and then the monsters in the sea will appear. Within 10 days, Chu Ge wants to advance to the tribulation crossing stage. Only when he reaches the tribulation period can Chu Ge be absolutely sure of dealing with those old monsters in the sea. According to Ji Yu Hongming, those who are above the tribulation period will be forced to undergo the tribulation and leave this world. Therefore, there are no monsters above the tribulation crossing stage in this world. Most of the monsters on the seabed are old sea monsters in the tribulation crossing stage. Go to sleep. Chu Ge hugged the worried Lu Yanru and fell asleep. After all, his affairs are not something his woman needs to worry about. Chu Ge advanced to the tribulation period within 10 days. In fact, in addition to being lucky enough to encounter better task rewards, he also received sign-in rewards. The most certain way to survive is for Chu Ge to enter the cycle of reincarnation in the time cycle tower himself. To find the answer to the tribulation period in reincarnation is opportunity. Chapter 352 Patricide, Han Yun's death. Late at night, there was a heavy rain outside, and the thunderstorm in Raozhong was particularly loud and lightning. Kai Yang sat quietly in the study, looking at Rao Yang's map, lost in memories. The door of the room was slowly pushed open with a creak. Is it Juer? The creaking sound awakened Kai Yang, who was lost in his memories. Perhaps only his daughter had returned at this time. It's me. There was a huge thunderstorm, and the lightning reflected on Han Yun's face, making it pale and weird. Han Yun, where did you go after you left during the day? However, Kai Yun did not notice the change in Han Yun's tone. His mind was in a mess now. Han Yun's face instantly turned back to the original Han Yun, the Han Yun who didn't know the truth. Dad, I'm sorry, I lost today. I'm sorry, sister. Han Yun walked up to Kai Yun with a guilty look on his face. Kai Yan sighed deeply. He did not blame Han Yun, so he patted his shoulder and said, it's okay. It's not your fault. It's father who is useless and sorry for you. Kai Yan looked at Han Yun in disbelief, and lowered his head stiffly, looking at the dagger inserted into his heart. Han Yun's eyes were filled with madness, and he looked at him bloodshot and full of hatred. You are sorry to my parents. You are even more sorry to me. Han Yun felt extremely happy, as the hatred in his heart was vented. What do you mean? Kai Yang still didn't understand. His heart was shattered. If it weren't for his amazing witchcraft, he would have died immediately. Suddenly, Kai Yan's pupils, which were about to dilate, suddenly condensed and blurted out, you believed the rumors. He looked at Kai Yan's unbelievable expression and sneered, rumors. Isn't that the truth? I saw it with my own eyes and heard it with my own ears. How could it be a rumor? Old man, don't think that no one knows what you did. I heard your conversation with my sister that night. Han Yun gripped the handle of the dagger tightly, staring at him intently. You, Kai Yan widened his eyes. He didn't expect that the son he had raised for many years turned out to be an ungrateful person. Dad, brother Yun, you are here too. Kai Zuer, who had just cooked some midnight snacks, walked in. He was happy to see the two of them, but when he saw the dagger in brother Yun's hand stabbing into his father's heart, the midnight snack fell to the ground with a clang. Father. Kai Zuer ran up directly, pushed Yundi away, and looked at his father with wide eyes, who had lost his breath. Brother Yun, why did you kill my father? Kai Zuer's tears fell down her cheeks like raindrops, and she turned to look at brother Yun with red eyes. He asked for it. I'm just repaying you with revenge. Sister, we'll meet again. Han Yun looked at Kai Zuer deeply, threw away the dagger, and disappeared into the rainy night. Dad. Han Yun, who had just left the house, heard his sister's shrill cry. His steps paused for a few breaths, and then he disappeared into the darkness. He had thought that Kai Yang would be somewhat wary of him, and he had not imagined that it would be so smooth. The opponent was totally unprepared and he was successfully attacked by surprise. Even the poisonous insects prepared for him have not been used yet. Everything went so smoothly that Han Yun felt like it was a dream. He didn't kill sister. This was the only reason he couldn't do it. Sister's hands were not stained with blood, and he would not implicate sister with his hatred. A thunderstorm night is the easiest night to hide sin. The next day, news came out that the leader of Qiyu village was killed by his adopted son Han Yun last night. As Chu Ge walked out of the room with his arm around Lu Yanru, he heard Zhao Haifeng and others leisurely talking outside in the corridor. Where did that kid Han Yun go? Han Ji Yu. Chu Ge looked at Han Ji Yu and chuckled. I'll go find Linlin and Zhao King first. Lu Yanru didn't want to get involved in matters between men, so at Chu Ge's nod, she left silently and went to the attic next door. After the proprietress left, Han Ji Yu immediately reported, "Boss, after Han Yun killed Kai Yan last night, he disappeared in the rainy night. I am incompetent. It is really difficult to track him in a thunderstorm, and my insect has lost the scent of Han Yun." Chu Ge said indifferently, "It doesn't matter. Jun Moshao and Zhao Haifeng, you two go and kill Han Yun. There is no use in keeping him." After all, in Chu Ge's heart, Han Yun's role had disappeared when he killed Kai Yan last night. "Remember to tell him the truth before you die. I don't want him to die peacefully," Chu Ge said with a laugh. "Understood." Zhao Haifeng and Jun Moshao smiled at the same time. Han Yun is such a miserable kid. His boss is so kind that he let Han Yun know the truth before he died. Let's go, to comfort the beautiful Rao Zhang." Chu Ge laughed and went straight downstairs. Zhang Chuchen and Lin Feng followed behind silently, while Han Ji Yu stood at his post obediently. The news of Han Yun's patricide was the hottest topic in Qiyu village. As soon as Chu Ge went out on the street, he heard the conversation between two people from Raozhong. "It's so tragic. Kai Zuer saw Han Yun kill his own father with his own eyes. The reason turned out to be love turned into hate." "What do you mean, love turned into hate? Tell me quickly. Those who understand will understand. I'll treat you to a meal, please tell me quickly, I really don't understand." "Okay, then I'll tell you, but let me make it clear first, I'm not telling you just because you treat me to a meal. Speak or not, or the meal will be gone. I'll tell you, actually, it's like this, didn't the leader of Kai Yan lose the bet, and Kai Zuer is Han Yun's childhood sweetheart, how could Han Yun give up? In addition, Han Yun's parents were killed by the leader of Kai Yan that year, and the humiliated Han Yun directly killed Kai Yan that night. Then he was caught by Kai Zuer, and Han Yun ran away immediately." "Fuck, so many details, how did you know? That's enough, don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Just know it in your heart. Asking too much will do you no good." Chu Ge stopped listening after hearing this and went directly to Kai Yu's residence, which was hung with white cloth, and the sound of Rao Yang's reed pipe made people smell sad. Kai Zuer knelt in front of the morning hall, burning paper money mechanically as if he had lost his soul. "My condolences." Chu Ge picked up the 3 incense sticks beside him, lit them, and silently inserted them into the incense burner. He looked at the black and white photo of Kai Yan and smiled. "You can help me, right?" Hearing Chu Ge's voice, Kai Zuer seemed to have his soul redeemed and returned, and he directly grabbed Chu Ge's arm. "I want to find Han Yun and ask him in person." Chu Ge was about to answer when he heard Zhao Haifeng's voice. "Boss, I brought back Han Yun's body. This kid was really good at running. I almost couldn't catch up with him." Zhao Haifeng threw Han Yun's body directly on the ground. Chu Ge looked at the stunned Kai Zuer and smiled softly, the living Han Yun is gone, I don't know if the dead one will work." Chapter 353, Saint Raozhong, the Power of Yin Yang Ji Yu. "It's better that he died. It's just right for us to commemorate your father. This is the boss's true love." Zhao Haifeng put his hands on his waist and said to Kai Zuer. Then he winked at the boss and immediately pulled Jun Moshao away. Kai Zuer is most helpless at this moment. If the boss takes action, he can easily deal with her. He just gave it a slight push. Kai Zuer stared blankly at Han Yun's body. The two most important people in her life had left her. Han Yun learned the truth at the last moment, went crazy, and was finally killed by Zhao Haifeng. Die with eyes wide open. "Thank you." Kai Zuer looked at Chu Ge with great gratitude. "You're welcome. It's what I should do. Your father lost you to me as a prize. According to Rao Yang's rules, you are mine now." Chu Ge squatted down and looked at Kai Zuer's face, which was getting redder and redder because of what he said. Seeing a beauty shedding tears is a unique sight. Don't hold it in. You'll feel better if you cry out loud. Chu Ge put his arm around Kai Zuer's shoulders and comforted her in a soft voice. Suddenly, Kaizur threw herself into Chu Ge's arms and burst into tears loudly. She cried so hard that her lungs were torn apart and her internal organs were on fire. It makes people sad when they hear it and makes people cry when they see it. Why would they be like this? Everything was apparently fine. Dad is gone too, all gone. Kaizur felt helpless at this moment. All her relatives were gone, leaving her alone in this world. Chu Ge helped Kaizur up and said to her, "From today on, you will shoulder the responsibility of Raozhong. This is what your father would like to see. I think the voting at the Raozhong Congress is over now. If nothing unexpected happens, Raozhong will belong to me now." The so-called Raozhong Congress was where the major village chiefs in Raozhong voted separately. Without Kai Yan, the troublemaker, the voting went very smoothly. The general trend was such that even the villages that wanted to be independent from Raozhong silently voted in favor of relying on Tamed group. Kaizur knew about the Raozhong conference. Even if she wanted to do something, she was powerless to stop it and could only stop crying silently. Chu Ge directly expressed his plan. There is no barrier between one's own people managing one's own talents. Forget about Han Ji-yu, as he has a better future. Kaizur's reputation in Raozhong is quite good, so it's you who will be chosen. I don't have time anymore and I plan to leave today, so Chu Ge continued. From now on, you are the saint of Raozhong, responsible for managing Raozhong on my behalf. I will arrange people to assist you and will not let you get too tired. Chu Ge is not a person who forgets money for the sake of beauty. Kaizur is just a decoration as a saint. The people who really manage Raozhong are naturally the managers sent by Tamed group. Me, I can't do it. Kaizur shook his head quickly, very unconfident. If I say you can do it, then you can do it. I believe in you, Chu Ge said to Kaizur earnestly. After a while, Kaizur, who was struggling with his head down, suddenly raised his head and said, "Then I'll give it a try. I promise I will not disappoint your hopes and will work hard to build Raozhong. The lottery is very sacred in Raozhong and must be carried out. Otherwise, the Jiyu gods worshipped in various villages in Raozhong will abandon those who refuse to carry out the lottery. The people of Raozhong believe in the Jiyu god, and Kaizur's faith is even purer. Deal with Han Yun cleanly." After Chu Ge said this to Zhang Chuchen, he secretly said, "Dig out his heart for me. There is a poisonous insect called Yang Jiyu inside. It's a good thing." Zhang Chuchen watched the boss holding Kaizur and leaving the morning hall, looking at Han Yun thoughtfully. On the first day of Kaizur's morning period, Chu Ge was too lazy to eat her and took her for a walk around Raozhong. Chu Ge pretended to take Kaizur out for a walk, but only those who were interested knew that he was actually trying to increase Kaizur's reputation. This is equivalent to telling the people of Raozhong that Kaizur is under his protection, so you should know better. The next day, Kaizur was brought to the platform of the Jiyu fighting conference by Chu Ge, who stood on the podium and announced that Kaizur was the saint of Raozhong whom he had chosen. Jiyu Master Raozhong looked as if he had expected this, but some people were also quite surprised. But no one objected, because Kaizur was the person who was put forward by Chairman Chu to support him. After the crown was added, there was only the saint lady from then on, and no more Kaizur. Kaizur's eyes were confused, but gradually she became determined. She felt that it was a sacred duty on her shoulders to take on the role of the Holy Maiden of Raozhong. At night, bonfire party. The singing and dancing in Raozhong are lingering, and the celebratory singing and dancing in Raozhong are passionate and tender. And Kaizur, who was appointed as their saint during the day, was being eaten up by Chu Ge. Kaizur, who had never experienced such a feeling before, lay lazily on the bed, with her jade-skinned arms resting on Chu Ge's chest. You should manage Raozhong well from now on. You can trust the people I arrange for you to come here. If there is anything, just let them do it. Chu Ge explained things to Kaizur. After he finished his work, he felt that it was time for him to leave. If you don't leave now, the 3 jealous people in your family will explode. No matter how generous a woman is, she will never be so generous as to share a man with others. But the 3 girls have a pretty good relationship with each other, and maybe they've accepted their fate with 3 people, but that doesn't mean they can add more. However, Chu Ge didn't want to talk about any feelings. He only talked about feelings with a small number of women. For the rest, there was only physical sparks between them. Okay, I understand. I will take good care of Raozhong and wait for you to come back. Kai Zuer had lost two important people, and at this moment a man suddenly broke into her body and filled her heart. She is very dependent on Chu Ge now. Although she is reluctant to let him go, what Chu Ge feels is impossible to change. A new day began, and Chu Ge and his group were ready to leave Raozhong. The Tengde group now has a new city, Raozhong. Chu Ge's Yin Jiyu also merged with the Yang Jiyu to become the Yin Yang Jiyu. The Yin Yang Jiyu is comparable to a treasure. Chu Ge nurtures the Yin Yang Jiyu in his heart, which shows how much he values it. Yin and Yang transform all things. Chu Ge can use the power of Yin and Yang Jiyu to give life to dead things. Chu Ge looked at the car he was sitting in and thought about what every man wanted to do. The power of the Yin Yang Jiyu flowed from the fingertips into the car, and the car suddenly seemed to come to life. Zhao Haifeng and others flew out of their respective vehicles and stared at the boss's car in midair. Creating life and giving it consciousness, Chu Ge simply added some common sense. Thank you for your creativity, boss. The vehicle suddenly made a sound and came alive. The three women were so shocked that they looked at Chu Ge, wanting to know what had happened. This is a kind of witchcraft that creates life, Chu Ge explained briefly, and then directly wiped out the life of the vehicle. Chu Ge benefited a lot from this initial glimpse of the secret, and even the shackles of the peak of the Mahayana stage were loosened a little. Chapter 354, The catastrophe is about to be overcome, and the seal on the seabed is broken. This surprised Chu Ge very much. Chu Ge had no idea what level the tribulation period was at. But Chu Ge knew that one needed to go through the tribulation period, and that going from the Mahayana period to the tribulation period was a hurdle. Only after passing this hurdle can one be qualified to become a cultivator in the tribulation crossing period. The early, middle and late stages of the tribulation crossing period include the Great Perfection, which means there are still 3 tests in the tribulation crossing period. Chu Ge guessed that the thunder tribulation that one would have to go through to ascend to the highest level after achieving great perfection in transcendence would definitely not be simple. These were told to him by the knowledgeable Ji Yu Hongming, and Zhun Moshao also experienced a thunder tribulation in another world, the power of which was enough to destroy the Blue Star. Back to Yuncheng, Chu Ge's main base, the mass grave. All the people under Chu Ge's command have arrived. This time, Chu Ge wants to get through the thunder tribulation smoothly and does not want any accidents to happen. Chu Ge turned around slowly, looked at everyone, and said, I will practice in seclusion here, and in 10 days, I will enter the tribulation. Zhao Haifeng and others hurriedly bowed. Boss, don't worry about seclusion, we will guard here. Okay. Chu Ge placed the time cycle tower on the ground and instantly went in. Zhao Haifeng and others quickly dispersed, each responsible for a direction to prevent anyone from breaking in. The boss is going through a tribulation, so he must be extra careful. Reincarnation, what exactly is the so-called reincarnation? Chu Ge himself didn't know. Even if he had a past life and traveled to this world, he didn't understand what reincarnation was. Instead, he entered the reincarnation land in the time cycle tower, and his consciousness was directly blocked, causing him to begin reincarnation as an unconscious baby. After Chu Ge came out of the time cycle tower, he sat cross-legged in midair, and the time cycle tower automatically retracted into his danhai. Memories of countless reincarnations began to revive. In the first life, I was in a woman's womb, a fetus. The woman caressed her belly with a motherly look in her eyes. 4 months later, he was born. Since he was born, he has been famous for his genius. His family is relatively well off and they are wealthy landlords. After studying hard for 10 years, he passed the imperial examinations, married the princess with great ambition, and became the prime minister. He was second only to the emperor, controlled the court, and became a powerful official. Unfortunately, he became old and was confiscated and exterminated by the new king whom he looked down upon. So miserable. Second life. He was a little beggar who was starving to death, until one day he was bought by a family. The family became rich quickly, and one of them became a high-ranking official. However, he actually had an affair with the official's wife. They were eventually discovered and thrown into a pig cage together. The third generation. In ancient times, he was a small soldier in a post station. The emperor laid off employees and closed the post station. Finally, he had no choice but to become a soldier. Finally, because of food and salary problems, he became a bandit. He was lucky. He started out as a thief and became more and more powerful. In the end, he broke into the city of Beijing and captured the emperor. But unfortunately, he was taken advantage of by someone and was overthrown not long after he became emperor. Chu Ge silently complained, "Why are the endings so tragic, and why is the beginning and ending of the third life so familiar? The fourth life is miserable. The fifth life was even worse. The sixth life was miserable. The seventh life was so horrible that it's better not to talk about it." In the eighth life, he actually became a eunuch. He was very powerful in the palace and finally manipulated the emperor as a puppet, becoming the #1 person of the dynasty. He brought chaos to the government and was finally killed. In his ninth life, he was an ordinary person, starting off normally in modern times, without any illness or disaster, with a virtuous wife and filial children. He lived a normal life and died of old age. 9 reincarnations, the memories of 9 lives are in Chu Ge's mind. What is reincarnation? Reincarnation is death and rebirth, birth, old age, sickness and death. Reincarnation is experience, all the experiences of a lifetime. Chu Ge's understanding of reincarnation gradually increased, and the power in his body began to boil. Time passed by little, the wind continued to blow, and the world seemed to be changing. Zhang Chuchen said to everyone, "Everyone pay attention, I have a bad feeling. I'm not exaggerating, but the feeling in my heart can't be ignored. We can't ignore any possibility." Xu Muyu looked at Chu Ge in the middle, who was still sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, then looked at the strange sky and sat there in silence. Zhun Moshao agreed with Zhang Chuchen's point of view. The more powerful a person is, the more correct his premonition is. Everyone should pay attention to it. Lin Feng nodded. Everyone should pay attention. With a lineup like ours, I believe no one in the world can break through our defense. Zhang Chuchen's premonition is not wrong. I just calculated and found that the situation is not optimistic. The seal may have to be brought forward. Zhao Haifeng suddenly said with a serious tone. The seal has been moved up. Do you want a few people to go over there? Ji Yu Hongming said with some concern. He has successfully taken over Han Yun's body. When Zhao Haifeng was thrown to the ground, his consciousness had not yet returned to its original state. Fortunately, he woke up early, otherwise he would have been buried by that kid Zhang Chuchen. However, Zhang Chuchen had dug out his heart for a long time, which made him very uncomfortable, but there was no other way. Now he has re-refined Han Yun's face into his own face. After all, it's still my own face, and it looks quite similar. As for the deep sea, he is most afraid of the monsters in the deep sea. If they are born prematurely, it will definitely be a disaster that destroys the world. No, I won't go. Protecting the boss is the most important thing. Zhao Haifeng shook his head and refused decisively. Even if the world is in chaos, the boss can't be in chaos at all. As long as the boss is fine, no matter how chaotic the world is, we can put it right. General Bai was also here. When he heard what Zhao Haifeng said, he agreed. As long as the boss was fine, the world would not be in chaos. If something happened to the boss, General Bai felt that the people around him would be the source of the trouble. On the 9th day, the strange phenomena in heaven and earth became more and more obvious, as if there was a big hole in the sky, and thunder and lightning were roaring inside the black hole. Just like the eye of thunder, it is the eye of the thunder tribulation. Chu Ge seemed to be unaware of the danger and remained fearless. He continued to gather his strength and face the thunder tribulation in his best condition. Is this the thunder tribulation? It's so terrifying. Zhao Haifeng looked at the thunder tribulation in the sky with great fear. Zhun Moshao joked, is this considered scary? It was scary when I was going through the tribulation back then. Zhang Chuchen and the others looked at the thunder tribulation with serious expressions. They all knew that there would be such a day for them too, and they hoped to accumulate some experience to help their boss go through the tribulation. Suddenly, the compass needle in Zhao Haifeng's hand turned anxiously, his face gloomy. The seal is broken. Fortunately our people evacuated in advance, and also notified the people of Huameng Haicheng to evacuate in advance. Otherwise, the losses would have been heavy. Everyone was speechless and turned their attention to the boss. In their opinion, other things are far less important than their boss's tribulation. Haicheng, a deserted city, all the people were evacuated in just a few days. The originally calm sea water gradually began to boil, as if it was burning, and angry roars came from the bottom of the sea. Chapter 355, 99 Returns to Yang Thunder Tribulation. Countless Huameng brand fighter jets were circling back and forth over the Huameng waters, and satellites from various countries were also observing this place. This was also agreed by the Chinese alliance, and each country sent its own strong domestic teams to provide support. After all, they are not fools. If the Chinese alliance is reduced to a vast ocean, can they be safe and sound? Records of underwater monsters have been recorded in the history of all countries except the United States, but the ways of expression are different. The sea water was boiling, flames were burning the sea, and the deep blue flames were burning and dancing on the sea, as if in joy and celebration. Boom! It seemed as if the heavens were shaking, thunder flashed, lightning roared, and the howling wind caused the fighter jets to return immediately. The sea water rose dozens of feet, just like a blue star in a cup, and the sea water was like water in the cup, shaking violently from side to side. The sky suddenly became gloomy, and a dark atmosphere filled the entire sea. Most of Haicheng has been submerged, and dozens of meters-high buildings have been half swallowed up. It is suffocating and terrifying. Fortunately, the cities around Haicheng are all on high ground, and Haicheng is level with the coastline. Haicheng seemed to be sunken. Thinking back to the time when this was the main battlefield, it was not without reason that it sank. The changes here in Haicheng prohibited anyone from broadcasting live, and no news was spread out. All countries tacitly agreed not to publicize this, as it would have an impact on their order. It would be fine if they didn't say anything, but once they did, they would explode. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart, the roar of heaven and earth continued to ring out, and the fiery sea water gradually disappeared. One after another, huge underwater monsters surfaced and looked towards the direction of Haicheng with hatred in their eyes. After so many years, I finally got out. Ha ha ha, this time we must kill all humans and turn the world upside down. Those people are gone. That's good, very good. Now, this world is ours. We will each be responsible for an area of sea and reorganize the troops. It will be our turn to call the shots in this world. As these old monsters spoke, the surrounding magnetic field became extremely chaotic and the satellites had lost their function. It was equivalent to that all countries in the world, including the Chinese alliance, had lost their eyes on this place. Some of these old monsters did not speak, but swam directly towards the sea they once ruled. Now everyone has come out of the seal. They shared the same suffering inside the seal, but after coming out of the seal, they are potential enemies and secret rivals. No one is willing to submit to anyone else, there is no real leader, and the sea is like a mess. No wonder they were all sealed here back then. Chinese Alliance, Presbyterian Church. What on earth happened to Chairman Chu? Why is there no movement at all? An elder said impatiently. Zhang Tianlin glanced at him silently. What's the use of being anxious? Now the main force to save the Huameng and deal with those monsters is not us, but him. I have known Chu Ge since I was weak. This man has a scale in his heart for good and evil. Now he is my boss. I think you all know that I am the boss's spokesperson here. The boss has important things to do. The most important thing for us now is to stabilize people's hearts. Zhang Tianlin didn't know what the boss was doing, but he knew it must be something important. Okay, what time is it now? These monsters are out, and we must gather people to deal with any disaster that is coming. Under the persuasion of an elder, everyone finally turned the topic to the issue of how to preserve the power of the Chinese alliance. These sea monsters are so terrifying that only cultivators can deal with them. Although they cannot deal with those powerful ones, they are still needed to resist the small fish and shrimps. The mass grave in Yuncheng at this time. Chu Ge's power has reached its peak, he has reached the great perfection of the Mahayana stage, and is close to transcending the tribulation. Chu Ge suddenly opened his eyes, and the light in his cold eyes seemed to be absorbed by the eye of thunder, and the light of heaven and earth was dimmed. The thunder tribulation has completely enveloped him, and the eye of the thunder tribulation is still nurturing and accumulating power, as if it will not stop until it strikes him to death. It's really terrifying, but I won't accept my fate. Chu Ge directly placed the time cycle tower on his head, letting it help him bear some of the damage. Zhao Haifeng and others all looked at the boss. Thunderclouds are rolling, a thunderstorm is approaching, and the power to destroy all things and the breath of destruction are constantly condensing in the eye of the thunderstorm. Chu Ge could feel that the thunder tribulation seemed to have locked onto him. The aura of the thunder tribulation is very heavy. It seems that the tribulation the boss is going through is not an ordinary thunder tribulation. Zhun Moshao looked at his boss solemnly. The change in the aura of the thunder tribulation made him feel a little strange. There's something wrong with this kind of thunder tribulation. Ji Hongming suddenly transmitted a message to everyone. I have seen Mahayana cultivators undergo tribulations before. I have seen it many times, but I have never experienced a thunder tribulation like the one your boss has. Could it be that I am so ignorant? Ji Hongming doubted whether his knowledge was too limited. Jun Moshao suddenly spoke, his tone more serious than ever before. This is the 9-9 return to Yang Thunder Tribulation. There are a total of 9 Thunder Tribulations that fall, and each one has the power to destroy a cultivator in the Mahayana stage. What? Doesn't that mean death? Zhao Haifeng was extremely shocked. Lin Feng was very worried about his boss and asked quickly, is there a solution? It's impossible that there is no solution. Everyone waited silently for Jun Moshao to reply. Jun Moshao was speechless. He hadn't finished speaking yet. Why were they all interrupting? I haven't finished yet. The so-called return to the Yang means rebirth after death, experiencing 9 states of life and death. 8 lives and 9 deaths, and 99 returns to the Yang. Once you get through it, you will be invincible at the same level, and you will have an easy way to overcome the tribulation in the future. Jun Moshao's words were filled with envy. The boss had such good fortune to encounter the 99 return to the Yang Thunder Tribulation, so why couldn't he? Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the boss would be fine. Chu Ge had no idea what everyone was talking about. He already felt that the power of the Eye of Thunder was enough to destroy him. But he felt a hint of life inside. Even though Chu Ge had never seen the Thunder Tribulation with his own eyes, he understood that his own Thunder Tribulation was unusual. Under the dark clouds, it seemed as if the sky was falling, and thunder pythons were roaming all over the sky, as if the heaven and earth were spinning. Boom! Chu Ge saw that the first Thunder Tribulation fell directly from the eye of the Thunder Tribulation without stopping at all, like a ray of lightning directly covering himself. No pain, no feeling, consciousness is clear at first, and then gradually becomes blurred. Wrong. Chu Ge's consciousness suddenly woke up from the edge of sleep. In the eyes of Zhao Haifeng and others, the boss's body decomposed into particles in the lightning column. In just a moment, these particles seemed to have consciousness and condensed into a solid entity again. Chu Ge breathed a sigh of relief. He felt that his strength had become stronger again. After being cleansed, his body was undergoing different changes. The Eye of Thunder would not wait for him. Just as Chu Ge was getting ready, a beam of light from a thunder python with greater power than the previous one enveloped him. Chapter 356, 9 Thunder Tribulations, Midterm Tribulation. This Thunder Tribulation was even more powerful. Chu Ge felt that his body was being decomposed faster and his consciousness was becoming blurred faster. He didn't know how many more Thunder Tribulations there would be. The people outside wanted to tell him, but the Thunder Tribulation could not be transmitted through sound, and Chu Ge had to concentrate on dealing with the Thunder Tribulation and not be distracted. The second Thunder Tribulation was a close call. The third Thunder Tribulation fell. The fourth Thunder Tribulation fell. The fifth Thunder Tribulation fell. 6, 7, and 8 Thunder Tribulations came one after another, leaving Chu Ge no chance to catch his breath. The repeated reorganization and rebirth made Chu Ge exhausted and his mind was extremely weak. His clothes were torn and his body seemed to be reborn. Chu Ge stood naked under the Thunder Tribulation, his magic power was almost exhausted. Zhao Haifeng and his group looked at the Thunder Tribulation worriedly. It was the last one, and the boss could withstand it. Ji Hongming was also praying in his heart. If something happened to his boss, he couldn't imagine what would happen to this world. What should he do then? Only with his boss can he feel the hope of overcoming the tribulation and ascending to heaven. Moreover, the qualifications of each of the people around him are no weaker than his. Chu Ge didn't care whether he was seen by others or not. People who practice Taoism don't care about trivial matters. Overcoming tribulation is the most important thing. Besides, his subordinates were not outsiders. They had seen everything they should have seen while eating, drinking, playing and taking a bath. Xu Muyu was the only one who turned around and looked outside as if he was an outsider. The Thunder Tribulation was still brewing, and Chu Ge felt that this should be the last one. He had already endured 8 Thunder Tribulations, and the time cycle tower was taken back by him 1 second before the Thunder Tribulation began. It is hard to say whether the Thunder Tribulation is good or bad, but Chu Ge suddenly realized it at the last second. He cannot miss any baptism of thunder to strengthen himself. My strength will increase after each thunder tribulation. If at the end, my strength is a little less, wouldn't it be unfair to me? After dying so many times, Chu Ge felt that his body had been tempered by the thunder and became extremely strong, and his soul had been baptized by the thunder and lightning. The soul is strong, the body is strong, and the magic power becomes extremely pure. Come again. Chu Ge growled at the eye of thunder tribulation, come on, just a little bit, the tribulation period is about to come. The eye of thunder seemed to have heard the provocation of the ant, and under its angry roar, a beam of light with roaring thunder and the power of destruction poured into Chu Ge's body. At this moment, Chu Ge felt like he was about to be knocked unconscious. He was drowsy and his body was destroyed and dissipated, only his soul was still there. The earth seemed to be awakening under the thunder and lightning. The shaking of the ground seemed to be the earth's dissatisfaction with the thunder and lightning in the sky, roaring and howling. The destructive power of the thunder tribulation frightened Zhao Haifeng and others. Can the boss really remain safe and sound in the face of such a thunder tribulation? Everyone felt worried at the same time. The power of this last thunder tribulation spread out instantly, as if the previous 8 were just appetizers and this one was the main course. Chu Ge didn't know what he was doing, nor how much time had passed. He just felt like he was struck by lightning and was stunned. This thunder tribulation is really powerful. It was so strong that he didn't even have the slightest reaction. But in the end Chu Ge managed to hold on, but he was so tired that he wanted to sleep for a while. The thunderbolt dissipated, and the sky returned to calm. The sky was blue and white, and a gentle breeze blew across the sunny day. A mass grave is indeed a mass grave. After the thunderstorm, it was completely turned into scorched earth. Although the power of the thunder tribulation was poured into Chu Ge's body, the power emitted by the thunder tribulation caused the mass grave to disappear. The magnetic field of the mass grave became distorted, extremely distorted. Zhao Haifeng and others stood at the place where the boss was undergoing the tribulation, but they did not find any trace of the boss, which frightened everyone. Where is the boss? Everyone thought of this at the same time. Everyone looked solemn and no one spoke. Nothing can happen to the boss. But after successfully overcoming the tribulation, the boss should have been here. It was not until Zhao Haifeng took out the compass and discovered that the surrounding magnetic field was a mess that he suddenly felt something was wrong. Have you noticed that although the mass grave is gone, the magnetic field is still there? Zhao Haifeng's words broke the solemn and silent atmosphere. You are the one who knows feng shui best here, go and check the magnetic field problem. Everyone just wait here for a while, maybe the boss will show up. Jun Moshao said hurriedly after seeing Zhao Haifeng speak. For the time being, everyone had no choice but to wait there, hoping that the boss would come back soon. Zhao Haifeng held up the compass, watching the needle shaking violently from side to side, and walked around with a frown on his face. In the endless void, a floating body lay horizontally in the long river of void. Chu Ge woke up from his sleep, just like he had a lazy nap, very comfortable and conscious. This time when he was transcending the tribulation, he was lucky enough to go directly from the peak of the Mahayana stage to the middle stage of the tribulation. Chu Ge was quite surprised that he had surpassed the initial stage of tribulation. Maybe it's because I have a thick body and thin hair, and I have a lot of potential. He took out the void ring from the system space and put it on his thumb, then put on new clothes. He felt better than ever before. Perhaps because he was worried that his subordinates would not be able to find him, Chu Ge appeared from the void. He saw his men spinning around anxiously and even getting into an argument. Boss. Lin Feng was the first person to notice the boss's arrival and blurted out. Well, I'm not dead yet. Chu Ge looked at everyone and did not leave. He felt extremely relieved. He heard a few brief words from these people and realized that one was planning to look for him, while the other was planning to wait there. Boss, are you in the tribulation period? Zhao Haifeng hurried over from a distance, and seeing that his boss was safe and sound, the worry in his heart disappeared. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, because it turned out that when the boss was not around, they were all in disarray, no one obeyed anyone else, and no one listened to anyone else. Especially General Bai and Ji Yu Hongming, no matter how they tried to persuade these young people, they just couldn't. The moment the boss appeared, these young people became well behaved. Chu Ge naturally knew that most of the people under his command were the protagonists, so how could they obey the orders of others? I'm already in the middle stage of tribulation, it's just luck. Chu Ge was very happy. Now that he was in the middle stage of tribulation, he didn't have to worry too much about the Demon Clan and the Sea Clan. Tell me about the situation outside first. Now that I have reached the middle stage of the tribulation ahead of schedule, is the seal still okay? Zhao Haifeng stepped forward and said quickly, when the boss was in seclusion, I discovered that the seal would be broken ahead of schedule. Chu Ge pondered for a while after hearing this and asked, have they evacuated? Unexpectedly, the seal was broken ahead of schedule. So is Haicheng okay? Is the order of the Huameng still there? What are those monsters doing now? With so many questions lingering in his mind, Chu Ge's joy of successfully overcoming the tribulation faded a little. Chapter 357, a reborn person in Cao's camp but with a heart for Han. Zhao Haifeng knew that the boss was asking about his own people, so he answered immediately. Everyone has already evacuated in advance. Now Haicheng is flooded with ocean and the entire city is submerged in seawater. Those old monsters don't seem to have any intention of attacking immediately. Instead, they disappeared into the sea. We suspect they are reorganizing their strength. Chu Ge nodded and didn't ask any more questions. This incident was not caused by him. On the contrary, he still had to solve these problems. However, if the other party doesn't want to cause trouble for him, Chu Ge won't be the first to take action. People don't know him, but they know his achievements. Chu Ge didn't know who said this, but this sentence didn't suit him. He wouldn't be the kind of person who would remain unknown. In fact, Chu Ge himself has always overlooked a problem, that is, for such a big event, in this world where there are so many protagonists, it is impossible that no protagonist will come out to stop it. It is enough for him to ensure that his own interests are not harmed and that the people under his command are not harmed. Moreover, he was so eager to advance and overcome the tribulation in order to avoid a desperate situation where he would not have the strength to face it. He has the ability to deal with any unexpected events, so now he naturally has to sit tight in the fishing boat. Go home, and remember to make proper arrangements for the personnel of the Haicheng branch and the Shadow Guard branch. These people are all his own people, and Chu Ge will not let them down. After the boss showed up, Zhao Haifeng and the others felt more confident and followed him silently, leaving the destroyed mass grave. However, there was one thing Zhao Haifeng did not report to his boss, and that was that the magnetic field at the mass grave was still extremely chaotic and the cause had not been found. It won't be too late to report to the boss after he finds the reason. Tamed Group Headquarters, Chairman's Office. Chu Ge looked at the bustling city outside the floor-to-ceiling window, his eyes becoming deep. People in the world are still struggling for money for mortgages and car loans. This has not changed even with the revival of spiritual energy. Because the strong will always be strong, it is not easy for the weak to become strong. Remember, one step ahead leads to all steps ahead. Nowadays, the revival of spiritual energy has reached a strange level. Even if ordinary people breathe and live without practicing martial arts, their strength can still reach the peak of martial arts. We are now entering the era of immortal cultivators, and they can no longer hide their identities on the internet or in the world. Chu Ge was also secretly training immortal cultivators as candidates, and the same was true for the Huameng. Even though he has become the strongest person now, there are still many patriotic cultivators serving in the Huameng. The entire Huameng machine is indeed more convenient to run than the Tamed group. However, Huameng is like fishing in a vast ocean, casting a wide net. Chu Ge is the focus of training and is an elite system. This is different. Boss, Zhang Tianlin sent a message saying that the elders' council is now waiting for your attitude and decision. Lin Zan was dressed like a secretary, and under her gentle glasses, her eyes were like peach blossoms as she looked at the boss's back. Attitude. Haha, since when did the Elder Council also need to consider other people's attitudes? Chu Ge shook his head slightly, his tone slightly sarcastic. I'm just an ordinary businessman. I don't need to make any decisions. Huameng is not just my Huameng. Seeing that the boss didn't turn around, he just quietly looked at the scenery outside the floor-to-ceiling window and smiled. Then I'll reply to him now. Lin Zan said goodbye and closed the office door. Gu Bai, ask Zhao Haifeng and Lin Feng to go to the deep sea and see if there is anything they can contact. I always feel that the deep sea is too exposed, which makes me overlook some things. Chu Ge came back to his senses while looking out the window, and ordered Gu Bai, who was standing in the corner like a statue. Yes, sir. Gu Bai bowed and waved his hand, and a sky guard slowly appeared from the ground. You go. Gu Bai ordered. The sky guard nodded silently and then disappeared into the ground. Chu Ge didn't care who would inform Zhao Haifeng and the others. He was now thinking about some things that he had overlooked. By the way, the demon race living in the main vein of Kunlun. He remembered that these monsters were too obedient, so obedient that they seemed a little unlike monsters. It is so peaceful that people ignore its existence. Let Ji Yu Hongming and General Bai travel around the entire demon tribe's base in Huameng. I don't believe that there are no people in the demon tribe who are afraid of death and curry favor with the powerful. Chu Ge suddenly said. There was a reason why Chu Ge sent Ji Yu Hongming and General Bai. Both of them were quite old, especially Ji Yu Hongming, who might have old acquaintances in the demon clan. Sitting in the boss chair, Chu Ge rubbed his head. As a cultivator in the middle stage of tribulation, he naturally would not have a headache. I just feel like I've overused my brain and I'm a little irritated. There seem to be more and more things happening lately. My name is Li Fei. I am reborn. I am reborn with strength. But what made Li Fei cry was that he was reborn as a sea snake. He died in the war against sea monsters. He was a hero who rose from humble origins to fight against sea monsters. Because he got a ball that looked like a dragon ball, which kept changing his body. In the end, he used his physical strength to directly reach the tribulation crossing stage, and it was no problem for him to tear sea monsters apart with his bare hands. Unfortunately, he was betrayed and ambushed by a group of sea monsters, where he died instantly. The most pitiful thing is that he didn't even know who his enemy was or who betrayed him. However, he didn't know who he had offended until he died, so it was very sad. However, Li Fei was also glad that he was reborn, and he was reborn with the dragon balls and all his strength. I must do my best to stop the sea monster, even if I am now a sea snake. But in the previous life, he was a human being, and he had a human heart. He is still a man, not a sea monster. Dragon Ball, Sea Snake, Li Fei felt happy. It seemed that he had the potential to transform into a dragon. However, I must inform the Huameng of the conspiracy of the sea monsters and the demon tribe. I am a member of the Huameng in life and a ghost of the Huameng in death. He couldn't just sit there and watch the Huameng fall into the trap. Especially Chairman Chu of Tengda Group, this man had always been a high-ranking figure in his previous life. However, the other party has a very good reputation in the Huameng, and uses the power of the group to fight against the attacks of the Demon Clan and the Sea Clan. If it weren't for him, the Chinese alliance wouldn't have been able to survive, and wouldn't have been able to support the rise of people like them. I have to find a way to tell Chairman Chu, and they must be prepared in advance. Only Chairman Chu has the opportunity to inform the top management of Huameng to be prepared. But now he is a member of the Sea Clan, and he doesn't know whether the other party will believe him. Li Fei's hesitation gradually became firm. Whether he believed it or not, he had to give it a try. Besides, I am now at the initial stage of tribulation, so the other party should believe what I say. Chapter 358 I like this protagonist. Li Fei regained his spirit. The power of the tribulation period was enough for him to transform into a human. Only human form could comfort him now. Li Fei, who had transformed himself into a human again, used his magic power to transform himself into a piece of clothing. Then he condensed a mirror and sat on a huge rock in the deep sea, looking at his face. Although my face is a bit ordinary, I always look more and more handsome. Huh. A surprised voice sounded behind Li Fei. Li Fei was so scared that he turned around and found two men walking towards him. They looked very familiar. I must have seen it somewhere. That's right. He remembered. These are the two major dipping sauces around Chairman Chu. He played an indispensable role in the war against sea monsters and could be considered a predecessor. However, the senior's current strength is only at the Mahayana stage. But it is normal when you think about it, as his rise back then was a few years later. But it was enough that they could take me to see Chairman Chu. Li Fei stood up excitedly and said with a bow, "Please take me to see Chairman Chu. I have something important to tell you." Zhao Haifeng and Lin Feng were completely stunned. Doesn't this guy know that they are human beings and his original form is a sea monster? Although they couldn't see the opponent's strength, Zhao Haifeng and Lin Feng could smell the strong smell of sea monster on the opponent. You are a sea monster, and if you want me to take you there, I will take you there. But what if my boss blames me? Zhao Haifeng felt something was fishy and looked at the excited man with suspicion. Li Fei's excited smile froze in an instant, and he suddenly realized that, yes, he was now a sea monster, not a human being. No, as long as your heart is human, you are human. Li Fei became firm again. No matter whether humans believed in him or not, he just had to do his own thing and have a clear conscience. It's true that I am a sea monster, but my heart is with humans. Li Fei defended himself. As soon as these words came out, Lin Feng and Zhao Haifeng looked at each other, fearing that they might have encountered a sea monster with a stupid brain. The boss asked the two of them to come here to look for any sea monsters that could break the seal and could be seduced. However, not only were each of these sea monsters in the tribulation crossing stage, they were also extremely stubborn. The two searched for countless of them, but not one met their requirements. But isn't this person in front of me a good candidate to deal with the boss's tasks? It's interesting that the strength is hard to tell. He has a bit of a brain problem and is easy to fool. I should be able to pull him over to their side. So with mutual consent, Zhao Haifeng and Lin Feng decided to take Li Fei to meet the boss. Finally they were able to complete the task, and Zhao Haifeng and Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Li Fei's heart finally settled down as he finally found a way. Although he is a foreign race, he cannot bear to see humans being harmed and the Huameng being attacked by the conspiracy of sea monsters and demons. This is what is happening. In the near future, sea monsters will join forces with the demon tribe to cause a shipwreck. By then, we humans will be attacked from both sides. Chairman Chu, please believe me. I am definitely not exaggerating. Li Fei spoke quickly and told him everything except the matter of his rebirth and his golden finger. Chu Ge didn't know what to say now. Zhao Haifeng and Lin Feng just stood there obediently. Why should I believe you? Chu Ge said directly. Ding dong, select a time to start. Choice 1, believe Li Fei's words and become an unsung hero who saves humanity and stops shipwrecks. Reward, heart of a lone hero. Quote. Choice 2, refuse to believe Li Fei's words, those who are not of my race must have different hearts. Reward, thunder attraction art. Choice 3, do not oppose or refuse, do things calmly, follow your heart. Reward, 10,000 demons banner. Hearing the choice reminder, Chu Ge subconsciously took a look, scanned it, and saw the reward for choice 3, the 10,000 demons banner. If he got the 10,000 demons banner, then wouldn't the demons in the world become his power? Chu Ge became excited all of a sudden and chose 3 directly. Hesitation at this time would be an insult to the 10,000 demons banner. Li Fei also knew that if he wanted a big shot like Chairman Chu to believe his words, he could only use strength. Chairman Chu, I will show my sincerity now. Quote. So Li Fei directly exposed his power in the tribulation period. The power in the early stage of tribulation. Quote. A strange look flashed in Chu Ge's eyes. He couldn't see through the power of this guy until now when he took the initiative to expose it. And this power comes from the other party's body, not the soul. The sea monster who specialized in physical training came in front of him and took the initiative to expose the conspiracy of the sea monsters and the demon clan. If the selection system hadn't popped up, he would have really thought that the other party was teasing him and fooling him. The selection system popped up, which proved that the other party was the protagonist. He betrayed his own race without changing his expression. Could it be a reborn human heart and a sea monster body? There is only this one explanation, but how did the other party know it so clearly? The only explanation is that he is a reborn person with power. Chu Ge pondered it carefully in his heart, and thought that it should be what he thought. Seeing that Chairman Chu had not spoken, Li Fei couldn't help but feel anxious, and asked quickly, I really don't want the sea monster's conspiracy to succeed. Quote. I did this because a human once saved me, and I have a good impression of humans. Quote. Besides, I have always been free-spirited and don't like to get involved in sea monster affairs. Quote. In order to make Chairman Chu believe him, he had to make up a white lie. Chu Ge pretended to be silent and said with some embarrassment. Let me think about it again. You also know that this matter is very important. I can't make a decision all at once. Quote. And I can't believe your identity all at once, but I can feel your kindness. Quote. Even if I believe you, I can't gamble with the lives of innocent people just because I believe you. Quote. Li Fei felt very uncomfortable, but what Chairman Chu said was true, and he could understand it. Li Fei bowed deeply and said, Chairman Chu is very wise and I admire him. I will bring the letter of surrender so that Chairman Chu will have enough evidence to convince others. Quote. Chairman Chu was a very big figure in his era, and he was particularly excited to meet a small figure like him in this way. It's like meeting someone you admire. Li Fei's mentality has not changed yet. Don't worry, if there is enough evidence, I will go to the Huameng headquarters in person to convince them. Seeing Li Fei fall into the trap, Chu Ge smiled. This protagonist is really good, he likes this kind of protagonist. Chapter 359 Kunlun Ancestor Vein, Nine-Tailed Demon Fox. In Chu Ge's eyes, Li Fei was like a young man who was too hot-blooded. Li Fei is not mature enough, but he admires such people because they are easy to control and use. In the end, Li Fei left, full of excitement, thinking he could change history. Li Fei wants to prove his innocence and prove that he is not on the same side as the sea monsters and the demons. Boss, do you just believe him? Zhao Haifeng was full of doubts. Lin Feng also said, this person is very strange. What good will it do for him to betray his own race? If it were me, I would not do such a thing. Chu Ge's smile deepened, making Zhao Haifeng and Lin Feng feel that the boss's mind was even more unpredictable. Believe it, why not? No matter whether what he said is true or not, he has to prove it to us. Even if it is true, I will only follow my own ideas instead of listening to what a young boy says. Your mission this time is over, go back first. After Chu Ge sent Zhao Haifeng and Lin Feng away, he took out the 10,000 demons banner. The banner of 10,000 demons. This is the banner of 10,000 demons that was transformed from the treasure of the gourd that the demon emperor Jun obtained during the ancient times in mythology. Finally, it fell into the hands of the Saint Nuwa. Unexpectedly, she would also have the chance to get the banner of 10,000 demons. The 10,000 demons banner has a natural suppressive effect on the demon race, and as long as a wisp of soul enters the 10,000 demons banner, even if the demon dies, it will have a chance to be reborn. It seems that I must go to the Kunlun main vein in person. By then, no matter what conspiracy the demon clan has, I can secretly plant spies. Chu Ge looked at the 10,000 demons banner in his hand, and went directly into the time cycle tower to begin refining the 10,000 demons banner. The main range of Kunlun Mountains. General Bai, all the monsters I knew in the past were my enemies. There must be a hidden purpose behind the boss sending me here this time. Ji Yu Hongming suddenly said. General Bai looked at Ji Yu Hongming, looking at him puzzledly, what's the deep meaning? Ji Yu Hongming smiled mysteriously and explained very complacently. Everyone I recognize are my enemies, but I still have a certain understanding of the demon clan. Among those who survived the demon clan, I know that there were a few who were afraid of death. We can go find them directly, but I don't know if they are still alive. The boss asked me to come, probably for this reason. This simple thing, this general has known about it a long time ago. General Bai thought it was something else, but it turned out to be this profound meaning. After being rebuked, Ji Yu Hongming stopped talking and walked alone in front. Not far away was the residence of the old fox demon. The Kunlun Mountains are the base camp of the demon clan. When Ji Yu Hongming was in ancient times, a small figure like him could not come here. But now, times have changed, everything has changed, the demon clan's base camp is now open to even a small figure like him. However, he was fortunate enough to be brought to the command headquarters by his master to see the topographic map of this place. That's why he knew whose territory this was. In addition to lamenting the ruthlessness of time, Ji Yu Hongming and General Bai came to the Fox clan's lair. The air was filled with the pungent smell of foxes. The psychedelic formation on the main range of Kunlun Mountain cannot stop Ji Yu Hongming and General Bai. Ordinary people would not be able to find this place if they came here. Humans and demons do not offend each other. Are you going to be the first to violate the oath we made back then? A white fox appeared on the branch, its voice full of majesty. It was a white fox in the Mahayana period. Ji Yu Hongming's heart sank. He didn't expect that he could easily encounter a demon in the Mahayana stage. The demon clan did have a major plan. They were the first to withdraw from the battlefield that year, probably because they deliberately preserved their strength. Ji Yu Hongming smiled and said, what about humans and monsters? As long as humans and monsters have the same stance, they can still live in peace. The white fox did not believe the human's words, and his tone became more severe, get out or die. The monsters are well aware of the human's clever words and rhetoric. Ji Yu Hongming shook his head, you may not be able to make the decision. I think you should call your ancestor out. Now the leader of the fox tribe is still the Nine Smoke Monster King. The world's general trend is in our human race. I believe that the Nine Smoke Monster King could tell the difference back then, and he can tell it even more clearly now. You've lived to this day, so you naturally understand the preciousness of life. Ji Yu Hongming sneered and said sarcastically. Naturally, he had no good feelings towards these monsters. Among the humans who had survived that battle, no one had a good feeling towards their enemies with whom they had a blood feud. It seems that there are still humans alive after that battle. The white fox said with sharp teeth. You. The white fox was about to speak as if stopped by someone, and looked at him deeply. You come with me. A human in the Mahayana period is so confident to come to my demon clan's land. I think he has something to rely on. Didn't all those humans in the tribulation period die back then? This is not something you can know. When I meet your ancestor, I will explain my purpose. Ji Yu Hongming had a proud smile on his face. The Nine-Smoke Demon King was the most cunning nine-tailed fox demon who was good at planning back then. The Nine-Tailed Demon King back then was a big boss in the middle stage of tribulation. As for why Ji Yu Hongming spoke so confidently, it was naturally because of the boss's existence. The boss successfully survived the 9-9 Return Yang Thunder tribulation and directly reached the middle stage of the tribulation. This is Ji Yu Hongming's confidence. The Nine-Smoke Demon King was best at seeking benefits and avoiding harm, and this was something that all humans knew back then. In that battle that year, the Nine-Smoke Demon King was the first to be seriously injured and never appeared on the battlefield again. I don't know if he was really injured or he was deliberately avoiding fighting. Entering the Fox Demon tribe's territory, the pungent smell of fox demons was everywhere. Ji Yu Hongming suppressed his displeasure and silently followed the white fox forward. I know what this is, it's a human. Why are there humans here? Do the humans outside want to start a war again? General Bai listened to the discussions of these fox demons. He was just an ordinary human back then. He didn't have much contact with the demon race, but he had seen them. Ji Yu Hongming and General Bai stood outside the cave when a strange fragrance suddenly wafted through the air. Afterwards, the two saw the pink mist suddenly appear and instantly transformed into an enchanting woman wearing ancient clothes, with 9 tails dancing behind her. When General Bai saw the young Kyuubi's face, an idea popped into his mind. A face that could bring disaster to the country and its people, a face that could overwhelm a whole nation, a face that could not be described in words, a beauty rarely seen in the world. It is said that the Fox Demon clan produces beauties. Seeing you today, it is indeed true. Ji Yu Hongming had a calm expression on his face, but his heart was already filled with huge waves of fear. It turned out to be a young 9-tailed fox. The 9-tailed beast is rare. Back then, there was only the Nine-Smoke Demon King. With her blood returning to her ancestral lineage, this woman will definitely be a great enemy in the future. 2 guests, follow me. The ancestor is inside. The young 9-tailed woman was very polite. Ji Yu Hongming could tell that this was the etiquette of the ancient imperial palace. Chapter 360. The Nine-Smoke Demon King was not the old woman with white hair as General Bai had imagined. Instead, she looked like a human woman in her 30s. Her beauty was rare in the world, but Ji Yu Hongming and General Bai did not dare to look at her for too long. At first sight, they were almost mesmerized by it, and were so scared that cold sweats broke out on their backs. It's an illusion. I almost woke up. It was so scary. A demon king in the tribulation period. Human, you are only at the Mahayana stage, yet you have the courage to come and see me. Those restless sea creatures have broken the seal, so you come to seek help. The Nine-Smoke Demon King poured himself a cup of tea slowly, pretending to gloat over his misfortune. Ji Yu Hongming directly stated his purpose, hoping that the Nine-Smoke Demon King would turn from evil to good and not let the Fox clan be destroyed in the future. The Nine-Smoke Demon King refused without any hesitation. I can spare both of your lives. Now go back and tell your boss that the Demon Clan is the Demon Clan, not a vassal of humans. My Fox Clan is also a part of the Demon Clan. I will not interfere in the affairs of humans and the Sea Clan. Ji Yu Hongming did not believe this was true and said immediately. If the Nine-Smoke Demon King has no ambitions, then why would he train a 9-tailed fox demon who knows human court etiquette? The Nine-Smoke Demon King swept his cold eyes over, and Ji Yu Hongming and General Bai were suppressed in an instant. They were so anxious that they were sweating profusely. Nine-Smoke Demon King, aren't you afraid of offending my boss? Ji Yu Hongming resisted the power of the tribulation period with a distorted face. When our Fox clan does things, we are not afraid of offending anyone. The Nine-Smoke Demon King withdrew his strength when the two were about to collapse. The tribulation period is indeed terrifying. Ji Hongming and General Bai both relaxed their bodies. Faced with the power of the tribulation crossing stage, they did not have the strength to resist. Let's go back. The Nine Smoke Demon King didn't want to be enemies with the humans behind the two of them. To be honest, she didn't know what the future trend would be, but she just had a hunch that she couldn't kill the two people. Suddenly, the Nine Smoke Demon King's stern face froze. Sir, as a powerful human in the tribulation crossing period, why do you do things in secret? Ha ha ha, I just want to see in secret how you will deal with my two useless subordinates. Chu Ge appeared from the void while laughing. Then, he sat directly opposite the Nine Smoke Demon King and drank directly from the teacup that the Nine Smoke Demon King had just used. You, the Nine Smoke Demon King frowned with displeasure. Boss. Ji Hongming and General Bai quickly stood up and stood behind the boss, straightening their chests and raising their heads. Nine Smoke Demon King, my men can't reach an agreement with you, how about I continue the negotiation with you? Chu Ge narrowed his eyes and looked at the other party. In fact, he had been here for quite a while. After refining the 10,000 Demons banner, I felt itchy to try. So he immediately followed Ji Hongming's breath in the void and came here. Seeing that the other party was only in the middle stage of tribulation, the Nine Smoke Demon King could not help but sneer, our strengths are not equal. 1. Is in the middle stage of tribulation, tisk. You must know that the Nine Smoke Demon King is now in the late stage of tribulation and is close to perfection. Isn't it worthy of the mid-term? Chu Ge turned the teacup and suddenly threw it forward. The purple demonic power of the late stage of tribulation instantly blocked the teacup, and the black power emerged from Chu Ge's heart. The two forces were wrestling with each other, and the teacup was instantly turned into powder. The two forces were confronting each other head-on. Gradually, the Nine Smoke Demon King discovered that this human was looking at him very calmly, without any sign of effort at all. The opponent's power could actually stalemate with his late-stage tribulation crossing power for such a long time, without even a possibility of retreat. This was the first time that Chu Ge had clashed with someone with the strength of the tribulation crossing stage, although the battle between him and the opponent was only in terms of aura and power. However, he could clearly feel that his strength was not weaker than that of the late stage of tribulation. This discovery made Chu Ge finally feel that his experience of going through the 9-9 return to Yang Thunder tribulation was not in vain. Can we talk properly now? Chu Ge raised his eyebrows and chuckled at the Nine Smoke Demon King. But he didn't notice that the young nine-tailed fox was standing aside, looking at him with great energy. I didn't expect that a genius would appear in human history again. He is truly a favorite of heaven. The Nine Smoke Demon King shook his head bitterly. Suddenly, both of them lost their strength at the same time. Even if the Nine Smoke Demon King doesn't think about himself, he has to think about this young nine-tailed fox. As far as I know, nine-tailed foxes are rare. As the bloodline returning to their ancestral lineage, it seems that the Fox clan will prosper again. Chu Ge also noticed the young nine-tailed fox girl. The charming eyes, the slender waist, the exquisite appearance, and especially the temperament, are unforgettable at first sight, which is really rare. I want this woman. This was the first thought that came to Chu Ge's mind after seeing him. While Chu Ge was speaking, Ji Hongming was serving tea and water. The price of betraying our race is too high. We can't do that. The Nine Smoke Demon King shook his head. What if I knew about the conspiracy between your demon clan and the Sea clan? Chu Ge was very confident that he could convince the Nine Smoke Demon King, and looked at her with 7 parts smile and 3 parts teasing. The Nine Smoke Demon King's pupils shrank and he looked at him deeply. Even if you know, so what? This is the trend, and under this trend, you humans are no longer able to resist. The Nine Smoke Demon King took a deep breath and regained his composure. Most of the powerful humans ascended to heaven in that war, and many more powerful humans died in the subsequent catastrophe of the end of the law. And these demons relied on their long lifespan and not their magic power to withstand the catastrophe of the end of the law. If you really only look at the general situation, your demon clan and the Sea clan would not have started a war back then. I strongly doubt that you had planned it back then. Chu Ge looked at the Nine Smoke Demon King and said slowly. The war situation forced those tribulation crossing experts to no longer be suppressed, and they worked hard to increase their strength. After the war, they could only be forced to cross the tribulation and leave this world. In such a rush of time, they didn't even have time to arrange their inheritance. The Nine-Smoke Demon King forced a smile. He was extremely surprised that this human actually knew the truth of that year. What he said is almost right, it's really weird. Logically speaking, there were only a few people who knew the truth of the matter back then, and even the sea people were unaware of it. It seems that what I said is right. Chu Ge looked at the Nine-Smoke Demon King and saw that he did not refute him, and he understood. Even if they knew, so what? The human race is in a period of transition now. How many of them can resist the army of my demon clan and sea clan? The Nine-Smoke Demon King laughed nonchalantly. Afterwards, Chu Ge directly summoned the 10,000 Demons banner and said words that horrified the Nine-Smoke Demon King. I own the 10,000 Demons banner, but I wonder if I have the qualifications to rule the demon race and to receive the service of your Nine-Smoke Demon King. Is this the 10,000 Demons banner? The Nine-Smoke Demon King was filled with shock. After seeing the 10,000 Demons banner, he stood up immediately. Chapter 361, The Nine-Smoke Demon King Who Never Forgets His Old Friends. Chu Ge was very satisfied with the reaction of the Nine-Smoke Demon King, and his smile became even more intense. It seems that you also know about the 10,000 Demons banner, the treasure of the demon clan. It is rumored that the ancient demon emperor used the 10,000 Demons banner to create a world for the demon clan. It was also because of the 10,000 Demons banner that all the demon clans were integrated and unified. How could it be in your hands? The Nine-Smoke Demon King's eyes were fixed on the 10,000 Demons banner in his hand. The greatest treasure in the world belongs to those who are destined to get it. Doesn't the Nine-Smoke Demon King understand this truth? Chu Ge played with the 10,000 Demons banner, releasing its natural power to suppress the demon clan. It turned out to be true. The Nine-Smoke Demon King felt that his demonic power was restrained by the 10,000 Demons banner, and his heart was instantly confused. Ji Yu Hongming and General Bai were both stunned. The demon clan's most precious treasure, the 10,000 Demons banner, was actually in the boss's hands. Plop, plop. Ji Yu Hongming suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that the boss was thinking? Thinking of this, his heart began to beat wildly with nervousness. There is a saying among our human race that goes, he who knows the current affairs is a hero. I think the Demon King will understand this. Chu Ge said as he stood up and walked outside. Ji Yu Hongming and General Bai followed closely behind him, not knowing why. The Nine-Smoke Demon King needs a little pressure. Every step he took to get up and leave would increase the psychological pressure on the Nine-Smoke Demon King. The banner of 10,000 demons in the hands of a human can be a blessing or a curse for the demon race. The Nine-Smoke Demon King didn't know, but she knew one thing, this was an opportunity. An opportunity to be second only to the Emperor in the demon clan in the future. Please stay. Chu Ge raised the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, the Nine-Smoke Demon King would not miss this opportunity. What's wrong? So he turned around pretending to be confused. Does Nine-Smoke Demon King need anything else? A fox-like smile appeared on the Nine-Smoke Demon King's face. When a distinguished guest comes to visit, how can I return empty-handed? That's more like it. Chu Ge nodded nonchalantly and returned to his seat. Seeing that the Nine-Smoke Demon King was very polite in pouring him a cup of tea, Chu Ge couldn't help but stare at her with amusement. The Nine-Smoke Demon King was a thick-skinned character, and he spoke without any stage fright. With the 10,000 Demons banner, a treasure of the demon clan, it seems that your distinguished guest is planning to integrate the demon clan. I am not talented, but I am willing to see the glorious arrival of a unified demon clan, and I am willing to lend a helping hand to your distinguished guest. The Nine-Smoke Demon King was decisive and directly tore off a piece of his soul. The Demon King is quite decisive. Chu Ge was not polite and directly put the other party's soul into the 10,000 Demons banner. From now on, life and death all depend on Chu Ge's thoughts. I am Juyin, your humble servant, and I am here to pay my respects to His Majesty the Demon King. The Demon King Juyin immediately knelt on one knee, his passionate voice seeming to celebrate the birth of the new Demon King. Seeing his grandmother kneeling down, the young nine-tailed fox also knelt on the ground hurriedly. A huge wave rose in Ji Yu Hongming's heart and his pupils constricted. His boss actually wanted to be the king of the demon clan. This is something that many of our predecessors could not have imagined. Unbelievable. Could it be that the boss is just destined to succeed? Ji Yu Hongming quickly interrupted his thoughts and stopped thinking about it. If he continued thinking, he would easily daydream. General Bai is quite common, because there was an emperor in his time, and the boss now is not an emperor but is better than an emperor. There's nothing wrong with being the Demon King. Chu Ge is the calmest person. He doesn't care about being the king of the demon clan. However, he was extremely satisfied with the decisive attitude of the Nine Smoke Demon King. Contact all the peers you can contact, and gather here in 3 days. I believe you understand what I mean. Chu Ge was not polite and gave orders directly to the Nine Smoke Demon King. I will follow the orders of the Demon King. The Nine Smoke Demon King quickly lowered his head. Chu Ge did not refute the other party calling him the Demon King. After all, calling him that would make the other party feel at ease. 3 days later, Chu Ge planned to capture all these Demon Kings in one fell swoop. Chu Ge did not intend to expose the Demon Clan's move so early. The Sea Clan is what he cares about the most. Although the Demon Clan also takes the Sea Clan into account, the power of the Sea Clan is still stronger than that of the Demon Clan. Because 7/10 of this world is ocean, and the sea people have a very rich heritage. There are too many sea creatures in the underwater world, especially during the period when spiritual energy is reviving most vigorously. In 3 days, the day will come when the Nine Smoke Demon King will host a banquet for all the Demon Kings. The 5 Great Demon Kings, the Golden Lion Demon King, the White Tiger Demon King, the Monkey Demon King, the Green Dragon Demon King, and the Black Crow Demon King came to the banquet. The Demon Clan had been divided for a long time, and the Nine Smoke Demon King tried his best to trick these few people over. These are the only Demon Kings she has been in contact with over the years. I invited them over by saying that I had something great to share with them. Besides, this is a great thing. I was thinking about them, and they should thank me afterwards. Juyin, how are you? You're still as charming as ever, old witch. Haha, it's been a long time since you all got together. It's been a really long time since we last met. I miss my Demon Clan back then. Well, it's better not to talk about it. The Demon King Juyin stood outside the cave to greet several Demon Kings with a smile. I invited you all here today because it is a great thing that I have to share with you. Please come in. Seeing these old friends walk in at the same time, the Nine Smoke Demon King revealed a fox-like smile of success. Human. The White Tiger Demon King was the first to discover Chu Ge, who had his back to them, and exclaimed in surprise. The other Demon Kings turned around in confusion and looked at the Nine Smoke Demon King, secretly becoming alert. I'm afraid he's going to murder them. At this time, the 10,000 Demons banner appeared in the middle as dazzling as the scorching sun, and demonic energy spread out from it. The banner of 10,000 demons. The White Tiger Demon King and others were much more surprised than the Nine Smoke Demon King. Why don't you pay your respects to the Demon King? Your subordinate Juyin joins the Demon King's group. I wish the Demon King will unify the demon race as soon as possible. Several Demon Kings saw the Demon King Juyin kneeling directly behind this human. Chu Ge slowly turned around and looked at the several Demon Kings. With a thought, the 10,000 Demons banner instantly released its powerful demonic power. The surroundings seemed to be full of restrictions, and several Demon Kings were instantly suppressed by this force and could not raise their heads. The banner of 10,000 demons was actually in the hands of a human, and they could not accept this reality. How arrogant! You are just a human, the White Tiger Demon King roared like a tiger, full of dissatisfaction. A cold light flashed in Chu Ge's eyes, and his figure flashed, appearing directly in front of the White Tiger Demon King, and a magic seal hit directly into its body. These are some things obtained from refining the 10,000 Demons banner to deal with demons. Otherwise, the 10,000 Demons banner would be nothing more than an empty shell with only a nominal value. Awoo! The White Tiger Demon King was stunned. He was beaten back to his original form. The huge white tiger lay on the ground in shock. When the other Demon Kings saw this scene, they felt a chill in their hearts and looked at the human standing in front of them with horror. With just one strike, the White Tiger Demon King was beaten back to his original form. You should know that the White Tiger Demon King was in the middle stage of tribulation. This human being is so terrifying. Chapter 362, Conquering the Demon King, Li Fei is here again. Chu Ge looked at the looks in the eyes of the other Demon Kings when they looked at him, and his light words were full of majesty. You have only one way to go, and that is to surrender. Those who refuse to obey can stand up. The White Tiger Demon King was the one who could best feel the power of this human. In addition, the other party had the 10,000 Demons banner, a treasure of the demon clan, so he immediately exposed his belly to show his surrender. The White Tiger Demon King looked at the 10,000 Demons banner with his eyes flashing, and a trace of his soul was absorbed by the 10,000 Demons banner. Greetings to His Majesty the Demon King. The White Tiger Demon King simply prostrated himself on the ground with his head touching the ground. So what if he is a human? The banner of 10,000 demons is not fake, so it means that the banner of 10,000 demons chose this human. The 10,000 demons banner has been missing for countless years, but now it has reappeared. Doesn't it mean that the glory of the demon race is imminent? You have to stand in line and stand in the right line, good days will be ahead. The White Tiger Demon King has a lot of psychological activities, but his attitude on the surface couldn't be better. White Tiger Demon King you. The Golden Lion Demon King looked at the White Tiger Demon King in disbelief. He didn't expect that the White Tiger Demon King would surrender so quickly, but he could still clearly remember how the White Tiger Demon King was beaten back to his original form in one move. Just when the other Demon Kings thought that the Golden Lion Demon King was going to resist, he did something that shocked everyone. I am the Golden Lion, your subordinate, and I am here to pay my respects to His Majesty the Demon King. I am willing to serve as a vanguard and help His Majesty the Demon King to wipe out all invading enemies. The Golden Lion Demon King noticed the looks that the other Demon Kings gave him and snorted in his heart. How could some people with strong limbs understand his actions? At the same time, he offered his loyalty and threw a trace of his soul in front of the 10,000 demons banner. But after all, the Demon King is not a fool, he is just a little slow in reaction. I saw several other Demon Kings surrendering one after another and offering a bit of their souls. The power of the 10,000 demons banner seemed to have increased after obtaining the souls of these Demon Kings. Chu Ge could sense the changes in the 10,000 demons banner and wondered if every soul of the entire demon clan was placed in the 10,000 demons banner. Then the 10,000 demons banner at that time was the real 10,000 demons banner. However, not all demons are qualified to have their souls taken into the 10,000 demons banner. Although the 10,000 demons banner can control their life and death, it can also give them the guarantee of living again. Hurry up and get up. I am not a Demon King now. If I tell others about it, it will only make me a laughing stock. Chu Ge supported the Demon Kings in vain, but his smile became more intense. Ji Yu Hongming felt very proud when he saw that his boss had subdued several Demon Kings and accomplished something that his predecessors had not done before. It shows that you have vision and have joined forces with someone who has a bright future. Fortunately, it was not too late for me to seek refuge. Next, Chu Ge asked these Demon Kings to go back and prepare their troops and wait for his orders. Before Chu Ge left, the Nine-Smoke Demon King entrusted his descendant Su Jur to him. In response to this, Chu Ge naturally accepted it with resentment. To be honest, Chu Ge was still a little attracted to Su Jur. It was up to him. Since he liked her, there was no harm in keeping her by his side. When Chu Ge returned to the headquarters of Tamed Group, he found Zhao King had brought him a bowl of chicken soup. Why are you here? Chu Ge looked at her while drinking chicken soup. I'm just learning how to cook chicken soup for you. Zhao King smiled carefreely. Chu Ge touched Zhao King's head and praised, the chicken soup is good, but there is still room for improvement. Zhao King smiled so hard that her eyes almost narrowed into a line. Who is this? Xiao Qing asked as if she had just noticed Su Jur standing next to her. Chu Ge glanced at Su Jur, and suddenly he understood. It turns out that this chicken soup is not drunk in vain. Chu Ge scratched Zhao King's nose and introduced Su Jur's origin. You have reached the nascent soul stage at such a young age. You can't let yourself be outdone. Anyway, I have you to protect me. It's enough as long as I have enough strength. Xiao Qing came out of her man's arms with a grunt, and left with an empty bowl in her hand. Su Jur did not show any expression and still stayed obediently in front of His Majesty the Demon King like a maid. Chu Ge glanced at Su Jur, she was pleasing to the eyes. He didn't want to eat her just like that, so he decided to keep her by his side for a while to keep his eyes on her. Zhao King left the Tamed Group headquarters as if she had completed a sacred mission and hurried back home. Sister Lu, Sister Feng, that woman has the same background as me. Zhao King came to Feng Linlin and Lu Yanru and told them the information she had found out. The nine-tailed demon fox, is her name Su Daji? Feng Linlin looked at Zhao King expectantly. Zhao King shook her head, no, her name is Su Jur. Ah, it would be nice if it was Su Daji. Feng Linlin was a little disappointed. Lu Yanru laughed out loud and comforted Feng Linlin. If it were Su Daji, you would hope that Su Daji would be bewitched by Chu Ge. Chu Ge is not that kind of person. Feng Linlin said in a low voice with some lack of confidence. Chu Ge naturally wouldn't know that his own woman was discussing his own gossip. He also has his own things to do. The hive's research is becoming more and more bold, and these researchers are really terrifying and bolder. However, they only dared to do so with Chu Ge's tacit consent. In the honeycomb research laboratory, Chu Ge was watching the researchers in white coats busying around. Dr. William, is this really as powerful as you said? Chu Ge looked at the potion in his hand curiously. Yes, this is a great invention that spans centuries, and a leap forward in the evolution of human history and civilization. Dr. William introduced the effects of the potion with an extremely fanatical look in his eyes. Go try it. Chu Ge handed the potion to the researcher next to him. Yes. The researchers immediately started the experiment. A transparent cage made of special material, with a monkey inside. Using an instrument to inject directly into the monkey's body, Chu Ge saw that the monkey's eyes seemed to become clearer. Chu Ge could clearly sense the crazy beating of the monkey's heart. The monkey started chattering and banging on the transparent cage. The next second, he felt the changes in the monkey's body, and a deeply hidden power awakened in his blood. This is the effect of the potion, to purify the blood and return the bloodline to its ancestral state. Cracks appeared in the cage. The power in the monkey's body was still awakening and growing stronger, but it had not yet reached its limit. The researchers around were not afraid at all. After all, the boss was their biggest insurance. Normally, we would only conduct this kind of experiment if we had shadow guards standing by to guard. Everything has its own use. Chu Ge thought of using this potion to enhance the power of the demon clan. He can even subdue some of the sea creatures who are unwilling to have their bloodlines be sparse, and we can use them for his own benefit. Strengthen your own strength and continuously increase the strength of your power. Chu Ge was very happy to learn about Li Fei's arrival from Lin Zan. After Chu Ge went over, he found that Li Fei was holding an inner elixir in his hand, an inner elixir of a sea creature in the tribulation period. This is my sincerity. I just killed a sea clan monster in the tribulation period. Chairman Chu, please make sure to inform the top leaders of the Huameng about the conspiracy of the sea clan and the demon clan. Li Fei took out the inner elixir. In order to gain the trust of Chairman Chu, he also paid some price. Chapter 363, The Tribulation Demon Clan, Golden Crow Bloodline. However, in Li Fei's view, as long as he can prove himself, he can overcome any difficulties. Chu Ge didn't expect that Li Fei would actually kill a sea creature in the tribulation period to prove his innocence. Abandon the dark and join the light. Our human race is not an xenophobic race. From now on, you are our human race's friend and one of our own. Chu Ge said with satisfaction, holding the Sea Clan's inner elixir for the tribulation period. After getting Chairman Chu's promise, Li Fei smiled with relief. Both parties were happy and Li Fei left happily. Chu Ge's smile faded, and he casually threw the Sea Clan's tribulation inner elixir to Zhang Chuchen, who was present. The inner elixir of the tribulation period can be handed over to the researchers in the hive for study. Zhang Chuchen agreed directly, and at the same time he had a little good impression of Li Fei. This guy is really far-sighted and is willing to abandon racial hatred and join the human race for the sake of his country and his people. In Zhang Chuchen's opinion, the human race cannot lose because they have the boss. Chu Ge did not hide from his subordinates the fact that he owned the 10,000 Demons banner and had subdued several demon kings. Boss, in my opinion, the sea creatures also fall into the category of monsters. Zhao Haifeng suddenly suggested. What is a monster? Anything that gets wet, hatches from eggs, is covered with fur and has horns as a monster. Ji Yu Hongming looked at Zhao Haifeng in surprise, then said, I've heard the rumors from the past. The sea people were originally monsters, but later they became independent and took control of all ocean currents. If you hadn't told me, I almost forgot that the sea people were monsters. I almost didn't make the switch. If Zhao Haifeng hadn't reminded him, Chu Ge almost forgot that the sea people were also part of the monster clan and laughed. But I'll hand over the 10,000 Demons banner to you, and I've given you the permission. Chu Ge handed the 10,000 Demons banner to Zhao Haifeng, and continued, take Lin Feng, Zhen Moshao, and Zhang Chuchen with you. As for what to do, I believe you all know it without me saying more. Zhao Haifeng took the 10,000 demons banner with excitement, looked at it carefully, and said happily, "Don't worry, boss, I understand everything. This is the legendary 10,000 demons banner. The boss's luck is really unparalleled." After receiving the order, Zhao Haifeng and his 3 companions went directly to the deep sea and used the 10,000 demons banner to insert some nails in the deep sea. Kunlun Ancestral Vein, the habitat of the demon clan. At the burial place of the ancestors of the demon clan, a crow woke up from its slumber, making creepy noises from its mouth. The crow spread its wings and let out a terrifying cry, and its demonic power spread in all directions along with its black feathers. Thunder and lightning rolled down from the sky, rumbled, and flashed. Most of the monsters within dozens of miles saw that something was unusual and hurriedly left. Some weak demons are naturally afraid of thunder, and heavenly thunder is more or less frightening to the demons. The big demons all had good eyesight and knew that this was a thunder tribulation and that one of the big demon leaders was going through the tribulation. Ancestor Juyan, thunderclouds of tribulation have been spotted in the southwest. A great demon from the Fox clan hurriedly reported to his ancestor. Who could be the one carrying the thundercloud of tribulation? The 9-Smoke Demon King actually also sensed the aura of thunder tribulation coming from the southwest, but he didn't know who it was. "Go check it out," informed Juer, and report to the Demon King. "Yes, sir." Su Juer, who was sitting in the Demon King's arms and serving him, suddenly felt her blood throbbing. This was a message unique to the Fox clan. "What's wrong?" Chu Ge noticed that Su Juer was behaving strangely and asked with concern. The ancestor sent a message saying that a demon is undergoing a tribulation. The aura is very strong and its identity is yet unknown. Su Juer said hurriedly after receiving the message. To pass the tribulation, Chu Ge couldn't help but hug Su Juer tightly in his arms. "Let your ancestor go and check it out personally. This kind of thing being reported to himself must be very unusual, so it is better to check it out carefully." Back then, King Zhou of Shang doted on Su Daji, and now I dote on you, Su Juer. Do you think my fate will be different from that of King Zhou of Shang? Chu Ge stuck to her neck teasingly, and a wisp of faint fragrance actually had a calming effect. "Then your majesty, can you, for my sake, fight against the world on your own?" Su Juer put her hand on his majesty's shoulder and spoke softly. "Naughty." Chu Ge pinched Su Juer, and the other party subconsciously made a coquettish expression. What he said just now was just a joke, a flirtation, and neither of them would take it seriously. After receiving the order from His Majesty the Demon King, the 9-Smoke Demon King immediately went to the place of thunder tribulation to find out who was undergoing the tribulation. "My fate is in my own hands, not in the hands of God. I was a human in my previous life, and a demon in this life. I, Wu Tian, swear to God that I am no longer Wu Tian of the human race, but Wu Tian of the demon race." Wu Tian's eyes were firm. He was not afraid of the thunder tribulation at all. He flew directly towards the eye of the thunder tribulation, as if he was provoking it. If anyone notices this black crow, they will find that it has 3 legs. As thunder strikes one after another, Wu Jishan's black feathers seem to be transforming, with a hint of gold standing out particularly among the thunder. Boom! When this thunder struck, all of Wu Tian's feathers fell off, and he became a hairless crow. Wings reborn, golden feathers flare. Under the thunder tribulation, the trace of golden crow blood hidden in Wuden's body finally returned to its ancestral state. Spreading his wings and flying high into the sky, the cry of the golden crow turned into a golden light, and Wuden prepared to face the last thunder tribulation. He has not yet transformed, he has been suppressing his urge to transform, and has been practicing to the peak of the Mahayana stage. Golden feathers wrapped him, and under the thunder, he turned into a young man with scorching eyes and golden light. The 9-Smoke Demon King, who was observing secretly, left in confusion. Golden Crow. It turned out to be the Golden Crow. She even looked a bit like an emperor. She has been training Su Juer in ancient court etiquette because she knows that after the end of the law, there will be a prosperous era when spiritual energy will revive. This is the ancestral precept left by the Fox clan, and she has always firmly believed in it. By that time, it is very likely that a Demon King will appear again among the Demon clan. It seemed that this scene was not only seen by her, she knew what the other Demon Kings were thinking without having to guess. There are still many Demon Kings of the Kunlun ancestral lineage who have not submitted to His Majesty the Demon Emperor. Now a golden crow has appeared with an imperial aura. The golden crow is the descendant of the demon king and is a royal family born to rule over the demon race. One is born with the blood of the demon king, and is from the demon clan. One is the demon king who possesses the 10,000 demons banner but is a human. The nine-smoke demon king felt that if he had not met the demon king first, he would definitely choose the golden crow, who was born with the demon king's bloodline. The early stage of tribulation. Wooten slowly raised his head, sensing the aura of the demon king dissipating around him, and sneered. The demon clan is now in disarray, and I have been lurking here for so long, pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. Now that he has successfully passed the tribulation and become the golden crow, the descendant of the demon king, who else can unify the demon race except him? Wu Tian's heart was filled with turmoil. How could anyone kill any monster? It was just human xenophobia. The human race is full of intrigue and deception, and Wooten still prefers to respect the strong ones of the demon race. Chapter 364 Planting Spies, the establishment of the Spirit Guard. Since he has chosen the demon race, he will not show mercy to the human race. Survival of the fittest, humans have never been the destined protagonists. Man can conquer nature, Wu Tian firmly believes, and demons can control the sky. Chu Ge has already known about Wooten's appearance. The demon king has the golden crow bloodline, a hint of imperial aura, and is from the demon clan. Chu Ge didn't immediately suspect that it was the protagonist, but he did have some thoughts in this regard. After all, there are countless protagonists in this world, and most of the stunning people who appear are the protagonists. Let nature take its course. Let your ancestor forget about me temporarily and wait for my orders. Chu Ge wanted to see what this three-legged golden crow was capable of. His only thought about the three-legged golden crow was to make it his mount. Riding on the three-legged golden crow is much more comfortable than taking public transportation. Moreover, he rides on the three-legged golden crow, which represents the true right to rule the demon clan. Yes, my majesty. Su Juer was massaging him, rubbing his temples. As expected of a descendant carefully taught by the nine-smoke demon king, when it comes to serving people, none of Chu Ge's women can compare to Su Juer. Enjoying Su Juer's tenderness, Chu Ge hardly ran around everywhere and left all the matters to be dealt with to his subordinates. After receiving Su Juer's letter, the nine-smoke demon king learned of the demon king's thoughts. Half a month passed quickly. Haicheng is still submerged in seawater, and the seawater has not receded, as if it has taken root there. Countless brave sirens began to take root in Haicheng, occupying every corner of Haicheng and turning it into countless small territories. These sea monsters are quite bold, but the boss has not expressed his opinion. The Huameng Elders' Council is also silent now. I don't know what they are planning. It is probably not the right time now. Only Li Fei comes here from time to kill some sea monsters to vent his anger. Zhao Haifeng and Lin Feng took the time to come to Haicheng to take a look. Seeing the scenes in Haicheng, they couldn't help but sigh. In fact, there are still a few immortal cultivation families in Haicheng, but these families do not seem to want to participate and evacuated along with the ordinary people. Lin Feng was also thinking about this matter, and seeing that Zhao Haifeng was a little puzzled, he explained. Why don't you express your opinion, boss? It's because the demon clan now has a new member with the bloodline of the demon king, Jinwu Wooten. This Wooten is now quite prestigious in the demon clan. Because of the bloodline of the demon king, he has attracted many demon kings to serve him. At this time, the figures of Zhang Chuchen and Zhun Moshao appeared beside the two of them, and the four of them looked down at the vast ocean of Haicheng from the sky. Zhun Moshao spoke first. After half a month, we finally lived up to the tasks assigned to us by our boss. Zhang Chuchen rubbed his forehead tiredly. After we go back, I feel like I need to relax. A new store opened recently, and I heard that there are new girls inside. Zhao Haifeng said with a wink. Lin Feng nodded calmly. It's time to have a good rest and enjoy ourselves. Over the past half-month, the four of them used the boss's 10,000 demons banner to secretly subdue many sea kings. Even more than a dozen old monsters in the tribulation period who escaped from the seal were secretly attacked one by them, their souls were forcibly torn apart, and they were subdued. The power of the 10,000 demons banner grew stronger and stronger, and they became more and more adept at it, accomplishing one crime after another. After Zhao Haifeng and others left Haicheng, the old monsters that had been sealed regrouped and trained their troops, and finally discovered something was wrong. So these old monsters began to contact each other and secretly contact the demon clan, preparing for a big fight. Let the human race feel their countless years of hatred. The Shadow Guard also kept a close eye on what was happening in Haicheng. The sudden increase in the number of troops from the Haicheng Sea tribe made the Shadow Guard report the situation to his superiors immediately. Li Fei was very worried. He didn't know what Chairman Chu would do, but he believed that Chairman Chu would definitely take action. His half-month of waiting was not in vain. He secretly sneaked into the demon tribe. Because the Golden Crow, the bloodline of the Demon King, seemed to have begun to unify the demon race during this period of time. Li Fei began to secretly disrupt the plan of the man who called himself the Demon Emperor Wuden to rule the demon clan. He will do anything that is beneficial to the human race. This Demon Emperor Wu Tian was extremely cruel to the human race in the future. There were almost no prisoners, only death. It seemed that he had a great hatred for the human race. Li Fei continued to make trouble secretly, delaying the steps of Demon Emperor Wuden to unify the demon clan, giving Chairman Chu time to prepare. After hearing what Li Fei did, Chu Ge looked at Li Fei with a higher opinion. He really admired Li Fei for being the protagonist who silently contributed to the human race and was not even a human. He really admired him, so he extended an olive branch to Li Fei. He wanted Li Fei to work for him and thought that Li Fei would hesitate, but he didn't expect that the other party actually agreed on the spot. So he directly let Li Fei secretly join the subordinates of Jinwu, who was suspected to be the protagonist. He really wanted to see how Jinwu, the suspected protagonist, felt when he found out that everyone around him was a traitor. Wuten is now extremely annoyed. He hasn't caught the person yet, and the other party is like a piece of taffy sticking to him and just won't show up. He also failed to find the murderer who was secretly causing trouble, which was really despicable. The harmony within the demon clan has always been his biggest concern. This secret murderer constantly stirs up conflicts within the demon clan, causing him to deal with a lot of these problems. Bastard, I must find you and tear you into pieces. Wuten's face was extremely gloomy. The Nine-Smoke Demon King also pretended to surrender to Wuten. Wuten had no doubt about it because he had never thought that a Demon King would surrender to the human race. The Nine-Smoke Demon King looked at Wuten silently and laughed in his heart. In the past half-month, there are not only problems with the demon race, but also supernatural problems that need to be solved. Supernatural events frequently occurred in various parts of Huameng, and the Tengde Group's Shadow Guard supernatural team was frequently dispatched, gaining a reputation. The supernatural beings seemed to be just pets in their hands. They came over as if a pet had been lost at home and they just took it back home. Although the supernatural incidents caused panic, order remained stable because they were handled properly. However, due to the birth of goblins, some lucky people have the goblins living in their bodies and thus share the goblins' abilities. These people are called Ghostbusters. As for the other matter, Chu Ge is ordering General Bai to be responsible for separating the supernatural team from the Shadow Guards. This allowed these supernatural groups to re-establish a new force called the Spirit Guards. After General Bai got the task done, he paid great attention to the newly established spiritual guards. Some exorcists joined the spirit guards after witnessing how powerful they were. At first, there were some unruly people who arrogantly provoked the spirit guards and were directly destroyed on the spot. The system that General Bai has always adhered to is that those who obey me will prosper and those who defy me will perish. Anyone who dares to oppose will have no choice but to die. Such a strong force naturally caused dissatisfaction among some people. These dissatisfied spiritual guards joined the supernatural department established by the Huameng. After the integration of the two major departments, the supernatural incidents within the Huameng have been eliminated. Chapter 365 Brick 4, Moving Wherever Needed. But people abroad are not so lucky. Although there are exorcists and other people with special abilities abroad, their numbers are limited. Moreover, these people yearn for freedom and are difficult to restrain. Although chaos is gradually emerging abroad, the country is still prosperous and peaceful. Chu Ge also felt in his heart that the Huameng might be the center of the world, and the protagonists were almost all from the Huameng. Almost all major events took place within the Huameng. As for whether there were protagonists from abroad, Chu Ge didn't know, but there must be. Boss, the Shadow Guards of Haicheng report that there are too many sea monsters gathering in Haicheng, and some of them are very powerful. Chu Ge looked at Lin Zan who came in to report, and said slowly, let Zhao Haifeng and the others come to see me, and at the same time let Gong Lian's Shadow Guard troops go out. After the Shadow Guards have been trained in the conquered secret realm, Chu Ge has opened up the training rewards of the Time Cycle Tower to them again. Today's Shadow Guards have improved their strength as a whole. Ordinary team members are in the Golden Core stage, the team leader is in the Yuanying stage, and Zhang Fan, the protagonist who was sent to the Dark Department, is already in the Mahayana stage. Since the Sea Clan wants to fight, let them know what the power of genocide and the wrath of thunder are. Go and inform them right away. Lin Zan hurriedly walked out of the office. She also forced herself not to look at the woman next to her boss who looked like a disaster to the country and the people. Although she knew that the other party was a nine-tailed fox, she also understood the boss's intention of keeping her by his side. But she still felt a little uncomfortable, but the discomfort only lasted for a day or two because she was not the main wife. If someone is feeling uncomfortable, it should be the Empress who is feeling uncomfortable. The Emperor is not anxious, but the eunuchs are. After comforting himself in this way, he felt much more comfortable and suddenly became more natural. The war is about to begin, and the sea people are restless. When Chu Ge said this, he couldn't help but look at Su Jur who was standing silently beside him with his head lowered. Then he said, "Your demon race has been restless recently." Su Jur slowly raised her eyes, a smile on her lips, a slight frown between her brows, and sat directly in Chu Ge's arms and acted coquettishly. "No way, everything is under the control of the Demon King. The little golden crow is just a pawn in the hands of the Demon King. You little demon, I will eat you sooner or later." Chu Ge couldn't help but laugh and scratched her little nose, making her pout and frown, which was cute and attractive. "Your Majesty, the little devil wants to eat your Majesty." Chu Ge felt a fire rising in his abdomen. This nine-tailed fox was really annoying, and it would irritate him from time to time. "You little devil, you deserve a spanking." Chu Ge pretended to spank her, scaring Su Jur so much that she started whimpering and looked pitiful, with tears welling up in her eyes. "Okay, they say vixen are seductive, I guess they're right." Chu Ge couldn't help but laugh. "Your Majesty." Su Jur's eyes were filled with tears but they didn't fall. The ancestors taught her how to act according to the situation and how to please others. She said she would need it one day. The ancestor did not teach anything about how to win a man's heart, he just said one thing. A man's heart is unpredictable, and wanting to end a man's heart is like flying a moth into a flame. Su Jur felt that what the ancestor said was absolutely right. She had no idea what the Demon King was thinking. Even though he was talking, laughing, and joking with her, she still felt endless majesty and pressure. She served him carefully, but sometimes Su Jur felt that this man was worthy of her. She also likes such men, who are powerful and ambitious. Even if he is a human, so what? She can give birth to little foxes for His Majesty the Demon King in the future. Outskirts of Haicheng, the unlucky foursome, Zhao Haifeng, Lin Feng, Zhang Chuchen, and Jun Moshao are here again. Damn, it smells so salty here, and the air is filled with this unpleasant smell. Zhao Haifeng looked down at Haicheng from above. It had been immersed in the ocean for a long time, and the tall buildings were covered with mottled moss. Even some buildings that were not of good quality have collapsed and been completely swallowed by the sea. Haicheng is located in a very low-lying area. If we plant a mushroom here, it might be able to solve the problem directly. But Zhao Haifeng was just thinking about it, mushrooms are useless. He can discover mushrooms in the first place and prevent them from growing. Mushrooms that cannot grow are not good mushrooms. Salty. As salty as the women you met these days, Lin Feng just laughed. Fuck, are the women you meet sweet? Zhao Haifeng was instantly annoyed. I invited you to eat salty food, but you said the food I met was too salty. It was totally unreasonable. In order to avoid talking about himself, Zhang Chuchen on the side quickly changed the subject. I think it's better to take the initiative and raise Haicheng to the ground directly. Quote. In this way, we can rebuild it directly in the future and avoid being ambushed by the sea monsters with horns when entering Haicheng, and avoid casualties of the Shadow Guards. Jun Moshao looked at Zhang Chuchen with a sidelong look, saw through Zhang Chuchen's little thoughts, and immediately said, I think so. Zhao Haifeng and Lin Feng, who didn't quarrel, couldn't stand each other, snorted, and turned their heads to each other. Okay, I have a chicken here and I'd like to share it with everyone. Zhang Chuchen said quickly to ease the atmosphere. You have a chicken? Zhao Haifeng, Lin Feng, and Jun Moshao all looked at him. What's wrong? Is it weird? Zhang Chuchen felt his scalp tingling and was a little confused. There's something wrong with these three people. So he took out a steaming roast chicken from the storage ring. This is a roast chicken, but I roasted it myself and the taste is amazing. Oh, this chicken. The three were a little disappointed. Zhang Chuchen twisted a chicken leg himself, then gave the chicken to them. Eat it, these chickens are sent from the secret realm. Chickens from the secret realm. Spirit chickens raised with spiritual rice, how do you have them? Zhao Haifeng divided the chicken into 3 portions, one for each person, and asked while eating. You know what, the taste is amazing, with a hint of spiritual energy in the chicken, smooth and delicious. Soon, Gong Lian sent Exum and Kuang over and asked the 4 people to go over. As for Gong Lian, even though they were very powerful, they did not dare to take advantage of him. After all, Gong Lian is one of the boss's women. After washing her hands, she immediately went to Gong Lian's command tent. Luo Shu, you are here too. Zhao Haifeng exclaimed in surprise when he saw Luo Shu next to Gong Lian. Long time no see. My boss asked me to come here to assist Gong Lian in the battle. Luo Shu laughed. His strength was still at the Mahayana stage. Luo Shu's team has been guarding the Chu residence and must not move lightly. I didn't expect you to come this time. It seems that the boss really takes this war seriously. Zhao Haifeng came in front of Luo Shu and said with his arm around his shoulder. Everyone, I called you here because I want you to directly attack the opponent's headquarters. Gong Lian didn't chat with them and got straight to business. The first to strike is the strongest, the last to strike will suffer. Chapter 366 The Sea Clan ancestors held a meeting and looked down on the little crow. Then where is the other party's headquarters? Just mark it out. Jun Moshel looked at the map on the huge screen. This was the current map of Haicheng, which was drawn after a field survey. I don't know yet. Gong Lian shook her head and said truthfully. So, our mission is to find the enemy's headquarters and destroy it. Lin Feng frowned. Isn't this treating them like bricks, being moved wherever they are needed and having them do everything? Why are the shadow guards needed here? They were afraid of Gong Lian, but he just respected her because she was the boss's woman. He is not afraid of pillow talk because his sister is the boss's woman. Although the areas of the ancestors of the Sea Clan are not difficult to find, and they also have spies in them, no news has been received. In fact, it's not that the spies didn't pass on the message, but that they couldn't leave for the time being. Gong Lian looked at Lin Feng and realized that he had misunderstood something. Just as she was about to explain, there was a violent vibration from the ground. It seemed as if the world was shaking, but everyone present was strong and their faces remained calm and steady as a rock. Come and go in a hurry. The earthquake died down after a while and calm returned. What's going on? Gong Lian shouted outside the tent. Minister Gong, it's the source of the earthquake coming from the bottom of the sea. A shadow guard ran in directly, knelt on one knee, holding a detection instrument in his hand. Everyone saw red dots popping out one after another on the instrument and flashing continuously. Why are there so many red dots? What's going on? Zhao Haifeng asked puzzled. This is the birth of an earthquake source. If a fluctuation occurs, it means an earthquake is coming. The bigger the fluctuation, the wider the scope of the earthquake. The shadow guard was under great pressure under the gaze of everyone and hurriedly explained. Go and find out the reason. Let Zhang Fan do it. The only person Gong Lian could legitimately command was Zhang Fan, because Zhang Fan himself was a member of the shadow guard. Yes. The shadow guard quickly took his leave. These sea creatures are really insidious. If it weren't for the advanced technology, we wouldn't have known that these sea monsters actually wanted to cause undersea earthquakes. Zhao Haifeng said in surprise. That's normal. All's fair in war. It shows that they have brains and we can't underestimate them. Jun Moshao reminded everyone not to be careless and be careful of a disaster. Luo Shu agreed with Jun Moshao's point of view and suggested, these sea tribes are in collusion with the demon tribe. Be careful about internal stability and don't let the demon tribe steal your home. Only the 4-brick moving team knew that the boss possessed the 10,000 demons banner and became the demon king. Luo Shu's worry is normal. Don't worry about this. Someone is monitoring the affairs of the demon clan. Zhang Chuchen stood up and said at this time. We were careless, we were careless. A voice suddenly came from outside the tent, and it seemed very urgent. At this time, Li Fei walked into the tent from outside. Li Fei was able to come in because he was now one of them. What's wrong, Li Fei, aren't you in the demon tribe? Zhao Haifeng asked with a puzzled look on his face. It is my will to kill the Sea tribe. Li Fei didn't want to come either, but a big war was about to happen in Haicheng, so he volunteered to his boss to come and kill the enemy. This was his long-cherished wish. The four brick-moving guys never knew what was wrong with Li Fei. Killing the Sea people, does that mean you are no longer a Sea person? But Li Fei was happy about it, so they were too lazy to say anything. While everyone was still discussing the consequences of frequent earthquakes, the Sea people had already begun to fight back. There are countless dormant volcanoes under the deep sea. These peaceful volcanoes are surrounded by sirens. It is obvious that the old monsters of the Sea clan are planning to do something ruthless. Don't think that volcanic eruptions have no harm to sea creatures. You have to know that the location of the volcanic eruption is in the deep sea. The Sea people depend on the deep sea for survival. If an earthquake in the deep sea activates a volcano, the Sea people will surely suffer heavy casualties. Do we really want to do this? A worried giant octopus looked at the active volcano in front of him. The magma in the crater was boiling like boiling water, as if it would erupt in the next second. This is a last resort. We must make humans pay the price. A giant shark snorted coldly. Another squid said with juice spurting out of its mouth, we must let humans know our anger. Let's do something ruthless and let humans know that we can also fight to the death. A dolphin said worriedly with foresight, I contacted the demon clan, but now the demon clan does not seem to be in disarray. I got a piece of news that the Golden Crow, the bloodline of the demon king of the demon clan, has appeared in the world. He now calls himself the demon emperor and is making a big fanfare to win the hearts of the demon clan. What I'm worried about is whether the demon clan will change their minds at the last minute. A megalodon with a ferocious temper said disdainfully, those demon clans are unreliable. It was because of the demon clan's betrayal that we were sealed. I think we should make trouble for the demon clan first and let the demon clan know that we, the ancestors of the Sea clan, are not dead yet. Only in this way will the demon clan cooperate with us honestly. As for the demon emperor, he's just a little crow. Those who discuss things here are the ancestors of the Sea clan who came out of the seal and successfully regained control of their own race. The place where these sea ancestors live is not far from the trench. They are very bold, and it seems that they can only activate their hatred towards humans in the trench. Only in this way can it be shown how just and legitimate the war is. Although the Sea people don't care, they are more confident in the attack. With confidence comes morale, and with morale comes a greater chance of winning. It is because of the sealed hatred that these sea ancestors are able to unite as one. It's just that these Sea clan ancestors did not notice that there was a traitor among them. And he was anxiously trying to pass the message to His Majesty the Demon King. Although they were not sincere in surrendering at first, their lives were in the hands of the 10,000 demons banner, so they did not dare to act rashly and could only accept their fate. Besides, at least the 10,000 demons banner can be resurrected after death, so it's not a loss. The decision to kill 1,000 enemies and lose 800 of our own was also made at the last minute. This dolphin ancestor is really insidious. He even told everyone not to leave their sight for even a single step, just to avoid any traitors. Although the probability of this happening is small, there have been examples of this happening in the past, so the dolphin ancestor has to be on guard. No matter how those Sea clan ancestors with guilty consciences curse in their hearts, they can only stay here helplessly, hoping that His Majesty the Demon King will not blame them. The four-brick moving team finally accepted the task, because Gong Lian was the commander-in-chief of this war, and most importantly, the boss accepted his fate. What happened to these sea ancestors who surrendered to us? No news has been sent out. I don't know. Maybe they didn't have the chance to send out a message. Forget it. Let's look for them. The taste of the sea is even saltier than that of my sister. Ah, the person who said this was Zhao Haifeng. Li Fei followed the four people silently. Yes, he was dragged along by Zhao Haifeng as a soldier. I was filled with shock. I didn't expect that Chairman Chu actually planted an undercover agent in the Sea clan. It was really terrifying. He was worthy of being Chairman Chu. Li Fei immediately felt admiration for Chairman Chu. Chapter 367. The Demon Tribe and the Sea Tribe, backstab each other. This is the boss's vision, I am far inferior to him. Li Fei felt a little ashamed again, but the shame quickly disappeared. He kept comforting himself. It doesn't matter. He is your boss and has a bigger vision than you. It's only natural. What are you thinking about, kid? You've been distracted. I've been calling you for a long time. Zhao Haifeng poked Li Fei's arm and raised his voice a lot. Sorry, I was just thinking about the boss's vision. Seeing that the four people's eyes were on him, Li Fei hurriedly apologized. Lin Feng didn't want to make things difficult for such an honest man. Okay, don't be distracted, we have to find them as soon as possible. Otherwise, if continuous earthquakes occur, seawater will flow back and the Huameng will be in danger. Li Fei immediately became serious. Since it was related to the crisis of the Huameng, he could not slack off. You have to know that in his previous life he was not only a human, but also a member of the Huameng. Haha, interesting. Chu Ge didn't expect these sea creatures to be so courageous. He tapped the table lightly with his fingers. Pass on my order and tell Zhang Tianlin this news. Okay, boss. Lin Zan immediately sent a message to Zhang Tianlin. Chu Ge looked at the increasing earthquake zone on the computer in front of him with a very calm look. The actions of the sea creatures did make him look up to them, but it was only a glance. The message was passed to Zhang Tianlin only to let the Elder Council prepare for the backflow of seawater to avoid heavy casualties. Chu Ge directly took out the 10,000 Demons banner and used it to transmit a message to the 9 Smoke Demon King of the Demon Clan and a spy of the Sea Clan. The 10,000 Demons banner can contact them, but they cannot contact themselves through the 10,000 Demons banner. It would be better to have a battle between the Sea Clan and the Demon Clan first to let them see the combat effectiveness of the two. Let's see how much damage he does first. Chu Ge is getting more and more lazy to move. After overcoming the tribulation, he found that there are very few things that require him to take action personally. Everything is under control. Are you still worried that the news won't get out? Are you still worried about being blamed by His Majesty the Demon King? Are you still worried about being misunderstood? After the Demon King sent the message, several restless sea ancestors calmed down. Victory is in sight. I think we must be wary of the demon tribe. What should we do if the demon tribe plots against us? At this time, the dolphin ancestor suddenly said. We have to send someone to take a look, otherwise the demons will really attack us. I don't think anyone wants to see this happen. Yes, let's go and take a look. Several Sea Clan ancestors who had guilty consciences echoed. Those ancestors who truly cared about the Sea Clan and themselves also became hesitant. Yes, if the Demon Clan launched a sneak attack, wouldn't they be attacked from both sides? The demon race has a criminal record. So under mutual supervision, they arranged for their respective subordinates to go and take a look at the rivers near the Kunlun ancestral vein. At the same time, after receiving the message from His Majesty the Demon King, the 9 Smoke Demon King of the Kunlun ancestral lineage showed a smile. So the 9 Smoke Demon King came to the cave of the Demon Emperor, Wooten. I have an important matter to discuss with the Demon Emperor. Come in. Wooten's power is now expanding rapidly, and his mentality is becoming more and more arrogant. After all, the Demon King's bloodline is the Golden Crow, which is the natural royal family of the Demon Clan. It was very smooth for him to gather the Demon Clan together, which made him forget himself. What's the matter? Wooten looked at the 9 Smoke Demon King expressionlessly, his words and actions fully displaying the power of the Demon Emperor. The 9 Smoke Demon King's face became extremely urgent. Your Majesty the Demon Emperor, I just received a message that the Sea Tribe is going to attack us. What? Wooten was really surprised. They are just some sea creatures. They came to provoke me before I could deal with them. They are courting death. Gather the troops for me. Since the Sea Clan has turned against us, then don't give them face. Wooten never doubted that the news was false because the 9 Smoke Demon King had gained his trust. I obey your command. The 9 Smoke Demon King was secretly delighted. Wooten was very excited after the 9 Smoke Demon King left the cave. This was the first time he led the Demon Clan in battle. As long as he wins, his prestige will spread throughout the entire Demon Clan, and the prestige he gains will surely make those unruly demons bow their heads. The demon army led by Wooten directly killed all the sea creatures in the waters of Lunken ancestral vein. The Sea Clan was furious when they got the news. It turned out that the Demon Clan was going to stab them in the back. The Sea Tribe had not yet started a war with the human race, so they mobilized the Sea Tribe's forces and began to march towards the Kunlun ancestral vein. The idea of the Sea Clan ancestor is very simple. If the Demon Clan wants to fight, then fight over there. There is nothing to fear from the demon tribe led by the young crow. Gong Lian also received orders from his boss and led the shadow guards to the empty deep sea in the rear to seal those active volcanoes. As long as it is sealed, it will not be easy to break the seal. There is only one way to break the seal, and that is if the seal is broken with great force, the volcano will erupt on the spot, and there will be no time to evacuate. Chu Ge believed that these Sea Clan ancestors would not take such a big risk. This sealing technique was contributed by Zhang Chuchen. In just 3 days, the Sea Clan army, led by the Sea Clan ancestor, arrived at the waters of Kunlun Mountain. The waters were filled with a large army of sea creatures. Little mixed-haired bird, little crow that is still wet behind the ears, have your feathers fully grown. General Lobster, a great general of the Sea Clan in the Mahayana period, who was surrounded by countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals, shouted to the opposite side with a proud face. Kill him. Wooten was instantly enraged. A mere Mahayana stage cultivator actually called him a useless bird. Killing them is not enough to appease his anger. They are just sea creatures. Let's see how he can finish the battle within a day. Charge, kill all these monsters. Ah, kill all the sea creatures. The sea creatures rushed together in an instant, magic weapons flew all over the sky, magic power was dazzling, and the water was suddenly dyed red. You weirdo, let us teach you what fighting is. Several Sea Clan ancestors were in the middle stage of tribulation and they rushed directly to Wujit. I will let you know what the power of the Demon Emperor is. Wu Tian suddenly transformed into his original form, roared like a golden crow, spread his wings and flew high like a shining sun. Wooten used the golden crow rainbow light inherited from his bloodline and instantly came in front of these Sea Clan ancestors. The blazing sun is across the sky, and the golden crow is shining in the world. The golden crow seemed to turn into a blazing sun, and turned into a ray of golden light that directly passed through the bodies of these sea ancestors. How is it possible that the giant whale didn't have time to finish his words before it turned into ashes and disappeared? The same thing happened to the few people around him who were in the middle stage of tribulation. They had no power to fight back and were directly turned into ashes. Burned to ashes. This scene was seen by the strong men from both sides. Some of the demon clan were worried and excited, while some of the sea clan felt a chill in their hearts. The ancestor who was in the middle stage of tribulation was actually killed instantly by the demon emperor of the demon clan. You should know that the demon emperor of the demon clan was only in the middle stage of tribulation. There was no way to fight back. It was horrible, so horrible. In fact, no one knows that Wooten actually paid some price, but when he saw the fear in the eyes of the sea people, he felt it was worth it. Chapter 368 Dongwang Bell is gone, Wu Tian is embarrassed on the scene. If it happens again, Wooten will not be able to do it, otherwise the price he pays will be irreversible. Chu Ge was also observing the battlefield. He signed in and got something called Kunlun Mirror, which could be used to observe the 3 realms and even travel through time and space. However, the blue planet is just a sphere and does not have the 3 realms, but it can be used to observe the world for the time being. As for traveling through time and space, Chu Ge discovered that he could use the Kunlun Mirror to go to another time and space, that is, a parallel world, or even a different world. He did not tell anyone about this news. Only after Blue Star was completely stable would he tell Jun Moshao, the person who needed revenge. Ding dong. Select Start. Option 1. Kill the Golden Crow, the descendant of the ancient Demon King, and lead the Demon Clan. Reward. Demon Emperor Golden Crow Bloodline. Option 2. Take the Golden Crow, the bloodline of the ancient Demon King, as your mount. Reward. Dongwang Bell. Chu Ge was shocked, it was actually the Dongwang Bell. The most precious treasure that accompanied the ancient Emperor Dong Huang. Option 2 just happened to suit his idea, so Chu Ge chose it directly. Chu Ge checked the Dongwang Bell with great excitement, only to find that it was not in the system space. Where did the Dongwang Bell go? Chu Ge suddenly felt terrible. The system was broken. Or is it the Dongwang Bell? Does the system still have to steal it? At the same time, Chu Ge discovered that the battlefield between the Demon Clan and the Sea Clan had changed. Suddenly, a force of divine might struck, but Wooten felt a sense of closeness. Dwang, dwang, dwang. The sound of a bell seems to come from the ancient times or even from an even longer time and space, deep and powerful. The battles between the Demon Clan and the Sea Clan stopped at the same time. Suddenly, a peak of the Kunlun ancestral mountain suddenly cracked like Hulu Mountain, and a beam of light thousands of feet high illuminated the world. The entire sky cleared up, the power intimidated the 9 heavens, and the whole world seemed to hear the sound of the bell. A treasure was born. This is the Dongwang Bell, Chaos Bell. Wooten stared at the Dongwang Bell above the main vein of Kunlun with wide eyes, his heart almost jumping out with excitement. The destiny of my demon clan is in my hands, and I am the destiny. Wooten's face was almost blooming. The birth of the Dongwang Bell meant that he was the destined demon emperor. The birth of the Dongwang Bell explained everything. No wonder I felt a sense of familiarity. Erlangs, with the birth of the Dongwang Bell, the golden age of our demon race has arrived. In the future, our demon race will dominate the world. Wooten's voice spread to the entire battlefield, and all the demons were immediately excited and noisy. I swear to be loyal to His Majesty the Demon Emperor until death. I swear to be loyal to His Majesty the Demon Emperor until death. I swear to be loyal to His Majesty the Demon Emperor until death. The 9-Smoke Demon King and her friends were thinking about how to snatch the Dongwang Bell and present it to His Majesty the Demon Emperor. This is the Dongwang Bell, which is completely equal to the Wanyao banner in significance, but the power of the Dongwang Bell far exceeds that of the Wanyao banner. It's actually the Dongwang Bell. It is rumored to be the companion treasure of the ancient Dongwang. Those Sea clan ancestors naturally also have blood inheritance. They know these things from the blood inheritance. After all, the Sea clan was one of the demon clan back then. The Sea clan is the commander of the Dragon clan, but unfortunately the Dragon clan is missing and no one knows where they have gone. We can't let him get it, this little bastard doesn't deserve it. Yeah, that's right, we absolutely can't let him get it, let's attack together. Then let's attack. After saying that, these Sea clan ancestors who were in the tribulation crossing period attacked together. Stop them for me. Wooten's mind was now all on the Dongwang Bell, so he ordered the 9-Smoke Demon King and others to stop these Sea clan ancestors. Yes, sir. The 9-Smoke Demon King and others didn't know what to do, and they couldn't reveal their identities now. When the Dongwang Bell came into the world, even the 4 brick moving guys and Li Fei in the deep sea felt it. Anyone who is powerful in cultivating immortals will look in the same direction with a sense of purpose. Chu Ge looked at the Dongwang Bell in the Kunlun mirror in silence. It turned out that the system's rewards could be like this. You never stop learning as you live, and I have gained a lot of knowledge. Just when Wooten was ecstatically seeing the Dongwang Bell flying towards him, the Dongwang Bell suddenly turned a corner, turned into a ray of light, broke through the void and disappeared. Wooten's face froze, and he raised his hand with embarrassment. The 9-Smoke Demon King and others were all paying attention here. After seeing the Dongwang Bell disappear, they all breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he felt a little relieved. See, Dongwang Zhang did not choose the Demon Emperor, so the choice he and others made was the correct one. This golden crow is indeed not destiny. Wooten was very embarrassed and didn't even dare to look around, for fear that someone would laugh at him. He couldn't stand it. His self-esteem, his dignity, and his face were all trampled upon and insulted at this moment. What's going on with the Dongwang Bell? I am the Demon Emperor and I am the descendant of the Demon Emperor. Wu Tian roared in his heart. The Dongwang Bell cut through the void, following the trajectory of fate, and appeared directly in front of Chu Ge. I didn't expect you to appear in front of me in this way. Chu Ge had just touched the Dongwang Bell, and the Dongwang Bell instantly captured a piece of information into Chu Ge's mind. Chu Ge did not stop and absorb the information silently. Afterwards, the Dongwang Bell, Chaos Bell is not as easy to pronounce as Dongwang Bell, disappeared instantly and was taken into his body. When the Dongwang Bell automatically recognizes its master, it means that all permissions are open to him. The Dongwang Bell is an innate treasure with both offensive and defensive capabilities. After Chu Ge obtained the Dongwang Bell, he no longer cared about other treasures. From the Kunlun mirror, Chu Ge could see how embarrassed Wooten was. Thinking of this, he couldn't help laughing. Wu Tian, I am your Tian. The so-called destiny is that I make the decision to make you my mount. This is destiny. Chu Ge directly took out the 10,000 Demons banner and continued to contact the 9-Smoke Demon King, asking him to speed up the war between the Sea clan and the Demon clan. The 9-Smoke Demon King's heart skipped a beat when he received the soul-transmitting message from the Demon Emperor. Logically speaking, His Majesty the Demon King should have known about the birth of the Dongwang Bell, so why did he act so indifferent? Could it be that The Nine-Smoke Demon King thought about the direction in which the Dongwang Bell had just disappeared. A possibility popped into his mind, and he was instantly horrified. Go to hell. While fighting, the Nine-Smoke Demon King attracted his opponent to his own camp where other Demon Kings were loyal to the Demon Emperor. Ah! A Demon King died directly, and the Sea Clan also lost an ancestor. With the demise of the tribulation period, spiritual energy returns to heaven and earth. However, the deaths of important figures on both sides directly accelerated the cruelty and brutality of the war. The Demon Emperor Wooten disappeared directly in the sky. There was nothing he could do. It was too embarrassing. Moreover, the place where the Dongwang Bell disappeared made the Demon Emperor Wooten a little confused. Isn't that direction the location of the human race's Huameng? No, I have to check it myself. Wooten cared very much about the Dongwang Bell, so he left the Kunlun ancestral vein. Gong Lian had already led a large army to the border. At this time, the Demon Clan and the Sea Clan were so bloodthirsty that no one noticed that the periphery had been surrounded. Chapter 369. The Mount is delivered to your door, this is destiny. The war between the Demon Tribe and the Sea Tribe seems to be getting more intense. We should also prepare ourselves. Gong Lian looked at the intelligence in his hand and said to Luo Shu. Luo Shu nodded in agreement. Most of the active volcanoes and earthquake zones have been sealed by us. Even if a few have not been discovered, it will not affect the overall situation. Where are Zhao Haifeng and the others now? Gong Lian suddenly asked. Luo Shu drew a circle on the computer and marked it on the map. The approximate location is here. Has the Sea Clan's headquarters not been found yet? Gong Lian was a little confused. According to the abilities of those people, this shouldn't be the case. There is indeed no news. Luo Shu also became suspicious. At this moment, the 4-brick moving team plus Li Fei have arrived near the battlefield between the Sea Clan and the Demon Clan. Do we really not need to find their lair? Li Fei, an honest man, was a little nervous, just like a good student who was being taken to skip classes by bad students. What are you afraid of? Don't panic at all, Zhao Haifeng said nonchalantly. Lin Feng patted Li Fei on the shoulder and said, everyone is here, why should we look for their lair? Don't you think so? But, if we find their lair, they will definitely go to their headquarters when they retreat, and then we can catch them all in one fell swoop. Li Fei was puzzled and widened his eyes, seeking answers. Zhun Moshao explained, why are we here? To monitor the enemy situation and changes in the battlefield situation. Li Fei said immediately. Zhang Chuchen also said, that's right. If there are any fish that slip through the net, we will check for the gaps and fill them. There will be no such thing as a headquarters nest. A few old foxes talked to each other and directly deceived Li Fei, who was simply dedicated to the human race. But after thinking about it, Li Fei felt that it was absolutely right. So Li Fei immediately let go of the tension of not completing the task and looked at the battlefield with excitement. The drama queen began to appear on the battlefield. Several demon kings including the Nine-Smoke Demon King began to fight with the ancestors of the Sea Clan who were also loyal to the same demon emperor. Fighting and chatting at the same time. Do you think that the Dongwang Bell just now fell into the hands of His Majesty the Demon King? I think it must have fallen into the hands of His Majesty the Demon King. That direction is Yuncheng. I said it, how could a mere little mixed-haired bird have a destiny? It's ridiculous. Ha ha ha, you don't know the embarrassing situation of that little mixed-haired bird. I thought the Dongwang Bell would be in his hands, but it flew away in front of him. I laughed out loud on the spot. The demon kings such as the Nine-Smoke Demon King and the ancestors such as the Dolphin Ancestor chatted more and more enthusiastically. The fight seemed extremely fierce, but in fact, both sides were cooperating with each other's ultimate moves. We were so close to each other that we were integrated into one another, and the unfamiliar barriers between the two sides were immediately removed. Not only that, they also secretly colluded with their opponents and quietly killed their people one after another, intentionally sapping their own strength. After all, the one that everyone truly pledges allegiance to is His Majesty the Demon King, and those who are waiting in the wings on the periphery are all His Majesty the Demon King's men. When the time comes and they join forces inside and outside, they will be great contributors to the Demon King. The 4-brick moving guys who were secretly working together were passing on their experience to Li Fei. Just point out the spy to him to avoid the embarrassment of killing the wrong one of his own. Li Fei nodded repeatedly. The boss was worthy of being the boss. His methods were so advanced that he would never be able to learn from him in his entire life. The demon emperor Wuden followed his feelings and came to Yuncheng. After all, he is the protagonist, and Wu Tian's intuition is very accurate. Wu Tian walked among the crowd, like a bright light in the darkness, attracting the attention of passers-by. He has the aura of an emperor and is full of majesty. His aura doesn't show that of an ordinary person. He is definitely a big shot. Wuten has no good feelings towards these humans. Humans are too complicated and he doesn't like them. The human heart is the most unpredictable. Because he is afraid, he rejects it directly, once and for all. Wuten found that fewer and fewer people were walking. Slowly, there was no one in front and the surrounding shops began to close. Suddenly, a figure in white appeared in front of Wujisha. Wuten looked at the other person quietly. This human actually had the power of the Mahayana period, but unfortunately it was not enough for him to strike back. Ji Bai looked at him indifferently and said lightly, "My boss invites you, please follow me." "Oh, your boss?" Wuten's eyes flashed with surprise. "When I arrive in a human city, a boss will come to invite me over. The person who can be called boss by a Mahayana cultivator must be as powerful as someone in the early stage of tribulation. Knowing that there is a tiger in the mountain, I still go there. Interesting. Then lead the way." Wuten actually showed a little interest in who it could be. "Please get in the car." Ji Bai pointed to the vehicle not far behind him. "Haha. Means of transportation, interesting, interesting." Wuten exclaimed in surprise, shook his head, and walked straight over. He was not afraid at all, because he was the Golden Crow, the descendant of the Demon King and the Lord of the Demon Clan. There was no existence between heaven and earth that frightened him. Chu Ge didn't expect that Wuden would come to Yuncheng. "The mount that I reserved ran to my own territory. Is this what they call destiny?" His own thoughts became Wu Tian's destiny. "Now that you're here, don't leave." When Chu Ge saw Wuden, he was worthy of being the protagonist of the Demon King's bloodline. There was a lingering ray of scorching sun in his eyes, and he was qualified to be his mount. Wuten didn't expect that a strong man in the tribulation period would actually be a young boss. As for the Tengde group founded by the other party, Wuten looked down on it and had no interest in learning about it. "You called me here just to drink tea, didn't you?" Wuten had no intention of drinking tea. His mind was on Su Jur who was beside him. He saw through the other party's identity at a glance, a nine-tailed fox. He didn't expect to see a nine-tailed fox here. Suddenly, Wuten's mind was startled. The Nine-Tailed Fox Clan. The Nine-Smoke Demon King, the other party's aura was actually the same as that of the Nine-Smoke Demon King. The Nine-Smoke Demon King, human. Damn it. Suddenly, Wuten's face became gloomy and he was about to get up and leave. "Now that you're here, why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Chu Ge's words were light, but Wuten felt as if there were shackles around him binding him. "Who are you?" Wuten had a bad feeling in his heart and asked in a low voice. "And you?" Wuten looked at Su Jur with murderous eyes. "The Nine-Smoke Demon King is colluding with the human race. I will kill the Fox tribe when I return." The Nine-Smoke Demon King actually has a connection with this human. The war between the Demon Clan and the Sea Clan seemed to have been started just because of a word from the Nine-Smoke Demon King. Wu Tian's heart was filled with hatred. He had actually been used by someone. Human hearts were truly dark, and human beings were truly insidious and cunning. Wuten waved his hand, and a ray of Golden Crow force hit the wall of the office, but he found that the wall was not damaged at all. "You can't escape, this is my reserved mount." Chu Ge drank tea leisurely and looked at him jokingly. Chapter 378 Crushing Battle. Anger appeared on Wuten's face. This human actually used this Demon Emperor as a mount. He is the Demon Emperor, the descendant of the Golden Crow, and the leader of the Demon Clan. Where does this human get the courage from? He is just a frog in a well. How dare you? Wuten was angry, his eyes filled with murderous intent, and he attacked directly. When Wujishan's fist was only 1 centimeter away from Chu Ge, it stopped abruptly. The next second, Wuten looked at him in horror. He was unable to move forward even a single step, as if there was a wall in front of him blocking him. If you ride a mount, you must have the awareness of a mount. Chu Ge supported his head with one hand, tapping the table with his fingertips, and just looked at him quietly. Su Jur covered her mouth and giggled. This demon emperor was teased by his boss, she really couldn't help laughing. "What did you do to me?" Wuten's veins were bulging, and the power of the tribulation period was impacting the wall in front of him. But he found that no matter how hard he attacked, it was recovering all the time. He even had a premonition that if he broke through, his fate would be even worse. Wu Tian's premonition was correct. This wall was actually a wall formed by the void. Destroying the void will cause void turbulence. Even the powerful ones in the tribulation crossing stage dare not touch the turbulence of the void easily. Once caught up in it, they will most likely be lost in it for the rest of their lives. I just want to teach you well. To be a good mount, the first thing you need to do is surrender. Chu Ge sat on the chair, looking at Wuten, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. The entire room was covered by the Dongwang bell, and Wuten was suppressed by the Dongwang bell and unable to move. Surrender. Ha ha ha. Wuten seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. As the demon emperor, I surrender to a mere human like you. You are dreaming. Wuten sneered. Chu Ge was not enraged, but looked at him with a smile. You will surrender, I have seen your future. That is what you call destiny. Wuten noticed the other party's calm and contemptuous eyes, as if he was looking at a small animal. When did you get in touch with the Nine-Smoke Demon King? Wuten didn't expect that a mere human could trap him, and he felt very aggrieved. I am the descendant of the Demon King, how can I die here? Before you. Chu Ge was too lazy to hide it from him. Everything about you is under my control. Since the other party offered it to him on his own initiative, he would definitely accept it without hesitation. So that's how it is. No wonder it went so smoothly. Wuten suddenly realized and his expression turned extremely ugly. He knew that besides the Nine-Smoke Demon King, there must be other spies in the demon clan. He betrayed the demon race and defected to the human race. When he returns, all of these will be dealt with. Let me show you something. Send up your demon soul obediently. Chu Ge directly summoned the 10,000 demons banner. As soon as the 10,000 demons banner came out, demonic power instantly dispersed and demonic energy soared into the sky. The banner of 10,000 demons. Wuten suddenly saw the other party take out a banner, and his mind was stunned for a moment. How could the 10,000 demons banner be in the hands of a human? The demon clan's 10,000 demons banner was actually being used by humans. That's ridiculous. Wuten felt that he, the demon emperor, was a joke. Kneel down. Chu Ge's words were full of majesty, pressing on Wu Tian's knees, forcing Wu Tian to kneel down in submission. No, my fate is in my own hands, no one can make me surrender. Wuten roared and straightened his back stubbornly, but unfortunately his knees did not listen to him and he fell to his knees. Anyone who insults me will die. Wuten's eyes were filled with madness. The moment he knelt down, his dignity as a demon emperor was gone. He directly burned his source blood and prepared to escape from this place. He understood that ordinary attacks could not cause any harm to the opponent. Only by burning the source blood can there be hope of escaping from this place. Humans are indeed the favorites of God. They actually hide such a strong man. He must be an old monster and definitely cannot be so young. Possession, yes, definitely possession. Chu Ge just watched Wuten burning his source blood quietly, with a sneer on his face. If you want to break free from the shackles, I won't let you do that. Just when Wuten launched the attack, Chu Ge directly transferred Wuten and himself to the sky above the battlefield. Wuten saw that the surrounding environment had changed and he appeared above the battlefield. But Wuten did not look happy because the attack that burned his source blood was wasted. It's like punching cotton, with no real power. However, this is the base camp of his demon clan, and the time when he was unable to control his own destiny has passed. Human, thank you for sending me here. Although Wuten didn't know what abilities the other party used, no one in his own base camp was his opponent. My fellow demons, form a large demon formation. Wuten transformed directly into a golden crow. The voice of the golden crow resounded through the sky, like a full sun across the sky. Chu Ge just looked at him quietly, finding it a little funny. Wuten found that Erlang, one of his demon clan members, ignored him, especially the traitor, the Nine-Smoke Demon King. What's going on? Wuten flew directly to the demon camp, but found that no demon looked at him. It was as if he did not exist in this world. In his anger, he found that he could not touch any demon. What's going on? How could this happen? Wuten was a little scared. This uncontrollable thing happened to him. Chu Ge walked to his side and said, the dimension we are in now is different from theirs. We can see, but they can't see us. You can say that if I exile you here, you may not be able to go back for hundreds or even thousands of years. If you are lucky, maybe you can find the entrance. You must be in the middle stage of the tribulation, so don't scare me. Wooten didn't believe his words at all. The mount is not obedient and unruly, it deserves a beating. As soon as the words fell, Wooten felt something was wrong, and just as he was about to defend himself, he was stepped onto the ground by Chu Ge. Thunder is coming, Chu Ge said softly with his hand raised, expressionless. Boom! Thunderclouds flickered in the sky, and a bolt of lightning turned into a sharp sword. Thunder falls. As if it was as simple as saying, food is coming, and then eating, the thunder turned into a sharp sword and fell in an instant. I don't believe it. I don't accept it. No matter how Wooten struggled, he could only watch the thunder sword fall. Phew! Wooten vomited blood and fell to the ground pale and powerless. Little golden crow, will you be my mount obediently? Chu Ge stepped on him, supported his knees with his hands, looked at Wooten on the ground, and spoke as if he was teasing a puppy. Come on, the master is here. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I am the demon emperor, the descendant of the ancient demon king. I want to unify the demon race. Wooten originally thought that he was the protagonist, the darling of heaven and earth. He traveled to this world to revitalize the demon race. But now, he was being stepped on by an unknown human being and couldn't move at all. Chu Ge was able to crush Wooten so badly with the help of 3 treasures, the 10,000 Demons Banner, the Dongwang Bell and the Kunlun Mirror. This is the power of the treasure. Even if it is a tribulation, Chu Ge is confident that he can win easily. Ah! Suddenly, Wooten felt his demon soul being torn apart. He knew that once it was torn apart, he would be finished. Chapter 371. I want your body, not your heart. You are resisting me. Chu Ge sneered. Little Golden Crow is quite tenacious, yes, and his will is firm, but it's a pity that the ending will never change just because he is the protagonist. The protagonist is also a human being and will die, but the protagonist's halo makes their opponents fragile and full of flaws, their brains are filled with water, and their IQ declines. How can I fall down here? Wooten's whole body was burning with true fire from the sun. Dwang! A bell sounded instantly in Wooten's mind, and the demon soul suddenly became agitated. No! Wooten rolled on the ground, covering his head. Chu Ge took a trace of the demon soul in his hand and threw it into the 10,000 Demons Banner. From then on, Wu Tian had Tian, and fate was controlled by Chu Ge. After seeing his demon soul being controlled by the 10,000 Demons Banner, Wooten knew that he was doomed. Unless he gets it back, he will be firmly controlled by the other party. Chu Ge knew that the other party, as the protagonist, would not surrender so willingly, so he simply made a hand seal and a restriction was directly injected into the other party's demon soul. This restriction is to directly expel the opponent's consciousness and turn him into an obedient puppet. This is a forbidden technique in the puppet cultivation technique. The next second, Wooten's expression changed when he looked at him. He knelt on one knee with a fanatical look in his eyes. Master. Damn it! Wooten's main consciousness was very clear as he looked at this human master, feeling very helpless. He seemed to be imprisoned in endless darkness, watching his body serve his enemy. Chu Ge's idea is very simple. Since you don't want to, then make your body willing. As long as the time passes slowly, the darkness of time like an eagle's sleep will make Wu Tian clearly realize what it means to be a hero who knows the times. Little Golden Crow, become smaller. Your master will take you home. The Golden Crow turned into a little Golden Crow and landed directly on his shoulder. Chu Ge touched it as if he was touching a pet, and then returned to the office. Juyan, your demon emperor has become my mount. I guess this demon emperor trusted you before and gave you full responsibility when he was away. In that case, it will be up to you to reorganize the demon race, and in the name of the demon emperor, gather all the major demons in the world. After Chu Ge sent a message to the 9-Smoke Demon King, he took the bird food and fed the little Golden Crow. You can't eat it. How can you eat this? Damn it, that's the behavior of a pet. It makes me so angry. Wu Tian, who was driven into darkness, was furious. Unfortunately, the rage was of no use. This body belonged to him in name, but in fact it no longer belonged to him. The Demon Emperor has ordered a retreat. The 9-Smoke Demon King directly gave a false order, but no one disbelieved it, and no one doubted it. Because the 9-Smoke Demon King is the most trusted person around the Demon Emperor. Besides, the demon emperor was not dead, he just left temporarily, and the 9-smoke demon king did not dare to convey the order without authorization. The demon clan retreated, and the Sea clan also began to retreat one after another. Kill the Sea clan first. Gong Lian, who had been waiting for a long time, seized the opportunity and gave the order directly when the Sea clan retreated. Kill. The shadow guards who had been ready for action rushed out one after another and started killing at their full strength. The Sea people never expected that their retreat would be ambushed by humans. Damn it, follow me and kill them. The ancestor of the Sea clan was furious. They instantly united and killed them. The Sea clan, who had just experienced a great battle, were no match for the shadow guards, not to mention that although the shadow guards were few in number, their individual strength far exceeded that of the Sea clan. However, the Sea clan had the advantage. In just a temporary war, they mobilized as many as 30 million Sea clan soldiers. However, although the number of sea creatures seems large, who knows how many of them are just filling in the numbers within the 30 million miles. The shadow guards only have 50,000 people. But the worst among the 50,000 people is already in the nascent soul stage. Gong Lian has launched an attack, let's go and kill those Sea clan ancestors. Zhao Haifeng appeared immediately after seeing the shadow guards going out. Zhang Chuchen and others also showed up and directly blocked these Sea clan ancestors. Die. Li Fei was the person who had the most hatred towards the Sea people among all the people present. The murderous intent and hatred that erupted from Li Fei made Zhao Haifeng and the other three look at him frequently. The Sea clan ancestor who fought against Li Fei had already had several scars on his body after a brief fight. You are also from the Sea clan, you bastard. You actually worked for the human race and betrayed your own race. You deserve to die. Li Fei's opponent was an old squid ancestor. He was furious when he saw the scars on his body. No need to say more, just die. Li Fei suddenly turned into his original form. When the sea snake's original form came out, it actually contained a trace of dragon energy, and the giant snake roared. The snake's body entangled itself, and in an instant, the squid's body was squeezed and exploded, turning into black ink and spreading in all directions. The ink recondensed into the squid's body and the tentacles attacked directly. The sea snake was extremely ferocious. It bit off one of the tentacle directly with one bite, causing the squid ancestor to scream in pain. This guy is quite strong. Zhao Haifeng had never seen Li Fei appear before. When he saw him today, he was very impressive. No wonder the boss values you. Zhang Chuchen agreed. Zhun Moshao and Lin Feng did not speak. Their opponents were all in the Tribulation Crossing stage, while they were in the Mahayana stage. However, it is normal for the protagonist to challenge higher levels. Although it is difficult, it is not impossible to kill the Tribulation Crossing stage. Duang. Zhang Chuchen's yin-yang bell rang instantly, shocking his soul. Zhang Chuchen's opponent was an old ancestor in the early stage of tribulation, and was affected by the Liangyi bell for 2 seconds. 2 seconds can do a lot. Within 2 seconds, Zhang Chuchen directly killed the old ancestor who was in the early stage of tribulation, and the seawater was instantly dyed red. With the death of the ancestor in the tribulation period, the spiritual energy dissipated and returned to heaven and earth, and the tribesmen of this Sea clan ancestor were filled with grief. Now that the ancestor is dead, they will become subordinate sea tribes of other sea tribes. Die. After Zhang Chuchen's victory, Li Fei also won the battle. The squid monster was torn into 5 pieces by him. Those evil Sea clan ancestors were still commanding their troops to fight in an orderly manner and observing the situation at all times. What's wrong with you? Why didn't you pass on the news in time? Zhang Chuchen faced the dolphin ancestor, who felt very wronged. It's not that I don't want to tell His Majesty the Demon King, but we are being monitored by each other. In order to avoid being exposed, we have been holding back. I see, that's how it is. Help me kill the rest of the sea ancestors, and you will make up for your mistake. I will report to the boss. Yes, your excellency is right. The dolphin ancestor didn't dare to refute and looked as if whatever you said was the truth. Although the other party is not as strong as himself, it is not wrong for him to call him, sir. After all, the other party is a close confidant of His Majesty the Demon King. Let's attack together, otherwise we won't be able to go back. An old ancestor of the Sea clan who was honestly focused on fighting shouted hurriedly. Here I come. Chapter 372 Backstab, Magic Mirror Array. An old ancestor of the Sea clan who had something to hide hurried over. Phew. The backstabbing happened, and the honest ancestor of the Sea clan was killed on the spot. He was completely unprepared for the ancestor of the Sea clan behind him. The next second, those Sea clan ancestors who had guilty consciences successfully backstabbed several ancestors. Run away, damn it, there is a traitor, have you forgotten the hatred of humans? You actually defected to the human race, I curse you to die a horrible death. The insults before death could not bring any harm to these traitorous sea ancestors. He, a man of insight, is a hero. His Majesty the Demon King has made unparalleled contributions and is very powerful. It is better to let go of our hatred and serve His Majesty the Demon King. That's right. All of us, stop immediately and obey the orders of our ancestor. Your Majesty the Demon King, are you talking about that little golden crow? Some Sea clan ancestors who had not been backstabbed roared with lingering fear. The dolphin ancestor shook his head silently. How can the Demon Emperor's little golden crow be worthy of him? He is a human, His Majesty the Human Demon King. We, the Sea clan, used to be an inseparable part of the Demon clan, and now we are just returning to the arms of His Majesty the Demon King. We are not betraying. Being the enemy of His Majesty the Demon King will only lead to death. It is better for us to work for His Majesty the Demon King and find a way out for our Sea clan. These Sea clan ancestors did not believe the other party's words at all. They always felt that the other party had lost their courage and was cowardly and incompetent. Have you forgotten the shame that humans brought to us in the past? Moreover, how could a human be worthy of being the Demon King? Don't lie to me. You did betray us, but don't sound so righteous. The Sea clan doesn't need you to fight for a way out. You are walking on a dead end. Kill the traitors, eliminate the traitors, and avenge the ancestors. Kill. The Sea clan members behind the backstabbed ancestors naturally could not let their ancestors die in obscurity, and with a roar, they directly killed the races of those backstabbed sea ancestors. My ancestors did this for the sake of the sea people. You are stubborn and refuse to change your ways. Don't blame us for not caring about our fellow tribesmen. Kill. Kill them until they wake up. These Sea clan ancestors who had stabbed us in the back were not vegetarians either. They started killing each other right away. Surrender, you have no chance. The dolphin ancestor still wanted to persuade these Sea clan ancestors. After all, they were sealed together, and he didn't want to see the Sea clan suffer heavy losses. After all, the Sea clan is powerful, so they are valued by His Majesty the Demon King. Otherwise, only rotten fish and shrimp will be left, and even if His Majesty the Demon King wants to make use of them, he will be powerless. At this time, the dolphin ancestor was very glad that His Majesty the Demon King was a human. In this way, their Sea clan and Demon clan could be treated equally. Surrender. We would rather die than surrender. The ancestor of the Sea clan was a piranha with a brutal and bloodthirsty personality. He sneered coldly, unlike you dolphin, who is afraid of death. It sounds high-sounding, but in the final analysis you are just afraid of death. I'm not afraid. Even if we kill the last one, we will never surrender. When the piranha ancestor was continuing to speak, a shrimp claw pierced through his body. The next second, the dozen or so remaining Sea clan ancestors around him attacked him one after another. Boom! The body of the piranha ancestor exploded directly. The faces of the Sea clan ancestors who were represented looked very bad. This piranha is a fool. He just says what he wants to say and he wants to represent them all. These Sea clan ancestors are all in the tribulation crossing stage, while the dolphin ancestors on the opposite side also have 7 or 8 in the tribulation crossing stage. They still had an advantage, but when they saw those humans killing their own clansmen, they suddenly felt depressed. On the seabed, the Sea clan had the advantage, but these shadow guards fought as skillfully as if they were walking on flat ground. They can't even see humans below the nascent soul stage. These shadow guards all wear automatic oxygen masks that automatically produce oxygen by decomposing seawater. Even if they won, it was a Pyrrhic victory. Suddenly I felt like the game was over and I was disheartened. The good situation was lost at this moment. No, it should be said that the good situation was lost when they were fighting against the demon tribe. Escape, flee in all directions. If they couldn't win, they could still run away. Each of them led their own race and fled directly. As for surrender, they could not accept it. Chase. The dolphin ancestor led his people to chase, but was stopped. No need to chase them, they can't escape. Zhao Haifeng said after stopping them. Although Dolphin Ancestor was a little worried, he did not dare to refute. Activate the magic mirror formation. Seeing that these Sea Clan ancestors had escaped, Zhang Chuchen immediately activated the formation they had set up long ago. They were not waiting to watch the show in vain, as the magic mirror array was one of Zhang Chuchen's recent masterpieces. With the illusion formation, these Sea Clan ancestors are no match at all, and will be defeated one by themselves. Zhao Haifeng said proudly. You didn't make it, why are you so proud? Lin Feng snorted coldly and said directly. Zhao Haifeng directly put his arm around Zhang Chuchen's shoulders and said with his head raised. It wasn't me who did it, but my brother. My brother did it, so what if I take advantage of him? Do you have any objection? Zhang Chuchen smiled. He was still in the experimental stage of the power of this formation, but he was able to use it, which showed his confidence in himself. After the illusion formation was activated, the Sea Clan ancestors who had just run for a distance found that they were surrounded by transparent prisms. The huge body directly hit these transparent prism surfaces with the power of the tribulation period, but unexpectedly it had no effect. Afterwards, the huge whale discovered that a whale exactly like itself appeared in the prism and rushed out directly. Boom! The sea roared and the water was churning all around. The sea whale ancestor discovered that this sea whale possessed the same power as himself. Don't touch this prism surface. The sea whale ancestor hurriedly stopped the sea whale juniors around him. Roar! The mirror whale roared and rushed towards him to bite. A beam of light spurted out of the mouth of the sea whale ancestor, and the mirror-like sea whale instantly shattered into pieces but soon resurrected. Being held back, the sea whale patriarch felt a sinking feeling in his heart. He could still recover as his strength had been being consumed. However, he had no idea to what extent this formation would consume his strength. The rest of the Sea Clan ancestors also touched the formation and encountered their own mirror images with the same power. Let's go. Let's attack together and defeat them one by one. This formation can only trap these people in the tribulation crossing stage for 6 or 7 minutes. Zhang Chuchen set off with Zhao Haifeng and these traitorous Sea Clan ancestors. Don't worry, 6 or 7 minutes will be enough. You should know that these Sea Clan ancestors who were stabbed in the back are all in the tribulation crossing stage. If so many of them are fighting one, it may take only 1 minute to solve the problem. Chapter 373, Goddaughter, Su Nianer. Just to deal with themselves, these Sea Clan ancestors have already consumed part of their strength, not to mention the losses in previous wars. Now they are yesterday's news and are no longer able to resist the joint attack of Zhao Haifeng and others. Some chose to surrender on the spot, while others chose to fight to the death. Zhao Haifeng and his team, who had made outstanding military achievements, reaped a lot of rewards and returned to Gong Lian's command post with great achievements. It's done so quickly, Chu Ge exclaimed in surprise when he received a video call from Gong Lian. At this time, Zhao Haifeng squeezed into the video from the side and said with a grin, "Boss, you still don't believe me. I am your most loyal Zhao. But this time it is all thanks to Zhang Chuchen's magic mirror formation that we won a great victory. Please give me the 10,000 demons banner." Chu Ge was fishing in the fish pond of the Chu residence at this time. He was fishing leisurely. He put down his fishing rod and directly teleported the 10,000 demons banner over through the void. It's been done well this time. The Sea Clan and the Demon Clan can't make any more trouble. After chatting for a few words, Chu Ge hung up the video call directly. Leaning back in his chair, Chu Ge felt that he had become a lot more relaxed. There was almost nothing in this world that threatened him. This time the Demon Clan and the Sea Clan can be dealt with, in fact Chu Ge can do it on his own. The main thing is to train subordinates so that they can stand on their own. The Demon Emperor of the Demon Clan has now become his mount. Chu Ge looked at the little golden crow on his shoulder and couldn't help but smile. It seems to be very interesting to raise a little golden crow. A week later, Gong Lian led the Shadow Guards back to clean up the battlefield. The Sea Clan has completely fallen into Chu Ge's control. As for the Demon Clan, under the instigation of the Nine-Smoke Demon King, those who obeyed would prosper, while those who resisted would perish. They also fell into the banner of 10,000 demons and were controlled by Chu Ge. From then on, the Sea Clan and the Demon Clan were all under Chu Ge's control. The Sea Clan continued to expand their influence and strive to control the entire ocean, while the Demon Clan began to expand secretly with Kunlun ancestral vein as the center. While drinking a glass of juice, he saw the fish taking the bait. Fishing was a good way to kill time. Li Fei also changed the future trend by himself, preventing the conspiracy of the Sea clan and the Demon clan from succeeding, and from then on he followed Zhao Haifeng and others. Zhao Haifeng did not refuse, and the King of Licking Li Yunxiao has been silently completing his mission as the King of Licking. The protagonists under Chu Ge also started their own lives, and everything seemed to have returned to normal. As countries deal with their own internal stability, the world order is maintained in a delicate balance. The top leaders of the Huameng also began to concentrate on cultivating their own direct forces because they saw the power controlled by Chu Ge's subordinates. Time flies, and half a year has passed in a hurry. Su Jing, Lu Yanru's best friend, has given birth to a daughter. Chu Ge also went over to take a look. In return, Chu Ge directly acknowledged her as his goddaughter. First of all, it must be proved that he has no blood relationship with Su Jing's daughter, and also that this daughter is the descendant of Su Jing's personal bloodline. It means that one is born without a father and only has direct bloodline from the mother to pass on to offspring. Su Jing named her Su Nianer. Chu Ge was so scared that he thought Su Jing named his goddaughter Su Nianzhe. However, Lu Yanru was present at that time. Fortunately, Lu Yanru didn't find anything unusual. After all, it only happened once between him and Su Jing. This was the first and last time Chu Ge called himself a sewer. That's great. Su Jing finally got what she wished for. Her goddaughter is so adorable. Lu Yanru walked out of the hospital holding Chu Ge's arm, not forgetting to touch her belly while speaking. Chu Ge's eyebrows twitched slightly. It was not that he didn't try hard, but that his destiny had not yet arrived. Can he be blamed for this? Of course not. Our children are destined to be together, and the time will come naturally. Don't worry, we have endless time and there is still a lot of time. Chu Ge comforted. Well, that's the truth, but I feel a little old. Lu Yanru said meaningfully. After all, there are many young and beautiful women now, and there is no market for someone as old as me. What nonsense are you talking about? Chu Ge glared at her. Isn't it just to keep Su Juer by his side to pleasing his eyes? He hasn't even eaten yet. Okay, it's a rare occasion for you to come out, would you mind walking with me? Lu Yanru was not an ignorant woman. After complaining for a few words, she calmed down. Let's go. The clothes in your closet are a bit old. Let's change into something new. Chu Ge was relieved when he saw that Lu Yanru was no longer hesitant. Old-fashioned. Sure enough, you dislike me for being old. The old is replaced by the new. Lu Yanru's tone became sad. Hey, a new store has opened. Come on, I'll take you in to see if the clothes here are nice. Chu Ge also knew that he was in the wrong, so he directly pulled Lu Yanru towards a newly opened store. Welcome, sir and madam, what kind of clothes are you looking for? Do you want me to recommend them to you? The salesperson was also very sharp-eyed and came over immediately. After all, Chu Ge and the other man looked like big customers from their attire. Chu Ge took a quick look and pointed at a few ugly clothes, this one, and this row. Are you going to pack them all? The salesperson walked quickly to the front of the clothes. I don't want these, just pack the rest for me. Chu Ge nodded, put his arms around Lu Yanru's waist, and couldn't help but grabbing it twice. Lu Yanru did not resist, but rolled her eyes secretly. This man was really overbearing. He said he would accompany her to look at clothes, but he bought the clothes with just one sentence. Okay, sir. Naturally, there was no thought as to whether the sir was joking or not, and the salesperson quickly asked his colleagues to come over and help pack. Even the store manager came over quickly and said that they could give us a 15% discount. Chu Ge directly handed him a card and said, swipe it. If he could get a discount, he wouldn't be stupid enough to say he didn't need it. Would he pretend to be rich? Chu Ge felt that he had passed that psychological age. Okay, boss. Could you please give me an address so I can pack it and send it to you? The store manager touched the material of the bank card and knew at a glance that it was not an ordinary card. His attitude became more polite. Tamed Group headquarters, you can just put it at the front desk. By the way, my last name is Chu. Chu Ge took the card after he swiped it, and then left with Lu Yanru. Goodbye, boss. Welcome back next time, the store manager very politely said in unison with several salesmen as they bent down at the door of the store. This scene attracted passers-by to look here frequently. I haven't even started choosing yet. Lu Yanru muttered softly. Chu Ge simply pretended not to hear it. There was no other way. He had suffered losses when choosing clothes before, and even he, a powerful person who had overcome tribulation, found it terrifying. Chapter 374. A visitor from outer space, a person whose meridians are completely destroyed. The boss's wife is so lucky. I will die without regrets to have a man like the boss. You little slut, you don't deserve it, huh? That's right, the chairman is such a big shot. If he were in ancient times, he would not be an emperor. Don't dream on. Ah, I'm all wet, sob. Pieces of luxurious clothes were placed at the front desk of the Tamed Group headquarters and were carefully packaged. The female employees who were getting off work stood aside and discussed the situation with envy. The girls who are able to work at the Tamed Group headquarters are selected from thousands of elites. Working at the headquarters of Tamed Group, you will be known as gold, shining gold. With this qualification, he can choose any company outside of Tamed Group. They are arrogant in front of other men, but in front of the chairman, they wish Chairman Chu would look at them more. The most important thing is to become an employee of Tamed Group. You won't worry about houses or cars. There is no need to worry about changes in the world, as Tamed Group always protects the safety of its employees. The current development of Tamed Group can no longer be measured by money. Tamed Group has developed into the umbrella-level company that Chu Ge envisioned. A conglomerate that is even stronger than Umbrella Corporation. In the past 6 months, branches of Tamed Group have gone to various parts of the world, established shadow guard organizations in the world, and absorbed local personnel. The Sea Clan is still conducting military training in the deep sea, while the Demon Clan has been completely unified and their training is all conducted in secret realms. These secret realms were designated by Chu Ge as places for the Demon Clan to train their troops. The number of shadow guards has also grown to 5 million. Although the number has increased, the quality of the personnel is still guaranteed. Gu Bai's Qingtian guards had grown to 10,000 people, and as the fittest survived, Chu Ge set the number of Qingtian guards at 10,000 forever. Over the past 6 months, with Chu Ge's deliberate indulgence, these protagonists have traveled around and gained many opportunities, and have overcome tribulations and entered the tribulation period. Including Zhao Haifeng, who is not the protagonist, he also followed in the footsteps of everyone. Chu Ge even felt that Zhao Haifeng was the protagonist he had cultivated. Of course, this was an accident, and Chu Ge could not find the pattern. No one knew what Chu Ge wanted the military training to be for, and no one knew what Chu Ge was thinking. Chu Ge's own cultivation has not fallen behind either. In the past 6 months, he has cultivated to the level of perfection in overcoming tribulations. Chu's house. Chu Ge returned home and opened the ban on Jinwu, giving Wooten a last chance. This is the last chance, surrender or die. Wooten was silent. Just when a hint of murderous intent flashed in Chu Ge's eyes, Wooten finally surrendered. I am willing to surrender. Wooten could not bear the darkness of being exiled, he really couldn't stand it anymore. That kind of loneliness, that kind of despair in the struggle, and in the past 6 months he has seen the power beneath Chu Ge's face. He even lost the 10,000 Demons banner and the Dongwang bell on Chu Ge completely. The original idea that my destiny is in my own hands has completely disappeared, and it was replaced by the idea that a man who knows the times is a hero. In Chu Ge's hands, the protagonist's halo is useless. Chu Ge smiled and said, "You're sensible. Boss, what about the Demon Clan?" Wooten was still concerned about the Demon Clan. No matter what, this was his clan. It's developing very well. Seeing that Wooten cared so much about the Demon Clan, Chu Ge couldn't help but fulfill his wish. Do you want to go and take a look? As his mount, Chu Ge could still be satisfied with this idea. No need, I believe you. Wooten shook his head. The other party still had credibility. Just call me boss from now on. Since he wasn't going to watch it, Chu Ge wouldn't bother. Boom. The sky was clear, but there was thunder outside. Chu Ge looked up at the sky. The originally clear sky suddenly became covered with dark clouds. Someone come here. Chu Ge always felt something was wrong, so he shouted outside. Boss. Gu Bai instantly appeared in front of Chu Ge and knelt on one knee. Wooten looked at the other person with a complicated expression. A strong man in the early stage of tribulation crossing actually knelt down without hesitation, without any dignity of the tribulation crossing period. He knew Gu Bai. Chu Ge did not use any means. It was the other party's willing action. Let Zhao Haifeng and the others come over. Understood. Ji Bai disappeared, and Chu Ge looked at the sky that was no less gloomy than the thunder, as if a dark cloud was coming over a stronghold, and it felt suffocating. Chu Ge knew that this was definitely not an easy thing as it made him feel suffocated. It seems that there are more changes in this world. Chu Ge couldn't help but sigh. Wooten looked up at the sky with a serious gaze. Anyone who could make a strong man like the boss sigh must be a very powerful person. I just don't know whether this danger will affect the demon race. Wooten was a little worried. In 10 minutes, the 4-man brick moving team arrived. Zhao Haifeng was holding a toothpick in his mouth, obviously having just been eating and drinking, and holding a compass in his hand. Something is not going well. Zhao Haifeng looked at the speed at which the pointer was swinging, and the hexagram seemed a little confusing and powerful. A visitor from outer space, it feels like you are telling Jun Moxiao's fortune. Jun Moxiao seemed not to hear Zhao Haifeng's teasing, and stood aside in a restless state. Lin Feng and Zhang Chuchen stood silently beside Jun Moxiao. In fact, when Zhao Haifeng and the other two sensed the pressure from the sky, they realized that something was wrong with Jun Moxiao. Is he from your side? Chu Ge looked at Jun Moxiao and spoke directly. Jun Moxiao took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. That's right, this pressure is the aura of his world, and he didn't expect it to appear. Boom. At this moment, there was a loud noise as if the whole world exploded, the sky suddenly cracked open, and a golden light fell like a meteorite. Then, the sky suddenly cleared up, as if what had just happened was just an illusion. It's a person. Zhang Chuchen could vaguely see the human shape. Boss, I'll take you there. Wooten was also very curious, and the mount also had the awareness of a mount, so it went straight outside the house and became just the right size. Wow, this guy finally surrendered. After Zhao Haifeng waited for the boss to step on it, the second one stepped on it directly. Zhang Chuchen and others hurriedly stood up. I only submit to the boss. What's it got to do with you? Wooten snorted coldly, and with the speed of the golden crow chasing the sun, the golden crow's rainbow light arrived in an instant. Fuck, that's fast, Zhao Haifeng said in surprise. HMPH, making a fuss out of nothing. Wooten transformed into a human form and walked towards the pit on his own initiative. When Chu Ge and others saw what was in the pit, they were surprised. It turned out to be a man about 18 years old. Jun Moxiao was the first to jump down, checked it, and said quickly, the meridians are all destroyed, and he feels like an exile. Chapter 375, The Useless Protagonist, His Self-Esteem and Bloodline Destroyed. Exile. Chu Ge looked at Jun Moxiao and asked, what are the conditions for exile? Jun Moxiao looked at the unconscious man. Generally, those who are exiled are often of noble status. Because of committing serious mistakes, their magic powers are abolished and they are exiled from time and space. Quote. Generally, this kind of situation is a fight between big families, and the losers are often exiled. Take him away first. Chu Ge nodded. Being of noble status but being banished, this condition fits the template of the protagonist, but it cannot be confirmed for now. Let's wait until the other party wakes up. What a pity. How could such a good person become useless? Zhao Haifeng sighed with disappointment in his eyes. It's useless. How can we go to his world to avenge Jun Moxiao? Jun Moxiao glanced at Zhao Haifeng. Although he didn't say anything, he felt warm in his heart because Zhao Haifeng still remembered his hatred for him. It turns out he still remembers. Brother Jun, we brothers won't say a word. We believe that the boss will lead us to the 9th heaven and help you kill those bastards. Zhao Haifeng patted Jun Moxiao's shoulder with a giggle. Zhang Chuchen threw out 2 talismans, and 2 Taoist soldiers directly sandwiched the unconscious man. After returning, Chu Ge ordered Jun Moxiao and others to keep a close eye on the unconscious person. The place is placed directly in the hive. An hour later, the unconscious man finally woke up. Chu Ge was also very curious about who the other person was and what happened to him that led to his exile. When Chu Ge saw the other person, he was dressed like an ancient person, drinking tea in a very decadent manner. Boss, after he woke up, he asked for some tea and then stopped talking. Zhao Haifeng hurriedly reported after seeing the boss come in. You are the boss they are talking about. Lin Yi put down the teacup and looked at the other person. Not only is he handsome, but his temperament is also worthy of respect. It is rare to find someone from the lower world with such a temperament. Unfortunately, the phoenix that has fallen to the ground is no better than a chicken. Lin Yi sighed deeply in his heart, feeling disheartened. Your Excellency has descended from the sky. I don't even know your name or why you came to this world. Chu Ge sat down at his seat, and Zhao Haifeng tactfully poured a cup of tea for his boss. Lin Yi smiled bitterly and began to explain. My name is Lin Yi. I was exiled to this world. To be honest, I am already a useless person. Thank you for saving my life. May I ask your name? Lin Yi stood up and bowed in gratitude. My name is Chu Ge. It's not that I saved your life. I just happened to see you falling from the sky and brought you back out of curiosity. Chu Ge simply crossed out the gratitude for saving my life. His name is Lin Yi, which is interesting. Chu Ge laughed secretly in his heart. Lin Yi knew it well, so he kept his gratitude in his heart and sat down. Brother Chu, the lower realm seems to have abundant spiritual energy, but the new spiritual energy seems to have taken about a year to recover. Chu Ge nodded and said, you are right. It will take about a year to recover. Can you go back? You, still want to go back? Lin Yi's eyes were dim. He raised his hand to look at his body and laughed bitterly. I am a useless man now. How can I go back? Jun Moshao, you meet your fellow countrymen, why don't you talk? Chu Ge suddenly looked at Jun Moshao. Lin Yi couldn't help but look at Jun Moshao, a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. They were actually from the same hometown. Did they come from the same world as him? Jun Moshao couldn't help but chat with Lin Yi briefly, and then asked about the matter of the Qitian Emperor Palace. Lin Yi answered truthfully what he knew. After Emperor Qitian disappeared without a trace, the palace of Qitian has been managed by Empress Yao Tian. And General Wang Yuan, a former general under Emperor Qitian, is assisting him. But, Lin Yi hesitated for a moment and continued, it is rumored that Emperor Qitian died suddenly while practicing martial arts and his reputation was ruined. Bastard. Jun Moshao couldn't hide his anger when he heard the news. May I ask, what is your relationship with Emperor Qitian? Although Lin Yi was crippled, he still had his vision. Seeing the other party's reaction, it was obviously not what a normal person would have. It's me. Zhao Haifeng said impatiently. Jun Moshao nodded silently, the anger in his heart unable to vent. That pair of bastards, they deserved to die. I didn't expect it to be Emperor Qitian. But how could a big shot like you end up like this? Lin Yi didn't finish his words, but everyone knew that if one ran to the lower realm from the upper realm, he would only come here because he was exiled. Alas, let's not talk about that pair of dogs. Jun Moshao really didn't want to tear open the scar on his body himself. Zhao Haifeng quickly came to Lin Yi's ear and whispered in a very vivid voice. So, like this. Oh. Lin Yi looked at Jun Moshao with sympathy. He didn't expect that the abandoned emperor would be so miserable. In an instant, the decadence in Lin Yi's heart disappeared. Emperor Qitian was working hard, so what right did he have to be decadent? Thank you, Emperor Qitian. Lin Yi bowed deeply to Jun Moshao. Jun Moshao twitched the corner of his mouth, and saw the change in the other party's mentality. Chu Ge was like a spectator in the audience, watching with great interest. Then Lin Yi, why were you abolished and exiled? Everyone wanted to know the reason and looked at Lin Yi. Lin Yi's brows were knotted for a few seconds, and he said in a sad voice, in the final analysis, it's still a dirty family matter. The Lin family was originally a supreme family, but the family suffered misfortune. My father died unfortunately, and my mother was forced to death on the spot by the family, and I was forced to abolish my supreme bloodline and was forced to exile. I hate it. My mother was forced to death in front of me, and my supreme bloodline can't save my biological mother.